Chapter 246, Entering the Vast Universe. Now that the dimensional passage has been opened, the source energy of the Dou Qi Continent will gradually recover. Xian, you, and the others should practice diligently there. I shall venture ahead to scout the way for you. In no less than 5 years, and at most 10, I will return. By then, you should have all advanced to the Dou Emperor level. Gazing at the towering beam of light, Jiang Yun spoke softly to the girl beside him. This time, he did not intend to bring Xian and the others along, despite possessing the means to ensure their safety, unlike Xiao Yan, whose companions were separated by a spatial storm. Among the group, Xian possessed the most extraordinary talent. The Supreme Dragon Phoenix rightfully claimed the top spot, even in the vast universe. Although Xian was merely a lower realm Dragon Phoenix, her potential was undeniably remarkable. Following closely was Medusa, the 9-colored sky-swallowing python, an exceptional divine beast, with a lineage of azure scales that was equally impressive. Little Dr. Xian had also garnered the favor of the Bodhi ancient tree, marking her as a promising candidate for the Heavenly Supreme in the future. It could be said that even without Jiang Yun's assistance in the days to come, each of these women possessed sufficient potential to ascend to the Heavenly Supreme level. The current situation in the vast universe was far from optimistic, with multifaceted forces at play. Although the stage was grand, it was fraught with risks. Even though his strength was commendable, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the vast universe. Rather than allowing the women to languish within the Qingming Tower, it would be more prudent for him to establish a foothold first, then bring the most capable individuals from the Dou Qi Continent to the forefront. Though he had already made up his mind, upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the women could not help but feel a tinge of sorrow. However, they obediently refrained from voicing any objections. The only one to sense the deception was the Bodhi ancient tree, which had not been informed in such a manner initially. Wasn't little Dr. Xian supposed to leave with him? How had circumstances changed? Truly, humans could be quite cunning. Ahem. Little Dr. Xian had expressed her desire to leave with Jiang Yun, but she had not specified that it had to be this time. After all, a few years could pass in the blink of an eye. Hardly a deception. Uncle, do you truly wish to accompany me? After briefing the women, Jiang Yun turned to the side and gently inquired of Zhu Kun. Given Zhu Kun's strength and the Dou Qi Continent's aversion towards him, he could easily endure for 20 years and had no necessity to struggle alongside Jiang Yun in the upper realm. That I am fully aware that it would be most prudent to wait until you've settled everything. However, I am the Dragon Emperor of the ancient Dragon Clan. I must carve out a significant territory in the upper realm, allowing my kin to ascend in glory. Zhu Kun looked at Jiang Yun with a serious expression. Zhu Kun was no idle bystander. He harbored ambitions of expansion and conquest, and he was eager to engage with the vast universe. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Yun turned to embrace each of the women in turn, gently saying, "The time has come for you to cultivate diligently. We must prepare to depart. Do not be sorrowful, perhaps by the time you emerge from your seclusion, I shall have returned." Upon completion of their words, Jiang Yun and Zhu Kun slowly ascended into the air. As they rose, the void above was suddenly enveloped by thick clouds, casting a pall over the vast expanse for tens of thousands of miles, shrouding it in an ominous darkness, while an extremely terrifying wave of energy emanated outward. Whoosh, in the Holy Dance City. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, two figures swiftly vanished into the void, ultimately transforming into two streaks of light that merged into the distorted spatial passage. May the Heavenly Emperor ascend in glory. A resounding voice reverberated across the Dou Qi Continent, echoing into the heavens, lingering in the air for an extended period. Xiaoyan, father, wait for me. I shall soon catch up to your footsteps. Whether it be Dou Emperor or Heavenly Sovereign, I shall ascend. Regardless of the adversaries you may face in the future, this prince will stand steadfastly by your side. Jiang Yun. After their departure, Xian and the 4 women, Medusa included, gazed at the spatial passage in silence, each silently resolving to seize every moment to cultivate the vast universe. At the juncture of myriad planes, countless realms intertwine, establishing this place as the undeniable center of the world. Here, heroes converge, with the most formidable beings from the lower realms pursuing the coveted path of the Heavenly Sovereign, exploring the mysterious and unknown domains. Beyond supremacy, within the boundless chaos of the void, a radiant arc of light swiftly traversed towards the most resplendent point among the heavens, where, amidst this luminous arc, 2 silhouettes flickered in and out of visibility. These two were none other than Zhu Kun and Jiang Yun, having departed from the Dou Qi Continent. Is this the great universe ahead? Within the arc of light, Zhu Kuan gazed into the cosmos with a look of wonder. According to the coordinates of the Dou Qi Continent's spatial passage, we should be nearing it. However, I am uncertain to which continent we are bound. Jiang Yun replied, his gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, Jiang Yun's expression shifted as he focused intently on the front, murmuring, another spatial turbulence? Surely, this cannot be a fixed passage on the Dou Qi Continent. How is it that everyone encounters it? Zhu Kuan did not catch Jiang Yun's lament. Instead, he regarded the front with serious concern. Before them, the spatial mist appeared calm. Yet beneath the surface, tumultuous waves surged, concealing various spatial disturbances within. They had encountered such perilous spatial turbulence numerous times along their journey, but facing it so close to the great universe was indeed an unpleasant experience. Moreover, this instance of turbulence was remarkably insidious. Lying in their path, had it not been for Jiang Yun's vigilance, he might have failed to notice it. If he had traveled alone, he could very well have fallen into this trap. Contemplating this, Zhu Kuan felt a shiver down his spine. The great universe was indeed fraught with danger, and caution must be exercised at every turn henceforth. Father-in-law, this way. With a swift glance, Jiang Yun calculated the weak points of the spatial turbulence, and, accompanied by Zhu Kuan, hastily traversed through it. To the west of the vast world, upon a certain undulating mountain range, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathering as thunder rumbled and howling winds coalesced with boundless spiritual energy. Ultimately, a portal to the heavens opened wide. Such a cataclysmic spectacle naturally sent tremors through the myriad spirit beasts within the mountains, all of them prostrating on the ground, their eyes filled with terror as they stared blankly at the heavens above. Then, two figures emerged from the portal, their gazes filled with curiosity as they surveyed the unfamiliar realm surrounding them. Is this truly the vast world? Zhu Kuan marveled at his surroundings, never having experienced such an abundance of heavenly spiritual power before. Compared to the Dou Qi Continent, he felt an instant lightness, as if the constraints of his previous Emperor Dou status had vanished. Beyond the Emperor Dou, a more expansive realm awaited his exploration. Not good. Before he could fully appreciate the moment, Zhu Kuan instantly realized he had lost the ability to harness the powers of the heavens and the earth. This directly rendered many of his techniques unusable, and, most critically, he had lost his capacity for flight. Thud! Just as Zhu Kuan began to descend, Jiang Yun reached out and caught him. Chuckling lightly, "Uncle, steady yourself. Do try not to be overly excited." Haha. At these words, Zhu Kuan couldn't help but chuckle. His face flushing slightly, he felt a tinge of embarrassment at his earlier blunder. Rumble. The wonders of the vast world unfolded in waves. Before Zhu Kuan could gather his thoughts, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy suddenly rushed forth, causing an unusual force to begin to emanate from within him. Spiritual energy tribulation. Realizing the situation, Zhu Kuan was taken aback, recalling Jiang Yun's explanations about the spiritual energy tribulation. His heart calmed somewhat, but as he felt his Dou Qi gradually dissipate and be replaced by spiritual energy, the sensation of his weakened power left him feeling rather disheartened. How long had it been since he had felt this feeble? "Uncle, let us pause for a moment. I have a plan to alleviate our financial shortcomings." Observing Zhu Kuan attempting to convert his spiritual energy as instructed, Jiang Yun subtly gestured, sealing Zhu Kuan's body to halt his absorption of spiritual energy. "What are you up to?" Zhu Kuan, fully trusting Jiang Yun, felt no panic at the sudden seal. Instead, he gazed at Jiang Yun with keen interest. He. In response, Jiang Yun smiled mysteriously. "As newcomers, we lack the currency of this vast world. Robbery is not my style, however. If someone makes a mistake and owes us compensation, that is an entirely different matter." Seeing the smile on Jiang Yun's face, Zhu Kuan silently lamented the powers of this continent, yet his words remained earnest. "So when do we commence?" "Right now." As Jiang Yun's words fell, he waved his hand, and instantly, an endless array of spiritual seals manifested, forming a massive formation as the surrounding spiritual energy converged toward them. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Zhu Kuan nodded gently and gradually settled into a meditative posture, channeling the methods imparted by Jiang Yun to transform his spiritual energy. The atmosphere vibrated with a resonant thunder as an overwhelming influx of natural spiritual energy surged towards Zhu Kuan. Observing this, Jiang Yun's face broke into a mischievous smile as he slowly faded into the void. In that moment, Zhu Kuan appeared as a treasure capable of gathering spiritual essence, drawing in the ethereal energies from vast distances. The spiritual force in the sky began to slowly morph, and upon closer inspection, it resembled the form of the ancient void dragon. Such a cataclysmic phenomenon could not remain concealed in the expansive realm of the Western Heavens. There lay a region known as the Little Western Heaven, which was precisely where Jiang Yun resided. The Western Heaven, situated in the western part of the Great Thousand World, is an ancient continent. While its expanse may not rival that of the supercontinents, it boasts a lineage of formidable beings that ranks among the top in the entire Great Thousand World. In ancient times, within the Little Western Heaven of the Western Heaven continent, there emerged a figure named Luo Shun, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Great Thousand World. Her name echoed throughout the realms, even reaching the ears of the extraterritorial races. Many proud celestial sovereigns once bowed before her, captivated by her allure. Even more astonishing was the fact that this paragon of beauty was also one of the peak powerhouses atop the Great Thousand World. In her heyday, she ranked among the top 15 warriors of the ancient era. When calamity struck, she valiantly faced the 8th and 9th ranked heavenly demon emperors of the extraterritorial evil races, ultimately perishing in battle but not before inflicting severe wounds upon them. The strength and beauty of Luo Shun have transcended the ages, remaining a legendary tale even millennia later. The Luo Shun clan, one of the ancient races that traces its lineage back to the primordial Luo Shun, once dominated the far western territories of the Great Thousand World during its zenith, wielding unparalleled power. However, with the fall of Luo Shun, the clan has faced continuous decline. After tens of thousands of years, in this current generation, only a single upper-tier deity and several lower-tier deities remain to uphold the increasingly waning Luo Shun clan. As the Luo Shun clan diminished, the once subordinate blood god, strength god, and bone god clans began to flourish, contrasting sharply with the fate of the Luo Shun clan. The consequences of a master-servant dynamic where the former weak rise while the former strong falter are all too evident. The three clans are fervently striving to elevate their status, with the Luo Shun clan becoming a common target for suppression. In recent years, the four clans have reached a state of relative equality. Presently, the Blood God clan even exhibits signs of surpassing the Luo Shun clan, the erstwhile leader of the four. Fortunately, the current patriarch of the Luo Shun clan, Luo Tian, has a commendable eldest son endowed with supreme potential, rekindling hope for the Luo Shun clan in the heart of the realm of the Luo God clan. An immensely towering city stands, exuding an aura of ancient heritage, having withstood the test of countless ages, with a history uniquely its own. This city is bisected by a surging river that weaves through its core, only to meander and loop back upon itself beyond the city's confines, encircling it in a perpetual embrace. The river is imbued with an enigmatic essence, its colors reminiscent of celestial bodies, at times even more resplendent than the night sky, roaring as it nourishes the city. This mystical river is none other than the sacred river of the Luo God clan, where countless clansmen gather on designated days to worship and pray, for this river is known as the Luo River. Surrounding this river lies the city of Luo God, the most vital and central stronghold of the Luo God clan, regarded as an inviolable sanctuary in the hearts of its people. Within the vast ancient city, elite guards patrol diligently, led by a remarkably valiant young man. Suddenly, a squad of elite sentinels rushed to the young man's side, speaking urgently. Young clan leader, the protective array has detected an unusual convergence of spiritual energy within our territory, suggesting a potential enemy incursion. The young man's stern visage instantly shifted to one of vigilance as he replied gravely, "An abnormal spiritual node has manifested within our domain. Could it be that the other three divine clans are preparing to breach the pact and declare war?" In an abrupt ripple of space, a figure materialized before the young man, a venerable elder clad in a black robe, his hair and beard as white as snow. His countenance bore a resemblance to that of the young man, yet was marked by the passage of time, radiating an unsettling authority that caused the very air around him to tremble slightly. "Father." Upon seeing the elder, the young man hastened to bow respectfully. The elder nodded at his son, then gazed into the direction of the spatial disturbance, turning his back to the young man as he spoke in a low tone. "I shall personally investigate. You remain here, organizing the defenses and staying vigilant." "Understood." The young man quickly lowered his head in acknowledgement, and when he lifted it again, the elder had vanished, leaving only a sudden breeze, hinting that the preceding events were not mere illusions. Chapter 247. The Arrival of the Four Clans. Meanwhile, within the Blood God clan, at the very heart of its domain, stands the paramount city known as Blood God City. Much akin to the realm of the goddess of Luo, this city is encircled by a river of blood. Within this sanguine river lie countless corpses, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. generating a spirit energy that nourishes Blood God City. The cultivation methods of the Blood God clan require boundless blood energy, and the existence of this blood river is the cornerstone of the clan's burgeoning strength over the years. Outside the Blood God Palace, the clan leader, Blood Spirit Child, stands with arms clasped behind his back, gazing intently toward the direction of Dou Qi, his crimson eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. He cackles. Such potent fluctuations in spirit energy must herald the emergence of a rare treasure, perhaps even a legendary sacred artifact. Should we acquire this treasure, our clan's power will undoubtedly surge, and the goddess of Luo's clan shall face annihilation. Accompanied by a series of eerie laughs, Blood Spirit Child conjures a tempest infused with blood energy, and, like the god of Luo Tian, hastens toward Dou Qi's location. This scene is mirrored within the other two divine clans. Faced with the sudden appearance of this treasure, all four divine clans are resolute in their intent, mobilizing their forces with determination. However, unbeknownst to all, a pair of eyes observes closely, noting the influx of personnel drawn by their scheme. A glimmer of malicious intent flickering deep within. In the lesser western heaven, within an unnamed mountain range, this desolate expanse, characterized by its sparse spiritual energy, remained largely overlooked. Despite its proximity to the territory of the goddess of Luo, the lack of abundant spirit energy rendered it devoid of human habitation. Yet, with the arrival of Jiang Yun and Dou Qi, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy materializes above, drawing in spiritual energy from vast distances, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of feet. The terrifying suction transforms the vortex into a tempest of unparalleled ferocity. At this moment, the surrounding spiritual power is thick to an alarming degree, and as the vortex spins with great velocity, this dense energy manifests as formidable weapons, exuding an aura of danger. In this maelstrom of spiritual energy, even the mightiest of supremes could find themselves torn asunder, leaving no trace of their existence. Only those of formidable strength among the high-tier supremes possess the ability to withstand this tempest. Within the depths of the spiritual storm, an ancient, colossal dragon, spanning a length of 10,000 feet, weaves through the chaos, its immense body enveloped in a violet glow, radiating an air of nobility. A terrifying dragon might emanates from its being, causing even the rampant spiritual forces of heaven and earth to falter under its oppressive presence. At this very moment, the once azure sky in the distance transforms at a visible pace into a deep crimson hue, surging forth like a tidal wave of blood, and within mere breaths, it engulfs the realm. Amidst the surging tides of crimson, a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe emerged. His scarlet eyes glimmered with a smile as he gazed at the swirling vortex of spiritual energy, exclaiming in astonishment, not a sacred artifact, but rather a young dragon? A flicker of disappointment crossed his features. He had anticipated that such a commotion would herald the arrival of an extraordinary relic, yet it turned out to be a dragon of the supreme realm. Naturally, this outcome left him somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, Blood Spirit seemed to discern something and scrutinized the ancient dragon that had caused the enormous stir, exclaiming in surprise, "It is actually converting spiritual energy. This dragon beast has descended from the lower realm." At this thought, Blood Spirit's heart began to race with excitement. Previously, he had harbored reservations, wary of the creature's origins from the divine beast lineage, and had refrained from harboring ulterior motives. However, at this moment, all caution dissipated. A true dragon bloodline beast, even if it had ascended from a lower plane, was sure to possess formidable strength. Historically, no beast associated with the dragon clan has ever been weak. Additionally, given that it was a being that had ascended from a lower realm, its talent and fortune would undoubtedly make it a paragon within its domain. If he could claim it as his own, the Blood God clan would gain another formidable warrior. Indeed, fortune favored him. Blood Spirit licked his crimson lips, his gaze greedily fixed upon Dou Qi, already contemplating how to subdue him. Suddenly, Blood Spirit's expression shifted, his face turning as he looked in a certain direction where a powerful aura surged forth. It is that old wretch, Luo Tianshun. In the distant sky, a flash of lightning illuminated the heavens. Luo Tianshun gradually appeared on the horizon, observing the formation of the Blood God clan. His expression hardened. He had ventured alone. Yet he was taken aback by the large force the enemy had mobilized, deeming it a breach of martial ethics. "Greetings, Chief Luo." Blood Spirit noted Luo Tianshun's grim demeanor, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he laughed heartily. "What brings you here? Seeking treasure, are we? But why come alone? One must remember, in this vast world, opportunities abound, yet they are often accompanied by peril. Should you, Chief Luo, unfortunately meet your demise in your treasure hunt, what would become of the Luo divine clan?" Hearing the veiled threat, Luo Tianshun's countenance darkened. With a cold snort, A torrent of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. At this moment, he had yet to suffer a surprise attack from Blood Spirit and was at the pinnacle of his combat prowess. Although he was wary of the enemy's numbers, he was unafraid to engage in battle. Blood Spirit, this is the territory of the Luo Divine Clan, not that of the Blood God Clan. Return whence you came. This is not a place for you and your Blood Spirit Knights to flaunt your presence. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Sensing Luo Tianshan's demeanor, Blood Spirit's expression changed, a hint of trepidation flashing in his eyes. At this juncture, Luo Tianshan was unmatched among the 4 divine clans and even harbored prospects of reaching the pinnacle of the earthly supreme realm, making him the foremost powerhouse of the lesser western heaven. It could be said that the Luo divine clan's ability to fend off surrounding predators was solely due to Luo Tianshan's singular strength. After a moment's pause, Shui Lingzi's expression shifted, and with a sly grin, he responded dismissively to Luo Tianshan's threats. This place cannot be considered the territory of the Luo God clan. Moreover, with treasures emerging, the actions of the Luo clan leader seem rather ungracious. Such extraordinary artifacts ought to be claimed by those destined for them. Surely, the leaders of the Bone clan and the Strength clan share this sentiment. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianshan's demeanor grew increasingly grave as distant laughter rang out. Ha ha. Shui clan leader speaks truly. We implore the Luo clan leader to show understanding. When divine beasts descend, they rightfully belong to the fated. And allowing the beasts to choose their masters is not the style of the Luo God clan. You all dare to show up. Luo Tianshan regarded the newcomers, his expression cold and serious, noting the formidable armies trailing behind them. The Strength clan and the Bone clan also wish to wade into this murky water, unafraid of biting off more than they can chew. At this moment, the 4 great clans of the Little Western Heaven had converged at this location, their fierce battle intent soaring to the heavens, overwhelming spiritual power, suppressing the void. Spiritual energies intertwined in the sky, and the terrifying fluctuations gradually spread, creating a heavy and murderous atmosphere, as if a grand battle might erupt at any moment. In the vast universe, strength reigns supreme. A saying is widely known: beneath the supreme, all are but ants. Above the supreme, true strength can be found throughout the vast universe, with the Earth Supreme being a formidable force capable of dominating a realm. Presently, on the battlefield, there were no less than 4 beings above the Earth Supreme, while the number of supreme beings reached into the hundreds. Though Luo Tianshan stood alone, he faced the collective animosity of the 3 clans with unwavering courage. Should conflict arise, he remained confident in inflicting intolerable losses upon them. Although the 4 were in confrontation, their peripheral glances frequently darted toward the ominous storm that stretched endlessly, stirring a fervor within their hearts. Such a terrifying commotion surely indicated that the divine beast within was extraordinary. If they did not seize the opportunity during the adversary's moment of weakness, the potential of this dragon clan divine beast would render them forever estranged from their clans. At this juncture, the thoughts of the crowd mirrored those of the Lu domain and the Mu domain, each eager to subdue the weakened Zhu Kuan, 9 Nether Sparrow, and bolster their family's foundations. With a cunning smile, Shui Lingzi regarded Luo Tianshan and said, Luo clan leader, our 4 clans have gathered here for the divine beast. Why must we mar the atmosphere with hostility? Instead, let us join forces to disrupt this spiritual storm. And as for the matter of ownership, let it be determined by each clan's abilities. Indeed, chimed in the leaders of the Bone clan and the Strength clan in agreement. We have all come for the treasure. There is no need for bloodshed. I have no objections. Luo Tianshan cast a glance at the menacing armies behind them, realizing his odds were slim. Though he contemplated surrendering, he could not display such weakness. After hearing Shui Lingzi's proposal, he nodded slowly and replied, very well. The Luo clan leader is indeed the strongest in the Little Western Heaven. Such magnanimity is commendable. Let us proceed together. Shui Lingzi laughed heartily in response. A few individuals nodded, each wary of the others potentially striking at the elite of their respective clans should they enter first. Thus, it was most prudent for the 4 to venture forth together. Subsequently, they transformed into a radiant stream of spiritual light, racing towards the distant aura storm. The 4 esteemed beings of the earth surged toward the tempest of energy, and even they could sense the terrifying nature of the storm as they drew closer. The usually gentle spiritual energy, when propelled at such extreme velocity, was capable of slicing through gold and jade, far beyond the endurance of mere flesh. Awaken, the law body of the Luo River, exclaimed Luo Tian, as boundless spiritual power surged forth, manifesting a towering figure, exuding an aura as vast as the Luo River itself. Standing amidst the heavens and the earth, the Luo God clan possessed the inherited law body of the Luo God, ranked 11th on the list of 99 esteemed law bodies. However, it was a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals, with the sole successful practitioner being the ancient Luo god. Awaken, the Blood Shadow Law Body. In response to Luo Tian's transformation, Blood Spirit was equally resolute. A vast torrent of blood energy surged forth, coalescing into a colossal blood shadow, straddling the line between reality and illusion, exuding an eerie essence. Following closely behind, the patriarch of the Bone God clan also activated his law body. The four of them braved the fierce storm, converging towards the center like razor-sharp blades, leaving behind profound and enduring marks. Such a formidable storm of spiritual energy was capable of obliterating an ordinary esteemed law body in an instant. The one who could summon such a tempest was undoubtedly no ordinary foe, and Luo Tian realized he had perhaps underestimated the situation. A sense of retreat began to take root in his mind. Based on his deductions, the being capable of creating such turbulence was likely more powerful than himself, and such a formidable entity would not easily yield. He pondered the possibility of returning empty-handed while inadvertently inviting a new adversary into his clan. As these thoughts swirled, the vast Luo River's spiritual energy surged forth from his law body, mending the wounds upon it. Yet, the storm of spiritual energy could not impede the advance of the esteemed beings. In a brief span, they successfully navigated through the tempest and arrived at the storm's epicenter. There, Zhu Kuan sat quietly in a meditative posture, a colossal ancient dragon phantom swirling above him, inhaling and exhaling the energies of heaven and earth. As he rapidly absorbed this energy, Zhu Kuan's strength surged dramatically, swiftly elevating him from a first-tier esteemed being to a second-tier. And his escalating aura showed no signs of abating, even accelerating further. By heavens, a true dragon divine beast gazed upon the immense phantom of the ancient dragon. Its formidable physique and overwhelming power evoked a sense of trepidation. Just the sight of it left the onlookers gasping in astonishment. They had presumed it to be merely a divine beast with dragon blood, only to discover it was pure blood, though they could not ascertain its exact lineage. The imposing dragon might emanating from it was undeniably more fearsome than any dragon divine beast they had previously encountered. Perceiving the increasingly rapid absorption speed of Zhu Kuan, Xuelingzi's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Alas, he has sensed our presence. We must act swiftly to interrupt him. Otherwise, if he grows any stronger, none shall be able to prevent his escape." As his words fell, Xuelingzi unleashed a formidable strike, pressing his hand through the air, summoning a deluge of crimson clouds that coalesced into an immense blood-red handprint. This handprint descended from the heavens, imbued with a heart-stirring torrent of sanguine energy, and forcefully surged towards Zhu Kuan. Preposterous. At that moment, the meditating Zhu Kuan seemed to perceive the imminent danger. He opened his tightly shut eyes, and upon witnessing the unfolding scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze, quickly followed by a thunderous roar. In the high skies, the ethereal silhouette of an ancient dragon radiated boundless spirit light, swiftly manifesting an invisible barrier. With a resounding impact, the two forces collided, sending violent ripples coursing through the protective shield, which trembled as if on the verge of shattering. After withstanding that initial blow, Zhu Kuan appeared to be momentarily disrupted, his complexion paling as his surging aura faltered, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to dissipate. Effective. Everyone, hasten to join me in our assault. Witnessing this development, Xuelingzi was filled with exhilaration and turned to Li and Gu, urging them to act. Chapter 248, The Might of the Heavenly Sovereign. In response to Xuelingzi's attack, both Li and Gu were stirred, each unwilling to be outdone as they launched their own offensive. Boom, boom, boom. The three upper-tier sovereigns unleashed their might in unison, their combined force as cataclysmic as the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. A barrage of terrifying spiritual power rained down, striking with pinpoint accuracy upon the same location of the barrier. Confronted with such a frenzied bombardment, the protective shield quaked violently, rippling as if it might engulf the entirety of the barrier. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxian observed the shield, which teetered precariously under the relentless onslaught, his heart racing with trepidation, accompanied by an unsettling feeling. If this newly ascended lower-tier powerhouse, Zhu Kuan, could withstand the combined might of three upper-tier sovereigns, just how formidable must he truly be? Contemplating this, Luo Tianxian's unease deepened. He cast his gaze towards Zhu Kuan and noted the dreadful backlash he suffered under the trio's assaults. His body swayed unsteadily, and even the dragon-shaped ethereal figure above him seemed on the verge of shattering, appearing utterly incapable of enduring further. Yet, contrary to this visible struggle, Luo Tianxian felt an increasing sense of dread. His instincts surged with a frantic pulse, as if a primeval beast lurked ahead, invoking a chilling fear within him. With a slight shift of his foot, he was inexplicably tempted to flee. Exerting all his strength, that beast cannot hold out much longer. In his frenzy, Xue Lingzi remained oblivious to Luo Tianxin's apprehensions. With his eyes gleaming crimson, he bellowed fiercely. Hearing this, Zhu Kuan, besieged and in dire straits, felt a cold glimmer pass through his dragon-like eyes. For countless years, none dared to refer to this emperor as a beast. The Blood Spirit and the Blood God clan have lost their reason for existence. Initially, together with Jiang Yuan, he had no intention of spilling excessive blood, for although their strength was formidable, one could never ascertain the hidden might of rival factions. A prudent approach was deemed wise. However, at this moment, Zhu Kuan was unwilling to linger in hesitation. It had been millennia since he felt such fury, and his adversaries would undoubtedly pay a blood price. With a thunderous roar, the Blood Spirit merged with its colossal shadowy avatar, unleashing terrifying waves of spiritual power that swept across the heavens and the earth. As vast as the ocean and as solid as a mountain, the noxious aura of blood surged skyward, and the eerie shadow, straddling the line between reality and illusion, made its formidable descent. It emerged from a boundless sea of blood, permeated with a pungent stench capable of corroding the spiritual essence of any who dared to enter. Even the most powerful beings, those of the upper realm, could find their vitality eroded and succumb to its depths. The embodiment of power manifested as the celestial fist of the God of Might. A colossal avatar, as imposing as a mountain, appeared in the realm, and with a mighty strike, unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy. The very void shattered under its force, leaving behind deep, dark fissures. The Bone God avatar emerged, its form resembling that of giant bones forged into existence, standing in concert with the other two avatars. Its immense spiritual power surged forth. As it opened its maw to reveal a glow reminiscent of ash and death, accompanied by a wave of annihilation, the three avatars, in a display of overwhelming might, stirred an earth-shattering commotion. The intensity of their unleashed power was nothing short of cataclysmic. Seeking death, the dragon claw of destruction. Within Zhu Kuan's eyes, a fierce malevolence reached its zenith. An extreme and terrifying surge of battle energy erupted from within him, as though a once sleeping dragon had awakened. Silence enveloped the world as the whirlpool of spiritual energy seemed to stagnate. With an outstretched hand, a resonant dragon's roar echoed, and a golden claw, sharp as a blade, tore through the air towards the trio. The might of the celestial sovereign. As Zhu Kuan's aura erupted, Blood Spirit and the others were struck with horror, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. They could not fathom how a mere ascendant from a lower realm could exude the presence of a celestial sovereign. In the vastness of the myriad worlds, where the strong abound, the Earth's sovereign reigns supreme, ruling over territories, while the celestial sovereign stands as emperor, gazing down upon all kings. Although celestial sovereigns were somewhat common in the later stages of the Great Dominator, only those of the sacred quality could truly command respect. Yet throughout the expanse of the myriad worlds, celestial sovereigns remained a rare breed. One need only look to the Tianluo continent, one of the 10 supercontinents, rich in territory and resources, a true gem of the myriad worlds. Since the fall of the ancient celestial emperor, it has been bereft of even a single visible celestial sovereign. The hidden celestial sovereigns number scarcely more than a handful, as the celestial realm stands among the 10 formidable continents. The rarity of encountering the celestial sovereign is even more pronounced in the other realms. It is evident how exceptionally rare the celestial sovereign is. Are the ascension requirements for the powerful in the lower realms truly so demanding? Boom. Zhu Kuan is not a genuine celestial sovereign. His current strength is even inferior to Jiang Yuan, who has just acquired the legacy of the ancient emperor. He is not even a quasi-celestial sovereign. However, with the fury of combat energy still surging within him and leveraging the imperial soul, he emanates an aura that bears a semblance to that of a celestial sovereign. Bang! In the face of Zhu Kuan, even the three who unleashed their sovereign manifestations were effortlessly repelled, each spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated, as the Blood Spirit trio, under the astonished gaze of Luo Tian, plummeted towards the earth below. The immense impact caused the ground to cave in, while a terrifying shockwave sent shards of earth soaring skyward, only to descend like a torrential rain. How could this be? How could it be a celestial sovereign? Rising from the depths of the earth, Blood Spirit stood up, disregarding the blood on his lips, his gaze fixated in a daze upon the cold-eyed Zhu Kuan. Muttering in a trance, "Blood Spirit, look at the chaos you have wrought." Two furious roars pierced the air, filled with uncontainable wrath. It was the leader of the Power Clan and the leader of the Bone Clan, both trembling as they gazed at Zhu Kuan, their extreme terror morphing into fury. Casting a fierce glare at Blood Spirit, Their shouts jolted Blood Spirit back to reality. He briefly regained his composure, his eyes flickering as he stared at Dou Qi. A glimmer of ecstatic realization flashing within. Leader Li, Leader Gu, swiftly join me in action. That wretched beast has just ascended from the lower realms. Although I do not know what means he employed to withstand the assimilation of spiritual power, the energy within him is still at a lower tier compared to spiritual energy. Though his original realm was exceedingly high, he cannot currently unleash his full potential. This is his most vulnerable moment. If we strike together to slay him, we might catch a glimpse of the mysteries of the celestial sovereign, the Yellow Spring Blood Sea. After hastily conveying his thoughts to leaders Li and Gu, Blood Spirit, heedless of their reactions, waved his hand, summoning the blood sea that enveloped him, surging towards Dou Qi. The Yellow Spring Blood Sea, a renowned divine ability of the Blood God clan, requires immense slaughter to be cultivated. It is formed from the blood of living beings, coalescing into a sea, then refined through secret arts into the Yellow Spring Blood Sea, whose waters possess boundless corrosive power, particularly lethal against sovereign manifestations. Over the years, countless sovereigns have perished at the hands of Blood Spirit, including several Earth sovereigns. Once their sovereign forms fall into this Yellow Spring Blood Sea, they are corroded beyond recognition. The tumultuous blood sea surged through the sky, directly enveloping Dou Qi. Meanwhile, the leader of the Power God tribe and the leader of the Bone God tribe, after intense internal conflict, steeled themselves and activated their supreme forms to launch an assault on Dou Qi. A cunning individual indeed. Dou Qi, unfazed by the trio's onslaught, remained composed in his stance. Had he been alone, the assessment of Blood Spirit was accurate, despite his superior realm. The fundamental disparity in spiritual energy and combat aura would render victory elusive, even posing a risk of capture. However, he was not alone. With this thought, Dou Qi regarded the three with a gaze reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse, brimming with mockery. He showed no intent to defend, rather, he watched with keen interest as they unleashed their divine abilities. While Blood Spirit and the others were oblivious to the underlying currents, Luo Tianxun, as a consistent outsider, sensed the peculiarities. His heart began to race with fervor. He seemed to foresee the inevitable fate awaiting the trio. Suddenly, he turned to the void, where an unfamiliar young man stood. The youth stood with his hands clasped behind him, his robe billowing in the wind. His handsome visage was illuminated with a jade-like glow, and his pitch-black eyes, profound as the night sky, captivated the observer, drawing them into an inescapable reverie. Despite sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy from him, the oppressive aura emanating from the depths of his soul revealed the terror of his strength. Had it not been for his eyes, Luo Tianxun would have remained unaware of Jiang Yun's presence. To him, the space around seemed ethereal, devoid of any discernible essence. This signified that the chasm between them had reached an insurmountable extent. Heavenly Sovereign, Luo Tianxun uttered in a somewhat hoarse tone, never having imagined that the legendary Heavenly Sovereign would appear in the lesser Western Heaven realm. At that moment, Luo Tianxun froze, even halting his breath, as he witnessed Jiang Yun cast a glance in his direction before withdrawing his gaze and vanishing from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun materialized before Dou Qi, his eyes calmly surveying the incoming attack. A vast surge of spiritual light erupted within him, transforming him into a blazing sun that ascended steadily. An overwhelming pressure coalesced like a tsunami. Bang, bang, bang. The boundless might swept across the heavens and earth, rendering the trio's assault utterly ineffective against Jiang Yun's sovereign force. Boom, boom, boom. Under such immense pressure, even the very realm trembled, the ground below fracturing incessantly. The external forces of the three tribes were nearly instantaneously brought to their knees. Even the four, revered as Earth sovereigns, felt their knees creak, their bodies gradually succumbing to the ground. The desperate howls of the three heavenly sovereigns echoed in the air. Subsequently, Jiang Yun unleashed a strand of spiritual energy towards the trio. Even though it was a casual strike, its formidable power was sufficient to rend the fabric of space, causing the three to tremble in fear. Blood Demon Robe, Blood Demon Flag, Bone Emperor Armor. Faced with Jiang Yun's onslaught, the trio could no longer afford to be daunted by the Supreme of Heaven. In the face of life and death, such fears were trivial. From Blood Spirit's body, crimson blood surged forth, transforming into a colossal blood-red robe capable of shrouding the heavens. Countless crimson runes and ghastly visages were etched upon the robe, and as his mouth opened, a beam of blood light erupted forth. This blood light surged in the wind, swiftly morphing into a blood flag, which rapidly merged with the robe ahead, causing the crimson glow upon it to swell, enveloping Blood Spirit in layers of protection. Bone's second clan's leader, unwilling to be outdone, conjured a massive, grotesque bone shield alongside a gigantic beast that rose before them. The three worked in unison, striving to withstand Jiang Yun's assault. Yet, the might of the Supreme of Heaven was beyond that which the Supreme of Earth could disturb. With a resounding crash, their defenses collapsed like fragile parchment under Jiang Yun's spiritual strike, and they did not even have time to utter a cry before being reduced to ashes by the blinding radiance. After obliterating the trio, Jiang Yun cast his gaze over the encircling armies of the three clans, sending forth an inexplicable wave of energy. Instantly, the armies began to dissipate, vanishing into the ether. In the blink of an eye, 3 supremes and over 1,000 others had perished before him. This was the awe-inspiring power of the Supreme of Heaven, the sovereign of a realm. Dou, having witnessed the entire spectacle, swallowed hard, fully aware that if Jiang Yun desired his demise, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as the three. Bowing before the Supreme of Heaven, Dou exclaimed, jolting to attention and hastening to Jiang Yun's front, bowing respectfully. "Are you also here for my father-in-law?" Jiang Yun inquired calmly. Regarding Dou instinctively shivered, replying tremulously, "I would not dare deceive the Supreme. I was indeed drawn here by the fluctuations of spiritual energy, but I never intended to lay a hand upon you." Upon hearing Dou's words, Jiang Yun and Zhu Kuan exchanged glances, acknowledging that it was impossible to arrive without some ulterior motive. Dou's heightened caution had spared him from the fate that befell the three. "It is precisely because you refrained from taking action that you are able to converse with me," Jiang Yun stated in a monotone that resonated in Dou's ears like the whisper of death, causing his heart to race. "Speak then, where is this place? And who are you?" Jiang Yun continued, observing the palpable fear in Dou's expression as his gaze drifted to the distant vistas of places such as the city of Luo and the city of blood. Chapter 249, Parting. At these words, Dou's heart quaked violently. The recent fate of Blood Spirit and his companions was still vivid in his mind. He could not help but feel grateful for his prudence. Otherwise, he would likely share their grim destiny. In response to Jiang Yun's inquiry, Luo Tianshun respectfully bowed and replied, "Esteemed one, this realm is the vast expanse of the great thousand world, a confluence of countless lower realms, teeming with myriad races and innumerable powerful beings. We are situated in the Western Heaven continent, within the Little Western Heaven realm, and I belong to one of the 4 great divine clans of this realm. The 3 individuals you just witnessed are the leaders of the other 3 clans, the Blood God clan, the Strength God clan, and the Bone God clan. They have dared to offend the celestial authority and have met their deserved end." Luo clan. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to Luo Tianshun, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. This elder's granddaughter would later become the heroine, Luo Li, though at this moment, she had yet to be born. "Indeed, Your Excellency." Luo Tianshun, unaware of Jiang Yun's interest in the Luo clan, could only respond with trepidation. "Ah, the Luo clan is rather extraordinary," Zhu Kuan observed, his expression grave as he turned his attention to Jiang Yun. He had just employed his divine abilities to briefly scrutinize the 4 clans, while the other 3 were formidable. They did not warrant his concern. Only the Luo clan, despite being the strongest among them, evoked a sense of trepidation within him, as if the tumultuous Luo River concealed some great terror. The Luo River was born from the fallen Luo goddess, harboring the mysteries of her divine form, which explained Zhu Kuan's unease. The Luo clan, Jiang Yun nodded, gazing at Luo Tianshun with a tone of nostalgia. "The Luo goddess was once a figure of immense renown. Even in my youth, her name resonated throughout the realms." This was indeed true. Setting aside Jiang Yun's past memories, in this life, during his time within the Evil Spirit clan, he had encountered records that illuminated the legendary nature of this ancient Luo goddess. "Your Excellency knows our ancestor." Hearing Jiang Yun's evocative tone, Luo Tianshun's voice trembled with excitement as he looked at him. Even in the face of uncertainty regarding life and death, the mere mention of his forebear ignited a fervor within him. Zhu Kuan also regarded Jiang Yun with curiosity, intrigued by the mention of the Luo goddess. Everything in the Great Thousand World was novel to him, and the notion of a female powerhouse, a rarity throughout history, piqued his interest even further. The legendary beauty of the Great Thousand World, the Luo goddess, is indeed a name that reverberates through the ages. Jiang Yun's tone softened as he spoke. Her fame extended beyond the Great Thousand World, echoing even in realms beyond, for she possessed not only unparalleled beauty, but also extraordinary prowess. She was herself a late-stage heavenly sovereign, and during the decisive battle of her time, she single-handedly confronted 2 formidable demon emperors from her clan, individuals of significant stature, ranked 8th and 9th even in the realms beyond. Though ultimately, the Luo goddess perished while her adversaries suffered grave losses, her achievements in battle were among the most illustrious. perhaps ranking third only to the immortal emperor. The Luo goddess's divine form also held a place among the supreme forms in the great thousand world, second only to the 10 primordial forms in strength. Upon hearing the tales of the illustrious Luo god, Dou Qi felt an immediate surge of respect, and his gaze towards the Luo heavenly god softened slightly. They were inherently beings of the vast world, and the Luo god had made significant contributions to it. Naturally, one would afford some respect to her descendants, provided no boundaries were crossed. Moreover, given the ancient lineage that produced such formidable beings, one could only speculate about their hidden strengths. It was prudent to exercise caution in their presence. "I can spare your life," Jiang Yun said, immediately discerning Dou Qi's thoughts from his expression. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Luo heavenly god felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, yet when Jiang Yun hesitated, the relief quickly transformed into apprehension. However, the Blood God clan, the Strength God clan, and the Bone God clan's attempts to harm my esteemed father-in-law cannot be overlooked. As newcomers, our unfamiliarity with the Western Little Heaven could prove perilous. A sense of impending doom flashed through Luo heavenly god's mind, and he reverently addressed Jiang Yun. "The Luo God clan can take on this task. We have grievances with the 3 clans, and now, under the auspices of the Celestial Lord, we can avenge our fallen kin." Indeed, Jiang Yun nodded in agreement. This endeavor was not merely a labor for the Luo God clan. To outsiders, their victory over the 3 clans and re-establishment of unity in the Western Little Heaven would significantly elevate the standing of the Luo God clan. With Jiang Yun's consent, Luo heavenly god bid farewell to the 2 and promptly returned to his clan to organize their forces. Now that the 3 clans' elite powers had been eradicated by Jiang Yun, the Luo God clan was fully capable of annihilating the 3 clans with their might alone. After Luo heavenly god departed, Jiang Yun turned to Dou Qi and said, "Father-in-law, let us proceed. We must expedite the conversion of spiritual energy. Once the resources from the 3 clans are delivered by the Luo God clan, you will swiftly regain your original strength." Dou Qi nodded and resumed his meditative posture, this time genuinely beginning the transformation of spiritual energy rather than merely feigning it. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he delved into his body, where the intertwining of fighting spirit and spiritual energy caused him to lose control over his power. Yet, beyond his fighting spirit, he possessed an imperial soul. Release. With a low command from Dou Qi, the fighting spirit within him surged forth like a boundless ocean, unleashing a tempest akin to a dam bursting, as torrents of fighting energy, powerful as dragons, surged within him, escaping through every pore. The tumultuous fighting spirit was as weighty as mountains and as vast as oceans, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming the very essence of heaven and earth. With howling winds and sudden thunder, the fierce winds tousled Jiang Yun's hair as he quietly observed the scene. The tempest generated by Dou Qi's unleashed fighting spirit was a spectacle that even the pinnacle of earthly supremacy could not rival in grandeur. After a full day and night, Dou Qi's fighting spirit had completely dissipated, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of thirst within. It was the parched body yearning for spiritual energy. Dou Qi, wary and alert, swiftly engaged his cultivation techniques, drawing in the celestial essence of the surrounding world. In an instant, a tempest arose. Torrents of spiritual energy surged into Dou Qi's body as if the sea were flooding in, flowing along his meridians like a windmill at full sail, dispersing throughout his limbs and bones. He immediately ascended to the sense realm, then to the spirit realm, the spirit will realm, the divine soul realm, the fusion realm, the transformation realm, and finally the celestial realm. Soon after, the supreme trials of the 3rd difficulty approached. As a primordial ancient dragon, Dou Qi possessed a formidable physique and an imperial soul, rendering the daunting supreme trials of the 3rd difficulty as effortless as eating and drinking for him. Upon overcoming these trials, Dou Qi felt a profound change within himself. The forces of the world once again lay within his grasp. An unceasing flow of refined spiritual energy filled his body, like a flash of lightning piercing through the endless darkness. The Supreme Sea was successfully opened by Dou Qi, who ascended to the 7th grade Supreme Realm, ceasing his absorption of external energies. With a sigh, Dou Qi exhaled a mist of white vapor, crystalline and translucent, which gradually dissipated into the air, revealing an extraordinarily pure essence of spiritual power. Reflecting on the frailty of his internal strength, Dou Qi chuckled wryly. "How many years has it been since I last stood at this realm? So long ago that I have nearly forgotten." He believed this state would be temporary and that soon he would regain his former glory. Beside him, Jiang Yun chuckled softly and remarked, "I wonder how the progress of the Luo God clan is faring?" Hearing this, Dou Qi nodded, gazing towards the distant encampment of the 3 clans. Although his strength had waned considerably, he could still sense terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from that direction, indicating that the Luo god clan's offensive had commenced. His heart brimmed with anticipation, hopeful that the Luo Tian god would bring him surprises and that the treasures of the three tribes would be plentiful, sufficient to aid him in restoring his former power. Thus, 7 days swiftly passed. On this day, a figure hurriedly approached the mountains where Jiang Yun and Zhu Qin resided. Finally, they have arrived. Zhu Qin's voice was filled with expectation. During these 7 days, his own cultivation had yielded little result. His body felt like an insatiable abyss, absorbing countless essences of spiritual power without causing a ripple. If he were to rely solely on his own efforts, it would take an eternity to regain his peak condition. At this moment, the benefits of being an alchemist became apparent. Often, a single pill could save years of toil. However, Jiang Yun lacked the rare herbs from the vast world, possessing skill, yet no means to apply it, making Zhu Qin keenly aware of the significance of the Luo Tian god's findings. Salutations, Celestial Sovereign. Upon landing, the Luo Tian god respectfully clasped his hands towards Jiang Yun and presented 4 spatial rings, also known as Shumi rings, saying, Celestial Sovereign. Within these are the spoils of the 3 clans. I humbly request your review. In this vast world, there exist master craftsmen of artifacts. Although space rings are quite rare in the Dou Qi Continent, they are not considered extraordinary here. With the presence of these artisans, any size of ring can be crafted. Jiang Yun took the Shumi ring, and as his spiritual energy penetrated within, a magnificent galaxy unfolded within his perception. This galaxy, composed entirely of refined spiritual essence, spiraled endlessly, evoking a sense of awe as it seemed to stretch into infinity. A sweep of his spiritual awareness revealed an astonishing quantity of approximately 4 to 5 billion supreme spiritual liquids. The supreme spiritual liquid can only be refined by the most exalted, with even a first-tier supreme requiring a month of arduous cultivation to produce a single drop. It serves both as a means of cultivation and as a universal currency in this vast world. With a sufficient supply of supreme spiritual liquid, Zhu Qin could swiftly restore his powers. Each of the 3 Shumi rings contained a galaxy, albeit with slight variations in quantity, yet all were in the range of 4 to 5 billion. Additionally, they were filled with countless spiritual herbs, elixirs, divine abilities, and artifacts, an overwhelming array of resources. Rough estimates suggested that each clan possessed a foundation of around 100 billion. However, the most intriguing aspect was not the contents of these 3 Shumi rings, but rather the 10 billion supreme spiritual liquids within the last one. Observing Luo Tianshan, who scrutinized him with great care, Jiang Yun had already formulated a plan in his mind, suspecting that this was likely offered by Luo Tianshan himself. While Jiang Yun did not hold any grievances against him, it was clear that Luo Tianshan felt uneasy, wishing to use money to avert disaster. Though perhaps lacking in logic, this would provide some solace to Luo Tianshan. With a subtle wave of his hand, Jiang Yun summoned a powerful spatial fluctuation from the Shumi ring, causing 4 galaxies to cascade forth, suspended in the heavens. The waters of the galaxies were composed of the most concentrated supreme spiritual liquid, exuding a tremendous and vigorous spiritual energy. Gazing at this breathtaking spectacle in the sky, Zhu Qin was momentarily taken aback, his expression transforming into one of sheer ecstasy. With these resources, he would undoubtedly be able to rapidly regain his strength. Go now, for you are the last of the Luo Shin clan in the Little Western Heaven. Return and develop your clan well. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Luo Shin. Jiang Yun instructed, placing the supreme spiritual liquid into one of the Shumi rings. He turned to Luo Tianshan and spoke softly. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Luo Tianshan's expression sharpened, and he respectfully replied, Thank you, Celestial Sovereign. With that, he bowed to Zhu Qin and transformed into a streak of rainbow light as he headed back to the Luo Shin clan. With the 3 clans now extinguished, he would likely be occupied for a considerable time. Next, it was time for Jiang Yun to find a secluded place for meditation. After Luo Tianshan departed, Jiang Yun handed the Shumi ring containing the supreme spiritual liquid to Zhu Qin, speaking gently. Zhu Qin accepted the Shumi ring, nodding solemnly. As the 2 gradually vanished from the scene, it seemed that apart from the parties involved, no one would ever know that a significant event, one that would alter the dynamics of the Little Western Heaven, had transpired in this location. In a concealed valley, amidst a resplendent galaxy, a solitary figure sat in meditation, encircled by a majestic dragon whose formidable presence coiled around its form. The dragon's immense maw gaped wide, voraciously consuming what could only be described as an infinite supply of supreme spiritual essence. At this moment, the body of Zhu Qin appeared to transform into an abyss, drawing in no less than 100,000 units of this ethereal liquid with each breath. Such a colossal influx of supreme essence surged within, yet it stirred no discernible turbulence. However, Jiang Yun could sense the steadily escalating pressure emanating from Zhu Kun, signifying that the supreme essence was not vanishing without cause. The supreme essence, inherently a paragon of purity and spiritual energy, could be seamlessly integrated into the supreme sea after being refined by Zhu Kuan's dragon fire. The continuous infusion of energy caused Zhu Kuan's supreme sea to expand exponentially, with his realm visibly elevating in a mere few days. He ascended from the 7th rank of supremacy to the pinnacle of the 9th rank, on the verge of breaking through to the earthly supreme. It was indeed time for separation. As Jiang Yun sensed the imminent breakthrough within Zhu Kun, he gazed at the starry sky and murmured softly. Chapter 250, Disposing of Stolen Goods. Boom. After nearly half a month of closed eyes, Zhu Kun finally opened them wide today. When his eyes flickered open, they radiated with a brilliance akin to thunder, and a resonating roar echoed throughout the cosmos, an indescribable pressure of spiritual energy coalescing from his being, sweeping forth like a tidal wave. Feeling the power within, Zhu Kun extended his hand through the void. Although he did not channel any spiritual energy, the space within his palm was marred by dark spatial scars. With a casual punch, the fabric of space before him shattered like a mirror. Is this what it means to be earthly supreme? Observing this scene, Zhu Kun felt a twinge of nostalgia. Though his current realm did not match his former peak, he sensed that he could vanquish his past self. This exemplified the disparity between fighting spirit and spiritual energy. At the same level, the spiritual system wielded far greater power. Thunder rumbled. Before Zhu Kun could ponder further, an ominous low hum resonated from the heavens, casting a shadow over the earth as the surroundings gradually darkened. The spiritual energy within the world boiling like oil in a cauldron. Is this the spiritual tribulation? As he perceived the transformation of the world, Zhu Kun's expression shifted dramatically, a grave look crossing his face as he gazed upward, where the space twisted grotesquely, an inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy converging, faintly hinting at the formation of ethereal clouds. A terrifying force of suppression emanated from this phenomenon. This was the spiritual tribulation that the earthly supreme must endure. The overwhelming strength of the earthly supreme would inevitably incite the heavens' jealousy, resulting in calamity. This calamity was known as the supreme spiritual tribulation, or simply the spiritual tribulation. Regarding why Jiang Yun did not experience the earthly sovereign's spiritual tribulation during his breakthrough, it is likely due to his rapid advancement, which caused the tribulations of both the earthly and heavenly sovereigns to descend simultaneously. In comparison to the heavenly sovereign's tribulation, the earthly sovereign's trial is considerably feeble. Thus Jiang Yun felt little impact. However, Jiang Yun is merely an exception. The power of the spiritual tribulation is immense, beneath its might. Countless prodigies attempting to ascend to the earthly sovereign level have been reduced to ashes, and it is the most feared challenge for many formidable beings who have reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Of course, while this spiritual tribulation is daunting for an ordinary earthly sovereign, it poses no lethal threat to Zhu Kun. After all, he possesses the realm of a quasi-heavenly sovereign and an imperial soul. If he cannot overcome this tribulation, then the earthly sovereigns of the vast world would likely diminish by at least 99.99%. Boom. In the lofty skies, a terrifying concentration of spiritual power had reached an alarming degree. The spiritual clouds billowed and intertwined, within which colorful lightning flickered. The thunderous roars reverberated throughout the cosmos, silencing all existence as if they dared not contest this divine might. Let me test the power of this spiritual tribulation. Zhu Kun gazed at the tribulation clouds above, inhaled deeply, his expression solemn. Suddenly, he formed a seal with his hands, and an overwhelming radiance of purple and gold surged forth from behind him, transforming into an enormous purple-golden dragon soaring to great heights. At that moment, Jiang Yun, seated in a meditative posture at a distance, shifted his attention from the fiery medicinal cauldron before him to the tribulation faced by Zhu Kun, a faint smile gracing his lips. My father-in-law has emerged from his seclusion. This tribulation should pose little difficulty for him. I must hasten my progress. With that thought, Jiang Yun turned back to the energy orb within the cauldron, which was being scorched by the reincarnation demon flame, and smiled with satisfaction. He lightly tapped the cauldron and softly commanded, "Form the elixir." Boom. A towering beam of light erupted from the cauldron before Jiang Yun, a fragrant aroma of elixir wafting outward, causing the surrounding grassland to flourish as if receiving a miraculous nourishment. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered in the sky, bolts of lightning illuminating the heavens, accompanied by the sound of distant thunder. When the electric serpents reached their zenith, they finally descended with a furious crash towards the cauldron where Jiang Yun stood. Seeing this, Jiang Yun chuckled lightly and waved his hand towards the sky. Instantly, ripples surged through the air, and a colossal vortex materialized, swallowing the entire force of the lightning. The vortex expanded continuously, ultimately engulfing the entire storm cloud. After completing this feat, Jiang Yun did not pause. Instead, he glanced aside to observe another cauldron, similarly formed from flames, where elixirs were also taking shape. In the heavens, the recently dissipated elixir thunder rapidly re-emerged, swiftly coalescing into a new storm cloud. After skillfully resolving the lightning tribulation, Jiang Yun cast a mysterious smile as he beheld the dissipating thunderclouds. Surrounding him were a dozen flying fire cauldrons, each nurturing a precious elixir. Remarkably, Jiang Yun was simultaneously refining several pills, showcasing a level of control that bordered on the extraordinary. As 3 days passed, the tempest above gradually subsided, and with the final remnants of thunder dissipating into the ether, the tribulations summoned by Jiang Yun and Dou Qi came to a close, one following the other. Take these elixirs, Jiang Yun said softly, handing over several jade vials to Dou Qi. Though the vast world is filled with countless opportunities, it also harbors greater dangers. It is prudent to keep a few elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. Their decision to part ways had been mutual. Dou Qi was unwilling to impede Jiang Yun's progress, for he too intended to journey to the divine beast continent. This continent, the largest and most powerful among all supercontinents, remained unparalleled even after the Great War 50,000 years ago split it into three. The divine beast continent still reigned as the most expansive and formidable supercontinent, far surpassing others like the Tianluo continent and the lands of the 5 ancient races, which were mere shadows in comparison. This realm served as the stronghold of the divine beasts, housing many of the super-divine beast families listed in the heavenly beast rankings, including the formidable True Dragon clan. Besides the formidable dragon lineage, other super-divine beast families boasted beings that could rival those of saintly caliber. Dou Qi sought his own fortunes there. Having vowed to carve out a legacy for the Taishu ancient dragon clan, he could not simply rely on his son-in-law. Be cautious, Dou Qi warned, accepting the elixirs while adopting the demeanor of a concerned elder. Though you are now a heavenly sovereign with formidable strength, exercise prudence, for you have not yet attained invincibility. Remember, Xian awaits you in the fighting spirit continent. Should you cause her grief, I shall not forgive you. Hearing Dou Qi's admonitions, Jiang Yun felt warmth in his heart. After reassuring Dou Qi multiple times, the latter finally felt at ease, gazing at Jiang Yun pensively. Farewell, Dou Qi simply stated before tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing into the distance. Having transcended to the Earth's sovereign level, Dou Qi regained mastery over spatial manipulation. As a Taishu ancient dragon, he was favored by the very essence of space, allowing him to traverse the void even in the vast world. A significant safeguard for his ventures. Watching Dou Qi depart, Jiang Yun lingered momentarily, chuckling softly to himself at the old man's incessant lecturing. Despite the teasing, there was no trace of impatience on his face. Soon, he too tore open a spatial passage and vanished from the spot. In this vast world, teeming with myriad races and heroes, lies the North Wilderness Continent, the Sacred Abyss Continent, the Mountain Sea Continent, the Myriad Islands Continent, the Merchant Continent, the Celestial Python Continent, the Heavenly Net Continent, and the Western Heaven Continent, all of which are immeasurably expansive and home to beings of immense power. In the distant ancient era, the celestial evil god led the malevolent beings from beyond the realms to invade, resulting in the subjugation of half the territory of this grand world, while the remaining half was divided among the various great races. Within this vast universe, there exist countless continents, each of considerable size, not much smaller than an ordinary lower realm. Most of these continents are relatively obscure, with few attaining the level of notoriety enjoyed by the North Tsang continent. Home to the esteemed North Tsang Academy, which has garnered recognition across the grand world due to its 5 prestigious institutions. The continent of 100 spirits, from which Mu Chun hails, is indeed a remote corner in the northwest of this great world. However, the North Xian sect behind it possesses a formidable reputation, suggesting that any force with a celestial sovereign at its helm commands significant respect in this realm. This underscores the weight of a celestial sovereign in the grand world, a status incomparable to that of an earth sovereign. The merchant continent, characterized by its commercial essence, boasts numerous auction houses of considerable renown. Despite its modest expanse, its fame resonates throughout the grand world. This continent is home to some of the most magnificent auction houses among the nearby realms, teeming with resources, where countless divine treasures, celestial artifacts, and various divine techniques flow through diverse channels, rendering it akin to a clandestine domain within the grand world. It is said that a widely echoed proclamation rings true across the realms. If one possesses sufficient supreme spirit liquid, they can procure whatever they desire within this domain. Though the entities or continents that can assert such claims may not always be entirely truthful, their foundational strength is generally commendable. At the very least, all resources requisite for the Earth sovereign tier are abundantly available in the merchant continent. As long as one possesses wealth, acquiring desired items is assured. Such is the merchant continent, far more prosperous than the lesser Western Heaven realm. Clad in a dark robe, Jiang Yun stood poised in the air, gazing at the bustling continent in the distance, and chuckled softly. Though this continent is not vast, it is particularly rife with a lang of forces, both great and small, with most auction houses backed by substantial influence. Consequently, while treasures abound, few dare to act recklessly within these confines. It is said that hundreds of years ago, a titan of a premier faction coveted a divine artifact, but ultimately failed in the auction, resorting to a brazen act of theft right in the auction house, annihilating the overseer and his rivals in a single stroke, seizing the treasure and departing triumphantly. The incident sent shockwaves across the continent of commerce, prompting an immediate response. The formidable power to which the giant belonged faced an onslaught from numerous powerful factions within a mere span of days, resulting in significant casualties. The giant himself was severely wounded, ultimately compelled to return the divine artifact in a state of disgrace, accompanied by an exorbitant compensation to quell the unrest. Following this event, the continent of commerce established a rule that no one dared to disregard, effectively eliminating the rampant violence associated with treasure hunting in the auction houses. It was precisely due to the continent's well-structured regulations that its reputation flourished in the vast world over the years, attracting countless treasure seekers eager to find their coveted items. In his possession, Jiang Yun not only held the immense supreme spirit liquid from the three clans, but also an array of divine abilities and treasures, none of which piqued his interest. His standards were exceedingly high. Apart from unparalleled divine skills and sacred relics, nothing else caught his discerning eye. Regrettably, such esteemed artifacts were absent among the three clans. Rather than allow them to occupy space in vain, transforming them into something more desirable seemed a wiser choice. And the continent of commerce undoubtedly presented an excellent opportunity. Though the reputation of the Luo clan was considerable, its descendants had long since fallen from grace, rendering them inferior to a power backed by the Heavenly Supreme. At that moment, a gentle laughter echoed in Jiang Yun's mind, emanating from the long-absent Qingming. Ever since Jiang Yun ascended to the Heavenly Supreme realm, the Qingming Tower had become somewhat superfluous to him. In this chaotic world, where myriad beings mingled, Qingming dared not reveal even the slightest hint of its presence, for who could predict when it might encounter an ancient monster capable of discerning its true form? Such an encounter would surely spell disaster. Ultimately, it was strength that mattered. With a sigh of contemplation, Jiang Yun composed himself, a light smile gracing his lips, and set off with purpose towards the distance. Soon, a majestic city loomed before him, undoubtedly the largest metropolis on the continent, serving as the very heart of the land. Commerce City. The towering walls of Commerce City rose hundreds of feet, their dark surfaces glinting with a chilling sheen. The walls stretched endlessly, adorned with enormous luminous symbols that flickered ominously, as waves of formidable spiritual energy rippled through the air. Above the city, colossal beams of light surged skyward, culminating in a protective dome enveloping the entire urban expanse. Entry to the city was permitted solely through its gates. Any descent from the skies would trigger the city's grand formation, branding the offender as an invader subject to attack. An impressive formation indeed, capable of repelling any foe beneath the Heavenly Supreme. After a brief inspection, Jiang Yun quickly concluded that with such a formation in place, even the Earthly Supreme would find it challenging to breach Commerce City in a short time. As for the Heavenly Supreme, that was a different matter altogether. At the city gates, while numerous strong individuals passed by, none noticed the young man weaving through their midst. Given Jiang Yun's cultivation, if he wished to remain undetected, very few could perceive his presence. In the vast expanse of the world, the celestial sovereign is a rare entity, arriving not to display his divinity, but rather to discreetly dispose of stolen goods. Concealing oneself remains a necessity. Upon entering the marketplace, Jiang Yun found the city's vitality reached an astonishing level. The streets, expansive yet teeming with throngs of people, were bustling with life. On either side of the thoroughfare lay an array of diverse shops, emanating a formidable spiritual energy, clearly not mere trifles. Indeed, in the grand cosmos, even a black market possesses such popularity, surpassing the renowned Holy Pill City of the Dou Qi Continent. One can only wonder how many such vibrant cities exist throughout this vast realm. Despite having witnessed countless grand spectacles, Jiang Yun could not help but express his astonishment at the sheer prosperity of the Commerce Continent, which he deemed one of the most flourishing regions he had encountered in this lifetime. The opulence of the evil spirit clan is self-evident. Although the Dou Qi Continent boasts its own prosperous metropolises, they pale in comparison to this place. The great thousand world gathers elites from innumerable planes, flourishing in a multitude of systems, thus undeniably more advanced than lower realms. The myriad of planes and continents contributes to the vast population of the great thousand world, making the Commerce Continent a hub of formidable prosperity. The myriad shops along the way, with their dazzling array of goods, drew the attention of many passing by, and even Jiang Yun found himself captivated by several spiritual items. However, amidst this vibrant atmosphere, nothing emerged to truly stir his heart. Regrettably, despite the abundance of resources and wealth, it did not align with his envisioned future. Moreover, the unified Commerce Continent was not the same as it once was. Otherwise, it might have been a commendable choice. In such a chaotic milieu, opportunities for development abound. Behind the scenes of the Commerce Continent lurked various superpowers, making unification a daunting challenge. One of the factors contributing to the prosperity of this realm is its identity as a black market, albeit one with boundaries. Should this advantage dissipate, the economy and benefits of the Commerce Continent would undoubtedly decline, rendering it a mere shell, palatable, yet ultimately unsatisfying. After observing for a while, Jiang Yun mused quietly to himself before continuing onward, traversing the main street until he reached its terminus. There stood a magnificent edifice, colossal as a mountain, exuding an overwhelming spiritual power that coalesced into a pillar of light soaring toward the heavens. A surging tide of people entered this grand structure, all of whom were formidable sovereigns, numbering in the thousands outside. Even among them were many earth sovereigns. Above the entrance, a plaque adorned with flamboyant calligraphy proclaimed in gilded letters, Commerce Auction House. What a treasure indeed! Jiang Yun's gaze settled on the grand hall, sensing a peculiar resonance, and a smile of amusement graced his lips. This grand hall is not merely a structure, it is a transformation of a divine artifact, which accounts for the unique fluctuations that permeate the space. Such unparalleled treasures are rarely encountered and are few in the annals of history when such a gem emerges. Even the most exalted celestial beings are compelled to vie for it. Generally speaking, holy artifacts serve as weapons for the celestial elite, while divine artifacts are coveted by the terrestrial sovereigns. Thus, this hall, being a divine artifact, would undoubtedly incite even those of terrestrial supremacy to seize it. Upon entering the hall, a wave of spatial energy surged, and the surroundings momentarily blurred before becoming clear. The interior was exceptionally luminous, with the floor crafted from resplendent crystals, amidst which throngs of people gathered. Despite the multitude, the space did not feel cramped. Rather, it exuded an extraordinary openness. As Jiang Yun wandered about, he approached a counter where a lovely attendant, with a gentle demeanor, slightly bowed, her fair glow fleeting as she offered numerous benefits, her melodious voice inquiring how she might assist. Unmoved, Jiang Yun maintained his composure, gently shaking a low-grade divine artifact in his hand, and calmly stated, "I wish to auction this item. Could you direct me to where it may be appraised?" Those who operate within the trading hall must possess keen discernment, especially the reception staff, who are endowed with remarkable insight. The item in Jiang Yun's possession was evidently extraordinary, and coupled with his ethereal aura, it was clear he was a significant client, prompting a sweeter, more genuine smile from the attendant. "Please follow me," she beckoned, leading the way, her sinuous figure swaying enticingly. Jiang Yun, having encountered such auction house tactics numerous times, was already immune to their charm. He followed the enchanting maiden into the inner sanctum of the trading hall. Traversing a passageway into a resplendent loft, an elderly gentleman was meticulously tending to a spiritual artifact. Upon noticing Jiang Yun's arrival, he straightened his posture and gestured for him to take a seat, inquiring what item he wished to have appraised. "The treasures I wish to trade are contained within these," Jiang Yun replied, raising his hand to reveal several space rings, which he casually tossed to the elder. Casting a dubious glance at Jiang Yun, the elder reached out to accept the rings, immersing his consciousness within them. Moments later, he abruptly stood, astonished, gazing at Jiang Yun with trembling words. These are inside the rings lay a mountain of spiritual devices, divine artifacts, opulent garments, exquisite jewelry, all pulsating with abundant spiritual energy, clearly not of mundane origin. Moreover, there were divine techniques and powers. As for the precious spiritual herbs and ores, Jiang Yun had no intentions of trading those. Such items were essential for concocting elixirs and forging weapons, and he wished to prepare for future endeavors. In the realm of the elite ancient clans, there exists an unparalleled array of sacred artifacts. The deployment of these extraordinary treasures significantly enhances one's combat prowess. Some of the most distinguished artifacts can even rival the divine supremacy of celestial beings, instilling a sense of profound dread. At that moment, the elder regained his composure, cautiously lifting his gaze to scrutinize Jiang Yun. Upon closer inspection, a chill gripped his heart. At first glance, Jiang Yun appeared utterly unremarkable, like an ordinary individual. Yet, a deeper perception revealed an unfathomable aura surrounding him. As a ninth-grade sovereign and the steward of the merchant's auction house, although his strength was not among the highest, he had encountered numerous earthly sovereigns, none of whom had evoked the same sensation within him as Jiang Yun did. He was at least a consummate earthly sovereign, and moreover, an extraordinarily perilous entity, for within the depths of that Shumi ring, he had glimpsed the formidable techniques of the Blood God clan, the Power God clan, and the Bone God clan. Such abilities could not have been acquired through legitimate means. Taking a deep breath, the elder cautiously inquired, "Esteemed guest, might I ask the origin of these treasures?" Observing the elder's trepidation, Jiang Yun understood his concerns. Cradling a cup of ethereal tea, he replied with an air of nonchalance, "There is no need to worry about any potential repercussions. Since I am able to present these for auction, I have already resolved any lingering issues. You need only inform me if you are willing to accept them. Do you dare to accept?" The elder's heart surged with tumultuous waves. If what the guest claimed were true, then something monumental had undoubtedly transpired in the lesser Western heaven. However, what did that have to do with him? Contemplating this, the elder turned to Jiang Yun with a fawning expression, saying, "Esteemed guest, these are valued at no less than 300 billion sovereign spiritual liquids. Allow me to assess them thoroughly, but given the substantial quantity, we may not be able to offer them outright. Might you be amenable to a trade?" Jiang Yun nodded, indicating that rare herbs, extraordinary minerals, or leads on unparalleled artifacts or techniques would suffice. Such legendary treasures or techniques are seldom traded by any faction. Thus, Jiang Yun intended to leverage the elder's information network to unearth some clues for his own pursuit. "Very well, please allow me a moment. If you find the wait tedious, perhaps you might enjoy a visit to the auction hall. There are indeed many splendid items available today." As he spoke, the elder presented Jiang Yun with a token. The ancient black gold token bore intricate, arcane patterns that intertwined to form the character for commerce, signifying it as a VIP token of the merchant's auction house, granting access to various privileges and discounts that were rarely bestowed lightly. Jiang Yun nodded, accepting the token, and rose to exit the appraisal room. Outside, a waiting maid followed closely behind him. He bore no concern that the merchant's auction house would abscond with his possessions. Strength was the ultimate assurance, and he might even welcome the challenge of having them attempt to seize his treasures. After departing the appraisal room, Jiang Yun, guided by the maid, made his way to the auction hall. The bustling atrium was filled with a sea of humanity, yet it maintained an air of spaciousness, clearly designed with impeccable planning. Brought to the forefront of the auction house, within a spacious loft filled with an assortment of beverages and delicacies, the seating before the tea table was crafted from exquisite jade, adorned with soft furs. As I settled down, a gentle aura seemed to flow into my being. For everything within this loft was of extraordinary quality, even the most ordinary chair. "My lord, the refreshments at the auction house are complimentary. You may indulge at your leisure." A maid softly inched closer to Jiang Yun, subtly showcasing her allure before him. "Please take a seat over there," Jiang Yun stated indifferently, gesturing towards a distant spot while observing the lively hall below. His aloof demeanor rendered the maid somewhat dispirited, however, possessing discernment befitting her position at the auction house. She obediently complied and seated herself at a distance, attentively serving him as he sipped his drink. "Crimson Flame Celestial Vine, currently. This esteemed guest has bid 60 million Supreme Spirit Liquid. Is there anyone willing to offer more?" On the bright podium, an elderly man with a flowing white beard, clad in a long robe, passionately introduced a precious medicinal herb contained within a glass box, radiating a potent spiritual energy. "This is a sacred item for cultivation. Extracting its essence can rival several years of arduous training for a terrestrial supreme. Should one have it refined into a spiritual pill, the effects would be even more pronounced. An unparalleled treasure not to be missed. 65 million Supreme Spirit Liquid." At that moment, someone boldly increased the bid by 5 million. Their tone resolute, exuding an air of determination. 70 million, 75 million, 90 million Supreme Spirit Liquid. A chilling voice emerged, belonging to the initial bidder, whose cold gaze swept across the surroundings, subtly threatening without uttering a word. Unsurprisingly, the prowess of a terrestrial supreme dampened the previously fervent atmosphere. 100 million. A calm voice broke through, raising the bid by 10 million, nearly reaching the limit for the Crimson Flame Celestial Vine. "Who dares to oppose me?" The sudden interruption incited fury, As an elderly man clad in a fiery red robe emerged from the VIP room, his expression one of indignation as he scanned the area. "If you desire it, bring forth your money." Amidst the crowd's anticipation, Jiang Yun's voice resonated once more, accompanied by a terrifying aura emanating from his chamber. The elder immediately stiffened, as if a colossal hand had grasped his throat, a powerful blow striking at his heart. The elder, a terrestrial supreme at the pinnacle of perfection, trembled even at the core of his soul. "Shall we declare the result?" Jiang Yun, unperturbed by the elder, waited a moment before addressing the auctioneer at the podium. "Is there no one else willing to bid? If not, the Crimson Flame Celestial Vine shall belong to VIP number 18. As silence enveloped the surroundings with no response, the auctioneer decisively brought down the gavel. "The next item is a lower-grade artifact." Following a brief interlude, the auction resumed, and Jiang Yun, who was eagerly watching from the VIP room, received the Crimson Flame Vine he had purchased. Casting a casual glance at it, he effortlessly stored it in his Shumi ring and redirected his attention back to the auction. Subsequently, one item after another was successfully sold, including divine artifacts, rare treasures, spiritual techniques, and mystical arts, many of which captivated the hearts of the esteemed participants. Naturally, these treasures incited fierce competition, and the atmosphere in the auction house grew increasingly charged with excitement. Jiang Yun made several bids, acquiring a few items of interest. After revealing his strength, there were few who dared to challenge him, recognizing that his mastery at the pinnacle of the Earth's sovereign realm rendered him an unparalleled force. A true sovereign of the domain. Even in the continent of commerce, individuals of such caliber were rare. As the auction progressed, the ambience became notably vibrant, and with each successful transaction of exquisite items, it finally came time for the pièce d'assistance. Before the auctioneer could unveil it, an eerie stillness enveloped the room, as if the calm before a tempest. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Jiang Yun paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. It seems the grand finale is about to be revealed. At this moment, the crowd below ceased their hushed whispers, their gazes fixed intently in anticipation of the main event of the auction. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Yun leaned towards a nearby attendant and quietly inquired, "Do you have any knowledge of the auction's final item?" The attendant, startled by his question, hesitated slightly before respectfully responding, "My lord, the details of the final item are traditionally kept confidential, and I am not privy to such information. I hope for your understanding." She observed Jiang Yun's expression cautiously, fearful that her answer might displease him. Relieved by Jiang Yun's nod, who lazily turned his gaze back to the auction stage, she realized he had not truly expected to glean any insights from her. It was merely a casual inquiry. Judging by the current atmosphere, it seemed to be something remarkable. Jiang Yun's gaze swept across the hall, momentarily resting on several VIP rooms. The potent energies emanating from within were no less than those of Earth's sovereigns. Surely, a treasure capable of drawing such esteemed figures must be extraordinary. With a firm expression, the auctioneer clapped his hands, and as the sound resonated, a series of clicking noises emerged from the crystal platform. Gradually, a ring of pitch-black metallic barriers ascended, encircling the stage in a circular formation. Even above the crystal platform, subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy were detected, as an invisible formation enveloped it. Please do not be alarmed, esteemed guests. This is merely a precautionary measure to ensure the security of our auction items, the auctioneer explained with a smile, satisfied that the protective measures were in place. This cage is constructed from the mystical iron of the 9 heavens, complemented by the formation laid down by a master of spiritual arrays. Even an Earth sovereign would find it nearly impossible to extricate themselves in a short span of time. As the auctioneer surveyed the crowd, his gaze deliberately lingered on the VIP rooms housing several Earth sovereigns, including the one where Jiang Yun was seated. The implication of his words was unmistakable. In response to the implied threat, the individuals present remained unfazed, merely offering faint smiles. No one would be foolish enough to resort to violence within the confines of the marketplace, but once outside, the dynamics would undoubtedly shift. At this moment, the auctioneer cautiously bent down to retrieve a half-foot-sized purple gold plate from the lower cabinet. Within this plate, a golden sphere rested, exuding an aura of ancientness as if it had traversed through epochs, radiating a savage energy. The sphere shimmered with golden light, its presence imposing and awe-inspiring. Countless gazes ignited with fervor, particularly from the VIP rooms nearest to the auction stage, where suppressed energies seemed to awaken. The auctioneer raised the golden sphere with a flourish, his resonant voice echoing throughout the venue. "I believe many of our esteemed guests have come here today for this remarkable treasure. This is a quasi-sacred artifact known as the War King's Pearl. It also bears another identity, an accessory of the War King's weapon from the ancient era. Legend has it that whoever can comprehend its mysteries may inherit the legacy of the War King. The War King, a figure of renown, requires little introduction. Those fortunate enough to acquire his legacy could find the path to becoming a heavenly sovereign within reach, even without the War Emperor's inheritance. Possessing a quasi-sacred artifact would render the journey worthwhile. Thus, the bidding for the War Emperor's pearl begins at a starting price of 10 million sovereign spiritual liquid. In ancient times, there were 9 emperors, all celebrated heroes in their own right. Among them was the Heavenly Emperor of the Tianluo continent, a formidable being of the sacred heavenly sovereign realm. Although the War King was not one of the 9, he was among the pinnacle of that illustrious group. He held another title as a disciple of the War Emperor, one of the ancient 9 emperors, having received the true teachings of the latter. With the indomitable war intent, he traversed the realm of sacred heavenly sovereigns with unmatched prowess, causing considerable distress to the extraterritorial malevolent tribes. Regrettably, during a cataclysmic battle, the War Emperor fell victim to the siege of several heavenly demon emperors from the extraterritorial realms, ultimately shattering his supposedly indestructible form, leading to his demise. As his disciple, the War King also perished after taking several Xian demon emperors with him. 30 million sovereign spiritual liquid, 50 million, 100 million sovereign spiritual liquid. Following a brief silence, the auction hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement, shouts rising in a chorus. Within mere moments, the bidding for the War King's pearl had skyrocketed past 100 million. The inheritance of a sacred heavenly sovereign is indeed intriguing, and the possibility of acquiring one of the 36 unparalleled divine abilities, the indomitable war intent, explains the frenzy of the crowd. However, it is curious that no heavenly sovereigns have yet entered the fray. Jiang Yun observed the rapidly escalating bids with a newfound curiosity. To be fair, a weapon component of celestial grade should not warrant the participation of a heavenly sovereign. However, the prospect of acquiring unparalleled divine abilities could very well change the equation. 800 million supreme spiritual liquid. As Jiang Yun pondered, the auction house fell into a hushed silence after a high-ranking earthly sovereign announced the bid of 800 million, clearly indicating that this price had reached the limit of the attendees. Within the auction hall's upper level, Jiang Yun's gaze was fixed on the figure who had made the final bid. Cloaked in a black robe and adorned with a mask, this individual deliberately concealed their identity to evade detection. This esteemed friend has bid 800 million supreme spiritual liquid. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The auctioneer, his aged visage adorned with a smile, surveyed the crowd. The auctioneer's words elicited a moment of silence, as myriad eyes subtly turned toward the private chamber of the high-ranking earthly sovereign who had placed the bid. Very well, since there are no further bids, I shall announce, after a brief pause. Noticing the absence of additional offers, a flicker of disappointment crossed the auctioneer's eyes as he raised his gavel, poised to conclude the auction, when a languorous voice interrupted. 1 billion supreme spiritual liquid. Boom. At this declaration, the auction house erupted in a flurry of excitement, with countless individuals directing their gazes toward the source of the voice, eager to discern the identity of such an audacious bidder. Upon realizing it was from the private chamber of the likely perfected earthly sovereign, a glimmer of trepidation flickered in their eyes. This esteemed friend has bid 1 billion. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The auctioneer suppressed his excitement, addressing the crowd with heightened enthusiasm. Congratulations to VIP number 18 for acquiring this sacred item. After 3 breaths, seeing no one respond, the auctioneer raised his gavel and brought it down gently. With this final stroke, the entire auction concluded. Once the auction came to a close, attendees began to depart, many lingering outside in hopes of making Jiang Yun's acquaintance. Alas, their efforts were in vain. For at that moment, Jiang Yun had already retreated to the highest-level conference room within the auction house. Not long after, a middle-aged man, accompanied by the earlier appraiser, hurriedly approached. The appraiser's countenance radiated excitement, clearly elated. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, he respectfully stated, "Young master, this is Mr. Qiu Yunxing, the manager of the merchant's auction house. The amount of supreme spiritual liquid required for the items you wish to trade is quite substantial and beyond my authority to decide." Manager Qiu nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yun regarded the middle-aged man, noting he was a low-ranking earthly sovereign. The depth of the merchant's auction house was indeed impressive. Esteemed guest, based on our calculations, your treasure is valued at 234 supreme spiritual liquid. After deducting the 15 billion supreme spiritual liquid you just spent at the auction, you still possess 219 billion. However, the merchant's auction house is currently unable to procure such an amount. Would you consider a barter? Manager Qiu regarded Jiang Yun with a hint of astonishment, recognizing that at such a young age, he had already attained the pinnacle of earthly sovereignty, a testament to his boundless potential. After defining Jiang Yun as someone to be befriended rather than offended in his heart, he respectfully gazed at Jiang Yun and inquired. Certainly. Jiang Yun nodded. He had long anticipated that the sudden extraction of such a vast amount of supreme spiritual liquid by the merchant's auction house would inevitably lead to a challenging liquidity situation. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's affirmative response, Manager Chiu's expression brightened, and he handed 2 scrolls to Jiang Yun, continuing. These 2 scrolls contain a list of the treasure's values and a catalog of the spiritual herbs, rare minerals, and advanced techniques our auction house can provide. You may select at your leisure. Jiang Yun took the scrolls and swiftly glanced at them, directly flipping to the list of treasures available from the merchant's auction house. As his consciousness permeated the scroll, it was as though he had entered a vast library, filled with information on an array of treasures. He marked over 1,000 exquisite spiritual herbs, rare ores, and several incomplete techniques, as well as various intelligence on the continents. The amount of over 200 billion supreme spiritual liquid he could exchange was swiftly reduced to 100 billion, indeed, spending as if it were water. Observing Jiang Yun's relentless purchasing spree, nearly depleting the auction house's precious inventory, Manager Chiu's excitement grew. This was indeed a lucrative transaction. After a considerable time, Jiang Yun finally paused his shopping. Please hold on, esteemed guest. Gathering these items will require some time, Manager Chiu said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he reviewed the extensive list marked by Jiang Yun. It was even more than he had anticipated. As quickly as possible. Jiang Yun nodded, speaking softly. 3 days later, having not unraveled the mysteries of the Battle King Pearl, Jiang Yun awaited the items from the merchant's auction house. With the transaction completed, he prepared to depart from the merchant continent, his destination being the Tianluo continent. Of course, the little tail following him had already been casually dispatched by Jiang Yun. The merchant continent was indeed a place where forces were diverse and chaotic, and many superpowers utilized it as a means to acquire supreme spiritual liquid. 3 days was ample time for them to investigate Jiang Yun's identity. Even with the confidentiality agreements of the merchant's auction house, the internal dynamics were not entirely cohesive. With his immense wealth, Jiang Yun naturally attracted the attention of many desperate individuals. Yet they had miscalculated in their choice of target. The vast world was unfamiliar to Jiang Yun, and in order to rise swiftly, resources were indispensable in addition to talent. The familiar realms offering resources to him, apart from the Tianluo continent, were the ancient Buddha clan. Although the ancient Buddha clan was currently in decline, with only one mid-stage sacred heavenly sovereign, their clan's sacred artifacts were formidable, capable of withstanding even late-stage sacred heavenly sovereigns. The Tianluo continent, however, stood apart as one of the 10 supercontinents of the vast world, boasting expansive territory and abundant resources, truly representing the essence of the great world. In ancient times, the supreme celestial sovereign, a paragon among the celestial beings and the creator of one of the 36 unparalleled divine arts, the transformation of the 3 purities, was none other than the Celestial Emperor, one of the 9 ancient emperors. He once unified the Tianluo continent and established the ancient celestial palace. However, during the period of the Great Ancient War, the ancient celestial emperor fell victim to the assassination of the malevolent 9-corpse celestial demon emperor from beyond the realm. Although he succeeded in sealing his adversary, he ultimately perished, leading to the demise of the ancient celestial palace. Following its downfall, the Tianluo continent became fragmented, with numerous factions rising to contend for dominance, including many formidable beings at the Earth's sovereign level. Behind these various factions lay intricately intertwined celestial forces, resulting in a state of mutual restraint. Given that the Tianluo continent is a supercontinent capable of nurturing supreme celestial sovereigns, it naturally attracted the attention of forces possessing such celestial beings. However, due to the multitude of interested factions and the complexity of their relationships, no single superpower dared to act impulsively. Subsequently, a pact was established among the superpowers, stipulating that their supreme celestial sovereigns were forbidden from descending upon the Tianluo continent, granting free rein to any conflicts occurring there until a true hegemonic force emerged. Despite this agreement, the vast territories and abundant resources of the Tianluo continent did not deter these superpowers. They each dispatched formidable beings below the supreme level to establish their influence on the continent, aspiring to elevate themselves as the dominant force. Thus, the Tianluo continent transformed into a chessboard for the clandestine machinations of various superpowers. The Tianluo continent is divided into 4 regions: north, south, east, and west. Within the northern region alone, there exist 3 major factions with supreme celestial backgrounds: Ziyun Mountain, Lane Sect, and Jindiao Mansion, rendering the situation exceedingly intricate. Nevertheless, this did not instill any trepidation in Jiang Yun. He was confident in his ability to easily overcome any adversary below the supreme level. Were there any supreme beings among the forces behind the Tianluo continent? No, there were none. Even if unforeseen circumstances were to summon a supreme celestial sovereign, he would still grow. It would not be long before even a supreme being could not impede his progress. Contemplating this, a sharp glimmer flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes. Chapter 253. The commotion caused by the Supreme Sovereign. In the Daluo celestial domain. One of the foremost powers in the Tianluo continent, and one of the 7 great forces of the Northern Realm, the domain lord of Daluo, is a renowned Earth Sovereign. After a fortnight of arduous travel, Jiang Yun finally arrived in the Daluo celestial domain. The great Thousand World truly deserves its title as the center of this universe. Along the way, he encountered numerous relics, including the Earth Sovereign's spiritual treasures and the remnants of ancient realms. Such relics, while somewhat enticing to sovereigns, held little allure for Jiang Yun given his current prowess. Upon reaching the Northern Realm, the aspects that piqued Jiang Yun's interest the most were the ancient celestial palace, the battlefield of the fallen, and the Dragon and Phoenix celestial domain. The ancient celestial palace, a site of great significance, is where the celestial emperor met his demise, housing his legacy and the transformative art of the 3 purities. Although Jiang Yun was confident in his own strength, the 9-corpse celestial demon emperor within was also a target he sought. A formidable emperor of demons, having reached the pinnacle of the late stage, is undoubtedly of great utility, whether for the vast realm of the myriad worlds or for the sinister factions, capable of catapulting Jiang Yun to fame. The battlefield of fallen warriors, dating back to ancient times, was the site of a cataclysmic war between the ancient heavenly palace and the malevolent entities from beyond the realms, where countless supreme beings met their demise. The remnants of this battlefield harbor a treasure trove of invaluable artifacts. In comparison to the aforementioned, the realm of Dragon and Phoenix is somewhat less significant. It is merely the site where 2 superlative beings, one from the Dragon clan and the other from the Phoenix clan, engaged in a ferocious battle, their blood saturating the earth and ultimately giving rise to this domain. However, for Jiang Yun, this holds considerable allure. Generally, the secret realms formed from the demise of divine beasts are precious, yet they bear little significance for him personally. Nevertheless, the unique secret realm born from the fall of this Dragon and Phoenix is markedly different. Ziyan, the only known existing divine beast, a supreme Dragon Phoenix, embodies a flawless fusion of the bloodlines of both clans. Jiang Yun had the fortune of acquiring a fragment of Ziyan's bloodline, which still courses within him as a trace of Dragon Phoenix power. Although this power has become less impactful with his growing strength, the rare secret realm formed by the Dragon and Phoenix is an opportunity he does not wish to overlook. Whether for his own use or to be preserved for Ziyan in the future, it represents an assured investment. As for the potential repercussions of seizing the opportunities from Mu Chun, Jiang Yun is unconcerned. The child of destiny will invariably encounter fortunes. The mountains housing the realm of Dragon and Phoenix are referred to as the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range. It is said that in ancient times, a true dragon and a true phoenix engaged in an awe-inspiring battle here, leveling the landscape for hundreds of thousands of miles, even shattering the heavens in the process. True dragons and true phoenixes possess terrifying strengths rivaling that of supreme beings, yet this legendary conflict resulted in the demise of both entities, giving rise to the realm of Dragon and Phoenix. Within this secret realm, the remnants of true dragon and true phoenix flesh abound, alongside an abundance of rare materials and treasures that are difficult to find elsewhere. There is even the essence of true dragons and true phoenixes, if one could refine it. They might cultivate the true dragon body and true phoenix body. The essence of these beings bestows immense vitality, offering numerous benefits. It is rumored that within the realm of Dragon and Phoenix, there lies hidden the legacy left by the fallen true dragon and true phoenix. These 2 beings, at the supreme level, would grant immeasurable ascendancy if one were to obtain their inheritance. However, despite numerous openings of the Dragon and Phoenix realm over the years, no one has ever been reported to have acquired the legacy of the true dragon and true phoenix. Yet, the opportunities within are genuine. Due to unique prohibitions, those at the Earth's supreme level find it nearly impossible to approach the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, let alone enter the secret realm. As a result, this place has become a stage for the young elites of the Northern Realm. Each time the Dragon and Phoenix realm is set to open, not only do the outstanding youths of the Northern Realm stir with anticipation, but even formidable forces from beyond the Northern Realm dispatch representatives to participate. As time passed, the Dragon and Phoenix heaven became the benchmark for measuring the worth of the younger generation in the Northern Realm, giving rise to the so-called Dragon and Phoenix record. Each time the Dragon and Phoenix heaven is activated, it transforms into a grand event that captures the attention of all. Jiang Yun learned that the last activation of the Dragon and Phoenix heaven occurred quite some time ago, and based on past experiences, it would likely be at least another decade before it opens again, making Jiang Yun's arrival seem ill-timed. However, this did not deter his determination. The Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, despite not being the day of activation, still attracted numerous figures seeking fortune due to its association with the Dragon and Phoenix heaven. From his vantage point in the sky, Jiang Yun observed that the sound of the rushing wind above the mountains never ceased. Deep within the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range lay a colossal city, steeped in the patina of time, exuding an ancient and wild aura that enveloped the landscape in a sense of desolation. This was the ancient Dragon and Phoenix city, governed by the esteemed Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion of the Northern Realm. Surrounding the city were towering mountains, and ominously, giant handprints could be discerned on their summits. Atop these majestic peaks stood stone towers that soared thousands of feet into the air, and faint remnants of spiritual energy could still be sensed emanating from them, echoes of an ancient spiritual array. In primordial times, this place must have housed a formidable spiritual formation of unparalleled power, yet as the years waned, that once mighty array was gradually eroded by the passage of time. Silently ascending to the pinnacle of the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, Jiang Yun's gaze drifted to the heavens above, where a concealed space seemed to reveal itself through layers of barriers. He murmured, "The might of the Dragon and Phoenix can suppress the Earth's sovereign, yet it may not be effective against the celestial sovereign. The ancient dragons and phoenixes that fell here were merely of celestial sovereign cultivation and may not have been his match even in life. Moreover, after countless years of demise, they could hardly impede Jiang Yun's progress now." With a swift motion, Jiang Yun raised his hand and tore through the air towards the sky. Instantly, the space above the mountains rippled like water, and a vast aura began to emanate forth, with waves of spiritual energy surging and the fabric of space twisting into a vortex of spiritual light. What was happening? Could it be that the Dragon and Phoenix heaven was opening? But wasn't there still several years until the next activation? This was alarming. If the Dragon and Phoenix heaven opened prematurely, he needed to quickly inform his sect, lest the young lord and others miss this opportunity. With the activation of the Dragon and Phoenix heaven, chaos erupted in the ancient Dragon and Phoenix city. Due to Jiang Yun's actions, the early opening caught many factions off guard, as their champions had not yet arrived. If they missed this chance, who knew how long they would have to wait for the next one? Certainly, at this moment, the most flustered were the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. The Dragon and Phoenix heaven was within their sphere of influence, and in the past, when the Dragon and Phoenix heaven was activated, they often seized the initiative. However, the current situation had thrown them into disarray. Within the ancient city of Dragon and Phoenix, countless gazes burned with intensity, their hearts racing in anticipation. As the space twisted to an extreme, a colossal beam of light gradually emerged, slowly tearing apart the very fabric of that space. An endless radiance surged forth from the rift, and in that instant, it seemed as though the echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries from ancient times reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Within those cries lay an aura of majesty that transcended even the heavens, inducing a deep tremor in all who beheld it. The might of the Dragon and Phoenix was indeed a long-forgotten sensation. Feeling that familiar yet foreign pressure, a flicker of disturbance crossed Jiang Yun's otherwise tranquil gaze. Just as the others were still awestruck by the might of the celestial sovereign, Jiang Yun had silently moved towards the spatial rift. Following Jiang Yun, the others finally regained their composure, unleashing waves of spiritual energy. Countless shadows tore through the heavens, the sharp sound of wind slicing through the air creating a sonic boom that resonated throughout the world. The sky was filled with figures, dense as locusts, all rushing eagerly into the secret realm. As the scene shifted, the undulating mountains vanished, replaced by a somewhat dark red grassland. Jiang Yun now found himself atop a hill in this expanse. A gentle breeze, imbued with ancient essence, swept across the dark red grassland, which undulated like a sea of blood, evoking a sense of foreboding. Without a hint of concern for potential danger, Jiang Yun boldly dashed towards the direction that stirred the dragon and phoenix power within him. Buzzing on the dark red grassland, clusters of grass emanating a red glow soared into the air, disintegrating into countless dark red blood mists. This torrent of blood mist surged forth, enveloping Jiang Yun. Blood insects? As he progressed, sensing the swarm of insects swirling around him, Jiang Yun opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of spiritual energy. In an instant, the energy transformed into a terrifying storm, scattering the insect horde over 100 miles. Feeling the terror emanating from Jiang Yun, the remaining blood insects sensed a threat, and large swathes of the swarm opted to spare him, instead turning their attention towards the weaker individuals who had just entered. Soon, Jiang Yun arrived at the summit of the Bone Mountain, where the unusual beasts posed no threat to him. This mountain was entirely composed of skeletal remains, faintly revealing ancient luminous patterns that fluttered as if imbued with a semblance of life. A formidable pressure emanated from those bones, At the center of the bone mountain lay two extraordinarily large skeletal remains, akin to massive boulders weighing tons. A terrifying aura radiated from these bones, causing the surrounding air to feel thick and stagnant. Pureblood dragon and phoenix skeletons. Jiang Yun gazed at the two colossal skeletal remains, assessing the formidable power they once possessed, at least that of a mid-tier heavenly supreme. Regrettably, after countless years of decay, the essence within them had significantly dwindled. Shaking his head, Jiang Yun felt a twinge of disappointment. While these precious bones remained invaluable to a supreme, they seemed somewhat superfluous to him. However, having come this far, he could not allow such treasures to go to waste. The bones of a heavenly supreme dragon and phoenix could serve as exquisite materials for Yin to forge weapons in the future. At that moment, Jiang Yun's gaze shifted toward a particular direction, where a vast sea of blood lay, teeming with countless dragon shadows and phoenix souls. Their anguished cries resonating with an ancient pressure that slowed the flow of spiritual energy around them. Deep within the blood sea, a massive crimson vortex churned, its depths obscured. Yet faintly visible were two entwined hearts, colliding and pulsating with a hint of dark golden hues, emanating a sinister aura. Their owner had perished many years ago, yet the hearts continued their relentless struggle, embodying an undying ferocity. Below these hearts, a pool of blood, tinged with gold, surged, suffused with the ethereal light of dragon and phoenix patterns, occasionally accompanied by the resonant sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries. This grand dragon phoenix pool had formed from the very hearts of the legendary beings. Subsequently, Jiang Yun discovered the superlative dragon phoenix pool formed from their heads in another area. Compared to others, the head and heart were the most significant sites. Such places would undoubtedly benefit earthly and even heavenly supremes immensely. With these treasures, his expedition could be deemed worthwhile. Since entering the secret realm, it was the first time Jiang Yun had smiled. The skeletal remains of the heavenly supreme and the two grand dragon phoenix pools were sufficient to facilitate Ziyan's rapid ascension, allowing her to surpass the threshold of heavenly supremacy. It was time to clear the area. Determining his objective, Jiang Yun turned to the direction from whence he came. At that moment, the blood-red plain was filled with countless flickering figures entangled with bloodworms, none having reached the White Bone Mountain range yet. Apologies for your futile journey. A low chuckle escaped Jiang Yun's lips, and in the next instant, a fierce wind surged forth. Those within the realm of dragon and phoenix, regardless of whether they were first or ninth-tier supremes, felt a dizzying whirlwind sweep through. When everyone regained their senses, they found themselves back in the external world. What just happened? Weren't we searching for the dragon phoenix pool within the realm? How did we suddenly end up outside? Did you feel that violent wind? After the wind, we appeared in the outside world. Could it be? Is there a ghost? Ghost? If there were a ghost, my Qiang avatar would ensure it never returned. So, what exactly transpired? As the bewildered crowd exchanged glances of speculation, a trembling voice broke the silence, revealing a figure staring in horror at Longfeng Tian, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as if they had encountered something truly terrifying. Look at Longfeng Tian. The crowd followed the direction of the gaze, their expressions mirroring that of the initial observer. Within the confines of Longfeng Tian, a golden hand appeared, reminiscent of the hand of a celestial emperor, immense and imposing, instilling a sense of dread that was difficult to resist. Suddenly, it grasped an object within Longfeng Tian, and under the watchful eyes of the multitude, it vanished without a trace. The reverberations of this event echoed throughout the vast expanse of Tianluo Continent, a realm so immense that even the most powerful sovereign could scarcely explore it in a lifetime. Yet, it was also a place so small that within a single day, news of the Supreme Sovereign's appearance at Longfeng Mountain spread like wildfire across the northern region. On that day, witnessed by countless souls, a colossal hand emerged from the void, seizing certain items from Longfeng Tian, leaving many to feel the overwhelming power of the Supreme Sovereign. What was taken remained a mystery, known only to the enigmatic figure. However, from that day forth, Longfeng Tian gained unparalleled fame, drawing the attention of even the Supreme Sovereign. One could only ponder its value. In contrast to the common folk, the various powerful factions felt a sense of unease. The arrival of an unfamiliar Supreme Sovereign on Tianluo Continent hinted at unknown ambitions, leaving them in ignorance. They could only tighten their grip on their factions while reporting to their respective powers. For it was evident that only another Supreme Sovereign could counterbalance such a presence, and their own strengths were but feeble in comparison. In the Daluo heavenly domain, within a palace shrouded in shadow, Jiang Yun sat upon a throne, a smile gracing his face as he observed the figures below. Among them stood a petite girl clad in a black gauzy dress, her delicate doll-like features marked by an expression of vigilance as she regarded the young man who had taken her place. "Who are you?" The girl with golden eyes fixed her indifferent gaze upon Jiang Yun, her voice crisp and devoid of emotion. In her own Daluo heavenly domain, considered a premier power within the northern realm, the intrusion of another felt like a violation, stirring within her a sense of indignation. Before you inquire about me, perhaps you should introduce yourself, Jiang Yun replied lazily, reclining on his throne, completely oblivious to the fact that he was an intruder in this domain, exuding an air more befitting of a master. The hall fell into a sudden silence as the girl's golden eyes scrutinized Jiang Yun, seeking any sign of vulnerability. Yet, he appeared as ordinary as any common person, his aura seemingly harmonious and unremarkable. However, it was inconceivable for an ordinary individual to boldly reach such a position. My name is Mandala, she eventually stated after a prolonged silence, seemingly unable to discern Jiang Yun's depth. Yet her gaze remained watchful, vigilant against any potential threat he might pose. Mandala, the essence of the ancient mandala flower, was once sown by the celestial emperor, who regarded it as his own. Ultimately, the ancient heavenly palace fell, leaving only her and the celestial emperor's steed to escape calamity. Jiang Yun, nodding in acknowledgement of the other's identity, Jiang Yun slowly remarked, "You seem to be in poor condition. You bear injuries, do you not? How could you discern that? Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing Jiang Yun speak of her physical ailments, Mandala's heart tightened with anxiety. This matter regarding her body was a closely guarded secret of the great Luo heavenly domain, known only to her and the three sovereigns, while the other leaders of the 7 great powers in the northern realm could only speculate. Yet, she had always concealed her condition adeptly, occasionally taking action to uphold her reputation. Even when she had orchestrated the trap against the underworld's celestial sovereign, she nearly secured her own legacy, establishing a formidable presence in the northern realm that deterred those with ulterior motives. Over the years, she had encountered many celestial sovereigns, yet none had disowned her affliction. Now, for such revelations to arise from a mere youth was inconceivable. Could it be? It was impossible for such a young celestial sovereign to exist, or was it an ancient monster skilled in the arts of preservation? I harbor no malice toward you. You are injured, and I can heal you, but you must divulge all information regarding the ancient heavenly palace. Jiang Yun gazed at Mandala with a benevolent expression. Indeed, you too seek the ancient heavenly palace, Mandala replied, her understanding deepening. The other sought the legacy of the celestial emperor as well. However, how did he know she possessed knowledge of the ancient heavenly palace? To demonstrate my sincerity, allow me to first dispel the curse within you, Jiang Yun smiled, his fingertips tracing the sky, conjuring a flame of black and white that caused the temperature around them to rise dramatically. Even the void distorted in the wake of the inferno. Then, he gracefully gestured, summoning precious herbs that were engulfed in flames, subjected to searing heat. Moments later, a rich, ethereal energy surged forth, drifting toward Mandala. Mandala, filled with distrust toward Jiang Yun, prepared to flee. At that moment, the previously gentle Jiang Yun erupted with a formidable pressure that radiated outward. The celestial sovereign Mandala gasped in shock, her face a mask of terror as she regarded Jiang Yun. Having often been in the presence of the celestial emperor, she was intimately familiar with the aura of a celestial sovereign and, at that moment, was fully convinced Jiang Yun was indeed a celestial sovereign. Do not be mischievous. My patience is not infinite. Jiang Yun spoke to Mandala with a gentle demeanor, yet she sensed an unprecedented dominance in his tone. It was an irrefutable will of authority. Standing resolutely, enveloped by the ethereal energy, it surged into Mandala's delicate form through her very pores. A refreshing sensation washed over her heart. And as the ethereal energy flowed in, the curse that had long tormented her began to stir, as if sensing danger. Mandalore let out a pained cry as the curse, deeply rooted within her flesh, erupted forth. Black thorns pierced her body, each adorned with strange, intricate patterns that exuded a peculiar, enchanting beauty. Her consciousness became somewhat hazy, a side effect of the curse's eruption. Thus, during such occurrences, she usually found herself at the bottom of the Daluo pool. However, this time, despite the agony she experienced, Mandalore sensed that the curse that had long haunted her was gradually collapsing into nothingness under the assault of the purifying energy. An unprecedented sense of relief surged within her, as if the entanglement of millennia of suffering was finally about to be severed, causing her to feel a bittersweet pang in her heart before slipping into unconsciousness. Under Jiang Yun's watchful gaze, Mandalore's form was enveloped in peculiar thorns, which emitted heart-wrenching wails akin to the tormented spirits in the depths of hell undergoing horrific punishment. Waves of purifying energy surged forth, causing the thorns to wither away, losing their vitality inch by inch. Despite their desperate struggles, they proved utterly ineffective. Chapter 254, The Ancient Celestial Palace. Before long, Mandalore groaned, her voice imbued with a sensation of unparalleled relief. She opened her eyes, awakening from her slumber, and rose from the cold ground. After a brief assessment of her condition, she discovered that the curse that had entangled her for so long had vanished completely. She felt an unprecedented lightness in her body, and her spiritual power surged vibrantly, nearing the pinnacle of a lower celestial sovereign, with the potential to break through to a higher celestial sovereign within a decade. A joyful expression blossomed on her delicate face as she lifted her gaze towards Jiang Yun, who sat upon her throne, observing her with a smile. Gratefully, she spoke. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance. Now you understand that I am not a villain, correct?" Seeing Mandalore's relaxed demeanor, Jiang Yun could not resist teasing her. "Esteemed senior, you jest. It was I who was offended by your earlier actions. I hope you will forgive me." At his words, Mandalore's face flushed slightly, her demeanor becoming somewhat bashful. After Jiang Yun had fully revealed his prowess, she realized that should he wish to impose upon her, she would be utterly powerless to resist. "Not at all. Such matters are trivial." Jiang Yun replied with a serene smile. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "The ancient celestial palace is said to hold countless opportunities. I wish to enter it, for it may harbor what I seek." Mandalore furrowed her delicate brow and replied solemnly, "The timing of the ancient celestial palace's opening remains uncertain. Both the Tianluo continent and various elite factions nearby have sought to unlock its secrets. Yet, even with the intervention of some celestial sovereigns, they ultimately returned empty-handed. There have been mentions from the Divine Pavilion that within the fallen battlefield, there exist tokens left by high-ranking figures of the ancient celestial palace, which may be the key to its opening. However, amidst the numerous battle remnants across the Tianluo continent, no such tokens have emerged in recent years, let alone the ability to summon the palace back into existence. What I have come to understand is that the northern region was once under the dominion of the fourth palace master of the ancient celestial palace. His starry demon suppression tower was capable of sensing the ancient celestial palace, and with the prowess of such a predecessor, it was undoubtedly within reach. The fallen battlefield in the northern region is the desolate remnant of the fierce battle between the fourth palace master and the malevolent extraterrestrial beings. The fourth palace master was a formidable figure who had touched the realm of the celestial sovereign, and the extraterrestrial fiends he battled were at least of comparable strength. The ruins left by such a titanic clash pose a threat even to ordinary Earth sovereigns, yet for Jiang Yun, they are hardly a concern. This method is indeed feasible. However, the quest for the starry demon suppression tower is fraught with uncertainty. Furthermore, summoning the ancient celestial palace using the tower would create such a commotion that the powerful beings across the entire Tianlu continent would surely sense it, resulting in an upheaval of monumental proportions. Upon hearing Manjuro's words, Jiang Yun shook his head in disappointment. These were not the words he wished to hear. Suddenly, Jiang Yun shifted his tone, his calm and profound gaze piercing through Manjuro as if he could see into her very soul. He remarked quietly, "Little Manjuro, you are not being forthright." Manjuro, with her cold demeanor, was momentarily taken aback by the astonishment flashing across her icy features. She then stared at Jiang Yun in shock, realizing that he had consistently referred to her as Manjuro, rather than the name she publicly claimed, Mandala. He had known her true identity from the very beginning. "If I did not possess complete assurance, would I have sought you out?" Jiang Yun scoffed, continuing, "The celestial emperor, without disciples or heirs, once nurtured a Mandala divine flower. The girl formed from this divine bloom was regarded as his adopted daughter, and your essence remarkably aligns with the ancient and powerful, indirectly corroborating my suspicions. I discerned your true nature from the outset. However, it seems you have squandered my goodwill." At Jiang Yun's words, a chill enveloped Manjuro, as if a detached gaze were fixed upon her, suggesting that at any moment, her life could be severed from her body, with her fate entirely beyond her control. "Forgive me, esteemed predecessor. It is not that Manjuro is untruthful. I still have an adversary in the northern region who is inherently cautious. Furthermore, after being ambushed by that individual, my memories of that time have become fragmented. Even former disciples of the Celestial Palace cannot find a path back. I fear I am unable to assist you. You refer to the Celestial Emperor's former steed, do you not? How could it possibly warrant my intervention against you?" Jiang Yun replied, his gaze unwavering and filled with disdain. "If I recall correctly, your true form still exists within the ancient Celestial Palace. And through the connection between the two, I can establish a temporary passage to transport us near your true essence." Jiang Yun's gaze drifted toward the apex of the Grand Hall, as if he could see through its confines into the boundless starry expanse above. "This endeavor is perilously dangerous. The ancient celestial palace has retreated into the void, surrounded by spatial storms. Any being of ordinary strength that draws near would be torn to shreds, and moreover, The palace is safeguarded by formations laid down by the Celestial Emperor. The Emperor is a supreme celestial sovereign, and even a predecessor of such strength could face grave peril. As Manzalo's expression shifted, she quickly exclaimed, unaware that she had subconsciously dispelled her wariness towards Jiang Yun, now only concerned for his safety. Given that I proposed this plan, I naturally possess a certain confidence. I am exceedingly familiar with spatial storms. A flicker of amusement passed through Jiang Yun's eyes. He had encountered spatial storms since the age of 6, and just recently, during his ascension, he had experienced yet another. Indeed, they were old acquaintances. Under Jiang Yun's confident gaze, Manzalo ultimately nodded in agreement. Observing her response, Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction. As the intertwining flames of black and white within his eyes gradually receded. Although the final outcome would remain unchanged, Manzalo had, fortunately, made the most prudent choice. In a concealed void, Jiang Yun sensed a region most likely corresponding to the ancient celestial palace. Manzalo sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly shut, as strands of emerald light emanated from her being. Jiang Yun's spiritual energy surged as he raised his hand to seal the surrounding void, preventing any unusual phenomena from being discovered. Ever since news of his appearance in the northern realm spread, the Tiangong continent had become increasingly beset by the clandestine scrutiny of numerous celestial supremes. Within the void, a mysterious wave of energy resonated, and after a considerable time, a connection was re-established between Manzalo and her true form. Jiang Yun sensed a subtle wave of spiritual energy, and in the next moment, his eyes shimmered with divine light as he vanished from his location, following this fleeting strand of soul energy to carve out a temporary passage. Watching Jiang Yun enter the passage, Manzalo let out a soft sigh, her voice tinged with a sense of longing. I hope you succeed and obtain the legacy of the Celestial Emperor. Deep within the endless chaotic void, an ancient and colossal ruin emerged, a silhouette drifting with the current, gradually moving to the periphery of this relic. Truly, the formation laid down by the sacred Celestial Supreme was formidable. Though the Celestial Emperor was not a grandmaster of spiritual formations, the power of this array was immense. Even after the passage of vast epochs, its might remained potent, yet, with no one to mend it over such a long time, vulnerabilities inevitably existed. However, the array forbade powerful life forms from entering, presenting a considerable challenge. As Jiang Yun sensed the repulsion from the void, he raised his hand to establish a barrier of absolute sealing around himself, suppressing his aura to that of a supreme realm. As a result, the feeling of repulsion diminished significantly. A glimmer of insight sparked in Jiang Yun's eyes as he conducted multiple teleportation tests around the massive ruins. Ultimately, at a moment when the chaotic spatial flow weakened the local energies, he suddenly pointed decisively at a frail spot in the array. In an instant, a breach opened within the formation, and seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yun surged into the array, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. In the ancient realms of existence, the air was thick with a wild, primordial essence. The sky was shrouded in gloom, and the space remained in a state of instability, with occasional spatial rifts sprawling across the heavens. On an expanse of land that seems endless, towering peaks rise abruptly, where faintly, some ancient palaces can be discerned. Further afield, the sky appears to suspend a series of stone islands, all exhibiting signs of desolation. This realm has been shrouded in silence for countless ages. After a cursory examination, Jiang Yun, finding nothing of use, moved swiftly toward the distance. Along his path, remnants of ancient cities occasionally flashed beneath his feet, each utterly destroyed. While beyond the ruins of the grand halls lay numerous skeletons, gazing skyward, their bony faces frozen in expressions of sheer terror, as if something dreadful had descended from above. Within the remnants of the ancient heavenly palace, a figure traverses slowly, with the lingering spiritual formations failing to escape Jiang Yun's keen perception. Soon, he arrived at a cerulean sea, where tumultuous waves surged, occasionally rising to great heights. His gaze swept across the distant islands, each adorned with palatial structures, testifying to their former glory and might. Not long after, he pinpointed the first temple he sought beneath the sea. Despite an unpleasant exchange with the mandala, Jiang Yun is a man of his word. Having made a promise, he would not falter, as it was but a trifling task. He navigated through the submerged ruins, ultimately arriving before an ancient, dilapidated grand hall. Deep within, a peculiar fragrance wafted, intoxicating in its allure. The interior of the hall lay in ruins, with stark white bones exposed, revealing the brutality of past conflicts. Jiang Yun approached the hall's end, and with a flick of his sleeve, the stone door, sealed for millennia, creaked open, releasing an aura of ancient desolation. As light streamed through the opened portal, Jiang Yun peered toward the far end of the shattered plaza, where a flower, as dark as ink, languidly bowed its head upon a lotus pedestal carved from blood jade. Moreover, the hall bore the scars of battle, with the ground marred by deep fissures. Even reinforced by spiritual formations, the surface could not withstand the aftermath of the fierce confrontation, having been utterly ravaged. Within the hall, several corpses radiated a pearlescent glow, even after 10,000 years, exuding a formidable presence. They had been powerful cultivators in life, at least of the Earth's sovereign level. Jiang Yun moved past the many remains to stand beside the mandala flower, which emanated a circle of ethereal light, dark and seemingly capable of devouring illumination. Within this ghostly glow, ancient patterns emerged, showcasing its extraordinary and mystical nature. Truly, it is the divine flower of the myriad worlds. A pinnacle among the spiritual herbs I have encountered over the years, rivaled only by the Bodhi ancient tree, and perhaps even slightly inferior. Gazing at the exquisite mandala flower, Jiang Yun spoke slowly. The mandala flower is a divine blossom of the vast world, steeped in numerous legends. It is said that this flower possesses extraordinary mystique and innate intelligence. Should it reach its zenith, it would rival the most formidable divine beasts, and in certain regions, it may even surpass them in strength. However, such a divine flower is exceedingly rare, and its appearance inevitably draws the covetous eyes of countless superpowers. If one could nurture it, the future might very well yield an entity on par with the Supreme Celestial. The known mandala flower is this very one, cultivated by the Celestial Emperor himself in ancient times. Regrettably, during the Great War of Antiquity, its potential was not fully realized, leaving it at merely the pinnacle of the supreme level. In recent years, the mandala's essence has split, reducing its power to that of a lower supreme. Given time, a breakthrough to the Celestial Supreme would be effortless for it. This flower's origin is profoundly rich. Among all the spiritual plants Jiang Yun has encountered, only the Bodhi ancient tree can be compared, and even that tree, which thrives on the continent of fighting spirits, is slightly inferior. With the mandala flower as the primary ingredient, Jiang Yun is confident it could yield an elixir of immortal quality, perhaps even a sacred one. Casting a glance at the surrounding spiritual formations, Jiang Yun raised his hand, sending forth several spiritual seals that landed on various nodes of the formations, rendering them imperceptible. He then extended his hand to retrieve both the mandala flower and the blood-colored lotus platform, the entire process executed without the slightest resistance from the flower. The value of this crimson lotus platform is immense, comparable to a mid-tier sacred object. Jiang Yun, being from a prominent family, is ever mindful of the virtues of thrift and prudence, and having already deemed this place as his own, taking what belongs to him is only just. After securing the mandala flower, he paid no further heed to anything else, and made his way towards the location emanating the most profound energy. This area is a desolate mountain range, barren and lifeless, as if once ravaged by a cataclysmic force. Even after countless ages, it remains devoid of vitality. Suddenly, the ancient and silent air above the primordial cemetery mountains distorted, and a tall figure stepped forth from within, floating above the ground and surveying the land below as if searching for something. Chapter 255, Refining the Demon Emperor. Jiang Yun floated slowly in the sky, surveying the desolate mountains. He could faintly sense the remnants of an exceedingly terrifying power within the earth below, the traces of two distinctly opposing forces. These remnants stemmed from the fierce battle between the ancient Celestial Emperor and the Nine Corpses Demon Emperor, their power remaining fearsome even after the passage of countless years. The strength of the sacred Celestial and the Demon Emperor revealed but a glimpse of the iceberg of their might. As Jiang Yun gently descended, he placed his hand upon the remnants of their confrontation, feeling the immense imprints left behind. Whispering softly to himself, a confident smile graced his face. Soon, I too shall reach that realm. The sacred Celestial and the Demon Emperor, the true pinnacle figures of the vast world, stand among the mightiest in the cosmos. In this vast world, countless strong individuals exist, and those of supreme status are not few. However, the number of those who attain the revered rank of saint is exceedingly rare. As for those who have inscribed their names upon the celestial rankings, they are indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Throughout the endless expanse of time, only the legendary immortal emperor has achieved this feat presently. He merely harbors the confidence to reach the realm of saint, yet he remains uncertain about attaining the heights of the immortal emperor, requiring extensive strategizing. Jiang Yun continued onward, soaring towards the true resting place of the celestial emperor. The barren land beneath his feet began to erode, transforming into fine dust, as time and power conspired to distort even the very stones. After an indeterminate duration, his pace slowed, and with a solemn expression, he gazed ahead. In the distance, an endless expanse of tombs emerged. The surrounding space appeared fractured, enveloped by two formidable pressures that caused the very heavens and earth to tremble. In his perception, the tombs resembled a genuine black hole, instilling a profound sense of dread, for this was the battleground of two saint-level entities. The seemingly boundless cemetery floated in an abyss of nothingness, its periphery marred by shattered space, where countless fragments of reality swirled, creating a perilous tempest. Most alarming, however, were the faint yet palpable remnants of power emanating from the tomb, the residual energies of two unparalleled beings. Jiang Yun's demeanor grew markedly serious. Although these residual energies posed no direct threat to him, he understood that even a lion exerts full strength when hunting a rabbit. He could not afford to suffer a mishap. Extending his soul perception to its fullest, Jiang Yun cautiously approached the Celestial Emperor's tomb. Upon his foot's contact with the ground of the cemetery, an inexplicable pressure enveloped him. Under this abrupt weight, the spiritual energy within him began to stagnate. Humph! Jiang Yun let out a cold snort. With a surge of his black and white spiritual energy, the oppressive sensation dissipated. He did not halt, but pressed forward into the depths. Upon reaching the center of the Celestial Emperor's tomb, a breathtaking sight unfolded before him. Countless majestic peaks floated serenely in the sky, while the ground below was riddled with bottomless fissures, winding like innumerable black dragons. The space here had been utterly shattered by the two supreme beings, and even the laws of the universe had devolved into chaos. The cataclysmic forces unleashed in their mortal struggle rendered this place irreparable for eons. As he ventured deeper, Jiang Yun soon found himself beneath an extraordinary sky. Above him loomed a colossal floating mountain, within which lay a spacious plaza. At that moment, a solitary figure stood upon the plaza, quietly emanating an indescribable and magnificent aura that enveloped the surroundings. A man donned in a blue robe stood majestically, his handsome visage and towering physique exuding an awe-inspiring presence that seemed to transcend the very heavens and earth. He remained still, yet an indescribable aura emanated from him, as though the space around him was a realm shaped by his will, shifting and distorting at his command. The ancient Celestial Emperor. The moment Jiang Yun laid eyes upon this figure, these four words instinctively flashed through his mind, causing the spiritual energy within him to quiver involuntarily. Suppressing the tumult within, he realized that in the prime of the Celestial Emperor's glory, given his current strength, he would undoubtedly be no match for such an opponent, who posed a lethal threat to him. He estimated that only by breaking through to the level of an immortal, or even reaching the pinnacle of such, could he dare to contend with the Celestial Emperor. This was already formidable enough. As one of the ancient 9 emperors, the Celestial Emperor was a paragon of that era. And should word of this reach others, the repercussions would be monumental. Jiang Yun swiftly approached the hovering mountain and soon discerned other elements beside the figure in blue. He beheld that the seemingly eternal figure clutched a long sword resembling crystal, its ancient form evoking the image of a rough, unsharpened blade. Yet, Jiang Yun could sense the terrifying power radiating from this crystal sword, a force even more formidable than that of the Qingming Tower. An unparalleled sacred artifact. The voice of Qingming echoed softly in Jiang Yun's mind, tinged with a hint of envy and longing. Such extraordinary sacred artifacts had attained sentience and could cultivate. All beings inherently yearned for greater strength, and Qingming was no exception. Despite being an exceptional sacred artifact, it aspired for the profound depths of the sacred realm. Witnessing a true sacred artifact stirred emotions within Qingming, so much so that it remained oblivious to the anomalies surrounding them. Jiang Yun silently noted Qingming's yearning, vowing that when he eventually spread his wings, he would employ means to fulfill Qingming's desires. At that moment, he gazed at the first sacred artifact he had ever encountered, observing the points of cold light reflected from the crystal sword, which rippled through the space. Each glimmer possessed the capacity to slice through reality, revealing a power that was nothing short of terrifying. Currently, the crystal sword was embedded at the feet of the blue-robed figure, beside which lay a head, roughly half a zhang in size, pitch black and decayed, revealing only its dark skull. This seemingly rotting skull emanated a chilling aura, as if it harbored an indescribable malevolence. Jiang Yun was all too familiar with this evil power, for it was the essence of the Outer Evil Clan. Indeed, in ancient times, although the Celestial Emperor had achieved remarkable feats, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of sacred cultivation when he was ambushed by the 9-corpsed Celestial Demon Emperor, a top-tier demon among the Outer Evil Clan. Even with the unparalleled divine ability of merging the 3 purities, he remained no match for his opponent. Standing before Jiang Yun was not the Heavenly Emperor, but the undying 9-corpsed Demon Emperor. This peculiar figure hailed from the foreign evil clan known as the Devouring Demons, which once comprised 9 demon emperors. In their relentless pursuit of ultimate power, these 9 united as one, resulting in an entity of terrifying prowess. hence the title of Nine-Corpse Demon Emperor. The amalgamation of the 9 demon emperors rendered this entity extraordinarily formidable. Even the Heavenly Emperor, in a desperate battle, could only vanquish 7 and seal 2, falling short of total victory. Subsequently, after the ancient Heavenly Palace retreated into the tumultuous void, the demon emperors and remnants of the Heavenly Emperor within this mausoleum remained in a state of perpetual decline, verging on utter weakness. Young one. At that moment, a feeble voice echoed within Jiang Yun's mind, a remnant of the past. He turned to look, and in a daze, it seemed as though he saw a figure clad in blue, straining to converse with him. Jiang Yun, however, merely smirked coldly, observing his adversary with a calm demeanor, entirely ignoring his presence. I am the Heavenly Emperor. Undeterred by Jiang Yun's disregard, the Nine-Corpse Demon Emperor persisted, his weak and intermittent voice resonating in Jiang Yun's consciousness. You, approach me. I was gravely wounded, and now only a fragment of my soul remains. I possess profound techniques, including one of the 36 supreme divine abilities, the merging of the 3 purities. I cannot bear to see this lost. Come closer, and I shall impart my divine knowledge to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun let out a chilling smile. Devouring Demon Emperor, or rather, Nine-Corpse Demon Emperor, once among the top 10 in the Foreign Evil clan. Take a good look at who I am. As he spoke, the sealing formation within him quietly dissipated, and in an instant, his aura surged from the Supreme Realm, escalating to the Earth Supreme, and ultimately resting at the zenith of the mid-tier spirit-level Heavenly Supreme. A colossal wave of oppressive force surged toward the Nine-Corpse Demon Emperor. The laws and traces of Dao in this place had long been obliterated by the aftermath of their previous battle, allowing Jiang Yun to unleash his full power without the constraints of the ancient Heavenly Palace's unique domain. Heavenly Supreme. As the overwhelming aura erupted from Jiang Yun, the face of the Heavenly Emperor contorted into a mask of horror, his features twisting grotesquely, his body now adorned with sinister and malevolent demonic patterns. He gazed at Jiang Yun with a look of grave concern. A spirit-level Heavenly Supreme like Jiang Yun had previously been an easy target for him, yet now, his strength had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former glory. He could not even guarantee victory against an ordinary spirit-level Heavenly Supreme, let alone someone as extraordinary as Jiang Yun. The palpable sense of danger emanating from Jiang Yun was alarming, particularly given the youthfulness of his presence. While others might assume Jiang Yun possessed the secret to eternal youth, the Emperor sensed the vibrant energy within him, indicating that he was undoubtedly under 30 years of age. At such a young age, the Heavenly Supreme being left him somewhat incredulous. He never anticipated that in this vast world, another such astonishing existence would emerge. For their extraterritorial kin, this news was far from favorable. A single Heavenly Demon Emperor could not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, the potential havoc wreaked upon the grand universe was unfathomable. Jiang Yun gazed solemnly at the Nine-Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor and declared with righteous fervor. As his words fell, Jiang Yun waved his sleeve lightly, and from the void around him, boundless flames surged forth, radiating an extraordinarily resplendent hue while exuding a chilling aura of peril. A terrifying heat enveloped the Heavenly Emperor's mausoleum, and under this intense temperature, the demonic energy that had once pervaded the mausoleum evaporated at an astonishing rate. Amidst the sea of flames, Jiang Yun resembled a deity of fire, emanating a tremulous aura. With his eruption of power, the surrounding space quaked slightly, as if the fragmented realm could scarcely withstand such overwhelming force. Ah, Junior, you are ruthless. You have won through sheer force, the Nine-Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor wailed, feeling the might of the surrounding flames. His entire being erupted with terrifying malevolence, yet the Heavenly Emperor's sword embedded in his head remained steadfast, akin to an unyielding mountain, rendering him incapable of resistance and forcing him to passively endure Jiang Yun's refining. At that moment, Jiang Yun keenly sensed an increasing aversion and rejection from the heavens and earth towards the exposed Nine-Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor, further diminishing his power. The grand universe had always regarded the extraterritorial evil clans as aberrations. The more formidable the evil, the more it was targeted. Previously, hidden within the body of the Heavenly Emperor, the will of the grand universe had failed to detect him, but now, with his true form revealed, the suppression from the grand universe descended in an instant. Why, youngster, you? The Nine-Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor found himself ensconced within a great cauldron of flames, his internal strength gradually being refined away. At this moment, he harbored an intense hatred for Jiang Yun, and the agony rendered him nearly incoherent. Jiang Yun, uninterested in further banter, extended his hand, summoning brilliant flames that surged forth, targeting the Heavenly Emperor's sword embedded in the ground and the ominous head. As the flames enveloped the dark head, They blazed fiercely, and tendrils of demonic energy began to evaporate from it, while the head itself melted rapidly. Moments later, the inky demonic energy dissipated entirely, transforming into a crystalline radiance that gradually coalesced into a shimmering silhouette. This figure, clad in a white robe, exuded an air of grace and composure, simultaneously emanating an indescribable sense of oppression akin to imperial might, evoking reverence and awe. This was none other than the creator of the ancient heavenly palace, the legendary heavenly emperor. Unexpectedly, the sacrifice made to seal the demon has not resulted in its destruction, but rather now requires the assistance of future generations after countless years, which is indeed somewhat shameful. The figure in white robes materialized, his gaze falling upon the fire cauldron controlled by Jiang Yun. Then glancing at Jiang Yun himself, he spoke with a sense of emotion. Esteemed Heavenly Emperor, your noble intentions are commendable. This fiend is a fusion of 9 beings. Engaging in battle with him is akin to confronting 9 adversaries. For you to vanquish 7 out of 9 is truly a remarkable achievement. My serendipitous arrival here today may very well be by the will of destiny. Chapter 256, The Great Law of the Heavenly Emperor. Jiang Yun clasped his hands in respect towards the Heavenly Emperor. Although they were not necessarily allies, the sacrifice and noble spirit displayed by the latter in sealing the 9-corpse celestial demon emperor, even at the cost of his own life, commanded profound respect. The ethereal image of the heavenly emperor regarded Jiang Yun with a look of appreciation before surveying him thoroughly and remarking, "You possess the cultivation of a mid-stage spiritual sovereign at such a young age. This is indeed a rarity in the world. In the past, the myriad realms suffered grievously due to the fall of many peak powerhouses in their struggle against extraterritorial races. Yet, after countless years, an exceptional figure such as you has emerged, indicating that the fate of our grand world is far from exhausted. The extraterritorial malevolent races will ultimately meet their downfall." Though the Heavenly Emperor's presence was but a lingering spiritual remnant, he was once a peak powerhouse in the great world, possessing extraordinary insight. And he quickly discerned the exceptional nature of Jiang Yun. He was unsure of what heights Jiang Yun might reach in the future, but he recognized that, at this moment, he was not Jiang Yun's match, and was even reminded of a dear old friend, the Undying Emperor. As one of the ancient 9 emperors, he was acquainted with the Undying Emperor, having even engaged in a contest of pathways in the past. The Heavenly Emperor cultivated the Undying Golden Body, while the Undying Emperor took it a step further to achieve the Eternal Undying Body. However, typically, only one practitioner could cultivate such a primordial Dharma body. In the past, the Heavenly Emperor and the Undying Emperor had a confrontation over the Eternal Undying Body, with the latter ultimately emerging victorious and etching his true name upon the celestial rankings. However, the Heavenly Emperor mused that even the formidable Undying Emperor, at the same age, may not have surpassed Jiang Yun. With such an extraordinary successor in the great world, he felt a sense of comfort and anticipation for Jiang Yun's future accomplishments. This reflection brought him both nostalgia and solace. It appeared that the great world, after enduring the calamity of yore, had not succumbed to decline, but rather thrived amidst adversity. Jiang Yun smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to the 9-corpse celestial demon emperor, who was continuously being refined within the fire cauldron, and spoke coldly. "Allow me to first refine this demon. Then we shall discuss matters of the Dao, esteemed heavenly emperor." The 9-corpse celestial demon emperor, having sensed the revival of the heavenly emperor, glared fiercely at him and retorted sharply, "Heavenly Emperor, our battle, had it not been for outside interference, would ultimately have resulted in your defeat." The Heavenly Emperor, upon hearing this, merely smiled non-committally and replied, "That statement is erroneous. Your monstrous prowess is the result of the collective strength of the demon race. Originally, you were among the top 10 figures of the foreign evil clan. Had I allowed you to depart back then, the other realms of my vast world would have undoubtedly faced immense pressure. My ability to keep you sealed until now clearly indicates that my objective has been achieved. Look, my vast world still endures and flourishes. Thus, it is not I who has lost, but rather you and your foreign evil clan." Upon hearing this, the 9-corpse heavenly demon emperor erupted in fury, his demonic aura surging, transforming into a colossal demonic visage, seemingly poised to roar forth. However, he was restrained by the layers of seals created by the fiery cauldron conjured by Emperor Jiang Yun, rendering him unable to escape even a fraction. From Jiang's perspective, during that fateful battle, although the vast world managed to repel the invasion, nearly half of its territories were usurped by the foreign clan. Over countless ages, the foreign clan has remained vigilant, intent on entirely conquering the vast world. It must be noted that that great calamity was not a victory for the vast world. It merely paid a hefty price to barely retain its existence. The foreign clan will undoubtedly return, and that moment is not far off. It shall be the true great confrontation. However, by that time, he would likely have grown significantly, and the choices he would face would require profound contemplation. Fire scorches the heavens. Jiang Yun's indifferent gaze fell upon the struggling nine-corpse heavenly demon emperor within the cauldron as he formed a hand seal, causing the flames within to surge dramatically. The nine-corpse heavenly demon emperor sensed the impending threat of death and began to roar frantically, revealing a semblance of panic and fear. Jiang Yun paid him no heed, as tiny flames, seemingly emerging from the void, transformed into a vast ocean of fire, each vibrant flame harboring an extraordinarily terrifying power. The immense sea of flames surged towards the demonic visage within the cauldron, and a chilling roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Do not take pride in yourselves. The last time, our foreign clan did not exert our full strength. When we return, it shall be the end of your vast world. The echoing roars faded, and within the spiritual array, the nine-corpse heavenly demon emperor was utterly stripped of all vitality, his residual power being gradually refined by the cauldron's flickering flames. As the nine-corpse heavenly demon emperor was refined by Jiang Yun, the heavenly emperor observed with a gaze filled with warmth, smiling as he spoke. Although you have already attained the heavenly sovereign level and your path is set, my method of transforming into the three pure ones could still be of some assistance to you. Might you be interested? Jiang Yun, upon hearing this, raised his hand to gather the blazing flames and regarded the heavenly emperor, pondering, I would be most grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder. Splendid. Your talent is unparalleled. Even I find myself wanting. You have reached the heavenly sovereign realm, and my indestructible golden body is beyond your reach. Yet, fortunately, the three pure ones can lend you assistance. When your divine powers reach their zenith, you will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for our vast world. Truly, it is a blessing for us. Seeing Jiang Yun's agreement, the heavenly emperor could not help but laugh heartily, astonished that even after a millennium of death, he could still find such an exceptional successor. A man of great righteousness like him felt immensely gratified to witness the emergence of a prodigy like Jiang Yun within the vast world. Upon hearing the words of reassurance from the celestial emperor, Jiang Yun felt a profound silence within, for he was certain that he would disappoint the other. Jiang Yun, in both his past and present lives, was not one to sacrifice himself for personal gain. Outside the gaze of the celestial emperor, Jiang Yun lowered his eyes slightly, and in the depths of his profound gaze, the flickering flames of the cycle of life and death briefly danced. Within that fiery abyss lay a demonic heart, pulsating ever so faintly. The foreign evil clans not only possessed immense strength, but also exhibited a tenacity of life that surpassed that of their counterparts within the vast world. Their demonic hearts represented their fatal weakness. At the level of the demon emperor, their hearts became virtually indestructible. It was evident from the fact that the nine-corpse celestial demon emperor had been slain by the celestial emperor 7 times, showcasing the formidable might of the latter. Just moments ago, under the watchful eyes of the celestial emperor, Jiang Yun had reduced the being to nothingness, its life force entirely extinguished, leading the celestial emperor to mistakenly believe that Jiang Yun had obliterated it completely. In truth, Jiang Yun had merely employed a strategy of deception, concealing the last remnant of its demonic heart within the flames he wielded. Previously, when the void-devouring flame unleashed its devouring power, it could consume an entire ancient realm. Now, Jiang Yun possessed the ability to do so as well. The flames of reincarnation within him created a space of their own, filled with an inexhaustible devouring force, at the very center of which a pitch-black heart throbbed rhythmically. Therefore, upon hearing the celestial emperor's words, Jiang Yun was destined to disappoint him. After a moment of reflection, the celestial emperor addressed Jiang Yun, stating, the transformation of 1 into 3 requires the true spirit to bestow enlightenment. Thus, you shall not only acquire the methods of cultivation, but also the vast experiences of my practice, enabling you to cultivate with utmost efficiency. This method of enlightenment was not lightly bestowed upon practitioners, as it inflicted significant harm upon the bestower. However, given that the celestial emperor had already fallen, such repercussions were evidently of little concern to him. As he spoke, the celestial emperor gently caressed the heavenly emperor's sword in his palm, expressing with a tinge of nostalgia, this sword is my personal weapon, ranked among the supreme holy artifacts, and is the most precious treasure of the ancient heavenly palace. Originally, only those who have attained the immortal golden body could claim it as their own, but I believe that you, even now, are worthy to wield it. I hope you will treat it with the respect it deserves. Come with me. With a wave of his sleeve, the celestial emperor distorted the surrounding space, and both Jiang Yun and the celestial emperor's remnant vanished from their original location. Upon their next glance, they found themselves above a magnificent river, where the waters churned violently, producing a thunderous roar, while while substantial spiritual mists spiraled upward, transforming into forms of dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and leopards. Within this celestial river, the spiritual energy was exceptionally abundant, constituting a genuine treasure trove for cultivation. To practice here would undoubtedly yield results far beyond expectations. My time is limited. We may begin. The Celestial Emperor turned to Jiang Yun, his expression grave. This spiritual apparition had a finite duration, thus no moment could be squandered. Jiang Yun settled into a meditative posture. And as the Celestial Emperor flicked his finger, the river's waters surged, and a lotus of water coalesced upon the surface, supporting Jiang Yun. Subsequently, the Celestial Emperor stood before him, his demeanor solemn. He curved his fingers together, and in an instant, he thrust them forward, radiant spiritual light shimmering upon his fingertips, imbued with vitality and life. This gesture seemed to transcend the confines of spatial distance, piercing through the void and finally alighting gently upon Jiang Yun's forehead. A resounding hum emanated forth, an infinite brilliance radiating from the center of his brow, enveloping his entire being in an instant. That crystalline glow appeared as though it had penetrated Jiang Yun's forehead, traversing the depths of his consciousness, accompanied by a torrent of immense information surging into his mind. At this moment, his mental realm became a canvas for the gathering of spiritual light, as ancient characters quietly took shape, coalescing into the profound principle of one Qi transforming into three purities. This ethereal script gathered and dispersed, soon followed by the enigmatic heart mantra flowing through him, laden with the vast experiences and insights of the Celestial Emperor's cultivation. Within the ocean of Jiang Yun's soul, a small purple figure bore a solemn expression, swiftly forming hand seals to decipher the one Qi transforming into three purities technique imparted by the Celestial Emperor. In his past on the continent of combat, Jiang Yun had once crudely manifested a fiery spiritual entity, a form of alternative avatar. However, while this technique might deceive those on the continent of combat, it would be utterly futile against the myriad sacred beings of the vast world, let alone the formidable Celestial Demon Emperor. Although the Celestial Emperor himself could not fully master this technique, for Jiang Yun, who had previously traversed the path of avatars, the pinnacle technique of one Qi transforming into three purities represented an extraordinary opportunity. The cultivation of this unparalleled divine art demanded exceptionally stringent innate talent. Yet Jiang Yun possessed such a gift. Coupled with the Celestial Emperor's true spirit bestowing enlightenment and his lifetime of realizations, Jiang Yun's progress was remarkably smooth. With his current level of cultivation, he could grasp the subtle intricacies of one Qi transforming into three purities, and with his own studies, reaching the third level would be well within his grasp. I hope you diligently cultivate in the future for the benefit of our great world. The Celestial Emperor murmured as he observed Jiang Yun in deep contemplation. He then raised the ancient sword, resembling crystal, in his hands. His gaze was filled with affection. This sword had accompanied him throughout his life, witnessing his transformation from an unknown individual to the illustrious Celestial Emperor of the vast world. After gently caressing the sword's blade, he spoke softly, "For this final journey, I hope my old friend can assist me." At that moment, the Celestial Emperor's sword, imbued with consciousness, emitted a clear and melodious sound, with endless sword light swirling about, yet exceedingly gentle, devoid of its former sharpness and lethality. "I can no longer fight alongside you. You must faithfully follow him, for he shall lead you to the pinnacle once more." The Celestial Emperor gazed tenderly at the sword, his face aglow with a smile. As his translucent form began to emanate a scattering of light, the sword let out a mournful cry, and as the last wave of radiance dissipated, the imprint of the Celestial Emperor left upon the world ultimately vanished. "Senior, travel well. I shall ensure that the Heavenly Palace reignites its presence upon this land, carrying your legacy forward." At that moment, Jiang Yun, immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, respectfully bowing towards the Celestial Emperor, his demeanor solemn. At this moment, he exuded an aura of formidable might, having remarkably ascended to the late stage of the spirit-grade Celestial Sovereign. With the abundant energy reserves within the Celestial River, Jiang Yun's cultivation had finally reached new heights. After bidding farewell to the Celestial Emperor, Jiang Yun sheathed the Celestial Emperor's sword and cast his gaze upon the remnants of the Celestial Palace in all directions. With the Celestial Emperor's sword in his possession, he held the highest authority over the ancient Celestial Palace, granting him the freedom to traverse this relic amidst the tumultuous void and the option to guide it to descend upon the Dou Qi Continent. However, the time was not yet ripe for the ancient Celestial Palace to manifest upon the Dou Qi Continent. Jiang Yun's eyes flickered with determination as he transformed into a streak of flowing light, piercing through the void barrier and navigating the chaotic spatial currents back to the Dou Qi Continent. In the northern skies of the Dou Qi Continent, a streak of light streaked across the heavens. Jiang Yun surveyed the expansive land below, his gaze drawn to the vast territories and the elusive aura concealed within the void, his eyes glinting with a spark of brilliance. In the Daluo heavenly domain, the realm of Daluo, Manchara sat in a stupor upon her throne in the grand hall, her gaze vacant as she stared into the emptiness. Ever since Jiang Yun had utilized her sensing abilities to open the void passage to the ancient celestial palace, she had remained in this state, appearing as though her soul had departed. Buzzing sounds resonated within the hall, causing the space to ripple. A faint distortion of spatial power shimmered with light and shadow, revealing a vague silhouette. Sensing the anomaly, Manchara was suddenly jolted back to awareness. She turned to regard the spatial rift, her voice commanding as she unleashed the overwhelming aura of a celestial sovereign. "Ah, little Manchara, have you forgotten your benefactor after only a few days?" The sudden voice startled Manchara, making her shiver. She swiftly turned around, and there was Jiang Yun stepping forth from the void, a still active spatial rift trailing behind him. The aura emanating from the rift felt familiar, reminiscent of the ancient celestial palace. Predecessor Manchara, she reflexively rose with respect, her heart racing with anticipation to learn news from the ancient celestial palace. Just then, her eyes caught sight of the familiar celestial emperor's sword in Jiang Yun's hand, and she gasped in astonishment. "That is the celestial emperor's sword. The sword of the celestial emperor from years past. You actually brought it out. How was the celestial emperor's mausoleum? What was the outcome of that fateful battle? The celestial emperor has completely fallen. He passed down the essence that transformed into the three pure ones along with the celestial emperor's sword." Jiang Yun spoke softly, gazing at the celestial emperor's sword in his hand, which had undergone initial refinement. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of sorrow crossed Manchara's eyes. She would never have the chance to see the celestial emperor one last time. "Yet, in this journey, I have located your true form. Consider it a reward for revealing the location of the ancient celestial palace." Without offering consolation, Jiang Yun waved his sleeve, and in an instant, boundless ethereal light erupted, revealing an ancient and exquisite divine flower suspended in midair. An endless darkness radiated from it, resembling a black hole that seemed to consume all light within its depths. "This is..." Mandala gazed intently at the resplendent flower before her, her typically frosty visage illuminated by a flicker of excitement. She delicately caressed the mandala flower, which, in response to her touch, exhibited no resistance. Rather, the dark luminescent patterns adorning its petals became increasingly pronounced, as if gradually awakening. "Thank you, Senior," Mandala earnestly declared to Jiang Yun, who had lifted the curse that had afflicted her and revealed the location of the ancient celestial palace. Their mutual interests had seemingly dissolved, and Jiang Yun had no obligation to assist her in reclaiming her true form. Yet, he chose to do so, filling Mandala's heart with profound gratitude. Moreover, the identity of Jiang Yun as a descendant of the heavenly emperor imbued Mandala's gaze with an added softness. Jiang Yun, unfazed by her gratitude, merely chuckled lightly before turning to exit the hall. Without hesitation, Mandala approached the enchanting flower, which blossomed at that moment, inviting her into its heart. The petals of the mandala flower unfurled, emanating a dark light that engulfed the surroundings, and Mandala's figure seemed to meld into the ethereal glow. The radiance surged forth from the flower, rendering her form increasingly intangible until she was utterly absorbed within its depths. With a resonant hum, as the two entities fully integrated, a colossal dark light erupted into the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, accompanied by an indescribable sense of oppression. It was as if a celestial chant reverberated through the void, and the exquisite flower danced joyfully, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble with each graceful movement. In the northern domain, numerous powerful gazes turned towards the great Luo heavenly domain, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the dark light. Many were struck with solemnity, their hearts involuntarily tightening. The intensity of this spiritual pressure surpassed that of a lower-level Earth sovereign. The domain lord of the great Luo heavenly domain had once been a lower-level Earth sovereign, but having achieved a breakthrough, it was clear that he would need to regard Mandala with even greater respect in the future. Within the northern realm, the leaders of various powers, feeling the weight of this pressure, could not help but ponder its implications. Meanwhile, those within the great Luo heavenly domain experienced a deeper, more profound sensation of the oppressive force emanating from Mandala's palace. While astonishment coursed through them, they also felt invigorated. The stronger their domain lord became, the mightier their great Luo heavenly domain would grow, and with it, the greater the benefits they would reap. Had outsiders realized that Mandala was not merely breaking through to a higher-level Earth sovereign, but achieving the pinnacle of Earth sovereign, the repercussions would have been even more profound. The completion of an Earth sovereign represents a force extraordinarily close to the heavenly sovereign tier, a power that stands at the apex of this vast world. In the realm of Tianluo, at least on the surface, there exists no supreme being known as the heavenly sovereign. The most formidable entities are the exceedingly rare few who have attained the pinnacle of earthly sovereignty. Possessing such a powerhouse grants the right to vie for dominion over a territory. Within the immense, shadowy column of light, a resplendent flower undergoes constant transformation, expanding to approximately 10,000 zhong in mere moments. From a distance, the enchanting blossom stretches its branches and leaves, resembling a colossal serpent. Subtly, it loses some of its allure and gains an overwhelming aura of ferocity. At this juncture, the mandala flower appears even more terrifying than an ancient ferocious beast. The dark flower sways gracefully, emanating billions of ghostly lights. The heavens and earth resonate with a thunderous rumble, and the space warps as if dark-hued lightning descends from above, merging into the magnificent flower. The extraordinary phenomena continue until, at a certain moment, a terrifying tide of spiritual energy surges forth, akin to a deluge, ultimately absorbed entirely by the colossal flower. When the last drop of this spiritual tide vanishes, the magnificent blossom begins to shrink rapidly, returning to a normal size within moments. Subsequently, its petals fall away, revealing a petite figure curled within. At this moment, the form of the mandala remains unchanged, resembling that of a tender young girl. Yet, as she lifts her head, her once golden eyes transform into a profound shade of darkness, resembling two miniature black holes. Gazing too long into them could ensnare one's very soul, rendering escape impossible. Dark luminescence envelopes the mandala's diminutive body, manifesting as a black gown. She steps forth from the flower's heart, which swiftly diminishes into a black blossom that appears in her hand. The mandala parts her small lips and consumes the evidently extraordinary black flower. Having completed this act, and feeling the immense power surging within her, she notices that Jiang Yun is absent from the hall, causing her heart to race as she strides toward the exit. Outside the grand hall, Jiang Yun stands with his hands clasped behind him atop the highest peak, gazing quietly at the sea of clouds below. Cloaked in black, he exudes an air of overwhelming authority. The elder mandala cautiously approaches Jiang Yun from behind and respectfully whispers, "As a perfected earthly sovereign, your plans henceforth are of interest." Jiang Yun, without turning, continues to observe the swirling clouds below, yet his voice resonates in mandala's ear. "Naturally, I intend to settle accounts with that traitor, Lu Hong." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's inquiry, Mandala responds without hesitation, her youthful face icy, her eyes shimmering with chilling murderous intent. In the past, when the foreign evil clan invaded, Lu Hong, as the mount of the heavenly emperor, faltered in fear during that war, bringing disgrace upon the heavenly emperor. Now, having established the sacred demon palace in Tianluo, he revels in power. I shall eliminate this rebel for the heavenly emperor. Nodding slightly, Jiang Yun did not pay much attention to Lu Hong, the former mount of the celestial emperor. After all these years, he still lingered in the realm of the supreme, which is rather disappointing, to say the least. One might argue that apart from the celestial emperor, the disciples of the ancient heavenly palace are somewhat lacking. It is rather disheartening that a superpower, boasting sacred great abilities, cannot even produce a single celestial supreme. Hence, it is no wonder that a mere mount of the celestial emperor is now merely seeking to attain the status of a supreme, a level of strength that the current mandala can easily contend with. I wish to reopen the ancient heavenly palace. Would you be willing to re-enter its fold? After a moment of emotional stabilization, Jiang Yun spoke slowly. Mandala, the divine flower of the vast world, possesses potential that rivals that of true dragons and phoenixes. Capable of growing into a celestial supreme, an excellent investment. Given his ambition to unify the celestial realm, this promising candidate must not be overlooked. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Mandala gazed at him with surprise, and then she exclaimed with excitement, "I am willing to rejoin the heavenly palace." "Very well, but we must wait for a while. The time for the palace's emergence has not yet arrived. With your strength, aside from a few troublesome factions in the great Luo heaven domain, you can roam freely. For now, unify the northern realm." Seeing Mandala's enthusiastic agreement, Jiang Yun had acquired his first subordinate and promptly entrusted her with significant responsibilities. The northern realm's power is relatively weak, lacking even a single supreme, let alone a perfected supreme. Mandala's strength is sufficient to unify the northern realm, allowing him to delegate tasks rather than handle everything personally. Regrettably, without Medusa by his side, Jiang Yun would not have been compelled to recruit Mandala. After speaking, Jiang Yun raised his hand and traced a path in the air with his index finger, igniting a resplendent flame that left clear traces in the void. Once the last stroke was completed, these fiery traces transformed into a rune. Should this rune be activated with spiritual energy, Jiang Yun would be able to sense Mandala's location and tear through space to reach her. In response to the puzzled gaze of his companion, Jiang Yun softly stated, "The forces on the celestial realm are intricate, with some factions harboring the influence of celestial supremes. In your future endeavors, should you encounter a celestial supreme, activate this rune with your spiritual energy, and I will arrive instantly." Understood. Mandala nodded earnestly. This was indeed a valuable treasure, a means to counter celestial supremes. With this rune, she could act with greater freedom. With a gentle touch, the rune floated toward Mandala. As it approached, she raised her hand and lightly touched the rune. In an instant, it transformed into a point of light, drifting into Mandala's delicate palm, leaving a fiery mark before vanishing beneath her skin. "Take these pills." Jiang Yun then presented Mandala with several ninth-grade elixirs from the great world. As she marveled at the quality of the pills, he quietly vanished from her sight. The Celestial Emperor has indeed found an extraordinary successor. Gazing at the palm, the fragrant elixir exuding a rich aroma, Manjaro sighed softly. Although she was unaware of the rank of these pills, one could certainly assume they were of high caliber. The thought of Jiang Yun, not only possessing formidable strength but also being a master alchemist, evoked within her a sense of having allied with a powerful figure. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, heralding the swift approach of the three emperors of the Daluo heavenly domain, who had sensed Manjaro's breakthrough and hastened their arrival. Buzz. As the presence of these individuals drew near, a radiant light began to coalesce around Manjaro, enveloping her entirely in a shimmering aura, rendering her form indistinct. "Greetings, Domain Master." The Fire Spirit Continent, situated in the southeastern region of the vast universe, is renowned throughout the realms. This unique land, seemingly ablaze, appears as an immense expanse hovering amidst flames, as if perpetually scorched by fire. Here, one finds an unparalleled abundance of fire attribute spiritual energy, making it a veritable paradise for those cultivating fire-based techniques, where efforts yield exceptional results. Upon surveying the land, one observes a landscape dotted with undulating volcanoes, their peaks kissed by clouds of a fiery crimson hue, with the occasional eruption breaking the serene facade. This continent, with its vastness, exudes an aura of ancient grandeur, suggesting that every mountain and towering peak is imbued with searing heat. Legends whisper that the Fire Spirit Continent is not merely a landmass but the remnants of a colossal fire attribute divine beast from a bygone era. However, such tales remain unverified, existing only in the realm of myth. Moreover, the Fire Spirit Continent is home to an ancient clan, the Fire Spirit Clan. This venerable race boasts a history that rivals that of the 5 great ancient clans, though they stand in stark contrast, while the 5 clans endure through the ages. Remaining at the pinnacle of the universe, the Fire Spirit Clan has witnessed a decline, relying solely on their esteemed ancestor, the Fire Spirit Supreme, for continuity. As the sole sovereign of the Fire Spirit Continent, the territory of the Fire Spirit Clan is vast and awe-inspiring, stretching beyond the horizon. Majestic halls rise from the ground, and numerous formidable figures flit about like dark specks, bustling with vitality. Deeper within the clan's territory, profound and enigmatic fluctuations ripple through the air. High above their ancestral domain, an immense spiritual formation manifests as a protective barrier, securing the entirety of the Fire Spirit Clan beneath its embrace, exuding a formidable wave of spiritual power. Chapter 258, The Oppression of the Fire Spirit Clan. Fire Spirit City, located at the heart of the Fire Spirit Continent, is one of the oldest cities in existence, having thrived since ancient times. Today, it serves as the principal city of the Fire Spirit Continent, attracting countless cultivators daily, particularly those specializing in fire attribute techniques. Within the illustrious Fire Spirit City, one can discover every conceivable resource and herb imbued with the essence of fire. Should one fail to find a fire attribute resource within this vibrant city, it is unlikely that such treasures exist anywhere in the vast expanse of the world. Indeed, this is Fire Spirit City, a realm governed by the Fire Spirit Clan, where the atmosphere is saturated with an abundance of fiery spiritual energy, making it no wonder that such a plethora of fire attribute spiritual entities can thrive here. At this moment, a figure cloaked in black traverses the bustling streets of Fire Spirit City, observing the lively activities of the Fire Spirit Clan with a quiet chuckle. Upon entering the city, one is immediately engulfed by the cacophony of life. Countless buildings adorned with various flame elements create an ambience reminiscent of a burning inferno. A cursory glance reveals thousands of different kinds of flames, affirming its status as one of the sacred sanctuaries for fire attribute practitioners in the boundless world. The thoroughfare is alive with the hustle and bustle of people, akin to a torrent of horses and carriages, with practitioners densely packed together, sweating profusely as they engage in their cultivation. Remarkably, the black-cloaked figure navigates this throng with ease, as pedestrians seem to intentionally steer clear of him, avoiding any contact. Soon, Jiang Yun arrives at the ancestral grounds of the Fire Spirit clan, a realm engulfed in flames, dominated by a vibrant crimson hue. The entire territory is an endless expanse of fire, with structures built from a unique firestone. Above the clan's domain, vast fire clouds coalesce, interspersed with pavilions and other edifices, emanating a distinct power. These sites serve as sanctuaries for cultivation, akin to a celestial furnace for refining energy, enhancing the practitioner's training speed. At this moment, Jiang Yun observes that the periphery of the Fire Spirit clan's territory is encircled by an immense spiritual formation. Gazing at this grand array, he muses aloud with intrigue. This is rather fascinating. I wonder if it can withstand my strike. A resounding laughter erupts around him as onlookers regard Jiang Yun as though he were a fool, unable to contain their mirth at his audacity. Those who have come to this place are all cultivators, and Jiang Yun's casual whisper has not gone unnoticed. Laughter erupts from the crowd, resonating with disbelief. What did he just say? Can the protective formation of the Fire Spirit clan withstand his blow? Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. What Navi child is so oblivious? This formation can withstand even a celestial sovereign, and here he stands, boasting shamelessly, truly laughable. Perhaps he is a celestial sovereign himself, someone quips. As the saying goes, one should not judge by appearances. Keep your laughter down, haha. Unperturbed by the jeers surrounding him, Jiang Yun remains indifferent. However, the commotion has drawn the attention of the Fire Spirit clan's enforcement team, who approach him with cold, unfriendly expressions. The atmosphere becomes tense as they close in on Jiang Yun. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Jiang Yun, enveloping the entire Fire Spirit continent. In an instant, the fiery clouds in the sky began to disperse, causing the structures above to sway precariously. The heavens and the realm of fire dimmed in response as a clear voice resonated throughout the Fire Spirit continent. The ancestor of fire spirits, the wandering cultivator Jiang Yun, has come to discuss the Tao. As the words echoed, Jiang Yun extended his palm towards the ancestral land of the Fire Spirit clan and lightly pointed. Suddenly, the protective grand formation, hovering thousands of feet above the clan's territory and in a semi-activated state, began to radiate an intense light. Terrifying waves of spiritual energy surged forth, distorting even the very fabric of space, as the formation entered a state of overdrive. Yet, all was in vain. The formation seemed to be struck by an unimaginable force, trembling violently, shaking, and twisting before shattering with a thunderous crash. Before the astonished gazes of countless powerful beings on the Fire Spirit continent, the protective formation that had safeguarded the clan for untold ages erupted into a myriad of luminous particles, cascading down like rain upon the earth. Boom. A sound akin to a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, startling a vast multitude of powerful beings across the Fire Spirit continent. Who dares to challenge the Fire Spirit clan? Where are our warriors? Mobilize, all of you. After a moment of eerie silence enveloped the clan's territory, it erupted into chaos. Amidst the roars of dragons and tigers, formidable figures swiftly emerged from the depths of the clan, surging outward. You are correct. I am the Celestial Supreme. At that moment, Jiang Yun paid no heed to the agitated Fire Spirit clan, instead smiling at the crowd that had just mocked him. On the streets, silence reigned. The very sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The same individuals who had previously ridiculed Jiang Yun were now drenched in cold sweat, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Jiang Yun, who exuded an air of sovereign authority, their legs trembling uncontrollably. It was evident that the grand formation of the Fire Spirit clan could not withstand the might of the Celestial Supreme. Observing the reactions of the crowd and relishing in his dark amusement, Jiang Yun shook his head with a chuckle. He then leisurely made his way deeper into the ancestral land of the Fire Spirit clan. Once Jiang Yun departed, the crowd finally regained their senses, collectively inhaling sharply, their gazes fixed on the individual who had proclaimed Jiang Yun as the Celestial Supreme. What? That was the Celestial Supreme. I was so close to the Celestial Supreme, a monumental opportunity right before my eyes, and I failed to seize it. You all misled me. An unidentified Celestial Supreme had shattered the protective formation of the Fire Spirit clan, and a sense of foreboding washed over them. Let us leave quickly. This place may become a battleground for the Celestial Supreme. Run. Among the crowd, there were those quick-witted individuals who, upon realizing the situation, immediately fled in the fastest manner they had ever known. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling street transformed into a desolate expanse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One formidable presence after another awakened from the depths of the Fire Spirit clan's territory, soaring into the sky with urgent haste. They were utterly enraged. It had been millennia since anyone dared to treat their ancient clan with such disrespect. Since the cataclysm of ancient times, aside from the malevolent forces from beyond, no adversary had breached the sanctity of the Fire Spirit Clan's domain. What unfolded before them was a profound humiliation for all the clan's powerful members, a blatant affront and provocation that could not be overlooked. As the furious mighty ones of the Fire Spirit Clan gathered, preparing to strike out into the world, a thunderous sound erupted, and a grotesque maw suddenly tore open the void above them. Flames, radiant and resplendent, surged forth from the chasm, enveloping the heavens in a dazzling inferno, casting the skies of the Fire Spirit Continent into darkness. The enemy is in the sky. Look, what is that? The formidable members of the Fire Spirit Clan, stunned by this astonishing phenomenon, raised their gazes towards the heavens. The flames obscured the sun, revealing within the fiery tempest a figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Yun. Surrounding him were various exotic flames, the Xianhuang Flame, the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, the Falling Heart Flame, the 3000 Flame Fire, the Red Lotus Calamity Fire, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, and the Void Devouring Flame. Among the 22 unique fires of the continent of Fighting Qi, all of these flames were undeniably powerful, yet at that moment, they revolved around that singular figure. Regardless of the Fire Spirit Clan's resentment, Jiang Yun appeared more like a sovereign deity of flames than they ever could. The multitude of exotic flames left the Fire Spirit Clan in awe, not merely due to their diverse powers, for their lineage boasted records of thousands of flames over millennia. What truly astonished them was Jiang Yun's ability to harmonize such a multitude of potent flames, a feat beyond their clan's capabilities. Suddenly, the members of the Fire Spirit Clan felt an alarming sensation. Their spiritual energy was gradually dissipating, as if an invisible force was incessantly devouring it. This realization plunged the Fire Spirit Clan into a state of terror. Be cautious. A minuscule flame with devouring power drifts through the air. These entities can even consume spiritual energy. Quickly, summon the flames within to defend. The current clan leader, Zhu Huoxian, a consummate Earth Supreme powerhouse, suddenly discerned the presence of the void devouring flame swirling in the atmosphere and urgently shouted. However, his warning bore little fruit. The air was filled with imperceptibly small black specks, akin to parasites clinging to the bodies of individuals, incessantly consuming their inner spiritual energy. Confronted by this insatiable force, even as these individuals cloaked their bodies in flames, it proved utterly ineffective. The dark orbs, upon contact with their fiery defenses, ruthlessly shattered them, invading the very essence of their beings. With a mere thought, Zhu Huoxian summoned the ancestral embodiment of the Fire Spirit Clan, the Fire Spirit Avatar, which loomed majestically in the sky. All clansmen responded to his command, activating the great formation of heavenly refinement to protect their lineage. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Huoxian's voice rang out with authority. Jiang Yun's strength exceeded Zhu Huoxian's expectations. Even now, his adversary had yet to truly engage. Merely manifesting a flicker of flame, and already the entire Fire Spirit Clan found themselves at a loss. The notion that they might be vanquished by mere fire was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, standing silently, Jiang Yun emanated an unprecedented sense of peril, a realization dawning upon him that this day marked the critical juncture for the Fire Spirit Clan's survival. Buzzing. In this moment, all elders and disciples of the Fire Spirit Clan hastily unleashed their spiritual energy. Those of supreme rank began to wield their exalted avatars, while several gifted disciples and elders summoned the clan's protective embodiments. Countless powerful forces within the Fire Spirit Clan released immense beams of light that surged into the sky, intertwining to form an extraordinary spiritual array. As the formation took shape, an intense crimson glow erupted from within the clan, an inexhaustible torrent of flames pouring forth, all channeled into the grand array. Instantly, the array radiated with blinding brilliance, an overwhelming pressure awakening as though a slumbering dragon of millennia had stirred. This pressure, upon its release, reached the realm of the celestial sovereign. Alas, the Grandmaster-level spiritual array still fell slightly short. Jiang Yun, observing the celestial formation above, chuckled softly. And with a shift of his hand seal, the fiery sea above convulsed violently. Roar! An endless surge of flames transformed swiftly into a myriad of monstrous beasts from the continent of combat, and in an instant, the sky was teeming with this fiery horde. The moment these flame beasts emerged, they charged ferociously towards the Fire Spirit Clan's grand array. The legion of beasts, imbued with terrifying ferocity, advanced upon the Fire Spirit Clan, their overwhelming might capable of obliterating an entire city. Kill! The Flame God's annihilation light. At this juncture, the Fire Spirit Clan's array reached its zenith, and in the next moment, a beam of light surged skyward, an indescribable pressure sweeping across the realm. Boom. The cataclysmic explosion reverberated, as if an inexhaustible torrent of energy cascaded outward, and in the sky, renowned warriors of the Fire Spirit clan were struck down, plummeting to the earth like dumplings falling from the heavens. In this clash, it became evident that Jiang Yun held the upper hand. The formidable Zhi Huishuan, presiding over the formation, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He gazed at the fallen clan members, his eyes aflame with rage, and a surge of helplessness welled up within him. In a moment of desperation, he prostrated himself before the ancestral ground of the Fire Spirit clan, beseeching, "Ancient One, I implore you to take action. Slay the invading foe. Ancient One, I implore you to take action. Slay the invading foe. Ancient One, I implore you to take action. Slay the invading foe." Empowered by spiritual energy, Zhi Huishuan's voice reverberated throughout the entire territory of the Fire Spirit clan almost instantaneously. "Friend, you have gone too far." A deep voice resonated from the innermost depths of the Fire Spirit clan. In the next moment, a spectral figure, exuding a terrifying aura, emerged abruptly. Though he appeared to move slowly, he traversed the distance with ghostly swiftness, arriving mere steps away from Jiang Yun. "The ancestor has arrived. The ancestor has come. We are saved. With our clan's heavenly sovereign intervening, even if our adversary is a heavenly sovereign, they shall meet their demise here." The newcomer was none other than the Fire Spirit clan's sole heavenly sovereign, the Fire Spirit ancestor. His appearance imbued the frightened clansmen with renewed vigor, their eyes alight with hope as they beheld the figure they revered as invincible. The elder surveyed the desolate scene before him, filled with the anguished cries of the fallen. His clear eyes ignited with fury, turning crimson as he unleashed a thunderous roar. "You seek death." Chapter 259, Summoning Reinforcements. Boom. A wave of terrifying spiritual energy erupted from the elder, akin to a volcano in violent eruption, distorting the surrounding space with its sheer force. At that moment, the elder resembled an unfathomable sea of flames. The Fire Spirit ancestor, a late-stage heavenly sovereign of the Fire Spirit clan, glared fiercely at Jiang Yun. "Youngster, how dare you? How dare you? Huh. I have heard that the Fire Spirit clan excels in the path of flames and possesses wondrous divine fire. How fortuitous, for I too specialize in the art of fire and have come seeking enlightenment. However, it appears that you are not as formidable as the tales suggest." Jiang Yun scoffed at the members of the Fire Spirit clan, a grand and oppressive chuckle echoing in the ears of every powerful figure present. This display of prowess caused many formidable warriors of the Fire Spirit clan to turn pale, as such terrifying abilities seemed to overshadow even their own ancestor. Well, my Fire Spirit clan is born to dominate the path of flames, and yet there is one who dares to engage us in discourse on this very topic. I shall indulge you and let you witness the might of my clan." The disdain shown by Jiang Yun incited the Fire Spirit ancestor to furious laughter, as he bellowed in response. With a resounding crash, as his words fell, a vast expanse of space behind the Fire Spirit ancestor suddenly collapsed. An endless ocean of crimson spiritual energy surged forth from the void. This was the pinnacle of the elder's lifelong cultivation, the supreme sea of the heavenly sovereign. Within the crimson supreme sea of the Fire Spirit ancestor, countless furious volcanoes erupted, their violent spiritual energy causing the very fabric of space to lament under the strain. Flames enveloped the world. The venerable ancestor of the Fire Spirit fiercely stamped his foot in the void, causing an endless sea of magma to converge beneath him. His form transformed into a crimson shadow, soaring skyward directly towards Jiang Yun. Such grandeur was but an illusion. Observing the attack from the Fire Spirit ancestor, Jiang Yun's voice emerged calmly, laced with disdain. In the next moment, he extended a long, jade-like hand, its fingers emanating a faint glow, and gently pointed downward. Boom. With what seemed to be a mundane gesture, his delicate finger struck out, causing the vast space above the soaring shadow to collapse entirely. A finger of flame, as large as a mountain and intricately entwined with esoteric symbols, suddenly coalesced from the infinite sea of fire above, descending forcefully upon the crimson shadow. This single gesture threatened to shatter the very fabric of the heavens. Roar. The Fire Spirit's divine form. Sensing the imminent peril within the giant finger, the Fire Spirit ancestor let out a furious roar, and a towering divine form, reaching 10,000 feet high, materialized behind him, enveloped in terrifying flames that resembled a colossal fire serpent. As the divine form coalesced, the Fire Spirit ancestor struck upward with an outstretched hand, his palm erupting like a volcano, unleashing torrents of magma that swiftly formed a gigantic, flame-wreathed hand in midair, crashing down upon the towering finger. The searing heat was so intense that it warped the very space around it into crystalline shards. Rumbling. The two attacks collided with the force of a cataclysmic volcanic eruption, producing a thunderous sound. An indescribable shockwave emanated from the point of impact, and a blinding light gradually emerged where they met. The radiance intensified, ultimately fracturing the void. As an overwhelming force swept through like a tempest, shattering the pavilions within the Fire Spirit clan, creating a scene of utter devastation. The terrifying waves of energy even uprooted the earth beneath, awakening monstrous volcanoes that spewed forth streams of magma, as if the apocalypse had descended, so vividly real it was. Gulp. Crimson blood splattered across the void, for the Fire Spirit ancestor was ultimately no match for Jiang Yun. Like a struck prey, he plummeted towards the ground. And with a seismic tremor, the earth was torn asunder, leaving behind a deep and jagged chasm. From the dark and narrow abyss, wisps of blue smoke rose languidly. Gurgle. Ancestor. Soon, the air was filled with a chorus of collective gasps and swallows, followed by anguished cries. Countless powerful beings of the Fire Spirit clan swayed in disbelief, their eyes fixed upon the unfolding scene. Their revered supreme being, who had governed the Fire Spirit clan for countless years, safeguarding them through myriad crises and securing their place atop the realm, had thus been defeated? And so decisively, almost effortlessly, by a mere finger from Jiang Yun? How could this be possible? In this moment, amidst the cries of the Fire Spirit clan, countless formidable beings found themselves ensnared in an uncanny silence as they beheld the unfolding scene. Those from the Fire Spirit clan, who sensed Jiang Yun's true prowess, were rendered utterly speechless. It is worth noting that their ancestral figure had only managed to reach the late stage of the spirit-grade heavenly sovereign after countless eons. In the world of Dou Qi, even a single star of a Dou saint could ensnare innumerable souls, with some individuals taking centuries to ascend even a single rank. The relentless toil of cultivation, yielding no results, could drive any individual to madness. Those as powerful as a heavenly sovereign, despite possessing extraordinary techniques, often required exceptional opportunities to advance, potentially taking hundreds or even thousands of years to elevate, but a minor level. Many would spend their entire lives as mere spirit-grade heavenly sovereigns. Thus, upon witnessing Jiang Yun's strength, the members of the Fire Spirit clan were astonished. Such formidable power at such a young age signaled dire consequences for their clan. A monster, murmured Zhu Huaxian, gazing at Jiang Yun in a daze. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. With Jiang Yun's capabilities, the odds of their ancestor triumphing appeared exceedingly slim. With great effort, the wounded patriarch of the Fire Spirit clan shouted to his kin, "Elders of the Earth's sovereign, heed my command. Take all disciples and retreat from this place. It is no longer safe." Jiang Yun did not impede their withdrawal, but instead cast his gaze towards the unfathomable abyss below, softly uttering, "Come forth. I have not dealt the lethal blow. While you may indeed be weak, a heavenly sovereign should not be so feeble as to be unable to withstand a casual strike from me." With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled once more, and a flicker of eerie light leapt from the depths of the chasm, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness emerging from the flow of light. Jiang Yun's assertion held true. He had not yet reached the point of effortlessly dispatching a heavenly sovereign with a mere gesture, but he was not far from it either. The Fire Spirit ancestor, at this moment, exuded an aura of utter depletion, clearly having suffered grievous injuries in their recent confrontation. A series of unsettling crackles echoed as the dark figure twitched, and the sound of rupturing flesh resonated, followed by the detachment of lifeless skin and muscle plummeting to the earth. Moments later, the pale visage of the Fire Spirit ancestor materialized before the onlookers. Traces of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes, filled with gravity, were fixed upon Jiang Yun in the sky. Late stage of the spirit grade. What an extraordinary youth. I never anticipated that our vast realm would give rise to such a terrifying prodigy. Hearing the praises from the Fire Spirit ancestor, Jiang Yun wore an odd expression. Was this an acknowledgement of defeat? Indeed, the Fire Spirit ancestor then gazed at Jiang Yun with an expression of respectful admiration. "In this battle, I have been bested. Henceforth, whenever our Fire Spirit clan hears your name, we shall retreat and keep our distance." The ancestor's strategic retreat caught Jiang Yun off guard. It diverged significantly from his expectations. He had anticipated a desperate struggle, which would have allowed him to claim the clan's sacred fire in due course. Now, however, the situation had become considerably more complicated. It is quite a predicament. Perhaps it is best to abandon it altogether. What Jiang Yun aspires to accomplish cannot be easily dismissed by a mere few words from the Fire Spirit ancestor. The mastery of fire manipulation exhibited by the Fire Spirit clan has truly opened my eyes. It is said that the clan's sacred fire, the holy flame of fire spirits, ranks among the most formidable flames in the vast universe. Might I be granted the honor of witnessing it? A sly grin flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes as he softly inquired of the Fire Spirit ancestor, yet his tone exuded an unmistakable confidence. The fire spirit ancestor's heart raced. He pondered how Jiang Yun could audaciously cause such a commotion within the fire spirit clan. It became evident that his interest lay in their ancestral sacred fire, the holy flame of fire spirits. Recalling the numerous flames Jiang Yun had wielded, a wildly ambitious thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Jiang Yun sought to absorb and refine the holy flame? In his eyes, such an endeavor was tantamount to courting death. The holy flame of fire spirits was fundamentally different from the flames Jiang Yun had previously assimilated. Though he was perplexed by Jiang Yun's ability to coexist with so many flames, the holy flame, initially bequeathed by the Emperor of 10,000 Flames, was a divine fire capable of rivaling the supreme spirit-grade flames, representing the very essence of their clan. Wait, the Emperor of 10,000 Flames? Suddenly, a revelation struck the fire spirit ancestor. He quickly raised his gaze to Jiang Yun, as an incredulous thought surfaced in his mind. Have you acquired the cultivation method of the undying body of 10,000 Flames? What? The undying body of 10,000 Flames? This was the original of the Emperor of 10,000 Flames. Ancestor, the Emperor of 10,000 Flames shares a profound connection with our clan's forebears. Our clan's fire spirit is a modification based on the undying body of 10,000 Flames. Now that the undying body has reappeared, we ought to inherit its legacy. Upon hearing that Jiang Yun might be cultivating the long-lost original, the elders of the fire spirit clan could no longer remain seated, eagerly advising the fire spirit ancestor. Although the clan was not founded by the Emperor of 10,000 Flames, their ancestor was a close confidant of the Emperor. In deference to him, the Emperor had devised the current fire spirit based on the undying body, allowing the fire spirit clan to endure through the ages. For millennia, they had been resolute in their quest to recover the undying body, yet they had met with naught but failure. Who could have envisioned that today? They might glimpse hope through Jiang Yun? So what? What does it matter? Jiang Yun observed the elderly advisors, their hair grayed with age, with an amused expression directed at the fire spirit ancestor. Taking a deep breath, the fire spirit ancestor, now solemn and resolute, regarded Jiang Yun with an intense gaze and spoke in a grave tone. I had no intention of this, but the undying body holds paramount significance. Today, I cannot allow you to depart. As his words fell, the fire spirit ancestor retrieved a scroll radiating a ghostly light from the supreme sea, then bit his tongue, letting a drop of his essence fall upon the scroll. Buzz. As the essence of blood descended, the scroll suddenly erupted with an overwhelming arcane light, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to transcend the very heavens and earth, as if it were a sovereign force. Under the weight of this horrifying presence, all beings of inferior status to the Earth's sovereign found themselves compelled to kneel, unable to lift their heads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. With a sharp sound, the arcane light spread from the scroll, ultimately tearing open a vast spatial rift in the sky, leading to an unknown destination. Sensing the dreadful aura at the end of the passage, a flicker of curiosity crossed Jiang Yun's eyes as he murmured, I never anticipated that after decades away from the fire spirit continent, I would be confronted by a junior today. Truly, a disservice to my clan's support of the fire spirit clan. At that moment, a voice laced with coldness emanated from the passage. Moments later, a man clad in black and white robes strode forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. His noble demeanor was striking, and his eyes, one black and one white, exuded an extraordinary presence. The newcomer was Mo Hu, the brother of the Mo ancient clan's leader. He was not only a prodigy second only to Mo Tian within the clan, but had also attained the precursor to the eternal body. Revered as the most likely candidate to inherit the legendary immortal body of the Mo ancient clan. In the vast world, many powers are renowned for their association with fire. Yet few superpowers specialize in the collection of various spiritual flames. The fire spirit clan stands as the most illustrious among them. The diverse and potent flames they inherit have even captivated Earth's sovereigns. Possessing a treasure trove, the fire spirit clan naturally attracts numerous covetous gazes, yet throughout the ages, few have successfully reaped benefits from them. On one hand, the fire spirit clan boasts formidable strength, despite not being as prosperous as in ancient times. They still maintain a stronghold of Earth's sovereigns, securing their position among the most established superpowers. On the other hand, the fire spirit clan exercises considerable wisdom, maintaining a favorable relationship with the Mo ancient clan, one of the 5 great ancient clans in the northern realms. Due to these primary reasons, along with other factors, the challenges faced by the fire spirit clan have been few and manageable. However, today they have encountered a formidable adversary in Jiang Yun, a challenge that the fire spirit ancestor could not resolve alone, and thus was compelled to seek assistance from the Mo ancient clan. The expression of the fire spirit ancestor shifted slightly, yet he remained respectful, stating, "The enemy that has come today is exceptional. suspected to possess the eternal body of 10,000 flames. The Fire Spirit clan cannot act recklessly and must seek the aid of the Mo ancient clan. Indeed, Mo Yu replied, momentarily taken aback by the mention of the eternal body before gazing at Jiang Yun in astonishment. He quietly inquired, "Is this him? A late-stage spiritual sovereign? Such power is insufficient to wield the eternal body of 10,000 flames. To avoid being ensnared by the schemes of the outer evil clans, it would be prudent to bring him under our clan's protection." Chapter 260, An Effortless Defeat. Mo Yu commenced his demand for the inheritance of the eternal body of 10,000 flames from Jiang Yun, revealing his domineering nature. "Who are you?" Jiang Yun sensed the faint fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from Mo Yu, causing his heart to pause as he inquired aloud. Mo Yu, of the Mo ancient clan, regarded Jiang Yun with an air of arrogance, his demeanor replete with disdain as he spoke of his lineage, exuding a sense of superiority as though looking down upon Jiang Yun. "The Fire Spirit clan is an ally of our clan. Your attempts to forcibly seize their sacred fire inheritance are a blatant disregard for the Mo ancient clan." The name Mo ancient clan stirred a memory within Jiang Yun, eliciting a soft chuckle. "Ah, so you are one of the 5 great ancient clans. No wonder you bear the demeanor of a thief eager to pilfer anything of value. It is truly amusing. Moreover, I hold you in no regard. What makes you think I would grant you any courtesy simply because of your connection to the Mo ancient clan? Even if it were Mo Tian himself standing before me, I would show no deference to your clan." A cold smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he regarded the arrogant young heir. "You demand I relinquish the cultivation method of the eternal flame body upon your arrival. Who do you think you are? Let us not even entertain the notion that I possess such a method, even if I did. Your mere words would not compel me to surrender my primordial form to you. Why not offer me your undying body instead?" Mo Yu's face flushed crimson, and a terrifying wave of spiritual energy surged forth from him, akin to a tempest. His once corporeal form began to shimmer, transforming into a resplendent spiritual entity, reminiscent of a gemstone. Mo Yu, second only to Mo Tian within the Mo ancient clan, had already achieved victory over an immortal-level supreme being while at the pinnacle of spiritual quality. He had now ascended further to the immortal realm, radiating an aura that made the very heavens tremble. "You shall pay dearly for your recent words," Mo Yu declared coldly, compressing his spiritual power to an extreme degree. With a mere gesture, he wielded the destructive might of a formidable force, his casual strike rivaling the peak divine abilities of an ordinary late-stage spiritual practitioner. Jiang Yun remained unperturbed, a chilling smile gracing his face. "You are quite accustomed to your elevated status. In this world, the Mo ancient clan is not invincible. Not everyone yields to your clan, nor do they indulge the whims of you young heirs. Is that so?" Mo Yu retorted with a sinister grin. "Then allow me to witness the courage that spurs your defiance against my clan." With that, he stepped forward, causing the very fabric of space to collapse. His figure appearing like a specter in the sky before Jiang Yun, his gemstone-like fist striking out with remarkable force. Though seemingly unremarkable, the punch shattered the space around it. Countless fragments swirling about the gemstone fist, heralding a cataclysmic blow. Just as the elder of the Fire Spirit clan failed to satisfy my expectations. Let us see if you possess the capability to withstand this. As Mo Yu approached, Jiang Yun moved with a ghostly grace, his fist imbued with fierce energy, growing ever larger in Mo Yu's vision. Bang, bang, bang. In the briefest of breaths, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, exceeding 100 exchanges. Each collision reverberating through the air, shattering vast expanses of space. With a thunderous crash, the two figures instinctively separated, leaving Mo Yu in a state of disarray as he beheld the unscathed Jiang Yun. His teeth chattering in frustration, he gritted out, such formidable physical prowess. With a surge of spiritual energy, he mended the injuries on his fists and regarded Jiang Yun with a cold smirk, declaring, "If you believe that your formidable physique can allow you to disregard the words of my clan, you are sorely mistaken. Prepare to witness the divine abilities of my Mo God clan." Inyang profound dragon kill. Mo Yu inhaled deeply, his expression grave, and with lightning speed, formed intricate hand seals. In the next instant, a torrent of spiritual energy, vast as a tempest, erupted from his body. From his sleeves, dual streams of black and white spiritual light surged forth, intertwining rapidly, resembling two roaring dragons as they charged towards Jiang Yun. With a calm flick of his fingers, Jiang Yun unleashed two radiant flames that swiftly shot forth, exploding the black and white dragons in a dazzling display. "Is that all the Mo ancient clan can muster?" Jiang Yun remarked with a disappointed shake of his head at Mo Yu. "Fool." The disdainful gaze Jiang Yun cast upon him pierced Mo Yu's proud ego like a dagger. He could not allow his noble self to be bested by some unknown spirit-level genius. Mo Annihilation Light. With a fierce shout, Mo Hu summoned a tempest of spiritual energy that swirled chaotically around him, mysterious runes appearing on his body. A fissure opened in his forehead, and from it, a beam of deathly light, seemingly conjured from the depths of hell, shot forth, aimed directly at Jiang Yun. Unfazed, Jiang Yun raised his palm, summoning a vibrant flame that coalesced into a magnificent fireball in his grasp. This resplendent orb shimmered with myriad colors. Yet beneath its flickering beauty lay a terrifying power that inspired dread. As the flames roiled, each flicker threatened to collapse the surrounding space, fragmenting it into ashes consumed by the inferno. Within moments, a delicate fire lotus, so exquisite it was almost enchanting, materialized in his hand. This is what it means to tread another's path, leaving them with no avenue to escape. Jiang Yun chuckled softly at the sight of the fire lotus in his palm. He possessed even greater divine abilities, but this particular technique resonated with the essence of a fire adept. Since he was representing the Fire Spirit clan, it was only fitting to see it through to the end. In comparison to the Emperor-level Xiao Yan, who wielded the sacred demon flame, Jiang Yun's mastery of the two supreme flames melded into one was far more formidable. The transformation of the imperial flame from the sacred demon flame was even more terrifying, amplifying the potency of the Buddha's wrath fire lotus correspondingly. Jiang Yun gazed at Mo Hu with a faint smile, then flicked his finger. In that instant, a resplendent fire lotus gracefully soared forth, hurtling towards his opponent. The moment the fire lotus took flight, Mo Tian felt a jolt of terror course through him. An overwhelming dread of life and death surged into his heart. Boom. As anticipated, the Mo obliteration light he unleashed was instantly consumed by the fire lotus, which remained unscathed, continuing its relentless approach towards his forehead. The Mo Heavenly Bell. There was no time to evade. Mo Hu hastily invoked his divine ability, and black and white radiance began to whirl chaotically around him, ultimately coalescing into a massive bell of contrasting colors enveloping his form, providing the utmost protection. This was the Mo Heavenly Bell, one of the pinnacle divine abilities of the Mo ancient clan. To be compelled to employ such a technique indicated that this rascal was indeed formidable. The situation appeared dire. Should anything befall Mo Hu within our clan, the Mo ancient clan would surely not let it slide lightly. At this moment, the onlooking powerful figures of the Fire Spirit clan began to murmur among themselves, their hearts trembling with anxiety as they keenly observed the unfolding battle. Rumbling. A terrifying explosion echoed, shattering the very fabric of space, as a colossal black and white bell stood defiantly at the eye of the storm. Yet, in the next moment, brilliant flames surged forth incessantly, swiftly enveloping the entire bell, and soon, the flames surged higher, as the once imposing golden cauldron began to melt away rapidly. Bang! A deep sound resonated as the bell shattered, and a charred figure erupted from within. Mo Hu's face was marred with burn marks, blood streaming down, rendering him a ghastly sight. His robes were torn asunder, revealing his reddened body, resembling a shrimp roasted to perfection. Amidst the Fire Spirit continent, countless powerful beings watched this scene in astonishment. The prodigy of the Mo ancient clan had been brought to such a state. They sensed that after this day, Jiang Yun's name would echo throughout the vast expanse. Mo Hu let out a furious roar, his eyes blazing red as if he wished to carve Jiang Yun into pieces. A profound rage consumed him. He had always regarded Jiang Yun with a dismissive attitude, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, never truly seeing him as an equal adversary. Who could have foreseen that after merely 2 exchanges, he would find himself in such a predicament? How could a dignified celestial grade supreme be so thoroughly bested by a mere late-stage spirit grade youth who emerged from nowhere? It was unimaginable. After this, how could he show his face within the clan or stand tall in the vast world? Mo Hu's eyes glinted with malice as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yun, his chilling voice cutting through the air. You have provoked my ire, and now you shall witness the unparalleled divine abilities of the Mo ancient clan. At the very moment Ma Wai's voice faded, he bit down on his tongue, and a rich stream of his essence erupted forth. In an instant, boundless spiritual power surged from within, coalescing into formidable storm clouds that enveloped the heavens and the earth. An indescribable might shrouded the realm, causing the ground itself to tremble in trepidation. Ma Wai's boundless calamity. Boom. Above Ma Wai, the black and white clouds roiled and converged, gradually forming a tempestuous vortex of contrasting shades. Within this storm, destructive thunder raged, and wherever it passed, everything was reduced to oblivion. To provoke me is the height of folly. Ma Wai stood proudly amidst the chaos, winds howling around him, his gaze fixed disdainfully upon Jiang Yun, his voice chillingly resolute. As he altered his hand seals, the black and white vortex connecting heaven and earth surged towards Jiang Yun. At that moment, the very earth below was torn asunder, Celestial fire calamity, incinerate the firmament. Jiang Yun, calm and composed, beheld the unfolding scene. Flames of exquisite brilliance ignited in his palms, swirling violently until they transformed into a colossal ring, 100 feet in diameter, seemingly containing the essence of all space within. The ring formed in Jiang Yun's hands, and with a gentle push, it collided thunderously with the black and white vortex. Boom! At the moment of impact, an indescribable shockwave radiated outward, flattening the land. While the collision point witnessed a cataclysmic collapse of space, a torrent akin to the Milky Way fracturing swiftly, unleashing unimaginable spiritual force. In that instant, it appeared as if the sky itself was torn asunder, revealing a void of profound darkness. Ma Y's boundless calamity, unparalleled divine might. It is nothing extraordinary. Or is it only so in your grasp? Amidst the chaotic darkness of the heavens, a voice resonated, calm and unhurried. The endless void swiftly dissipated within a swirling vortex, and clear blue skies re-emerged before all eyes. Many powerful beings turned their gaze towards the voice, and there stood Jiang Yun, unperturbed and composed, his garments undisturbed, as if Ma Wai lacked even the ability to compel him to move. In stark contrast, Ma Wai appeared utterly devastated, witnessing Jiang Yun unscathed. He bellowed in a frenzied rage, "This is impossible, impossible. How could you withstand my Ma Wai's boundless calamity? It is inconceivable, such as a divine might beyond compare. Unleash any further tricks you possess. If this is all you can muster, then return whence you came." Jiang Yun paid no heed to the deranged figure before him, instead directing his gaze towards the fire spirit ancestor nearby. The latter, caught in Jiang Yun's stare, shuddered violently, feeling increasingly uneasy. Who could have anticipated Jiang Yun's overwhelming prowess? Akin to an unfathomable abyss, dispatching the Ma Wai clan's genius in mere moments? Thus, Ma Wai endured 3 strikes, and I too withstood 3. Does that not place me on par with Ma Wai? Scoundrel, how dare you disregard me? Jiang Yun's indifference caused more distress than the death of Mo Yu. He drew upon his spiritual power and let out a long roar. Celestial Sovereign's spiritual body, indestructible golden form. Under the gaze of countless eyes, a colossal figure emerged behind Mo Yu, in stark contrast to the immensely powerful supreme physical form towering at 10,000 zhang. Mo Yu's indestructible golden body measured merely around 100 zhang, enveloped in a faint purple hue that transformed into a golden purple radiance. This indestructible golden body merged with his celestial sovereign's spiritual form, revealing ancient golden purple patterns that adorned his spiritual body. These patterns appeared as if naturally formed, each one imbued with profound mysteries and inexplicable divine power. An indestructible golden body, is it? Jiang Yun turned to face Mo Yu after the latter manifested his celestial sovereign's physical form, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. The Emperor of Heaven's transformation of the 3 purities was derived from the indestructible golden body, which was necessary for cultivation to the realm of the 3 gods. Unfortunately, Jiang Yun had already developed a formidable physical form of his own and followed his unique path, unwilling to tread the Emperor's old road, thus refraining from cultivating the indestructible golden body. Nevertheless, despite having reached the pinnacle of his cultivation through exceptional talent, he remained intrigued by the mysteries of the indestructible golden body, as it represented a lesser version of the eternal body. If given the chance, he would wish to explore all 5 primordial physical forms. As Mo Yu manifested his indestructible golden body, it hovered in mid-air. Although he made no immediate move, an unsettling wave of energy radiated forth. "Kill!" Mo Yu bellowed, the indelible divine patterns morphing into a purple-golden war spear as he wielded his 100 zhang indestructible golden body and charged at Jiang Yun. "I come to assist you." Meanwhile, the fire spirit ancestor did not remain idle. He too summoned his fire spirit physical form and joined Mo Yu in their assault on Jiang Yun. "Ha ha. Both of you are the same. The outcome will remain unchanged." Jiang Yun laughed heartily, his form akin to a specter. He refrained from manifesting his supreme physical form, instead enveloping himself in flames as he surged towards the 2. Chapter 261, Reactions from All Sides. 3 days later, Jiang Yun's discourse regarding the Fire Spirit clan ignited a frenzy throughout the vast world. The enigmatic powerhouse Jiang Yun engaged in a debate with the formidable members of the Fire Spirit clan. After Jiang Yun effortlessly crushed many of the clan's peak experts, he drew the attention of their celestial sovereign, the Fire Spirit ancestor, who ultimately could not withstand 3 moves from Jiang Yun. As the victor, Jiang Yun sought to claim the clan's ancestral fire, the Fire Spirit sacred flame. Naturally, the Fire Spirit ancestor was unwilling to concede. He suspected that Jiang Yun's cultivated physical form was the immortal body of the great Emperor of Flames from ancient times, capable of harboring multiple powerful spiritual fires within. Subsequently, driven by both the unwillingness to see his clan's divine fire seized and the greed for the inheritance of Jiang Yun's immortal body, the fire spirit ancestor summoned his ally. The talented Mo Yu, second only to Mo Tian among the Mo ancient clan, one of the 5 great ancient clans of the vast world. However, to everyone's astonishment, even the celestial grade Mo Yu proved no match for Jiang Yun, the spiritual grade celestial sovereign, as all his myriad tactics failed to even slightly perturb Jiang Yun. In a state of helplessness, Mo Yu and the fire spirit ancestor were compelled to join forces against their adversary. However, they were ultimately vanquished by Jiang Yun, who nearly brought them to the brink of death. Had it not been for Mo Yu's summons of a pinnacle celestial being from their clan, the world would have been devoid of Mo Yu's presence. Yet, even against 3 formidable opponents, Jiang Yun displayed overwhelming might, severing the arm of the pinnacle celestial expert from the Mo ancient clan and shattering Mo Yu's immortal golden body. The trio, struck with terror, fled in disarray, while Jiang Yun, with unruffled composure, seized the ancestral divine fire of the fire spirit clan. This battle, though seemingly understated, was of cataclysmic proportions, as it was said that on that day, raging flames reduced a forsaken continent to mere ruins, ultimately fracturing the entire land into pieces. Any event involving a celestial sovereign inevitably stirs massive commotion, and when coupled with the ancient clans, it naturally piqued the curiosity of countless individuals. Thus, within merely 3 days, this news spread like wildfire. Jiang Yun, the enigmatic young powerhouse, became the focal point of fervent discussions among many. Firstly, it was due to Jiang Yun's formidable strength. Secondly, because of his mysterious origins. And thirdly, due to his unquenchable flames of immortality. In the vast expanse of the Great Thousand World, there exist only 10 primordial law bodies. In the Great Conflict 5 millennia ago, 5 of these were destroyed, leaving the remaining 5 preserved within the 5 ancient clans, inaccessible to outsiders. The ancestors of the other 4 clans among the 5 ancient clans are the cultivators of the 4 primordial, thus inheriting their legacies. Even to this day, no one has been able to cultivate them anew. They remain the rightful masters. As for the Mo ancient clan, although they are merely custodians of the eternal undying body, outsiders do have a chance to obtain its legacy. However, after all these years, none have succeeded. Consequently, Jiang Yun stands as the sole known individual to have cultivated a primordial, presenting yet another avenue to attain such a formidable entity. Furthermore, Jiang Yun's mysterious emergence, having never before been heard of, only amplified the intrigue surrounding him, igniting fervent debates among countless powerful beings regarding his true identity, origins, and background. His exploits have incited widespread discussion, as Jiang Yun has undeniably made a name for himself atop the heads of the Fire Spirit clan and the Mo ancient clan. The Mo ancient clan, a superpower standing at the pinnacle of the Great Thousand World, boasts a sacred sovereign and a legacy that spans thousands of years, their depth unfathomable. Such an esteemed force commands respect, and the audacity of Jiang Yun to confront them is both criticized as foolishness and admired with a sense of longing. The other 4 clans among the 5 ancient clans, naturally, are keenly observant of the Mo ancient clan's movements. They were privy to the details of this incident almost instantaneously. And at this moment, the name Jiang Yun has stirred tremendous waves within their clans. Within the fluctuating ancient clan, the revelation that he hails from a lower realm is indeed striking, showcasing a measure of innate talent. Emerging from the depths of a well, one remains blissfully unaware of the vastness of the world. I find the reputation of the Maha clan to be somewhat exaggerated. Having suffered defeat at the hands of an individual hailing from a lower realm, what a disgrace to our 5 ancient clans. Offending the Maha clan seems to mark the end of this matter. Our lineage is ancient, having witnessed countless prodigies rise to prominence, yet many have faded into obscurity, ultimately leaving our clan standing at the pinnacle of the vast universe, merely requiring a modicum of attention. There is no need for concern. Indeed, there is no need for concern. It must be noted that these ancient clans, particularly in terms of intelligence-gathering capabilities, are remarkably formidable. Within just a few days, they have traced Jiang Yun's origins and deduced his background from a lower realm. However, the Pudu clan remains exceedingly arrogant, showing little regard for Jiang Yun's emergence, enveloped in an atmosphere of conservatism and exclusion. As for the Tai Ling clan, another prodigy from a lower realm has emerged. This individual possesses remarkable talent and might be worthy of inclusion in our Tai Ling clan, thereby augmenting our ranks with another powerful ally. Yet, this matter is fraught with complications. Rumors suggest he possesses an indomitable body of eternal flame, with a path already forged, making it difficult for him to identify with our clan. Perhaps friendship would be a more prudent approach, or better yet, Securing a prodigy within the clan would be more appropriate. Agreed. The Tai Ling clan is unlike the Pudu clan, which is steeped in conservatism and antiquity. We are rather open-minded, welcoming any individual of considerable talent, thus attracting numerous exceptional talents over the years, thereby enhancing our strength. In stark contrast, the Pudu clan has begun to decline. With regard to Jiang Yun, the prevailing sentiment among them leans towards fostering amicable relations. The Haitian clan, the Huanggu clan, and numerous other superpowers across the vast universe each hold diverse attitudes towards Jiang Yun. Some are welcoming, others indifferent, and some harbor hostility. In any case, Jiang Yun has firmly positioned himself on the grand stage of the vast universe. The Maha clan, one of the 5 ancient clans of the vast universe, boasts a long and storied existence. During the ancient era when the malevolent forces from beyond descended, the Maha clan was a bulwark against these external threats. They reside on the supercontinent known as Maha, which is one of the 10 greatest continents in the vast universe. Immense and bountiful, this land is renowned throughout the realm. Maha City serves as the principal city of the Maha continent, granting access to the true core of this realm, the Maha realm. The Maha realm is the ancestral heart of the Maha clan, the dwelling place of its most powerful members. Only those of the Maha clan's main lineage and the true powerhouses of the Maha continent may linger here. The Maha clan is undeniably formidable. Although they have yet to officially appoint a clan leader, Maha Tian, who is already engaging in clan affairs, is a formidable being in the late stage of the celestial tier. Under the nurturing legacy of the Maha clan, he continuously strives for progress, evolving with each passing moment. Alongside him, the illustrious Mo Yu had only just ascended to the realm of immortals, highlighting the disparity in resources between the two. Deep within the Mo realm, amidst the vastness of an ancient palace, Mo Jing, a peak immortal of the Mo ancient clan, who had come to offer support, knelt with one arm severed. Beside him lay Mo Yu, bloodied and breathless. At that moment, a figure appeared beside them. "Brother, young clan leader," the two exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer. Their gazes filled with a complex mix of emotions directed towards Mo Tian, the one destined to inherit the leadership of the Mo ancient clan. Mo Tian observed the injured Mo Jing and the weakened Mo Yu, furrowing his brow as he spoke gravely. "Your injuries are severe. It appears the rumors from the outside world hold truth." His imposing physique emanated an aura of inherent authority, surrounding him with an almost palpable pressure that weighed heavily upon the two. He then retrieved 2 jade vials from the Supreme Sea, each exuding a fragrant aroma of medicinal pills, 2 imperial-grade healing elixirs. The duo accepted the vials and ingested the contents, feeling the immediate effects stabilize their injuries. However, the damage to their essence and the oppressive fire energy coursing through their meridians would take time to expel. "Now, tell me, what transpired? Is that Jiang Yun truly so formidable? Does he genuinely possess the indestructible body of myriad flames?" As Mo Tian spoke, he took measured steps to the clan leader's throne, settling into it with a steady gaze fixed on the two. Mo Tian's inquiry caused Mo Yu's heart to race, his expression shifting as memories of the figure who had shattered his immortal golden body with mere punches flooded his mind, sending tremors through him. Noticing Mo Yu's disquiet, Mo Tian had little hope for useful intelligence from him, shifting his attention to Mo Jing. The latter clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Young clan leader, Jiang Yun's physique, spiritual power, and soul are exceptionally strong. He wields an array of powerful divine abilities with ease and commands a terrifying flame that is unrivaled beneath the sacred grade. Of course, young clan leader, you are not inferior to him," Mo Jing hastily added, sensing he had overstepped. Mo Tian frowned in displeasure, a cold snort escaping him as he remarked solemnly, "So, you have not confirmed whether he truly possesses the indestructible body of myriad flames?" Exchanging awkward glances, Mo Yu and Mo Jing hesitantly responded. Throughout the encounter, he did not manifest the supreme law body. However, Mo Yu interjected quickly. He merged countless powerful spirit fires into one. Such a characteristic could only belong to the indestructible body of myriad flames, and the fire spirit ancestor can attest to this. "Useless," Mo Tian muttered inwardly, leaning back in his chair, deep in thought. The singular distinction of the Mo ancient clan from the other 4 great clans lies in their lack of a true primordial law body inheritance. Their own supreme law body is the Mo Wuliang body. Maha Wuliangshan, ranked 8th among the supreme dharma bodies in the illustrious list of 99, stands as the second most formidable entity, surpassed only by the 5 primordial dharma bodies. However, despite this immense power, he remains inferior to the original forms. Thus, upon learning of Jiang Yun's indomitable fire body, Maha Tian, like many others, began to ponder possibilities. Yet, It was infuriating to hear Maha Yu reveal that neither had compelled the other to unleash their supreme Dharma bodies. Everything remained mere conjecture. Observing Maha Tian deep in thought, Maha Yu felt a growing impatience, yearning for the Maha ancient clan to take action against Jiang Yun to redeem his own past disgrace. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke again. Elder brother, Jiang Yun is utterly overstepping. He disregards our clan entirely. The rumors surrounding the Maha ancient clan have proliferated to a point where we must respond. Maha Tian slowly shook his head, his gaze profound and grave. I am aware that many are reveling in our misfortunes. In recent years, our Maha ancient clan has diligently strived to assert itself, quietly establishing dominance among the 5 ancient clans, and there are those who harbor resentment towards us. However, now is not the time to act. He may be capable of contending with both of you. Even I cannot confidently subdue him. If we were to summon the Grand Elder, he could surely overpower him. Yet it would reek of bullying the weak. Moreover, we remain uncertain of the opponent's hidden cards. The Grand Elder and the others, having aged, no longer possess their former peak strength. A misstep could lead to unforeseen complications, further embarrassing our clan. For now, we must let this matter rest. Upon hearing Maha Tian's words, Maha Yu felt an urge to argue, but was silenced by his brother's raised hand. Maha Tian continued, forbearance now does not signify forbearance in the future. Our Maha ancient clan will not be so easily trampled upon. As I stand on the brink of assuming the position of clan leader, I will soon inherit the ultimate legacy of our lineage. At that point, I shall transcend to the saint level. The chasm between the saint and celestial levels cannot be bridged by mere means. All will fall into place. Listening to Maha Tian's declarations, Maha Yu clenched his fists, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. The 2 brothers had always been the pride of their clan. Yet since Maha Tian became the heir, the gap between them had widened. Now, he was poised to undertake the most crucial transmission within the clan, striving to break through to the saint level. The saint level supreme, true apex beings of the vast universe, number fewer than 100 across the myriad realms, each a titan of the grand cosmos, absolute rulers of the foremost powers. Meanwhile, he had only just breached the celestial level. The disparity was staggering, requiring a lifetime of relentless pursuit. Maha Tian glanced at Maha Yu and said, you should return to recuperate and refine your immortal golden body. This ordeal presents both a tribulation and an opportunity for you. If you can seize this chance to elevate your immortal golden body, then in a century, during the journey to the eternal tower, you shall be far more assured. By then, with both the eternal undying body and the indomitable fire body within our clan, we shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle among the 5 ancient clans, truly looking down upon all others. Chapter 262. The Sacred Abyss Continent. As the events surrounding Jiang Yun and the Fire Spirit clan, as well as the Mo ancient clan, escalated, an array of rumors began to circulate, with increasingly outrageous statements emerging. Numerous factions awaited the Mo ancient clan's response, eager to observe how they would address the individual who had tarnished their reputation. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Mo ancient clan, as the central figure in this tumult, exhibited no actions or declarations, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. This cold indifference from the Mo ancient clan left many watching from the shadows, longing to incite discord. Feeling discontented, they anticipated a confrontation between the 2 parties, hoping for an opportunity to benefit from the ensuing chaos. After all, both the eternal flame body and the heritage of the Mo ancient clan were exceedingly enticing prospects. Yet, who could have foreseen such a tranquil atmosphere? As if everything were sinking into the depths, some factions, unable to contain their impatience, began to stir restlessly, while others, more astute, appeared to restrain themselves, secretly focusing on the evolution of the situation. Although it seemed that time was calming the events, the undercurrents of turmoil were persistently fermenting, becoming increasingly turbulent. Just as everyone sought out Jiang Yun, the one who had taken the clan's sacred fire, he had quietly journeyed to the far western reaches of the great thousand world. His destination was none other than the Sacred Abyss Continent. The Sacred Abyss Continent, situated in the far west of the great thousand world, is not merely a continent in the traditional sense. It is a unique space evolved from lower realms, capable of connecting with the vast world. In ancient times, this land served as one of the battlegrounds between the great thousand world and the malevolent entities from beyond. Countless powerful beings perished on this continent, including numerous celestial sovereigns, with countless legacies, divine abilities, and sacred artifacts lost amidst its expanse. Over the millennia, some fortunate souls have managed to acquire extraordinary inheritances, rising from obscurity to prominence. It is precisely due to these successful narratives that an increasing number of formidable individuals from the great thousand world flock to this land. aspiring to become the next fortunate one. However, although the sacred abyss continent harbors fortuitous encounters, the dangers it conceals are beyond imagination. The cataclysmic battles of ancient times have rendered this space exceedingly unstable, presenting harsh environments where even the most accomplished celestial sovereigns risk annihilation with a moment's carelessness. Moreover, the most perilous aspect of the sacred abyss continent is the presence of the malevolent entities from beyond. Due to its unique laws and geographical position, this region represents a crucial battleground for defending against the invasion of these dark forces, serving as one of the front lines where the Great Thousand Alliance clashes with the sinister entities. Should the two factions encounter one another on the sacred abyss continent, it would undoubtedly lead to a life-and-death struggle. Upon stepping foot on the sacred abyss continent, Jiang Yun observed that the sky here was darker than in other regions, with the entire world seemingly engulfed in an oppressive atmosphere. The spiritual energy in the air became somewhat obscure, lacking the vibrancy found within the Great Thousand World. In the distant expanse of heaven and earth, crimson lightning sporadically flickered, ruthlessly ravaging the land with its cacophonous crackles. This continent existed in a state of extreme agitation, rife with peril and instability, as though it were on the brink of utter collapse. A familiar yet strange sensation enveloped Jiang Yun, prompting an involuntary sigh within his heart. Elder Qingming, can we reach out to grandfather? He inquired mentally while suspended in midair. Although this place was perilously close to the outer realms, it still lay within the vast territory of the Great Thousand, and under its watchful gaze, his connection with his master had been severed entirely. Perhaps only at the convergence of the two realms, where its power was at its weakest, could he hope to connect with his master. The voice of Qingming resonated in Jiang Yun's mind. Then let us embark on this journey. Jiang Yun nodded, whispering softly, before transforming into a radiant arc, racing across the sky, cutting through the regions thick with crimson lightning. Despite the dangers of this land, Jiang Yun's strength allowed him to charge forth unimpeded. In merely half an hour, a colossal city began to materialize at the horizon's edge. In the dim light of the heavens, the city appeared as a primordial beast sprawled upon the earth, exuding an indescribable oppressive aura. As he drew nearer, Jiang Yun discerned that an enormous, incomprehensible barrier enveloped the city, emanating a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy. A Grandmaster-level spiritual formation, he concluded upon closer inspection. This formation had been crafted by a pinnacle master of sacred-grade formations. Although this master was indeed an expert in the art of formations, his path had been one of relentless advancement, resulting in a somewhat diminished proficiency in formation arts, rendering him merely a spiritual-grade Grandmaster, a title that had become increasingly rare. As Jiang Yun passed through the barrier and entered the vast city, he distinctly sensed an obscure wave scanning his being in an instant. This was the formation scrutiny. Should it detect any malevolent beings from the outer realms, annihilating attacks would likely follow in the next heartbeat. Yet, the peculiar nature of the evil spirit clan lay in their unique hybrid lineage, allowing them to cultivate both spiritual energy and sinister aura, rendering them undetectable by any formation. It was precisely for this reason that the Holy Demon Emperor and the outer evil clans invested considerable effort into nurturing the evil spirit clan, intending them to serve as a formidable force to breach the northern Desolation Hills. The city bustled with life and vibrancy. On the streets, throngs of people surged forth, their cacophony soaring to the heavens. The presence of numerous formidable beings was palpable, with nearly half the populace displaying potent fluctuations of spiritual energy. What was deemed a powerful overlord in the outside world was as commonplace as cabbage here. The forces anchored by sacred-grade heavenly sovereigns represented the pinnacle of power within the Great Thousand Realm. However, one organization stood apart from this elite. That is the Grand Qian Palace, an establishment founded by the immortal emperor. In times of peace, the Grand Qian Palace serves merely as a symbol. It is only in wartime that its formidable power is revealed. According to the ancient traditions passed down through the ages, the vast majority of the heavenly sovereigns in the Grand Qian world are recorded within the Grand Qian Palace, undergoing scrutiny to become guest scholars of the palace. While the supreme heavenly sovereigns ascend to the status of elders, while the heavenly sovereigns in the outside world are elusive within the Grand Qian Palace, even the supreme heavenly sovereigns are frequently encountered. Of course, this branch of the Grand Qian Palace is but a fragment of its entirety. Its headquarters is established on the northern Wilderness Hill, where it stands guard alongside another direct lineage of the immortal emperor, the Gravekeeper. Over the seal of the celestial evil god, the most striking feature in the city of Xingyuan is the towering stone tablet, reaching tens of thousands of zhang, which stands prominently in the center of the city. Atop the tablet are inscribed 3 blood-red characters: Demon Slaying List. Senior Demon Slayer, Fu Ai Qing. Senior Demon Slayer, Qing Tian. Intermediate Demon Slayer, Xiao Daoyi. Junior Demon Slayer, Elshan. Countless names are etched upon the demon-slaying tablet, and as the spiritual light flickers intermittently, it appears that new names continually emerge, their ranks seemingly in a state of flux. A casual glance reveals that the renowned demon King Qin Tian has yet to claim the top position, suggesting that he has not yet acquired the corpse of the Heart Demon Emperor from the Heart Demon clan. Qin Tian himself is a prodigy of this era, otherwise he would not have ascended to the position of Grand Palace Master in the Grand Qian Palace in later generations, his power only surpassed by the Emperor and the Ancestor. During his time as a heavenly sovereign, he boldly formed a team with companions and registered as a demon slayer in the Grand Qian Palace, venturing into the ancient Xingyuan to exterminate demons. Despite his squad being annihilated by the forces of the Outer Evil Clan during one of their missions, with only Qin Tian managing to escape severely injured, he did not succumb to despair. Driven by vengeance, he remained in the ancient Xingyuan for the subsequent 2 centuries, promptly responding to any news of the Outer Evil Clan, thereby earning considerable renown in that realm. However, it was a monumental space-time storm during his time in the ancient Xingyuan that truly cemented his legacy, accidentally falling into the territory of the Outer Evil Clan. He emerged fortuitously with the remains of a celestial demon emperor, thereby becoming the first demon king of the Grand Qian Palace. Following this, he continued to grow, achieving the rank of Supreme Heavenly Sovereign, and was elevated to the position of Chief Elder of the Grand Qian Palace. In the absence of a palace master for tens of thousands of years, he became the rightful leader of the Grand Qian Palace. Who could have imagined that this was merely a strategic move by the Outer Evil Clan, much like the situation faced by Jiang Yun? It is evident that to rescue the celestial evil god, the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor, and others exerted tremendous effort. This is the legendary tale of Qin Tian. Yet, even without knowing the full circumstances, Jiang Yun perceives numerous enigmas surrounding this affair. How could Qin Tian, within the heart of the Outer Evil Clan, have slain the leaders of 32 clans and returned successfully with the corpse of the Heart Demon Emperor, who ranks among the top 10 of the Celestial Demon Emperor? Do you truly regard the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor and his ilk as mere decorations? It is not to say that Qin Tian lacks the strength of a saintly figure. Rather, according to Jiang Yun's estimations, even if figures of the future like Xiao Yin, Lin Dong, the Qingshan Sword Saint, and the Immortal Elder were to unite their powers, they would find it impossible to carve their way out from the heart of the Outer Evil Clan. It may be asserted that the external manifestation of the Heavenly Demon Emperor is indeed formidable, having deceived the myriad saintly beings of the vast world. Jiang Yun's gaze traversed the demon extermination stele, landing upon a black pavilion that loomed ahead. A profound sense of oppression emanated from the Grand Hall. This was the branch of the Daqian Palace, known as the Daqian Tower, a pivotal stronghold tasked with guarding the front lines and monitoring the movements of the Outer Evil Clan. Casting a glance at the 3 characters inscribed above the pavilion, each radiating a chilling intent, Jiang Yun stepped inside without hesitation. Instantly, a cacophony of voices surged forth to greet him. Within the spacious first-floor hall, illuminated brilliantly by the crystal chandelier above, the atmosphere resembled a bustling marketplace, teeming with individuals. From time to time, formidable figures exuding a murderous aura brushed past Jiang Yun. The central area of the hall was lined with elongated counters, where vast panels of spiritual energy displayed the latest information from various demon extermination teams and tasks issued by the Daqian Tower. Upon his arrival, Jiang Yun's demeanor appeared somewhat discordant with the hall's ambience, reminiscent of a young nobleman wandering aimlessly, which naturally drew the attention of several onlookers. The individuals navigating the Holy Abyss continent were no strangers to danger, often engaging in extortion and kidnapping. Upon spotting Jiang Yun, a seemingly easy target, their gazes betrayed an insatiable greed. Ah, how abundant fools are in this world. Jiang Yun chuckled softly, his expression unchanging as he assessed the brazen stares directed at him. With a mere flicker of his dark eyes, the brazen onlookers found themselves struck down, blood seeping from their noses and mouths, their audacity extinguished. Such ferocity. These individuals had indeed encountered a hard wall. This aura suggested that he might be a direct descendant of some prominent family, not merely a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Whispers of low discussions arose around him, yet they hardly warranted Jiang Yun's attention as he made his way to a counter at the center of the hall. There, a seemingly lethargic elder clad in gray robes lounged, and Jiang Yun sensed an immense reservoir of spiritual energy emanating from him. He was a saintly figure. Ah, how intriguing. Upon Jiang Yun's approach, the elder's prior drowsiness vanished in an instant. A spark of clarity ignited in his once dull eyes, transforming his earlier feeble demeanor. To think that the renowned Jiang Yun, whose name had echoed throughout Daqian, would grace my Daqian Tower with his presence. Truly, The reality surpasses mere reputation. Young friend, your extraordinary talent is indeed a rare sight for this old man. I am surnamed Lu. For the sake of camaraderie, you may call me Elder Lu, as I am the one in charge here. Surrounded by numerous perceptive powerhouses, the attention of many was inevitably drawn to the interaction between Elder Lu and Jiang Yun. Upon hearing Elder Lu reveal Jiang Yun's identity, they collectively inhaled sharply, astonished. It was he. Who would have imagined that the audacious figure who had brazenly infiltrated the Fire Spirit clan, seizing their ancestral divine fire and injuring two esteemed celestial beings from the most ancient clan, had arrived in the Holy Abyss continent? What? He is that enigmatic powerhouse. How could he be so young? Wasn't it rumored that he was an ancient being who had lived for an unfathomable length of time? Having encountered Elder Lu before, Jiang Yun disregarded the surrounding murmurs, nodding respectfully towards Elder Lu and lightly smiling. The intelligence of the Daqian Palace is truly remarkable. To have gathered all my information so swiftly, Elder Lu chuckled, waving his hand. A servant promptly approached from outside to present Jiang Yun with a chair, courteously inviting him to sit. I have come to collect the demon extermination order. After taking a seat, Jiang Yun addressed Elder Lu softly. This matter is not urgent. Shaking his head, Elder Lu gazed at Jiang Yun with intrigue, eager to discern which lower realm had produced such a prodigious talent. As per regulations, all celestial beings from the Daqian world must register at the Daqian Palace. Let us handle that in one go. As he spoke, Elder Lu waved his hand, summoning a divine artifact resembling a booklet into his grasp. After inscribing Jiang Yun's basic information, he flicked his fingers, sending a token soaring towards Jiang Yun. Chapter 263, Gathering Legacies. Sensing the terrifying spiritual power emanating from the approaching token, Jiang Yun chuckled inwardly, extending his hand to casually receive it. The formidable energy, capable of severely injuring a perfected Earth sovereign, stirred not a single ripple in his grasp. Witnessing this scene, Elder Lu raised an eyebrow, secretly astonished. Jiang Yun's strength appeared to surpass his expectations. Recalling the esteemed demon exterminator from the Daqian Palace, Qin Tian, and the Lord of the Sword Domain, the blue-robed Sword Saint, Elder Lu could not help but sigh inwardly. Today's youth are indeed more formidable than the last. Upon receiving the demon extermination order, he observed that it was black, emblazoned with the blood-red characters for demon extermination, while at the bottom, it bore the designation of a junior demon exterminator. Though you have attained the status of a celestial being, you must still begin as a junior demon exterminator. Once you slay an extraterritorial evil entity and shatter a fragment of its malevolent soul, infusing it into the demon extermination order, you will earn corresponding demon extermination points. Furthermore, you will need to drop a drop of your blood upon it, ensuring that only you can detect the demon extermination points within, even if others obtain it. It will be of no use, Elder Lu elucidated to Jiang Yun. At this moment, Jiang Yun could not suppress his curiosity. What would happen if he infused his soul into it? Logically, his status as a celestial being equated to that of the evil clan's demon emperor, which should earn him a substantial number of demon extermination points, right? Thank you, senior. Halting his wild thoughts, Jiang Yun nodded appreciatively towards Elder Lu, preparing to take his leave. Just then, a commotion erupted around them. Ah, Qin Tian has returned. Hiss. Such a heavy aura of killing intent. How many evil entities has he slain? Indeed, it has been over a century since that event transpired. Jiang Yun and Elder Lu turned their gaze towards the sound, and there, entering the Grand Daqian building, was a young man clad in blood-stained black attire, exuding an aura of malevolence. He possessed a demeanor marked by an iron-willed spirit, his countenance as frigid as ice, and his eyes, like stars, were profound and unfathomable, reminiscent of a legendary deity of death descending upon the mortal realm. Qin Tian, what a stubborn individual he is, even after all this time. He remains unable to let go. At that moment, Elder Lu's voice resonated in Jiang Yun's ear, revealing that this man would later become the renowned Demon Slayer King. Qin Tian, however, at present, he was merely a high-ranking demon-slaying master at the late stage of the spirit grade. Yet he already bore the initial semblance of the terror he would one day embody. As the young man approached Jiang Yun and Elder Lu, he cast a somewhat unexpected glance at Jiang Yun. Unable to discern the depths of Jiang Yun's being, he perceived him as an enigma shrouded in fog. Nevertheless, his spiritual intuition warned him that this was a formidable and perilous individual. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin Tian stepped forward, bowing respectfully before Elder Lu, and coldly stated, Elder Lu, I have gathered the demon-slaying points required for the demon-slaying will technique. Observing the youthful Qin Tian before him, Elder Lu could not help but let out a soft sigh. Young Qin, heed my advice. In certain matters, do your best, but do not be too hard on yourself. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Lu. Qin Tian nodded. though whether he truly absorbed the advice was known only to him. Seeing this, Elder Lu could only shake his head in resignation. "Come with me," he instructed, leading Qin Tian deeper into the Daqian building. As they passed Jiang Yun, Qin Tian nodded slightly, then coldly followed Elder Lu's lead. Jiang Yun returned the nod before turning to exit the Daqian building, faintly hearing Qin Tian's voice in his ears. "Elder Lu, who was that just now?" Whoosh. In the dim and oppressive atmosphere of the world, a streak of light soared like a meteor, occasionally accompanied by dark, serpentine bolts of destructive thunder crashing down from above. Yet, whenever the destructive thunder approached the path of the streak of light, it would be vaporized into nothingness by a terrifying heat long before they met within 100 zhang radius. As Jiang Yun continued his journey, he sensed the surrounding atmosphere beginning to thicken a mere hour into his passage. "Almost there," he murmured, and soon the world around him exhibited signs of fissures, an extreme sense of oppression washing over him. At the horizon lay a vast, seemingly endless silver storm, devoid of any material substance beyond its reach, resembling an expanse of void. Time-space storm, an old friend. Jiang Yun, familiar with the terrain, adeptly seized the moment and effortlessly entered the storm, vanishing into the boundless silver expanse. This was an extraordinarily fragmented realm, permeated with an ancient and desolate essence. The sky was a murky yellow, and on the distant horizon, a shattered sun emitted a feeble glow. On the earth, the seemingly endless chasms tore open like an abyss, a shadowy void that appeared to stretch into infinity, its profound darkness evoking a sense of terror. This realm seemed as though it had been mercilessly crushed by a formidable hand, shattering all vitality and disrupting the natural order, leading to the creation of this extraordinary spectacle. The once towering peaks that graced the land now drifted aimlessly in the sky like wisps of wind. Overwhelmed by an omnipresent sense of oppression, Jiang Yun could not help but furrow his brow and ponder whether it was his celestial supremacy that magnified the pressure he felt. The stronger one was, the greater the burden they bore. Shaking his head, he retrieved a map, noting the marked location of the 4 holy towers. With a soft chuckle and having discerned his direction, he swiftly moved towards his objective. His journey was not aimed at the 8 departments of the floating pagoda or the divine light of Tai Ling, but rather to seek the remnants of the 4 esteemed celestial supremes and the 4 fragments of the demon emperor's soul. The value of the remnants of these 8 extraordinary beings far surpassed that of any unparalleled divine skill. 2 days later, amidst a desolate mountain range shrouded in a thick, verdant miasma, Jiang Yun slowly descended upon a peak at the periphery of the wasteland. Expanding his senses outward, he detected a terrifying aura of murderous intent that made the local creatures steer clear of the area. This was the site of the fall of a grand master of alchemy, a perfect opportunity to observe the differences between the alchemical practices of the vast world and those of the continent of fighting energy. Gazing at the mountains before him, Jiang Yun contemplated for a moment before recalling the nature of this place. He then made his way inward. As he entered, the surrounding emerald miasma began to envelop him. However, it could not penetrate the protective energy shield that surrounded his body. Buzzing. As he ventured deeper, a series of low, resonant hums echoed around him, and from the depths of the toxic miasma emerged a swarm of dark crimson clouds. Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened. It was a multitude of dark red mosquito beasts converging into a swarm. "Return whence you came," he declared, and with a flourish of his sleeve, a brilliant sea of flames erupted in the air, unleashing towering waves of fire that descended upon the advancing crimson swarm. Sizzle. Under the terrifying heat of the inferno, the audacious mosquito beasts were incinerated in vast numbers, reduced to nothingness, leaving no ashes in their wake, while the air filled with a pungent, charred aroma. Buzzing. After a tense standoff, the mosquito swarm, unable to withstand such tremendous losses, stirred momentarily and then retreated in terror, fleeing as if it were a deadly predator. They were fearless but not foolish enough to sacrifice themselves for naught. After navigating through the mosquito swarm, Jiang Yun faced several waves of various toxic assaults. Yet none could impede his progress. Half a day later, he safely traversed the verdant miasma and arrived at the heart of the mountains, where a cave resembling a fluttering spirit butterfly appeared before him. The Grand Master of Alchemy is a rare sight even in the vast expanse of the universe, truly deserving of exploration. Since entering the ancient sacred abyss, Qingming has become notably more animated. At this moment, he spoke within Jiang Yun's mind, expressing hope that the ancient alchemical formulas had been preserved. Jiang Yun nodded and, amidst the densely packed passageways, casually selected one, plunging headlong into it. After traversing the dark and narrow corridor, a stone hall emerged before the group, featuring 10 stone beasts prostrated on the ground at its center. Upon sensing the intrusion of outsiders, these puppet-like stone creatures instantly awakened from their slumber, their mouths agape as they fixated on the intruders. Each of the 9 stone beasts possessed the strength of a high-tier Earth Sovereign, with the leading one having achieved the pinnacle of Earth Sovereign perfection. With a thunderous explosion, the recently activated stone beast had yet to reveal its ancient prowess before Jiang Yun shattered it with a mere palm strike. For others, the formidable Earth Sovereign stone beasts posed a significant challenge, yet, in Jiang Yun's hands, they were as easily vanquished as flipping one's palm. After acquiring several fine elixirs, he proceeded to explore the next stone hall. After sweeping through more than 10 stone halls, a vast cavern came into view. Contrary to dimness, the cavern was illuminated by countless stars floating in midair, radiating a brilliant light and shimmering with ethereal brilliance. These lights were manifestations of high-grade elixirs. And at the deepest part of the cavern stood a spirit butterfly-shaped alchemical furnace, within which a fierce flame blazed. Despite the passage of tens of thousands of years, it continued to burn as if it would never be extinguished. The flame's pale azure hue imparted a gentle sensation. Yet beneath its soft exterior lurked a terrifying power capable of incinerating all. Recalling the original tale where when Qing Xian was cast into the cauldron to acquire the legacy, Jiang Yun had no intention of following suit. Instead, he assertively extended a hand, and a colossal force surged forth, reaching toward the cauldron and the myriad elixirs suspended in the air. At that moment, Jiang Yun's palm seemed to transform into a world of its own, effortlessly drawing in countless elixirs as if it were an endless abyss, forever insatiable. Half an hour later, a flicker of azure flame vanished from Jiang Yun's eyes, as the flame nurtured by the spirit butterfly alchemist throughout their life was consumed by his reincarnation demonic flame. He successfully obtained the other party's legacy, which included the spirit butterfly alchemist's lifelong insights into alchemy, secret techniques, and the ancient alchemical formulas. Suddenly, as Jiang Yun absorbed the legacy of the spirit butterfly alchemist, a spiritual formation emerged on the original stone platform of the alchemical furnace. The formation began to operate involuntarily, erupting with intense spiritual light. Within this light, space distorted, seemingly leading to another realm. Observing the abruptly appearing spatial passage, Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment before a brilliant light surged through him. It was the legacy space of the spirit butterfly alchemist's husband, the Qianlong Battle Emperor, renowned in ancient times as a formidable Earth Sovereign. The most intriguing aspect of his identity was that of a battle formation master. He single-handedly forged a formidable army known as the Qianlong Army, every soldier of which was nurtured by dragon blood, transforming into dragon warriors. At its zenith, the Qianlong Army elevated the Qianlong War Emperor to the ranks of the supreme beings among celestial entities, showcasing unparalleled might. As memories resurfaced, understanding their significance, Jiang Yun ceased to hesitate and stepped toward the spatial passage. Although he had transcended the need for the inheritance of celestial supremacy, the weight of his family's legacy compelled him to gather resources for his friends and kin on the continent of Dou Qi. The Qianlong space was forbidden to those who were not battle array masters, yet this posed no challenge to Jiang Yun, who had acquired a rudimentary understanding of battle array masters from the tomes of the 4 great divine clans. After 2 hours, he arrived at the Qianlong space. Seated upon the central stone platform, he was greeted by the thunderous roar of tens of thousands of Qianlong soldiers. "We salute the new king." The cacophony of voices stirred a surge of fervor within Jiang Yun. The path of battle arrays was indeed wondrous. Clutching the dragon talisman in his palm, the key to commanding the Qianlong army, he mused that both Xian and Medusa would make excellent candidates for leadership, though he would decide who to bestow this honor upon in due time. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, prompting Jiang Yun and the multitude of Qianlong soldiers to direct their gazes toward the source of the disturbance. A sinister laughter echoed as the very fabric of the surrounding space contorted, releasing a billowing black mist. In an instant, a figure of utter darkness materialized, suspended in midair, exuding an aura of death that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun reclined lazily on the stone platform, his interest piqued by the newcomer. "An outsider dares to invade my Qianlong space, unaware of the peril that awaits." The enraged Jiang Long of the Qianlong army bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury as he faced the invading malevolent entity, his hatred palpable. With a resounding roar, a torrent of spiritual power erupted from within him, reaching the pinnacle of earthly supremacy. In a flash, Jiang Long lunged forward, appearing before the deathly figure, unleashing a devastating punch. His veins bulged like coiling dragons, emanating a terrifying strength. However, this fearsome strike merely pierced through the shadow, which dissipated eerily, only to reappear moments later in another direction. Chapter 264, The Imminent Catastrophe of Demons. "Truly, my purpose here is far from yours." The ominous shadow, with its malevolent eyes, cast a glance at Jiang Long and his companions, and then let out a chilling laugh. At this moment, you are indeed at your most vulnerable. I shall not let this opportunity slip away. As the words fell, he suddenly descended, an exceptionally pallid hand pressing against the ground. Raising his head, the black mist gradually dissipated, revealing a ghastly visage, devoid of color, which grinned eerily at Jiang Long, Jiang Yun, and the Qianlong army. Suddenly, his smile faltered. He fixed his gaze upon a nearby stone platform, where Jiang Yun was watching him with a smile that was neither completely joyful nor entirely mocking. If that were all. As a prince of the Corpse Demon clan, he had encountered myriad individuals, yet what instilled terror in him was the unique aura of transcendence emanating from Jiang Yun. A sense of unity with the heavens. The opponent was a heavenly sovereign. How audacious of you to act so recklessly on my territory, echoed Jiang Yun's voice, imbued with mirth, sending shivers down the spine of Shi Tianyu. A glint of menace flashed in his eyes as a black, demonic formation erupted violently from his palm. A viscous stream of darkness writhing like a swarm of insects, frantically burrowing into the ground. On my domain, you cannot cause disturbances without my consent. The body of Shi Tianyu was suspended in midair, despair flooding him as he gazed at the palm hovering just a finger's breadth from the ground. His heart erupting in fury. Just a moment more, just a moment more. Why must a heavenly sovereign appear now? Ah, Jiang Long. I leave him to your discretion. With a casual gesture, Jiang Yun signaled to the suspended Shi Tianyu and directed his attention to Jiang Long, who wore an expression of deep hatred. Your subordinate thanks the king, Jiang Long replied, gratitude flashing in his eyes, before he strode purposefully towards Shi Tianyu, a fierce intent radiating from him. No, you cannot kill me. I am a prince of the Corpse Demon clan. If you slay me, my father will not spare you. Shi Tianyu cried out in terror as Jiang Long approached. A prince of a clan? That makes you even less worthy of mercy, Jiang Long sneered, his lips curling into a cold smile as he concentrated his fighting spirit, transforming it into a spear aimed at Shi Tianyu. Unperturbed by Jiang Long's execution of Shi Tianyu, Jiang Yun began to attune himself to the earth beneath him. It had been so long that he had nearly forgotten that this place concealed the remains of a demon emperor. Any part of the emperor's corpse would be a valuable asset, capable of yielding substantial demon hunting points upon return to the dead Qian Tower. With a resounding crash, Jiang Yun struck the ground, causing enormous fissures to spread wildly across the earth. Suddenly, from within the crevices, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, and a black light shot skyward, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying wave of dark energy that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Within that black light lay a skeletal figure. Shrouded in darkness, though its vitality had long since departed, it still resonated with an immense, formidable aura of demonic energy. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Yun let out a cold snort and remarked, in life, they were no match for me. In death, they dare to be arrogant before me. Based on the demonic aura, Jiang Yun discerned that this was a demon emperor, comparable to the celestial sovereign of the vast world. And he surmised that this was the adversary faced by the Qianlong battle emperor in the past. With a flick of his finger, a brilliant flame materialized out of thin air, traversing space and descending upon the corpse of the demon emperor. As the flames encountered the demonic energy, they blazed fiercely, soon engulfing the entire corpse. To the outside world, it appeared as though Jiang Yun was refining the demonic body with fire, but in truth, he was absorbing the accumulated demonic energy from the opponent, which, for the inhabitants of the vast world, was a formidable force, yet for Jiang Yun, it was a valuable resource. Moments later, having refined the demonic body, Jiang Yun turned to Jiang Long, who had just executed the corpse Sky Phantom, and gently spoke. I must venture into the ancient sacred abyss for exploration. You shall remain here in this space for the time being. I will transform you into rings to carry with me. The spiritual energy here is scarce, which may hinder your cultivation. Thus, these supreme spiritual liquids shall serve for your practice. As his words fell, Jiang Yun raised his hand, and in an instant, a silver light appeared, forming a galaxy composed of countless supreme spiritual liquids. The radiant spiritual light filled the heavens and earth, illuminating the Qianlong space. Gazing upon such an abundance of supreme spiritual liquids, even Jiang Long could not help but be rendered speechless, awakening from an unknown slumber, only to find himself in a treasure trove. Who wouldn't be bewildered? There are 50 billion supreme spiritual liquids here. This should suffice for your needs for a while. Once we reach the outside world, you may emerge to live. Enough, enough, Jiang Long exclaimed, unable to contain a foolish grin while gazing at the galaxy above. Nodding in agreement, having settled matters concerning the Qianlong army, Jiang Yun felt a sense of fulfillment from his gains here. It was time to head to the 4 sacred towers. At that moment, in a space suffused with the aura of death, a towering throne of bones loomed, upon which a colossal dark figure sat with closed eyes. Suddenly, As if sensing something, it opened its eyes wide. In the distance, an unfathomable abyss appeared upon the land, immense beyond description, resembling an endless black pit that seemed like a gaping void in the earth, sending chills down one's spine. Its gaze penetrated the void, as if directly piercing through the nodes of two realms, allowing it to glimpse the scene within the sacred abyss continent. In the next moment, a piercing chill swept through its grayish-white eyes. My child's essence has perished near the ancient sacred abyss. Who has slain him? The fleeting aura that had just vanished seemed to belong to a celestial sovereign of the vast world. One had entered the ancient sacred abyss. This is dire. If so, then Blood Corpse and the others are in peril. With that thought, the figure, which had remained still for millennia, slowly rose, and as it did, a terrifying tempest erupted around it. In this moment, a multitude of demon emperors became acutely aware of the unfolding scene, and upon discerning the identity of the presence, a tremor of astonishment coursed through their hearts. It was none other than the Black Corpse, heavenly demon emperor of the Corpse Demon clan. How could this esteemed figure be stirred? The Corpse Demon clan is one of the 32 dark clans from beyond the realm, and the Black Corpse, heavenly demon emperor, stands as a paragon among the heavenly demon emperors, ranking within the top 10. Generally, beings of such stature seldom make their presence known. Yet, for reasons unknown, it appeared that he had been roused by some force, leaving those who sensed it in a state of perplexity and shock. What could have transpired with the Black Corpse old demon? At this juncture, a voice, cold and detached, reverberated through the heavens and the earth like rolling thunder. The sound wave collided with the energy tempest unleashed by the Black Corpse, heavenly demon emperor, and astonishingly, the two forces neutralized each other, indicative of another heavenly demon emperor's presence. Simultaneously, many eyes from deeper within the demon domain turned towards the commotion. Humph. The Black Corpse, heavenly demon emperor, snorted coldly, his tone frigid as he declared, "An unexpected incident has occurred in the ancient sacred abyss. Some unknown heavenly sovereign has infiltrated, slaying my offspring. With a heavenly sovereign's presence, our plans at the four sacred towers are bound to fail. I intend to investigate." Indeed, the people of the vast world are truly despicable, breaking the tacit agreement and deploying a heavenly sovereign. Thus, we need not adhere to the rules any longer. Mobilize our armies, breach the ancient sacred abyss, and use it as a springboard to invade the vast world. Yes, mobilize our armies and invade the vast world. Upon hearing the words of the Black Corpse, heavenly demon emperor, a chorus of terrifying demonic voices erupted around him, their tones heavy with murderous intent, as a boundless sea of blood began to coalesce in the void. In contrast to the frantic clamors of various ghost demon emperors, the Xian demon and heavenly demon emperors exhibited a degree of restraint. They were, to some extent, privy to certain insider information, understanding that the timing for an assault on the vast world was not yet ripe. As one of the top 10 figures among the dark clans from beyond, the Black Corpse, heavenly demon emperor, possessed even deeper insights. He was aware of the sacred heavenly demon emperor's schemes and, at this moment, furrowed his brow as he gazed into the depths of the demon domain, awaiting the final directive from the sacred heavenly demon emperor. Just then, a gentle laughter echoed, followed by a soothing voice that resonated with compassion, seemingly imbued with the profound truths of the universe. Difficult to fathom that such a voice could emanate from within this blood-soaked realm of demons rather than from a revered monk. Although somewhat unexpected, since events had already transpired, the Black Corpse should take a few individuals to play and remind the people of the vast world of our terror, for our clan's prolonged silence seems to have caused them to forget it. Indeed, upon hearing the sacred heavenly demon emperor's command, the Black Corpse, heavenly demon emperor, hesitated no longer. A fleeting glimmer of bloodthirst appeared in his eyes as he turned to his kin and let out a fierce roar. "Little demon offspring, accompany your ancestor to savor the fresh blood delicacies of the vast world." Roar. The choice of deploying his own kin for the expedition was clearly not a hasty decision. The ancient sacred abyss was once a battlefield where countless powerful beings from both realms lay entombed, and with the Corpse Demon clan's ability to manipulate corpses, they could undoubtedly unleash a formidable strength within the ancient sacred abyss. In the vast and tumultuous world we inhabit, it is unlikely that anyone is aware of the impending catastrophic calamity poised to befall it. At this moment, in a secluded corner of the ancient abyss, within a seemingly endless chasm, there hangs a radiant orb, akin to a blazing sun, emanating boundless light. Conversely, on the opposite side of the abyss, darkness reigns, suffused with a malevolent energy, resembling a realm of sorcery. The ceaseless battle between light and darkness engenders a continuous erosion, leaving the very fabric of space fractured, punctuated by terrifying temporal storms that howl intermittently. The abyss of the fallen deities. As Jiang Yun gazed into the seemingly infinite void before him, the name of this place surfaced in his mind. It was the creation of the 4 supreme celestials of the ancient floating pagoda clan, along with the 4 demon emperors. Although they have perished, vestiges of their will remain, entwined here for millennia. Familiar faces abound. Jiang Yun's gaze drifted toward the shadows in the distance, where he discerned many recognizable figures, not because he personally knew them, but because he recognized the races of these extraterritorial malevolent beings. Nearly 30 years had elapsed since he last laid eyes upon them. How the world had changed. Once a mere ant, powerless and insignificant, he now stood as a contender against the demon emperors, having attained the preliminary qualifications to ascend to the grand stage. What thoughts might the holy demon emperor harbor upon encountering him again? Would he contemplate how a seemingly inconsequential move had led to such a significant juncture? Gently, Jiang Yun descended into the area bathed in light, where at the juncture of brightness and obscurity, a striking tower of stark black and white loomed. The edifice, though only 4 stories tall, imparted an indomitable presence. To his astonishment, a supreme celestial had indeed arrived. What a remarkable young prodigy. In our youth, we possessed no such prowess. How splendid it is that our vast world has a successor. This time, we shall surely vanquish those 4 fiends. With Jiang Yun's arrival, several ancient voices resonated in his mind, as if transcending the confines of time. Jiang Yun acknowledged the presence of several esteemed elders, bowing respectfully toward the towering structure. "Oh, young one, come forth," a voice exclaimed, imbued with palpable excitement and admiration. Heeding the call, Jiang Yun stepped forward. The remnants of the 4 demon emperors had been dispersed and suppressed by us 4, with the intention of allowing time to erode their essence. However, in recent years, we have sensed our waning strength, prompting them to summon extraterritorial malevolent beings in a bid to shatter our suppression and release their remnants. Throughout these years, our vigilance has prevented calamity, yet we have long since fallen, and it remains uncertain how much longer we can endure, or whether we can hold out until reinforcements from the vast world arrive. Should they succeed, a connection with the extraterritorial malevolent races could be established, and the Holy Abyss continent would be irrevocably drawn into their domain, becoming a launchpad for an assault on our realm. Fortuitously, you have arrived, with your assistance. The 4 remnants of the demon emperors are as good as doomed. For the sake of the vast universe, it is my unshakable duty. Jiang Yun nodded solemnly and bowed towards the void. With your strength, you are more than capable of vanquishing the invading alien evil clans. After years of waiting, we shall finally witness the culmination. With a determined nod, Jiang Yun's figure transformed into a series of shimmering lights, darting towards the towering 4 Saint Tower in the heavens. As he plunged into the 4 Saint Tower, Jiang Yun felt a fluctuation in the surrounding space. In the next instant, his feet landed firmly on solid ground, and the scenery around him began to shift dramatically. Before his eyes lay a desolate and dense forest, every element revealing a hue of withered yellow, an expanse of desolation. A mere glance directed Jiang Yun's gaze towards the distant east, where an indistinct yet vast resonance emanated. This aura carried a chilling essence, one that Jiang Yun recognized all too well, the stench of malevolence. The presence of such a formidable embodiment of evil in this place was self-evident. Chapter 265, Extermination of Demons. The lair Jiang Yun had entered was the domain of the ancient ancestor of the floating pagoda, where the formidable blood corpse demon emperor was suppressed. Following the direction that resonated with him, Jiang Yun lightly tapped his toes and gracefully soared onto a thick tree branch, his figure dissolving into fleeting shadows as he sped through the dense foliage. Crack! The blurred figure landed upon a fragile leaf, which remained undisturbed while the apparition vanished like a specter. Boom! Suddenly, the trees surrounding Jiang Yun erupted violently, engulfed in fierce black flames, a terrifying heat radiating forth, warping the very fabric of space. Bang! In an instant, those flames roared forth like a volcanic eruption, igniting the forest in a conflagration. A torrential wave of heat sweeping over Jiang Yun. Amidst the raging demonic flames, a sinister figure shot forth, grinning malevolently as it regarded Jiang Yun. Before the adversary could make a move, Jiang Yun had already discerned the identity of the intruder. It was indeed a member of the infernal demon clan from the alien evil race. "I have no time for you," Jiang Yun coldly declared as he observed the approaching figure. In the next moment, his form flickered and vanished from the opponent's sight, while simultaneously, a colossal hand descended from above, reducing the stunned infernal demon to mere pulp. Shortly thereafter, at the farthest edge of Jiang Yun's vision, an immense black altar gradually emerged on the desolate plains. Surrounding the altar were 4 ancient stone pillars, ablaze with roaring flames that resembled liquid spiritual energy, spreading an aura of dread. Among the 4 pillars, one stood at the center, encircled by the other 3, and before the central pillar lay a gray stone coffin. bound tightly by chains of flame that entwined around it. The stone sarcophagus emanated an aura of malevolence so profound that it resembled a black hole, consuming all that dared to approach it. As Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings, a languid voice resonated, and from the heart of the central stone tablet, an ancient radiance suddenly burst forth, revealing a venerable figure within its luminous embrace. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Jiang Yun proclaimed, bowing slightly at the sight of the venerable patriarch of the floating pagoda. "Ah, you have arrived just in time. If no one intervenes to vanquish them, I shudder to think how much longer we old fellows can endure," the patriarch remarked, his gaze drifting to a distant point, his tone tinged with melancholy. At that moment, Jiang Yun followed the elder's line of sight and beheld the altar's vicinity cloaked in a bizarre, deathly aura, teeming with shadowy figures. At least 1,000 formidable beings from the outer realms lay concealed within. Among them stood 4 towering demonic apparitions, brazenly exposing their dark forms as they commanded the legion of their malevolent kin, their eyes, suffused with a deathly pallor, fixated unflinchingly upon the altar. These entities were the malevolent beings from the outer realms, intent on breaching the seal of the 4 holy towers. Often, demon slayers from the vast world engaged in battles with them, yet this time, they appeared to have seized an opportune moment. The Linma clan, Daoma clan, Shimo clan, and Yinma clan, many of the 32 great clans of the outer realms had gathered. After surveying the scene, Jiang Yun spoke with a light-hearted tone. "It seems these ruffians can hardly contain themselves." The patriarch of the floating pagoda glanced over the assembly with an amused expression. "I shall first disperse them before dealing with this heavenly demon emperor." Jiang Yun chuckled, shaking his head as he gradually approached the army of the outer realms. "Caw. Only one has ventured from the vast world. Are you here to meet your demise?" The leader of the Linma clan, a youth possessing half-step heavenly sovereign strength, stepped forward with a mocking laugh. Caw. A chorus of derisive laughter erupted from the surrounding malevolent beings, several of whom fixated their gaze on the black altar below, their eyes flickering with fervent anticipation. "Lord Heavenly Demon Emperor, we have arrived." At this moment, they had chosen their timing impeccably, coinciding with the return of numerous demon-slaying factions to the Great Thousand Tower for respite. Seizing this opportunity greatly enhanced their chances of rescuing the Heavenly Demon Emperor. As expected, their predictions held true. Alone Jiang Yun emerged from the Great Thousand World. How could he alone withstand the onslaught of their army? "Let me eviscerate you, mere ants of the Great Thousand World." A bloodthirsty youth from the Daoma clan glared at Jiang Yun, a flicker of brutality flashing in his eyes, and at that moment, his arms transformed into 2 sleek, ebony blades. The blades shimmered with a chilling light, slicing through the very fabric of space with each movement, indicative of their unparalleled sharpness. "Really now? Do I appear to be an easy target?" As Jiang Yun observed the arrogant demeanor of the various clans, a flicker of helplessness crossed his gaze. His appearance was indeed too deceptive, often leading others to perceive him as an easy target. However, he was not merely pretending to be a fool. For Spirit Seal, Jiang Yun raised his hand, and the black and white spiritual energy swiftly coalesced. In the blink of an eye, the 4 heavenly spirits, Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu, materialized, forming a colossal seal that hurtled toward the young man of the Blade Demon clan. The 4-spirit seal radiated a terrifying spiritual aura, its power so overwhelming that it defied description. As it descended, the surrounding space was instantly crushed by the formidable sealing force. "This is not good. It is the Heavenly Sovereign." In that moment, the members of the outer evil clan sensed his strength, their expressions shifting dramatically. The smug looks they wore just moments ago froze on their faces. No wonder Jiang Yun dared to confront such a multitude alone. The vast world of the myriad realms had forsaken martial ethics and summoned a heavenly sovereign. Simultaneously, the young man from the Blade Demon clan felt an unmatched force bearing down upon him. Channeling his demonic energy, he summoned a massive black demonic blade, approximately 1,000 feet in length, which hovered ominously behind him. Upon its emergence, the blade voraciously devoured the slaughterous energy enveloping the battlefield, and in mere moments, it began to take on a blood-red hue. However, even this legendary divine ability, the Heavenly Demon Blade, was insufficient to budge the descending seal. In response, he could not help but emit a terrified roar. Boom! There was no room for resistance. The young man of the Blade Demon clan fell beneath Jiang Yun's strike. "Scoundrels! Let us all attack together. We lack the ability to flee before the Heavenly Sovereign. If we can delay him for just a single incense stick's worth of time, our clan's powerful warriors will arrive, and then even the Heavenly Sovereign will face demise." Witnessing a formidable Blade Demon warrior fall before their eyes sent tremors of despair through the hearts of the onlookers. Just then, the young warrior of the Spirit Demon clan shouted out, followed by the fiery and corpse demon clans, echoing his call. At this moment, they could not afford to show weakness. Otherwise, they would be left with no chance. How intriguing. It appears these are the elite disciples of various clans. Jiang Yun chuckled lightly upon witnessing their swift composure. Indeed, they were exceptional. With 5 of them at the half-step Heavenly Sovereign level and numerous others at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Sovereign rank, they possessed a genuine opportunity to withstand an ordinary spirit-grade Heavenly Sovereign. Such rapid judgment was not something just anyone could achieve. However, he was no ordinary spirit-grade Heavenly Sovereign. Flame Demon Technique. A gathering of black flames surged forth, rapidly transforming behind the Flame Demon Clan warrior into a colossal demonic shadow, which, from a distance, resembled a world-destroying fire demon radiating an astonishing pressure. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the void quivered, and eerie figures of skeletal forms emerged, each emanating an aura that spoke of formidable power in their former lives. As several mighty clans unleashed their techniques, the remaining malevolent beings from beyond the realm followed suit. And in an instant, the vast expanse was filled with monstrous shadows. The oppressive demonic energy surged, causing the surrounding space to fracture like a spider's web, presenting a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Breaking Army Dragon Claw. Witnessing the desperate struggle of the extraterrestrial malevolence, Jiang Yun chuckled softly. He extended his palm, and a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. Boom! His hand swelled with the wind, transforming into a colossal golden dragon claw, adorned with resplendent scales. As a golden dragon silhouette encircled it, exuding an overwhelming majesty. With a single strike, he aimed at the position of the malevolent beings. The golden dragon claw blotted out the sun, collapsing the space within several thousand zhang into a black void, while the mountains below were swallowed into abysses. The terrifying force obliterated the surrounding space for hundreds of thousands of zhang. The extraterrestrial malevolence who had clung to the hope of resisting Jiang Yun's onslaught could only emit a wretched scream before vanishing forever from existence. Next, it was the turn of these demon emperors. After effortlessly dispatching the squad of malevolence, Jiang Yun returned to the space where the ancestor of the floating tower resided. Gazing at the black stone coffin before him, he spoke softly. Buzz. It seemed to sense something, as the chained black coffin began to tremble violently. A viscous, almost tangible demonic energy surged forth from within, causing the ancient chains entwined around the coffin to show signs of corrosion under the malevolent aura. He has sensed the danger and is starting to feel uneasy. The ancestor of the floating tower observed this scene, stroking his beard with a light-hearted chuckle, his words imbued with a sense of ease and liberation. This was beyond his control. Jiang Yun, witnessing the event, smiled as well. In his palm, a searing flame began to coalesce, and in the next moment, the fiery blaze soared across the sky towards the coffin, its intensity seemingly capable of incinerating the world. Boom! As Jiang Yun made his move, the coffin trembled even more violently. In the next instant, the rolling demonic energy broke through the seals laid by the ancestor of the floating tower. A torrent of demonic light erupted from the coffin, which could no longer withstand the pressure, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the ancestor's eyes. He had not anticipated that faced with a true life-and-death crisis, the being within would unleash the power accumulated over the years, shattering the seal. However, this did not imply that the ancestor of the floating tower was incapable of containing the blood corpse celestial demon emperor. Rather, Jiang Yun's arrival had led him to relax excessively, neglecting to wield his own power to maintain the seal. Otherwise, the outcome remained uncertain. In the heavens above, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy converged, manifesting into a shadow of roughly 100 feet in height. Its hair cascaded wildly, and its body was shrouded in a cloak of black fur, exuding an indescribable aura of terror that swept across the cosmos. The demonic figure gazed at the fiery sparks descending from the sky and unleashed a howl that resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the universe. I shall not perish here. Even if the supreme being of the vast world were to descend, what of it? How many supreme beings have perished at my hands? Blood demon wave sphere. Accompanied by the resounding cry of the blood zombie demon emperor, the surrounding demonic energy surged violently, coalescing frantically before him. Within moments, it transformed into a black sphere. No larger than a human head, this sphere resembled a miniature black hole, seemingly unremarkable, yet upon its emergence, the surrounding space began to collapse, unable to withstand its presence. Boom! As the sphere condensed, it suddenly shot forth towards the descending flames, leaving a path of shattered space in its wake. The razor-sharp fragments of space were devoured by the demonic energy, amplifying its terrifying might. Unfazed, as an observer, the patriarch of Floating Pagoda perceived the stark disparity more acutely than the blood zombie demon emperor. He felt the chasm between them clearly. No matter how fiercely the blood zombie demon emperor struggled, he stood no chance. Boom. In an instant, the crimson flames cleaved through the demonic sphere, the terrifying fire incinerating the surrounding demonic energy completely. No. The blood zombie demon emperor's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the flames descending upon him, a desperate roar escaping his lips. He sensed the imminent threat of his demise and unleashed a furious howl, his demonic energy surging forth in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet the descending flames showed no mercy, transforming into a brilliant arc of light that pierced through the demonic shadow from above. The anguished cries of the blood zombie demon emperor reverberated throughout the universe as he was consumed by the seemingly indomitable flames, his vitality gradually waning. So many opportunities to vanquish demons must not be squandered. Observing his opponent's aura diminishing, Jiang Yun chuckled softly. He extended his palm, drawing out a wisp of black mist toward the demon vanquishing order in his hand. Chapter 266. The impossible becomes possible. As the remnants of the demon emperor flew forth, the demon vanquishing order shimmered, drawing in the wisp of black mist. Under Jiang Yun's watchful gaze, the order absorbed the remnants of the celestial demon emperor for the first time, falling silent for a moment before suddenly vibrating. Golden light erupted from within, and the once pitch-black order transformed to radiate a golden glow. At the base of the token, the original low-ranking demon vanquisher vanished, replaced by 3 characters radiating golden light. Exuding an air of authority, Demon King. The decree of demon extermination in the Grand Thousand Palace allows one to acquire demon extermination points by vanquishing the malevolent races from beyond the realms. These points can be exchanged for a plethora of valuable items within the palace, including items of near-legendary status, all for a mere few thousand points. The value of a demon emperor is set at 10,000 points, and with 4 such emperors residing here, Jiang Yun certainly would not let this opportunity to reap rewards slip by. Haha. Another demon extermination king has emerged in our Grand Thousand World. The ancient visage of Patriarch Futuo beamed with delight as he beheld Jiang Yun's success. The Grand Thousand Palace has existed since the primordial era, and Patriarch Futuo is well aware of the immense significance that a demon extermination king holds within its halls. It can be said without exaggeration that every demon extermination king in the Grand Thousand Palace commands a position of great authority in the Grand Thousand World, capable of shaking the very foundations of existence with their mere presence. Although Jiang Yun may have taken a shortcut to attain the title of Demon Extermination King, Patriarch Futuo firmly believes that Jiang Yun possesses the prowess to achieve such a status through his own merit. It will not be long before Jiang Yun sets his sights on the Heavenly Demon Emperor, a figure of comparable stature to the supreme heavenly artifacts. You have assisted me in subduing the blood zombie Heavenly Demon Emperor. What reward do you desire? Patriarch Futuo inquired, nodding with satisfaction as he regarded Jiang Yun. Were it not for Jiang Yun's lack of affiliation with the Futuo ancient clan, his extraordinary abilities would surely have found a worthy successor. Suddenly, Patriarch Futuo recalled that he was but a fragment of a lingering thought. Jiang Yun's cultivation was not inferior to his own peak, and it seemed he had little to offer in terms of gratitude. A sense of embarrassment washed over him. However, the words spoken could not be taken back without compromising his dignity as a senior, esteemed elder. The eradication of demons is a responsibility that falls upon every citizen of the Grand Thousand World. There is no need for reward. I perceive that your remaining essence may not endure much longer. Since I am not a member of the Futuo ancient clan, I cannot inherit your divine ability. The 8 parts of Futuo. Nonetheless, the loss of such a technique would be a grave detriment to the Grand Thousand World. Fortunately, I possess some understanding of the path of life and death and can assist you in maintaining your essence for a time. Once I have dealt with the other 3 demon emperors of the 4 holy towers, I can journey to the Futuo ancient clan on your behalf, allowing you to seek out an exceptional successor and prevent the loss of your divine technique. At this moment, Jiang Yun displayed the fervor of a passionate youth, which filled Patriarch Futuo with immense pride. The satisfaction in his gaze was palpable. At that moment, he wished fervently that Jiang Yun were a member of his own kin, to whom he could impart all his knowledge. However, it mattered not, for within the clan there were numerous outstanding juniors, any one of whom could be selected as a suitable successor for Jiang Yun. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind, and Patriarch Futuo gazed at Jiang Yun with excitement. Excellent. I never imagined that after thousands of years of my passing, I would witness the splendor of my clan anew. As you have said, when we arrive at the Futuo clan, I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory reward. Feeling the sudden intensity of Patriarch Futuo's gaze, reminiscent of that of the 4 elders of the Serpent People, Jiang Yun was momentarily perplexed. Nevertheless, he nodded, and his boundless vitality surged within his palm. It coalesced into a jade stone, into which a fragment of Patriarch Futua's lingering essence seamlessly entered. After resolving all matters, Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings, and upon finding no living beings, extended a hand towards the space where he had just subdued the blood zombie Heavenly Demon Emperor. In the next moment, Jiang Yun gradually vanished from this realm, heading towards the other 3 tiers of the 4 holy towers. As Jiang Yun swept through the 4 holy towers, the vast world was already in turmoil due to his deeds, and his name resonated throughout the realms once more, generating an uproar far greater than the initial commotion he had caused. On this particular day, the towering demon execution monument standing at the heart of Holy Abyss City suddenly began to tremble violently. Soon after, a brilliant light erupted from its apex, blindingly radiant like a golden sun, rendering it impossible to gaze directly upon. Within the Great Thousand Building, Elder Lu was meticulously polishing an exquisite jade vial when his hand trembled abruptly. He raised his head sharply, and the murky depths of his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he turned his gaze towards the demon execution monument at the center of Holy Abyss City, murmuring, "This is the moment foretold for the emergence of the Demon King. Who could it be? Qin Tian or Fu Ai Qing? What is happening? Why has the demon execution monument suddenly begun to tremble? Could it be that the extraterritorial evil clan is attacking, triggering a warning from the monument?" The tremors astonished many, as countless powerful individuals throughout the city took notice, casting bewildered glances in its direction, clearly witnessing such activity from the demon execution monument for the first time. The void above the Great Thousand Building began to ripple extensively, and the hidden experts within emerged from their seclusion. Elder Lu and several supreme beings of the heavenly realm approached together, their expressions grave as they gazed upwards at the anomalous phenomenon of the demon execution monument. Turning to Elder Lu with expressions of inquiry, "Haha, splendid news, splendid news. Look, it is about to emerge." Elder Lu chuckled heartily, a trace of excitement hidden in his gaze, fixated intently upon the monument. Just as countless individuals were engulfed in confusion, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared atop the demon execution monument, radiating brilliance like a golden sun. The golden glow enveloped the entire city, and countless demon slayers within Holy Abyss City felt a subtle, yet undeniable pressure. This golden light persisted for a good 10 minutes before gradually dissipating, and as it faded, all gazes were immediately drawn to the monument. In the next instant, the once bustling city fell into an eerie silence. At the heart of the tranquil city, the golden light receded from the demon execution monument, revealing a new name radiating with purple-golden brilliance above the renowned high-ranking demon slayers, including Qin Tian and Fu Ai Qing. Demon King, Jiang Yun. This name ascended to the pinnacle of the demon execution list like a sovereign, gleaming under the sunlight and exuding an aura of coldness and nobility. These few words ignited a storm of commotion throughout the entire city. The silence that had enveloped the city was finally shattered, and an overwhelming wave of astonishment erupted, leaving all in utter shock at the sudden emergence of the Demon King. In the city of Xingyuan, the majority of its inhabitants are the demon slayers of the Daqian Palace. Thus they possess a profound understanding of what the title of Demon King signifies. It represents an aspiration that many dedicate their lives to achieve. Attaining the status of Demon King equates to ascending to the upper echelons of the Daqian Palace, bestowing upon one an extraordinary standing. Even amidst the vast expanse of the Daqian world, various superpowers would extend considerable courtesy and respect. It can be stated without reservation that the Demon King of the Daqian Palace holds a reputation that rivals the leaders of the most elite superpowers. Countless demon slayers strive for this goal, yet the daunting threshold of 10,000 demon points seems utterly unattainable in this era devoid of comprehensive warfare. The conversion of 10,000 demon points into the number of formidable beings from beyond the realm roughly translates to 200 lower-tier Earth sovereigns, 100 upper-tier Earth sovereigns, 50 fully realized Earth sovereigns, for Nether Demon Emperors, 2 Xian Demon Emperors, and 1 Heavenly Demon Emperor. Although slaying a Heavenly Demon Emperor would grant an immediate ascension, it is evident that no one dares to consider this perilous path. The Heavenly Demon Emperor stands as an existence capable of contending with the most exalted heavenly sovereigns. Whether within the foreign evil races or the Daqian world, they epitomize the pinnacle of power. And scarcely anyone possesses the audacity to set their sights on such a formidable foe. Even the exalted heavenly sovereigns of the Daqian world, unless faced with dire peril, would not venture into the demon domain to confront a Heavenly Demon Emperor, as such an act would be tantamount to courting death. It is precisely due to the elusiveness of the title of Demon King that the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar name upon the demon stele left the demon slayers in a state of shock and disbelief. After a brief moment of silence, someone finally recalled something and began to discuss animatedly. "Jiang Yun, such a familiar name. It seems I have heard it somewhere before." Do you not remember? Just a few days ago, this individual made waves throughout the Dacian. He took away the clan's sacred fire from the Fire Spirit clan and subsequently vanquished the immortal heavenly sovereign of the most ancient clan, departing with ease. So it is this formidable figure. The two heavenly sovereigns of the most ancient clan, along with the entire Fire Spirit clan, could not impede him. And now he has become the Demon King. I am eager to witness the expressions of the most ancient clan. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. What a remarkable Jiangyun. Arriving and immediately accomplishing something grand, truly impressive. Old Lu, gazing at the words Demon King, erupted into hearty laughter. Boom, just as the crowd marveled at Jiangyun. The newly minted Demon King. A mere quarter of an hour later, the demon steel trembled once more, unleashing another round of dazzling golden light, accompanied by 3 consecutive quakes. The remnants of 4 heavenly demon emperors allowed Jiang Yun's demon points to surge beyond 40,000, elevating his name further and imposing an overwhelming presence upon the assembly of senior demon slayers below. At that moment, his name shone like the sun at its zenith, far outpacing the other demon slayers. What is happening? The demon steel has trembled 4 times in succession. While Jiang Yun's ascension to Demon King is one thing, how could he surpass everyone else by such a margin? What on earth has he accomplished? Has he perhaps annihilated 4 heavenly demon emperors? Surely, this cannot be a mistake. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In this vast world, no one can consecutively vanquish 4 celestial demon emperors. It is utterly inconceivable. A cacophony of bewildered voices surged through the sacred abyss city, as countless speculations and debates permeated the air, not only within the confines of sacred abyss city, but at this moment, the entirety of the Grand Celestial Palace and indeed the whole of the Grand Celestial World trembled in response to Jiang Yun's actions. What have you done, Jiang Yun? Observing the scene and hearing the fervent discussions below, Elder Lu, who had just been laughing heartily, now stared in disbelief at the name suspended above, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted. Elder Lu, this matter seems somewhat suspicious. Indeed. How could Jiang Yun have activated the demon exterminating monument 4 times in succession? It is entirely possible, according to ancient texts. There exists but one scenario in which this could occur, the simultaneous slaying of 4 celestial demon emperors. However, this notion is, quite frankly, fantastical. In the sacred abyss continent, the 4 holy towers are tasked with containing the remnants of the 4 demon emperors. Could it be that Jiang Yun has annihilated them to achieve this feat? Regardless, we should refrain from acknowledging his title of Demon Exterminator King until we have conducted a thorough investigation. Indeed, the external world remains unaware of the magnitude of this upheaval. If it turns out to be a mere blunder, it would become the greatest jest our Grand Celestial Palace has encountered in years. Within the Grand Celestial Tower, numerous celestial elders engaged in heated arguments. The emergence of a new Demon Exterminator King should be a cause for celebration. Yet the ambiguity of the situation led each elder to harbor their own thoughts, resulting in this discord. With a resounding crash, the last of the 4 celestial demon emperors fell to Jiang Yun's might. He turned to the middle-aged, ethereal figure beside him, as the esteemed ancestor Tai Ling chuckled gently. Senior, with the demise of the 4 demon emperor remnants, I possess a method to ensure your spirit endures. Upon our return to the clan, we need not hasten in seeking a successor. Previously, Jiang Yun had already gathered the legacy jade stones of 3 esteemed celestial elders. He merely required the relic of Ancestor Tai Ling to summon the divine dragon. Ancestor Tai Ling did not rush to enter the jade stone offered by Jiang Yun. Instead, he regarded Jiang Yun with a warm smile and remarked, "The Tai Ling ancient clan is distinct from the Futu ancient clan, and I need not exert myself in the search for a successor, for you are the most suitable candidate." Tai Ling's words momentarily startled Jiang Yun, who then gently shook his head and replied with a light laugh, "I deem myself no less capable than the Tai Ling heavenly light. I appreciate your kind intentions, yet I am not without my own gains. The 40,000 demon extermination points are the greatest reward from this venture." "Very well, you stubborn little fellow." Seeing Jiang Yun's resolute demeanor, Ancestor Tai Ling did not insist further. With a hint of regret, he shook his head and sighed. "It is rare to find a successor I admire. Who would have thought you would turn your back on an old man? Truly, I am growing old." With those words, Ancestor Tai Ling, like the ancestor Futu, entered the jade stone prepared by Jiang Yun. With matters concluded, it was time to pay a visit to grandfather. Gazing at the desolate 4 holy towers, Jiang Yun murmured to himself, and at that moment, his previously calm heart began to race fervently. As Jiang Yun was about to embark on his journey, his eyes suddenly became piercingly sharp, gazing towards the darkened sky above the Saint Abyss continent, where the sinister forces of the outer realms loomed. "Yun'er, a demon emperor has crossed over, and he is no ordinary foe. Exercise caution." At that moment, Qingming's grave voice resonated within Jiang Yun's heart. Jiang Yun nodded, his expression gradually turning serious, even from a distance. He could sense the oppressive pressure emanating from his very soul. The Demon Emperor. Chapter 267. The Demon Emperor. At this juncture, the borders of the Saint Abyss continent were shrouded in gloom, with low-hanging clouds casting a somber shadow. The radiant sunlight from the heavens above struggled to penetrate the malevolent clouds, failing to deliver warmth to this desolate land. Beyond the barriers of the world, a derisive, manic laughter echoed ominously. At last, my sons, the hunt begins. One after another, towering demonic figures emerged from the darkness, their blood-red eyes gleaming with greed, savagery, and malice. They embodied a grotesque amplification of all evil thoughts, devoid of any trace of benevolence, resembling a collective manifestation of the world's negativity. The air surrounding these demonic shadows was thick with an overwhelming aura of wickedness. The dense demonic energy seemed to transform into flames of inferno, capable of reducing all living beings to ashes. With the emergence of these demonic figures, the rampant malevolence in the world grew ever more ferocious, swirling into a tempest of darkness and chaos. Following closely behind the shadows was a cacophony of demonic howls, heralding the arrival of an increasing number of demonic entities. Led by the Demon Emperor, a host of Xian Demon Emperors and Yu Demon Emperors commanded the army of the Outer Realm's evil clan. Poised at the gates of the Saint Abyss continent. My sons, before us lies the boundless world. Raise your blades, for countless delectable feasts and beautiful women await you. Kill, kill, kill. What is happening? This is dire. The Outer Realm's evil clan is launching a massive assault. Quickly relay the message to headquarters and summon reinforcements. Powerful foes from the Outer Realm are breaching our borders. As the Outer Realm's evil clan vigorously battered the gates, the many supreme beings of the Grand Thousand Towers sensed the disturbances within the Saint Abyss continent. Even across the dimensional divide, they could feel the boundless demonic energy surging forth, tumultuously sweeping through the world. In an instant, the Grand Thousand Towers sounded the highest alert, transmitting countless messages in all directions. It may be too late to wait for reinforcements from various locations. We must personally lead a team to the Saint Abyss continent to provide aid. Even if we must shatter the Saint Abyss continent, we cannot allow them to invade the Grand Thousand world. Elder Lu declared gravely, observing the gathering supreme beings. It is our duty, they roared in unison. With the presence of the supreme beings, the many demon slayers within the Grand Thousand Tower erupted in fervent cheers. In their eyes, the Outer Realm's evil clan represented a target for extermination, and extermination equated to resources, which in turn translated to power. For those who dance on the edge of death, the concept of life and death has long been dismissed. The once rare appearance of the malevolent beings from beyond the realms has now surged forth in droves, igniting within them a fervent excitement and an insatiable desire. The denizens of the Outer Realms must be eradicated. Among the shadows, a young man with a cold demeanor spoke with a face full of murderous intent. Within his obsidian eyes lay an abyss of silence and indifference. Those around him gazed at him with admiration, for he was none other than Qin Tian, the esteemed high-level demon slayer, ranked second on the demon-slaying monument. As personnel from the vast world mobilized in support, Jiang Yun's expression turned grave as he gazed at the colossal rift in the sky. From within this chasm, boundless demonic energy surged forth, and phantoms of malevolence poured out like a relentless tide. Among them, towering figures resembling demonic gods emerged, accompanied by a chilling voice that resonated through the heavens and earth. It appeared that these fiends had plotted their course, heading directly for the four holy towers. In a foreboding sense, he felt several terrifying consciousnesses locking onto him. Should he make a move, he would be met with a tempest of retaliatory force. This is troublesome, Jiang Yun murmured to himself as he sensed the formidable presences in the void, yet not a trace of worry marred his countenance. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was all invaluable experience, and as long as he amassed enough kills, the prospect of attaining celestial-grade treasures was within reach. The roar of demonic howls echoed throughout the world, an unceasing tide of malevolent energy quickly enveloping half of the Holy Abyss continent, transforming it into a realm of darkness. Amidst the rising demonic energy, powerful phantoms stood, their cold, fierce gazes fixated upon Jiang Yun as if he were mere prey. So it is you, little brat, who has disrupted the order and annihilated the remnants of the four great lords. You truly possess audacity. Ha ha ha. A mere spirit-grade heavenly sovereign has caused my clan such losses. I shall ensure you endure the full extent of our methods, neither able to live nor die. Why utter so many words? The Lord of Black Corpses is watching. Behold as I capture him. The many demon emperors regarded Jiang Yun as though he were an arbitrary target for their hunt. Ultimately, it was the Blood Demon Clan's Xuanxue Demon Emperor, a figure of great renown among the outer malevolent beings, who could no longer restrain himself and made the first move. With a wave of his sleeve, a beam of blood light shattered the void, hurtling towards Jiang Yun with overwhelming force. Facing the incoming attack and the multitude of demon emperors, Jiang Yun displayed no fear. Instead, he flashed a grin at them, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. In the next moment, a cold voice escaped his lips. Imperial flame of purification. A myriad of spiritual lights erupted, and boundless, resplendent flames surged forth from the void, akin to the floodgates of a lake being opened or a volcanic eruption. Sizzle. The rampaging malevolence, as if encountering its nemesis, dissipated into wisps of green smoke in the face of the searing imperial flame. Just moments ago, the Xian blood demon emperor, who had looked down upon Jiang Yun and regarded him as a lamb awaiting slaughter, was caught off guard and engulfed by flames. His expression transformed from a fierce grimace to one of astonishment, then contorted in agony until he let out a piercing wail. Before the watchful eyes of all present, the imperial flame scorched the hair, skin, flesh, and bones of the Xian blood demon emperor. With a sizzle, his already grotesque face twisted further, becoming a gruesome sight. The blood demon armor. An overwhelming malevolence surged forth, morphing into a dark red liquid that enveloped his body in an attempt to shield against the searing flames. Yet, how could Jiang Yun's repeatedly evolved fire be so easily dealt with? The essence of the imperial flame was the reincarnation demon flame, a mere facade conjured by Jiang Yun to deceive the world. After Jiang Yun's refinement, the reincarnation demon flame had nearly reached the level of a sacred artifact, far beyond the means of the early Xian blood demon emperor to withstand. Under the terrified gaze of those around, the blood armor failed to withstand even a moment against the imperial flame. As the flames consumed him, it appeared to all that he was gradually melting away. Ah, Lord Black Corpse, save me. At the brink of life and death, the Xian blood demon emperor cried out in desperation. Useless. A voice pierced through the obstacles, resonating throughout every corner of the holy abyss continent. In the next instant, a torrent of corpse energy enveloped the Xian blood demon emperor, and in an instant, the domineering imperial flame clashed violently with the terrifying corpse energy, akin to boiling water splashed into hot oil. Oh, this is intriguing. Upon realizing that his initial efforts had not extinguished the flames, the voice of the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor echoed once more. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the Xian blood demon emperor. Observing the flames upon him, a flicker of surprise crossed his calm eyes as he gazed at Jiang Yun and remarked, I did not expect a mere spirit-level heavenly sovereign like you to possess such a formidable flame, nearly rivaling that of the flame Heavenly Demon Emperor. However, it still cannot withstand my methods. As his words fell, a more terrifying corpse energy emerged from the palm of the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor, striking toward the Xian blood demon emperor's core. In an instant, the Xian blood demon emperor, once radiating with the aura of blood magic, transformed into a corpse-laden demon emperor of the undead clan. You are rather unkind in seizing your own kin, Jiang Yun observed. Witnessing the swift transformation of the once blood demon emperor into a corpse demon emperor, he chuckled lightly and addressed the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor. All are subjects of the evil god, no matter the clan, it is all the same. The Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor regarded Jiang Yun with reverence. Then with curiosity added, I find it rather intriguing that you are not afraid of me. Do you believe that aid from the myriad worlds will arrive in time? Let me tell you, by the time they arrive, it will be at least half an hour. In that span, I could slay you 10 times over. Jiang Yun gazed calmly at the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor and stated with an air of certainty, only when faced with the peril of life and death do beings reveal their panic. At present, I do not feel such a threat. Ha, ha, ha. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor's expression stiffened momentarily. Then, in a fit of rage, he laughed coldly before declaring indifferently, I shall turn you into a corpse puppet, leaving you with no chance of resurrection. Death Eater. In the next moment, the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor opened his mouth wide, unleashing a dense wave of chilling death energy that surged forth, swiftly transforming in midair into an immense gray skull. The gray skull trembled suddenly and morphed into a vast shadow, roaring downwards, its cavernous maw seemingly capable of devouring all vitality within the realm. A splendid opportunity. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yun felt an unusual thrill. A top-tier Heavenly Demon Emperor could undoubtedly serve as a measure of his current prowess. Firefinger. Confronting that awe-inspiring strike, Jiang Yun shouted softly, vibrant flames igniting rapidly from his fingertips. He then raised his flaming hand, lightly directing it towards the oncoming gray skull. Boom! With an ear-piercing shriek, what seemed an unremarkable finger instantaneously pierced through the gray skull, an inferno of flames sweeping forth to consume the vast expanse of grayish-white death energy entirely. Intriguing. The Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor, witnessing Jiang Yun's defense against his assault, let out a chilling smile. With a flick of his sleeve, a dense shroud of corpse energy blanketed the sky. Roar. From within this darkened veil, the sounds of roars emerged as hundreds of skeletal corpse beasts surged forth, each radiating formidable energy. These skeletal beasts were evidently meticulously refined by the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor, their physical forms unmatched in strength, particularly the leading beast, which would leave even the most powerful Celestial Supreme at a loss. Surrounded by a sea of fire, Jiang Yun's gaze remained unwavering as he regarded the approaching horde of corpse beasts. In his palm, a beautifully exquisite fire lotus hovered delicately. With a flick of his finger, the radiant fire lotus floated forth, heading straight for the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, waves of fire surged forth, and the domineering flames engulfed the skeletal beast army, reducing them to ashes in an instant, leaving only the leading giant beast, which collapsed to the ground with mournful cries. Upon witnessing this scene, the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor's expression finally darkened. The corpse beasts harbored an extraordinarily potent corpse magic poison. Even Celestial Supremes and other demon emperors would succumb to its corruption, transforming into lifeless forms. Yet today, he had not anticipated that Jiang Yun, a mere spiritual-grade Celestial Supreme, would nearly obliterate his entire force. You have unleashed 2 strikes. Now it is my turn. As the words fell, a towering giant shadow coalesced from the sea of flames, its visage mirroring that of Jiang Yun, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, while the essence of life and death spun ceaselessly within its eyes. Behind him, countless images emerged, depicting the revival of all things and the eternal silence of living beings, each presenting a peculiar wave that, upon a mere glance, seemed to convey the passage of time. The lower-ranked demons, once youthful, were instantly transformed into frail, white-haired elders. The flame of life within their souls flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. What a strange manifestation. This is the essence of life and death. Who would have thought that, beyond the guardians of graves, there existed beings who had traversed so far along the path of life and death in this vast universe? The wheel of life and death. As Jiang Yun's indifferent voice echoed, a colossal, peculiar ring materialized in the sky, slowly rotating. Within its confines, black and white swirled, and the energies of life and death formed a delicate balance at its center, exuding an aura of reincarnation. A mere trick. The Black Corpse Demon Emperor gazed at the ring above with a dismissive smirk, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of gravity. At that moment, he no longer regarded Jiang Yun as a mere celestial being he could easily crush, but rather as a formidable adversary worthy of his full attention. Truth be told, Jiang Yun's comprehension of the path of life and death reminded the Black Corpse Demon Emperor of another individual, the Lord of Immortality. He believed that, given enough time, Jiang Yun would evolve into a challenging foe. Thus, he resolved to hold nothing back. Boom. The Black Corpse Demon Emperor's form shimmered with dense corpse energy, and in the next instant, drops of black corpse water began to fall from his body. This black corpse water, known as the extreme evil corpse water, was thick and foul, permeated with an indescribable essence of death and extinction. Just a single drop, should it fall into a lower realm, could potentially reduce countless beings to mere corpses. Kill. Chapter 268. Invulnerable to all techniques. The extreme evil corpse water possessed the ability of pollution. Any spiritual force that came into contact with it would not only be tainted by death's aura, but could also extend to the physical body, stripping the essence of life and transforming it into a corpse. Under such vile waters, no matter how resilient one's life force, survival was impossible. Kill. With a fierce shout, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor flicked his fingers, and the drops of black corpse water shot forth, coalescing into a small stream. Although seemingly unremarkable, wherever it flowed, even the void exuded an air of dead silence. Roar. As it traveled, the black corpse water morphed into a gigantic skull, radiating a power that corrupted the world, crashing towards the ring in the sky. Sizzle. The vast ring, imbued with the essence of reincarnation, collided heavily with the enormous skull formed from the extreme evil corpse water, under the watchful gaze of countless malevolent beings from beyond realms. Boom. Upon impact, the corpse water began to seep upward, attempting to unleash its terrifying corrosive power. However, in that fleeting moment, the black and white ring erupted with dazzling brilliance, the power of reincarnation reverberating through the air. At this moment, under the influence of this formidable force, it seemed as if even space itself was on the brink of collapse and separation. Under the horrified gazes of numerous extraterritorial evil clans, The colossal skull rapidly disintegrated and retreated, akin to ice melting swiftly upon encountering searing flames. Crack! The immense energy attack dissipated with astonishing speed, and within mere moments, it quietly transformed into a void, vanishing amidst this realm. In contrast, the gigantic black and white circular ring continued to hover in the sky, slowly rotating. Boom! The eyes of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor suddenly contracted, accompanied by a muffled roar. The black and white circular ring in the heavens instantly morphed into a massive yin-yang eye, descending upon him with oppressive force. Insolence. The series of failures not only humiliated the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, but also ignited a deep fury within him. When did a mere spirit-grade heavenly sovereign become capable of thwarting him time and again? Silence of light. With a piercing cry, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's eyes, swirling with dark vortexes, suddenly focused, transforming into a single black line that shot forth. This line, imbued with an aura of annihilation, swept through everything in its path as if stripping life itself, exuding an overwhelming terror. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it collided heavily with the descending yin-yang eye. Boom! At this moment, the extraterritorial evil clans exhaled in relief, for under the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's assault, the attack launched by Jiang Yun finally shattered. They instinctively sighed, then abruptly realized the peculiarity of the situation. When did a spirit-grade heavenly sovereign exert such immense pressure upon them? Not bad. You at least managed to withstand one of my strikes, Jiang Yun remarked with a light chuckle, speaking slowly. He did not expect to vanquish a top-tier demon emperor in a single blow, as he was not yet capable of that feat. Yet this did not prevent him from provoking his opponent. You have thoroughly enraged me. The Black Corpse Demon Emperor erupted in fury, his voice resonating as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss, the murderous intent palpable enough to solidify and chill the heart. At that moment, a pallid hue began to coalesce in his eyes, and in just a few breaths, his irises turned completely white, devoid of pupils. Those white eyes resembled the gaze of death itself, radiating a chilling aura. Witnessing this, Jiang Yun's eyes narrowed, his body tensing gradually. The clash between the two had officially commenced. A wrathful top-tier demon emperor was not to be disregarded in the current realm. Boom! A stream of ashen energy seeped from his flesh, merging with his own death energy, continuously coalescing behind him. There, a colossal silhouette, approximately 1,000 feet tall, slowly emerged. The figure appeared exceedingly vague, adorned with a black crown and wielding a white scythe, unleashing a torrent of death energy, as if the very Reaper had descended. Reaper technique, the three bowels of the corpse god. The chilling voice of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill, resonated throughout the realm like the harbinger of death. To the astonishment of all, he bowed before Jiang Yun from a distance, and simultaneously, the colossal shadow behind him also bent down in submission. In an instant, the entire world seemed to dim, as if engulfed in shadows, with the wails of death reverberating through the heavens, instilling a sense of dread and unease. The corpse god performed 3 prostrations, the first snatching away life itself. As the icy words of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor echoed, an indescribable aura of death surged forth like a tempest, mercilessly stripping away all vitality in its wake. Even the heavens appeared shrouded in a pallid hue, as if rendered lifeless, ensnared in a state of demise. Withdraw at once. A frantic shout pierced the air as the powerful beings of the outer evil clan began to retreat hastily. Their eyes reflected sheer terror as they gazed upon the encroaching aura of death. Although the corpse god technique of the corpse demon clan was formidable, it was a power that could not discern friend from foe. They feared that if they lingered, they might succumb before Jiang Yun did. In that moment, Jiang Yun felt his skin turning an ashen gray at a visible rate, his flesh withering, and the vitality within him quietly dissipating. Yet, in the next instant, he directed a peculiar smile towards the Black Corpse Demon Emperor. You wield your enigmatic corpse god technique, but I possess my innate divine power. Born from the 9 divine veins, the supreme divine power, impervious to all. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual light of his 9 divine veins surged within him, igniting a mysterious pattern in his being. Simultaneously, an extraordinary red glow emanated from his body, coursing around him like an arcane force. His withered skin instantly regained its alabaster sheen, and the life force that had been ebbing away came to an abrupt halt. With newfound vigor, Jiang Yun disregarded the corpse god technique unleashed by the Black Corpse Demon Emperor. He unleashed a flurry of punches, targeting the emperor with unrelenting ferocity. Observing the figure that remained unaffected by the corpse god's 3 prostrations, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's pupils constricted in disbelief, as if witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. The next moment, a fist radiating golden light suddenly loomed large in his vision. Boom! Years of battle experience allowed the Black Corpse Demon Emperor to react swiftly. He extended a withered claw to collide with the fist, producing a sound as jarring as metal clashing. Both combatants were forced to retreat. Impossible, impossible. How can you remain unscathed? The Black Corpse Demon Emperor, now seemingly deranged, bellowed at Jiang Yun. The humiliation of being pushed back by a mere spirit-level heavenly sovereign was eclipsed only by the shock of Jiang Yun's invulnerability. There is nothing impossible. All impossibilities stem from a lack of strength. Jiang Yun let out a cold, disdainful smile as he raised his hand to strike. The golden radiance emanating from his fist was akin to the explosive force of an ancient divine beast, ensnaring numerous demon emperors in its powerful embrace. You wretched beings, he retorted, though your abilities may be somewhat peculiar, you shall not belittle us in such a manner. Kill, kill, kill. I refuse to believe that you can sustain such terrifying powers until the battle's end. I shall slay you and transform you into the most fearsome corpse puppet, imprisoning your soul within for eternity, never to be reborn. Jiang Yun's scornful demeanor instantly ignited the fury of the demon emperors, who roared in unison as colossal phantoms appeared behind them, each channeling their unique powers to converge upon Jiang Yun. In an instant, he was embroiled in a fierce clash with the demon emperors of the outer realm, engaging in relentless, violent collisions, with neither side willing to yield, blood mist surging continuously. Below, the evil beings, whose powers were equivalent to those of earthly sovereigns, recoiled in fear, regarding Jiang Yun as though he were a monstrous apparition. His physical form was extraordinarily formidable, rivaling that of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, leaving ordinary beings utterly incapable of shaking him. Coupled with his enigmatic ability to be impervious to all methods, no matter the Demon Emperor's spells or magical weapons, every attack merely dissipated upon contact with him, failing even to dim the crimson glow enveloping his body. At this moment on the battlefield, the Demon Emperors observed their desperate assaults rendered futile against Jiang Yun. The moment their powers met his form and that red glow flickered, their defenses began to crumble, only to be met with the weighty force of Jiang Yun's fists. Ironically, Jiang Yun's body was equally terrifying. Their most strenuous efforts inflicted no damage, yet they were left to endure his relentless strikes. Within mere exchanges, they found themselves on the verge of breaking. With a resounding impact, Jiang Yun's fist struck the chest of the blood zombie demon emperor, sending him flying. His eyes blazed crimson, and a substantial dent appeared in his chest as he crashed into the remnants of a shattered landscape. Quickly regaining his footing, he glared at Jiang Yun and bellowed, "No, it cannot be. I refuse to believe such an insurmountable power exists in this world." Corpse God Technique. 3 bowls to the Corpse God. Second bow, Devour the Divine. Third bow, Annihilation of Worlds. In the next moment, the corpse energy within the Black Corpse Demon Emperor surged once more, continuously flowing into the massive phantom behind him, which exuded a terrifying aura of death. It raised its head, then bowed deeply before Jiang Yun. Simultaneously, the great phantom of corpse energy also lowered its head, and in that instant, a gray light, barely a foot in diameter, erupted from its eyes, piercing through space and appearing before Jiang Yun in the blink of an eye. As this technique concluded, all the flesh and blood upon the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's body began to dissolve, transforming into vitality that infused the gigantic phantom behind him, which continued to bow before Jiang Yun. In that fleeting moment, the entire cosmos seemed to freeze, the howling winds ceased. The flow of spiritual energy between heaven and earth came to a halt, and all sounds faded into oblivion. Suddenly, the immense space surrounding Jiang Yun shattered into countless fragments, cascading down like a torrential rain. Below, the ground was marred by endless fissures, spreading outwards like an abyss. A howling black wind swept through the heavens and the earth, exuding a foul stench reminiscent of decaying corpses. Wherever this sinister wind passed, all vitality seemed to be extinguished, as if every living being would face annihilation in its presence. Jiang Yun stood atop his corporeal form, gazing at the ominous black wind that filled his vision, feeling the essence of destruction it contained. With a faint chuckle, he fixed his piercing gaze upon the skeletal form of the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor. He then activated the technique of invulnerability, stepping forth to confront the blood-stained zombie demon emperor, undeterred by the 2 successive necromantic attacks directed at him. In the midst of his flight, as the destructive black wind enveloped him, it was effortlessly dispelled by an enigmatic force, leaving Jiang Yun unscathed under the despairing gaze of the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor. Then came a resounding cry, as a brilliant light erupted from his black eyes. With a firm grasp, an ancient longsword, glistening like crystal, materialized in his hand, the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Having been nurtured over time, the sword now radiated the aura of an unparalleled sacred artifact, barely revealing the brilliance of its prime. As the Heavenly Emperor's sword was drawn, an indescribable power surged forth, sweeping across the expanse like a divine presence. Jiang Yun then unleashed a single stroke against the malevolent forces beyond the realm. Whoosh! The crystalline light darted through the void towards the Demon Emperor and the encroaching army of evil. The strike was silent, devoid of ostentation. Yet the countenances of the Demon Emperors turned pale with terror, an overwhelming fear gripping their features. They sensed an unfathomable fluctuation within that stroke, a sensation only experienced when confronting the apex of Demon Emperors. Jiang Yun's defensive prowess was astonishing, but his offensive capabilities were equally terrifying. Block it! A roar erupted from the ranks of the evil clan, prompting an instinctive retreat as an overwhelming wave of malevolence surged forth, forming countless layers of spiritual defenses before them. Boom, boom, boom. The crystalline blade sliced through, shattering layer upon layer of defenses. The weaker members of the alien evil clan watched in horror, while several demon emperors unleashed their malevolent energies without reservation, propelling themselves toward the sword's radiance. Quickly, there's an anomalous energy fluctuation ahead. It must be our exterminators confronting the forces of the alien evil. We must rush to their aid. Such a terrifying energy disturbance indicated that the alien evil clan had dispatched numerous formidable warriors, and it seemed our exterminators were suffering significant losses. These cursed beings, bold in their invasion, slaughtering my compatriots, must be fully prepared for their downfall. The battle between Jiang Yun and the Black Corpse Celestial Demon Emperor, with its terrifying fluctuations, provided a clear direction for the formidable beings of the Grand Thousand World, such as those from the Grand Thousand Pavilion, who finally arrived at the battlefield. Chapter 269, The Invincible Jiang Yun. Boom. In the vicinity of the four holy towers, the people of the Grand Thousand World, even before approaching, felt the reverberating sounds of the battlefield. Gazing at the swirling blood mist in the distance, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Ahead lay the four holy towers. It appeared that the target of the demon clan was the remnants of the four celestial demon emperors. They must not be allowed to rescue the remnants, or the Grand Thousand World may once again face the threat of four supreme celestial demon emperors in the future. I hope the demon slayers within the abyssal continent can hold their ground. Qin Tian and the others finally reached the edge of the battlefield. Observing the horrifying fluctuations, the numerous celestial sovereigns exchanged solemn glances and spoke gravely. Let us charge forth. In Qin Tian's eyes, a terrifying killing intent emerged. He let out a long howl and surged forward into the most intense part of the battlefield. Let us go. Behind them, Elder Lu and the others exchanged serious looks and nodded gravely, transforming into beams of light and closely following Qin Tian. Roar, you little brat. May you meet a dire fate. Just as the crowd arrived, an enraged roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, leaving the people of the Grand Thousand World in stunned disbelief at the scene before them. With an imposing presence, Jiang Yun unleashed an endless beam of crystalline sword light upon the forces of the outer demonic race. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, imbued with a terrifying divine aura, piercing through the dense blood mist. It was vaguely visible that in the forefront, figures resembling vengeful spirits were collapsing to the ground. The chilling screams rose and fell like waves, as three celestial demon emperors, exhausted and overwhelmed, were engulfed by the sword light, their physical forms instantly annihilated. The shattered demonic souls floated in the air, and before they could react, Jiang Yun summoned forth the demon extermination order, which swiftly absorbed the fragmented souls. Besides these main targets, many demonic beings of the Earth's sovereign level were also swept up by this singular sword light. As numerous demonic souls surged into the demon extermination order, the previously high number of 40,000 began to surge wildly, almost instantaneously reaching 65,000, illustrating the sheer number of outer demonic beings Jiang Yun had obliterated. It was nearly enough to bestow the title of Demon Extermination King upon three of them. Who is this person? Am I dreaming? Did he just slay three celestial demon emperors? It must be him. Jiang Yun's sword not only instilled terror in the outer demonic race, but also sent shockwaves through the numerous powerhouses of the Grand Thousand World. An eerie scene unfolded on the battlefield. The outer demonic beings, who should have been engaged in a life-and-death struggle, turned their gazes toward the young man wielding the crystalline longsword, his expression indifferent, resembling a celestial deity. At this moment, Lu Tong, also known as Old Lu, finally discerned Jiang Yun's visage and was instantly struck with awe. What? He is Jiang Yun? How could he possess such formidable strength, contending against numerous demon emperors? Even a saint-level powerhouse would find it no easy feat. A myriad of fervent gazes were directed towards Jiang Yun in the sky, undeniably. He had become the focal point of the crowd. Qin Tian's eyes shimmered with brilliance, as Jiang Yun's prowess astonished him. That single sword strike was overwhelming, domineering, and brutally unyielding. Even he could only manage to face 3 opponents of equal standing simultaneously, while the sheer force Jiang Yun had just displayed commanded universal respect. At this juncture, however, Jiang Yun paid no heed to the throngs of the vast world. Instead, he regarded the Black Corpse Demon Emperor with a grave expression. Indeed, a top-tier Demon Emperor was terrifying. Although he had momentarily subdued numerous Demon Emperors through his invulnerability, he was now fortified in defense, yet lacked sufficient offensive capability, rendering him unable to inflict fatal harm on a supreme Demon Emperor. Thus, despite the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's wretched appearance, his life was not in jeopardy. Moreover, feeling the dwindling spiritual energy within him, Jiang Yun's heart sank. While his invulnerability was unparalleled, it was incredibly draining. Even with his late-stage Heavenly Sovereign cultivation, he was on the verge of collapse. It seemed that only by transcending to the saint level could he wield this ability as a regular tactic. Suddenly, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, warily observing Jiang Yun, recalled the latter's frenzied onslaught, transforming into a skeletal figure. The flicker of soul fire ignited in his eyes as he bellowed, "Quickly, exert all your strength to subdue him. He is nearing his limit." The more outrageous the divine ability, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy. He is at the end of his tether. Rarely excited, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, having barely escaped psychological collapse moments prior, regained his composure. Although Jiang Yun's divine ability was invincible, his cultivation level was his most significant vulnerability. He could not sustain invulnerability indefinitely. Resolute in his thoughts, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor resolved to seize the opportunity before Jiang Yun could fully develop, lest he become another immortal emperor. Boom! A terrifying edge erupted from the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, as if a demonic sun rose behind him. A black streak of light cleaved through space, hurtling towards Jiang Yun. It was a bone spear, exuding an aura of extreme malevolence, its terrifying sharpness seemingly capable of cleaving the universe asunder. Kill. Though initially taken aback, the other demon emperors naturally believed the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's words. Suppressing their trepidation, they unleashed their most fearsome attacks upon Jiang Yun. "This is perilous. We must rush to support Jiang Yun." Upon witnessing the movements of the malevolent extraterrestrial clan, the myriad inhabitants of the vast world promptly reacted, surging towards Jiang Yun. Boom! A torrent of ethereal energy surged forth, akin to a tempest, sweeping away the endless malevolent force. A colossal figure, wielding a golden wheel, emerged in the firmament, surrounded by a tumultuous aura of spiritual energy, which shimmered with the grandeur of the cosmos, as if inscribed with the stars of the universe. This was the celestial wheel of demon extermination. Ranked 9th among the supreme bodies of the 99 exalted, this formidable manifestation was none other than Qin Tian's cultivation. In this critical moment, it was Qin Tian's swiftness that prevailed. He stood upon the shoulder of his divine form, his spiritual power raging like a storm across the heavens and the earth, clearing a pristine expanse. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Jiang Yun, confronting the onslaught of attacks and the numerous arrogant demonic figures with an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze radiating indifference, untainted by fear. "Those who defy the great thousand shall perish." His cold, resolute voice resounded through the cosmos, lingering in the air, instilling a chill akin to a blade poised at one's throat. Harnessing the celestial wheel of demon extermination, Qin Tian unleashed a fearsome beam of divine light against the extraterritorial malevolent clan. Behind him, one after another, his divine forms materialized, their swirling spiritual energy sweeping across the entire expanse. 6 towering divine bodies emerged, and the rampant malevolent energy was obliterated, vast spaces once again filled with spiritual power. Alongside Jiang Yun and Qin Tian, a total of 8 heavenly sovereigns from the great thousand world joined forces, their colossal forms standing tall against the heavens, creating a momentum that rivaled the extraterritorial malevolent clan. Without the need for words, an unspoken understanding compelled them to instantaneously combine their assaults, neutralizing the attacks from the malevolent clan. Damn it! Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements from the great thousand world, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's expression darkened with curses, realizing that the opportunity to eliminate Jiang Yun had grown increasingly elusive. This formidable adversary of the future extraterritorial alliance could not simply be allowed to escape. His frustration was palpable. "Advance, even if it means self-detonation. I demand the death of that wretched boy." The Black Corpse Demon Emperor glared at the surrounding demon lords, his eyes growing more ferocious, soon making a decisive command. "I shall stall the heavenly sovereigns of the great thousand world. Whatever it takes, ensure that boy is slain. Kill." Shadows of malevolence loomed, and the cacophony of demonic energy surged. The Black Corpse Demon Emperor led the charge, with a single strike encompassing 7 heavenly sovereigns, including Qin Tian, leaving 8 towering giants clashing in the dusky sky. The ferocity of their encounter shattered the void, transforming the area into an impenetrable battleground. This was the realm of conflict between heavenly sovereigns and the Demon Emperor, no matter how powerful the Earth sovereigns or fierce the Demon Kings. They could not approach this terrifying battlefield. The only outcome lay in utter annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's terrifying power was fully unveiled, as boundless demonic energy raged forth, chilling the very marrow of their bones, as he single-handedly suppressed the 7 heavenly sovereigns. Had it not been for his prior use of the Corpse God technique, which left him lacking in peak power, the situation for Qin Tian and his companions would have been dire. Among the 7 sovereigns, even Qin Tian himself was merely at the spirit level, with only one elder possessing the initial stage of immortal quality. The rest were spirit-level sovereigns. Faced with the formidable Black Corpse Demon Emperor, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Simultaneously, the demon slayers of the vast world summoned their supreme avatars, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged like a tempest, spreading in waves akin to the ocean. The expressions of all present were resolute and fervent, with a myriad of sentiments coalescing into a singular word: kill. With spiritual energy as vast as the sea and battle intent rising like a tide, the demon slayers included numerous prodigious talents, featuring both spiritual array masters and battle array masters, engaging fiercely with the invading forces of the malevolent race. In an instant, blood rained down like droplets, and severed limbs were cast carelessly into the sky. This region swiftly transformed into a veritable meat grinder, with demons being torn apart and numerous formidable beings from the vast world perishing as well. While the ground trembled and the heavens quaked from the clash between the Black Corpse Demon Emperor and Qin Tian's group, Jiang Yun's side exhibited an overwhelming advantage. Kill him. Upon receiving the command from the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, the remaining Demon Emperors, though slightly intimidated under Jiang Yun's calm gaze, nonetheless bravely executed the orders. To them, Jiang Yun represented an immense threat. They could not allow his growth, lest the malevolent race be plunged into eternal chaos. An endless tide of demonic energy surged toward Jiang Yun. The 4 holy towers were engulfed within a radius of 100,000 miles, as boundless malevolence ravaged the land, transforming into a tempest potent enough to corrupt all it touched, raining down with ferocity from the heavens. Roars, battle cries, and wails reverberated throughout the expanse, while blood drenched the sky and earth, and dismembered limbs danced through the air. In that moment, Jiang Yun resembled a war god, wielding the sword of the heavenly emperor as he rampaged through the ranks of the malevolent forces. With the absence of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's obstruction, he grew increasingly composed. The fierce clash between spiritual and demonic forces sent gusts of wind capable of rending the very fabric of space. A torrent of flames surged around Jiang Yun, clearing a vast area within a 10,000 zhang radius, causing even the Demon Emperors and Demon Kings to retreat in haste. Caught off guard, countless demon generals and kings were reduced to ashes, many of them failing to emit even a sound of anguish before vanishing from this realm. You shall perish. Witnessing so many of their kin fall to Jiang Yun's hand, the surrounding demon emperors were filled with rage, their eyes ablaze. These were the very legions that constituted their race. Despite the malevolent race's generally cold emotions, these were the backbone of their strength. To witness such slaughter at Jiang Yun's hands was a source of profound anguish for them. Boom. As Jiang Yun turned back, he suddenly swung his sword, and the previously furious ghost demon emperor let out no scream, being cleaved apart by Jiang Yun's blade, dying with resentment and suffocation. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend the brilliance of that sword, which was too resplendent and swift, as if it could slice through the vast universe itself. The esteemed ghost demon emperor was unable to react in time, meeting his end with a single stroke. Gulp. The surrounding demon emperors, who had just been seething with rage, instantly calmed down, swallowing hard as they gazed in horror at the figure wielding the sword, a surge of fear rising within them. They cursed the ancestral lineage of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor in their hearts. Wasn't it said that their spiritual power was insufficient? How could they still appear so vigorous in this battle? Was it not the heavenly sovereign whose spiritual power was lacking? Yet he had just slain a demon emperor with a single strike? Indeed, Jiang Yun had just been low on spiritual power. However, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, in his arrogance, had engaged in combat with Qin Tian and others, inadvertently alleviating the pressure on Jiang Yun. Without the burden of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, he no longer needed to expend energy on the resource-draining technique of 10,000 laws invulnerable. Moreover, during this time, The fallen demon emperors from the outer realms had provided him with ample energy. Yet, it was the blazing sacred fire of the fire spirit within him that allowed him to swiftly regain his peak. This flame, comparable to the divine fire of the fire spirit clan, had not been absorbed since Jiang Yun acquired it, and now it served as a vital reserve of energy. Kill. After cleaving down a ghost demon emperor, Jiang Yun was not satisfied. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the remaining demon emperors. A light smile gracing his face as he advanced towards them with the heavenly emperor's sword. Kill. He will not spare us. If we must die, let us die together. Facing Jiang Yun, the remaining demon emperors exchanged glances filled with ferocity, knowing they could only fight to the death. Before long, another ghost demon emperor had his hands severed by Jiang Yun. With his spirit waning and life hanging by a thread, he looked at Jiang Yun with determination, roaring, "If this emperor dies, you shall not fare well either." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and exploded beside Jiang Yun. Boom. Chapter 270, Stand Down. Boom. The self-detonation of a demon emperor was indeed terrifyingly powerful. However, Jiang Yun was no ordinary individual. In that critical moment, he reacted swiftly, bracing himself against the shockwave. To think you can kill me with your self-destruction, foolish delusion. Amidst the gazes of numerous demon emperors, Jiang Yun slowly emerged from the center of the explosion, looking at them with a cold smile. Whoosh. As his words fell, Jiang Yun charged towards the remaining demon emperors, the battle reigniting. As the ranks of the demon emperors dwindled, those left could no longer withstand Jiang Yun's onslaught, with resounding explosions emanating from his vicinity. Yet another demon emperor fell to self-destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Listening to the explosive sounds echoing in his ears, the Black Corpse Celestial Demon Emperor, who had just vanquished two heavenly sovereigns, turned back with his pupils narrowing in shock. Not long ago, nearly 10 demon emperors had besieged Jiang Yun, but now only 4 remained. No, 3. After a prolonged battle, during which he had managed to defeat 2 heavenly sovereigns, Jiang Yun had already decimated the opposition. Jiang Yun. Witnessing one of the spectral demon emperors perish at Jiang Yun's hands, the Black Corpse Celestial Demon Emperor could not suppress a roar, his figure darting forward, intent on slaying Jiang Yun. You shall not escape. The demon extermination wheel. In his ears, the frenzied voice of Qin Tian surged forth, drenched in blood. He stood out among the crowd with unparalleled combat prowess, even surpassing that of the elder of celestial quality, naturally attracting the most attention from the Black Corpse Celestial Demon Emperor. As he witnessed Jiang Yun slay so many demon emperors, Qin Tian became even more frenzied. He cared not for his own life, but for the number of foreign evil beings that would perish here. Thus, even with his spiritual energy dwindling, he persistently unleashed his divine powers, desperately stalling the Black Corpse Celestial Demon Emperor to buy time for Jiang Yun. Boom. As the demon extermination wheel trembled, vast spiritual energy surged towards the wheel he held, causing it to spin with increasing velocity, gradually transforming into a fleeting shadow. Spirals of energy began to take shape, coiling around the wheel. Wherever these spirals passed, the void quietly split open, the fissures widening with each moment. An emotionless, chilling aura permeated the air, sharp enough to sever all that existed, obliterating everything in its path. You seek death. The ominous brilliance behind him forced the Black Corpse Celestial Demon Emperor to halt his advance, and he glared at Qin Tian with murderous intent, stating, "The ground shall crack." At that moment, a colossal skeletal claw, seemingly emerging from the abyss, reached out, flames of hell burning fiercely, aiming to grasp Qin Tian. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, the surrounding hellfire capable of incinerating all living beings. Boom. Ultimately, Qin Tian could not withstand the fury of the Black Corpse Celestial Demon Emperor. The gigantic claw shattered the demon extermination wheel and lunged toward him. It has come to this, Qin Tian mused. Observing the approaching claw and feeling the emptiness of his spiritual energy, a smile of relief gracing his face. Does the Black Corpse Celestial Demon Emperor truly believe there is no one in the vast expanse? Just as Qin Tian was on the verge of demise, a voice, ancient and thunderous, resonated through the distant space, carrying unmatched pressure that suddenly echoed throughout the world. Boom. In the next instant, the space before Qin Tian shattered, and a red gourd bizarrely emerged from the fractured void. As the red gourd appeared, an endless stream of crimson light erupted from its mouth, resembling the source of a volcano from a distance. The red light seemed to burn with fierce flames, each glimmer akin to an ocean of molten lava. Boom. An endless crimson light surged skyward, colliding fiercely with the encroaching skeletal giant's claw. In that moment of impact, it seemed as if the very fabric of heaven and earth trembled, the demonic energy in the atmosphere igniting under an overwhelming heat. Boom. Under the onslaught of that terrifyingly hot red light, the giant claw was solidified into a petrified stone. Rumble. The stone claw shattered into countless fragments, raining down like a deluge of stones, stirring up tumultuous waves upon the earth below. In the sky, Lu Tong and the others gazed at the dissipated attack, their faces alight with surprise. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, who had braced himself for sacrifice, stared in astonishment at the red gourd that rebounded after repelling the claw of the black corpse, Celestial Demon Emperor. Smack! An elderly man clad in simple robes, holding a cane, appeared at Qin Tian's side, catching the returning gourd with a swift motion. The old man, with a beaming smile, raised the red gourd to his lips and took a sip. In that instant, it seemed as if a liquid as red as molten lava flowed into his mouth. After savoring a sip from the gourd, he looked up at the grim-faced black corpse, Celestial Demon Emperor, and remarked, "Black corpse, you, a once great demon emperor, have resorted to such underhanded tactics, sneaking into our realm and attacking a few young disciples. Do you not feel any shame? You are that old drunkard from the Dacian palace." The black corpse, Celestial Demon Emperor, squinted as he assessed the suddenly appeared Celestial Supreme, sensing the aura of a sacred being emanating from him. Connecting the information from the Dacian world, he furrowed his brow and slowly spoke. "Do you intend to stop me? Thank you, Elder, for your timely intervention." At this moment, Qin Tian regained his composure, took out a divine pill, consumed it, and then clasped his hands in respect towards the figure before him. The injured Lu Tong and the others gathered around the newcomer, knowing all too well the immense pressure they had faced while battling the black corpse, Celestial Demon Emperor. Even a non-peak black corpse had cost them dearly. Now, their sacred powerhouse from Dacian Palace had arrived, sparing them from further confrontation. Nodding towards them, the drunken elder turned his attention to the black corpse, Celestial Demon Emperor, and declared, "Since ancient times, the Dacian world and the evil races from beyond have been irreconcilable. How could I stand idly by while you slay the pride of our realm?" With a cold sneer, the black corpse, Celestial Demon Emperor, looked disdainfully at the drunken elder. For he was a top-tier Celestial Demon Emperor among the 32 major clans of the evil races from beyond. Only a few sacred Celestial Supremes, such as the true Dragon Emperor or the Lord of the Undying, could pose a challenge to him. Clearly, the drunken elder was not among them. Perhaps at my peak, I would not have been your match, but now. The drunken elder, unfazed by the remark, smiled amiably and inquired, "How much strength do you have left?" Boom. As the words fell, the inebriated elder suddenly raised his gourd and took a swig of scalding liquor. Immediately, a terrifying aura surged around him, his crimson spiritual energy boiling like molten lava, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar. In the next moment, his aged visage flushed a deep red. He opened his mouth and unleashed a flame that appeared to flow like lava, transforming in midair into a colossal hand aimed at the black corpse, Celestial Demon Emperor. Though seemingly nonchalant, within the palm, the spiritual energy was being frantically compressed, eventually coalescing into a sun-sized orb of radiance. Within that orb, no aura emanated. Yet every observer could sense the terrifying power contained within its diminutive form. Should it be cast uncontrollably, it would likely create an unfathomable pit spanning 100,000 miles. The black corpse, Celestial Demon Emperor, witnessing the approaching orb, narrowed his gaze, unwilling to show even the slightest sign of complacency. The adversary was correct. His strength had dwindled to merely 50 or 60% of its peak after numerous battles, rendering him ill-equipped to contend with a saintly being and several heavenly sovereigns. However, he could not afford to exhibit any weakness. Corpse God Art, devouring life skeleton. In the next instant, the black corpse, Celestial Demon Emperor, opened his mouth, and a dense, chilling aura of death erupted forth, rapidly morphing into an immense gray skull in midair. The skull trembled violently and transformed into a vast shadow that roared downward, its gaping maw seemingly capable of devouring all life in existence. With a sharp clash, the skull collided with the orb, yet no cataclysmic sound erupted. Instead, both entities were seen eroding one another, the space between them fracturing under the intensity of their confrontation. At that moment of standoff, a distant scream echoed, prompting the crowd to turn. They beheld the last of the demonic emperors from the outer realms being slain by Jiang Yun. In that moment, his eyes harbored an overwhelming murderous intent, slowly turning to regard the black corpse, Celestial Demon Emperor. A sudden chill coursed through the latter. With the saintly sovereign of the Grand Thousand Palace blocking his path, and Jiang Yun lurking ominously behind, the situation had grown dire. The inebriated elder, with a smile, effectively cornered the black corpse, Celestial Demon Emperor, locking him in place. At that moment, excitement stirred within him. Today might very well mark the defeat of a Celestial Demon Emperor. Such an achievement would be unparalleled in the annals of the Grand Thousand World for millennia. Boom. Just then, in the regions of the Holy Abyss continent, close to the outer realms, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the farthest horizon. Simultaneously, the crowd felt a gaze filled with concealed fury descend upon them, openly expressing its wrath, rapidly approaching their location. A vast aura converged with the heavens and the earth, rolling in like divine wrath, sending waves of trepidation through all present. The celestial demon emperor. Upon sensing this formidable aura, the minds of the gathered individuals were instantly flooded with 3 words. Only such an existence could possess such boundless energy. This aura was undeniably on par with that of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor before them, representing a terrifying presence. Haha, do you still wish to fight? The Black Corpse Demon Emperor, recognizing this familiar sensation, broke into a grin, feeling a sudden wave of relief wash over him. Observing this, Lu Tong and the others furrowed their brows in hesitation. Although the severely weakened Black Corpse Demon Emperor was still capable of action, testing the waters for a chance to retain their opponent seemed precarious. A fully empowered Demon Emperor was no trifling matter. It was likely that more formidable forces were on their way. The drunken elder's expression darkened as well. Although he was not the only strong warrior from the Great Thousand Palace to come to the rescue, this situation could easily escalate into a significant conflict, rendering everything uncontrollable. After exchanging a distant glance with Jiang Yun, who gave a slight nod, the drunken elder immediately raised his voice, declaring, "Those of the Great Thousand must withdraw from the Holy Abyss continent at once." His voice echoed like thunder, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing the drunken elder's command, the demon slayers of the Great Thousand World halted their actions, the rear ranks swiftly transforming into the front as they retreated orderly into the spatial rift opened by the heavenly sovereign. As the crowd began to disperse, Jiang Yun and the drunken elder took on the responsibility of covering their retreat. The icy gaze of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor remained fixated on Jiang Yun, the previously obscure youth now indelibly marked in his mind. The events of the day were entirely due to this detestable individual. Had it not been for him, their demon domain would not have suffered the loss of numerous demon emperors, although he had also slain several heavenly sovereigns. The losses on both sides were not at all comparable. It could be said that Jiang Yun's debut had inflicted severe damage upon the demon realm. Go. Under the watchful eye of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, as the retreat unfolded, Jiang Yun and the drunken elder exchanged a glance and slowly made their way toward the spatial rift. "You wretch, having slain so many of my kin, do you think you can depart unscathed?" At that moment, a cold, authoritative voice echoed from afar, imbued with apocalyptic wrath, reverberating through the cosmos like thunder. Suddenly, the trio's vision was graced by a long sword exuding terrifying demonic energy, soaring forth like a dragon of darkness. With its emergence, the world was plunged into an abyss of shadows, annihilating all existence. "You go on ahead. I will hold them off." The drunken elder, his expression grave as he beheld the incoming demonic sword, turned to Jiang Yun and spoke in a serious tone. Jiang Yun, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not hesitate. Despite having ample spiritual power remaining after the fierce battles, the toll on his spirit had been considerable. Moreover, it was entirely reasonable for the strongest among them, the drunken elder, to cover their retreat, especially when facing a demon emperor who required a heavenly sovereign to contend with. After Jiang Yun departed, the drunken elder regarded the approaching demonic sword with utmost seriousness. He swiftly downed a mouthful of spiritual wine, his hands forming seals with lightning speed. As crimson spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a spirit orb roughly the size of a palm, aglow with flickering flames. With a slight tremor, the inebriated elder hurled the object towards the demonic sword, and in the next moment, without looking back, stepped into the spatial passage behind him. A thunderous roar followed, accompanied by a terrifying explosion that engulfed the surroundings in a searing wave of fire, while the space fracture was obliterated by this dreadful impact. Moments later, a figure clad in black robes arrived at the scene. Although appearing somewhat diminutive, he emanated an imposing presence, simply standing there as if to sever the heavens and divide the void. His gaze swept over the ravaged battlefield, where the sky was marred by fissures and flames still flickered upon the earth. He then turned his attention towards the distant figure of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, who sat cross-legged in meditation, the bloodlight in his eyes gradually dissipating. In a solemn tone, he inquired, "Has more than one saintly being from the vast world compelled you to this extent?" Upon hearing the Dark Demon Emperor's question, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor trembled slightly and replied gravely, "Our clan may soon face an unprecedented formidable foe." The weight of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's words prompted the Dark Demon Emperor to cast a puzzled glance in his direction, questioning whether the Black Corpse Demon Emperor had lost his senses and was speaking nonsensically. The Dark Demon Emperor's gaze caused the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's brow to twitch. Rising with solemnity, he stated, "I shall provide a comprehensive report on this matter once we arrive at the 10,000 Demon Palace. For now, you must understand that I am not indulging in alarmist rhetoric." Seeing the gravity etched upon the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's face, the Dark Demon Emperor finally adopted a serious demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. The two then led the remnants of the demonic army away from the realm. As the forces from both worlds departed, desolation reclaimed the area, leaving only the shattered space and chaotic rules as vestiges of the recent battle. Time passed unnoticed until a figure clad in black robes quietly approached the site, cautiously sensing the surroundings. After a considerable duration, the robed figure retrieved a small tower from a corner of the battlefield. "Old friend, it has been an eternity. I never expected to see you again. How have you been?" "I am well, and I am grateful for your care over Yunner these past years. How is he faring now?" "Ah, Yunner possesses extraordinary talent. You cannot comprehend the depths of his prowess." As the conversation faded, unbeknownst to anyone, a celestial-grade artifact returned to the hands of its master after a 30-year absence. The two were, of course, the Qingming Tower and Jiang Hong. Given Jiang Yun's current strength, he no longer required the protection of the Qingming Tower, which had fulfilled its mission. He had intended to meet Jiang Hong on the sacred Abyss continent, but his plans often go awry. He had to conceal the tower amidst the battlefield during the conflict, allowing Jiang Hong to retrieve it once the war concluded. To Jiang Yun, the Qingming Tower was dispensable. However, against Jiang Hong, it proved to be a significant asset, as the impending war between the two realms threatened to reach its zenith in millennia. Jiang Yun harbored concerns for Jiang Hong's safety. Now, with the assistance of the Qingming Tower, the assurance of Jiang Hong's safety was considerably enhanced. Moreover, during this expedition to the Four Holy Towers, Qingming has also reaped substantial rewards. The Pagoda of the Ancestor of the Pagoda can undoubtedly be regarded as the pinnacle of tower artifacts in the vast universe. Qingming Tower has garnered numerous benefits from it, and with the assistance of its master, Jiang Hong, the quality of Qingming Tower is poised to ascend to new heights. While achieving the status of a sacred artifact may be beyond reach, there is still potential for advancement within the realm of celestial artifacts. This time, both Jiang Yun and Qingming Tower have emerged victoriously, with only the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor suffering injuries. In a certain location on the Holy Abyss continent, the space distorted and countless figures materialized from within. Observing the dim sky around them, they could not help but exhale in relief. The battlefield they had just left resembled a miniature meat grinder, filled with the oppressive aura of heavenly sovereigns, creating an atmosphere of suffocating pressure. Qin Tian and the others, however, had no time to consider the reactions of those around them. They anxiously gazed at the spatial passage. Historically, rearguard actions have always been perilous endeavors. Should anything happen to Jiang Yun and the Drunken Elder, it would undoubtedly be a colossal loss for the vast universe. Fortunately, after a brief interval, two figures gradually emerged from the passage, bringing relief to the onlookers, who quickly surrounded them with smiles. "This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us return to Holy Abyss City to deliberate." The Drunken Elder, his brow furrowed in concern, cautioned the group. "The ancient Holy Abyss is fraught with dangers, and the current circumstances here are even more intricate. Only by entering the safety of Holy Abyss City can they truly relax." Instinctively, everyone's gaze shifted to Jiang Yun, whose display of power on the battlefield had already commanded their admiration. This time, the fall of several heavenly sovereigns from the extraterritorial evil clan was solely attributable to Jiang Yun, leaving all in awe and reverence. Given the unpredictable nature of the extraterritorial demons, it was wise to prioritize returning to Holy Abyss City for safety. The rewards from this expedition have been plentiful, and Jiang Yun now possesses the opportunity to break through to celestial quality, the only regret being that he did not meet Jiang Hong. However, there will be future opportunities, and with the protection of Qingming Tower, it is believed that Jiang Hong will be significantly safer, allowing for a reunion in due time. Upon hearing these words, the group nodded in agreement. Several heavenly sovereigns took the lead, accompanied by numerous demon slayers, and their speed was naturally swift. Within just a few hours, the once dim surroundings gradually brightened, and in the distance, the outline of a magnificent city became visible. Whoosh! Streams of light continuously surged from all directions, ultimately descending at the city gate and entering the city. The entire city exuded a vibrant atmosphere of prosperity. This lively energy stood in stark contrast to the desolate ruins found throughout the ancient Holy Abyss, allowing the tense bodies of the group to relax slightly. "Young friend Jiang Yun, might we have a word inside the building?" Upon returning to the Holy Abyss City, the inebriated elder gazed at Jiang Yun with a benevolent expression. Jiang Yun, at such a young age, exhibited remarkable cultivation and, more impressively, a staggering record of achievements. Crucially, It had been ascertained that he hailed from the lower realms, which meant he held no ties to the myriad factions of the Grand Thousand World. Such talent was precisely what the Grand Thousand Palace sought. How could a junior like myself dare to decline the invitation of an elder? Jiang Yun responded with a light smile, accepting the elder's goodwill. He then stepped forward, entering the Grand Thousand Tower alongside him. Behind them trailed several heavenly supremes, who discreetly maintained a slight distance, a testament to the disparity of power. Although Jiang Yun had yet to ascend to the sacred tier, his prowess was evident, deserving of treatment befitting a sacred being. As for the arrangements concerning the many demon slayers behind them, others would take charge of that. As the group passed the Demon Slayer monument, which stood proudly in the heart of the city, their expressions transformed upon glancing at the pinnacle. There, two names shone brilliantly. One was Jiang Yun, who appeared regal, seated high above in the heavens, his golden name radiating a dazzling glow, distancing itself significantly from the name that followed. Next was Qin Tian, who, seizing this opportunity, had also crossed the threshold to become a senior demon slayer, ascending to the rank of Demon King. However, the chasm between his name and Jiang Yun's was akin to that between heaven and earth. The many demon slayers within the Grand Thousand Tower gazed fervently at those two names, their eyes glistening with desire, barely able to contain their salivation. They understood all too well what the title of Demon King represented within the Grand Thousand Palace. It denoted true high-ranking status, surpassing even that of guest elders and branch leaders. After years of risking their lives, what did they aspire to? It was the hope that one day their ranks would elevate, and should they indeed become a Demon King, they would achieve a complete turnaround in their fortunes. In the Grand Thousand World, the status of a Demon King held within the Grand Thousand Palace was unrivaled, even by the leaders of super factions. In contrast to the demon slayers who had not participated in this war, those who had just emerged from the ancient holy abyss understood Jiang Yun's terrifying prowess even more acutely. Yet, upon witnessing the disparity between the two, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. Although they were aware of Jiang Yun's relentless slaughter on the battlefield, the stark difference truly struck them, leaving them awestruck as they observed the lean figure ahead. What an extraordinary being! Previously, they had questioned the authenticity of the title of Demon King, but now, such doubts had evaporated, leaving only profound reverence. Ah, my young friend, such accomplishments are rarely seen even in ancient times, the inebriated elder remarked, his eyes twinkling as he regarded the name atop the monument, turning to Jiang Yun with an amused smile. However, it is merely luck. Jiang Yun replied with a gentle shake of his head. Seeing this, the elder said no more and led Jiang Yun slowly into the Grand Thousand Tower. In a quaint and elegantly adorned parlor within the vast Dacian Tower, a group of individuals took their seats. The intoxicated elder cast a sweeping gaze around the room before speaking in a grave tone. The ambitions of the malevolent forces from beyond are glaringly apparent following our expedition to the Sacred Abyss. The ancient powers of the Sacred Abyss have waned, and our headquarters has dispatched several esteemed celestial guests to aid us. Until their arrival, I shall remain here to oversee matters, and I implore you all to remain vigilant. Understood, replied Lu Tong and the others, their expressions solemn as they nodded in agreement. Once arrangements were made, Lu Tong turned to Jiang Yun, his demeanor softening. It is thanks to young friend Jiang Yun's remarkable efforts that we thwarted the nefarious schemes of the outer evil clans. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. A chorus of accolades followed, as all present recognized that Jiang Yun was poised for great ascent, destined to become a pivotal figure in the Dacian world. Jiang Yun then spoke earnestly. Although I hail from a lower realm, I am acutely aware of the dangers posed by the outer evil clans to Dacian. It is my duty to confront this threat. However, there is one matter that eludes my understanding, and I hope you might enlighten me. Gazing at Jiang Yun with admiration, the intoxicated elder responded, You refer to the recent tremors of the Demon Extermination Monument, correct? Jiang Yun, having anticipated this inquiry, smiled gently and replied, Indeed. It pertains to the 4 sacred towers. I have extinguished the 4 demon emperors residing within. It is likely this act that has provoked such a significant response from the outer evil clans, he concluded. As expected, enlightenment dawned upon the others upon hearing Jiang Yun's explanation. They comprehended why the outer evil clans had brazenly breached barriers and launched a large-scale invasion, all stemming from the remnants of those demon emperors. However, none would cast blame upon Jiang Yun. Their inquiries were merely to alleviate their own uncertainties. As for the 4 celestial supreme beings, Jiang Yun chose not to mention them, and the others did not press for details, as it was not part of their lineage's legacy, and they felt no urgency. Nevertheless, once word of this event spread, it was certain that the Futua ancient clan and the Tailing ancient clan would be the first to react. After a brief exchange of conversation, Jiang Yun gained insight into the powers wielded by the demon extermination king of the Daqian Palace, and soon, the group dispersed. Following the battle at the Sacred Abyss, many bore injuries that required ample time for recuperation. What astonished everyone most was that Jiang Yun, the central figure besieged by the outer evil clans, emerged from the intense battle with merely a strain of spiritual energy and fatigue, his body unscathed, a remarkable feat that left many in awe. Jiang Yun, however, was not surprised. His immunity to all laws enabled him to disregard numerous divine attacks, with only those of formidable physical strength posing a threat. His own physique was robust, and as his prowess increased, it was likely he too would become invulnerable in future battles. 7 days later, Jiang Yun arrived at the treasure vault of Daqian Tower, where resplendent lights dazzled around him, making it difficult to open his eyes. The fallen demon emperors amounted to a substantial collection in his possession, and with a vast reserve of points for demon extermination at his disposal, he was eager to make the most of his opportunities. The Daqian Tower. As a subsidiary of the foremost power in the vast universe, the Daqian Palace naturally houses treasures of exceptional quality. What is rarely seen in the outside world is commonplace here, and now is the perfect time to indulge in a shopping spree. Within the expansive storeroom, numerous crystal orbs floated, each radiating a dazzling brilliance, clearly indicating that the items within were extraordinary. Among them were high-tier sacred artifacts such as the Celestial Flame Spear, priced at 800 demon-slaying points, the Great Perfection Divine Ability, the Little Radiance Finger, costing 1,100 demon-slaying points, and the 10,000 Wood Revitalization Body, ranked 39th on the Supreme Body list with a price of 1,300 demon-slaying points. Gazing at the myriad treasures within the crystal orbs, Jiang Yun waved his hand and exclaimed, "Bye. After depleting his demon-slaying points, he surveyed the various rarities in the Supreme Sea, nodding in satisfaction before slowly exiting the treasure pavilion. When Master Lu entered the pavilion, he nearly fainted at the sight before him. The once resplendent array of treasures had been reduced to a mere handful, as Jiang Yun had nearly emptied the Daqian Tower's century-long collection. Well, what can be done? Who could have predicted such a formidable individual would emerge from Daqian? Master Lu sighed, shaking his head, and then spoke in a tone tinged with schadenfreude. Jiang Yun's name once again ignited the Daqian world after a month's absence. He had stormed the Sacred Abyss, defeated the Demon Emperor, and battled the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The downfall of numerous Demon Emperors rendered the Heavenly Demon Emperor powerless against him, solidifying Jiang Yun's reputation. This glorious achievement had not been witnessed since the ancient times. With the rapid dissemination of accounts from the demon slayers present, the news of that momentous battle spread swiftly throughout the Daqian world, heralding the emergence of 2 new demon kings. However, Qin Tian seemed to serve merely as a backdrop to Jiang Yun's brilliance, as the latter's astounding feats overshadowed all. The might of the Heavenly Demon Emperor was well known, and yet, Jiang Yun, merely at the late stage of the Spirit Grade, had managed to hold his ground against the formidable army led by the Heavenly Demon Emperor. This terrifying accomplishment bestowed upon the spectators a profound understanding of Jiang Yun's prowess. In this moment, many realized that it was not that the Mo ancient clan's Celestial Supreme was weak, but rather that Jiang Yun was exceptionally strong. Indeed, many speculated that, had it not been for the sake of the people of their realm, the powerful beings of the Mo ancient clan and the Fire Spirit ancestor would have likely been slain by Jiang Yun with a mere strike. Chapter 272, Departing from the Sacred Abyss. The Mo ancient clan could never have envisioned that, as of today, they would once again be subjected to ridicule. While Jiang Yun's renown reached its zenith, this battle compelled the numerous superpowers of the Daqian world, as well as the 5 ancient clans, to genuinely regard Jiang Yun as no mere junior. He was now an entity poised to stand alongside them. As Jiang Yun's fame soared throughout Daqian, the depths of the demonic realm beyond the boundaries trembled for the first time at the mere mention of his name. High above the sky, the black sun looms, casting its grandeur over the depths of an immense demonic palace where terrifying auras converge. Shadows of demons, shrouded in darkness, emerge one after another, surrounded by a chilling malevolence that reverberates through the very fabric of space. As these demonic figures exhale, overwhelming demonic energy rises, forming various ominous statues behind them, emanating boundless terror. At this moment, many of these shadows direct their gaze toward the feeble figure at the center, the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor. Upon hearing the report from the figure, expressions of disdain, gravity, and suspicion flicker across the faces of the onlookers. In the midst of this silence, a resonant and ethereal voice emerges from the shadows, questioning. You claim that after Jiang Yun unleashed his divine abilities, your powers fell ineffectively upon him? Impossible. How can such a defiant divine power exist in this world? Even the immortal emperor of Ur could not achieve such a feat. Another voice, tinged with skepticism, follows. This matter was not witnessed by me alone. The demon spawn on the battlefield saw it with their own eyes. Surely, it cannot be false. Replies the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor, his brow slightly furrowing as he speaks in a solemn tone. The voice that had just expressed doubt hesitates. Pondering the multitude of eyes on the battlefield that bore witness, it seems implausible that the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor would bribe countless kin to escape punishment. It appears that the vast world has gained yet another remarkable descendant. Black Corpse, how fares your injury? A new voice emerges, imbued with a sense of gravity. Though that little wretch possesses strange abilities and unparalleled defense, he remains merely a spiritual-grade heavenly sovereign. His offensive capabilities are still inadequate to pose a fatal threat to me. The Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor gently shakes his head and responds softly. This time, our losses are considerable. 4 Xian Demon Emperors, 9 Nether Demon Emperors, and countless demonic legions. Most critically, the blood corpses sealed in the 4 sacred towers have likely fallen victim to his machinations. That boy is truly formidable. He has brought me such trouble upon his emergence. Another voice rings out, filled with solemnity. I sense that this boy will not rest easily. When the time comes, I shall personally confront his invincible divine powers. The initial low, ethereal voice speaks again, and from within the shadows emerges a figure enveloped in surging demonic flames. The flames shift from inky black to radiant white, intertwining in a manner that is both bizarre and unpredictable. Should someone familiar with Jiang Yun be present, they would undoubtedly recognize the striking similarity between the two flames. This figure is none other than the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor, the absolute leader of the alien evil clan following the sealing of the celestial evil god. Upon his pronouncement, the gathered assembly is taken aback. Regardless of how extraordinary he may be, he remains merely a spiritual grade. Although his powers were indeed peculiar and caught the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor off guard in their first encounter, it is unlikely that the outcome would be the same in a subsequent confrontation. Jiang Yun astonishingly managed to pique the interest of his adversaries, who had long since transcended the Demon Emperor. The Holy Demon Emperor, having survived since ancient times, possessed a power that could only be described as terrifying. Even in the current vast world, there existed no saintly supreme being capable of truly contending with him. It could be asserted that he was, without a doubt, the unrivaled champion of both realms. To think that Jiang Yun could stir such a reaction and earn such high regard from them was unexpected. Given such apprehension, should we not seek an opportunity to eliminate this individual? At that moment, a demon emperor spoke ominously. Many of the other demon emperors nodded in agreement, believing that nipping the thread in the bud was the wisest course of action. I will make a decision after I have encountered this Jiang Yun. Surprisingly, the Holy Demon Emperor rejected this suggestion, seemingly intent on infiltrating the vast world instead. Very well. However, since the Holy Demon Emperor has spoken, we shall not oppose it, for we have utmost confidence in him. Once the assembly dispersed, the dimly lit hall of 10,000 demons was left with only the Holy Demon Emperor, who gazed towards the direction of the vast world, murmuring softly within the hall. How intriguing. Could it be you, that little fellow from back then? Huh. What an unexpected delight. Young friend, when you have the time, do visit the headquarters of the vast palace. Those old geezers are quite eager to meet the demon slayer. At a certain spatial node within the ancient sacred abyss, the intoxicated elder gently urged Jiang Yun. 3 months had passed since the battle of the 4 sacred towers, and with the outer evil clans showing no signs of movement, Jiang Yun planned to depart from the ancient sacred abyss. Eager to traverse the vast world in search of opportunities for breakthroughs, he had no desire to linger in this place. Once I have settled my affairs, I shall certainly pay a visit to the northern wild hills. Jiang Yun nodded in agreement, for a journey to the northern wild hills was indeed part of his plans. The Undying Master was the most formidable figure of the present age in the realm of life and death, and thus, it was only fitting that Jiang Yun seek his insight. Apart from the Undying Master, Jiang Yun believed that only the later ascendant, martial ancestor Lin Dong, could potentially enlighten him on the path of life and death. Lin Dong wielded the 8 ancestral talismans, including the talisman of life and death. While the master of life and death from the Tianxian plain had also ventured far along this path, she would likely offer him little assistance now. Only Lin Dong in the future might possess such potential, even if he did not specialize in the path of life and death. His breadth of knowledge would still surpass that of 99% of others. Unfortunately, Jiang Yun's ascension came a bit too early. Lin Dong might still be struggling to break free from the great Yin dynasty. It remained uncertain how long it would take for him to ascend and achieve a breakthrough to the saintly tier. Brother Jiang, wait for me ahead. I, Qin Tian, will surely catch up to your pace. When we meet again, I shall fight by your side, Qin Tian said, gazing intently at Jiang Yun. He harbored an intense hatred for the foreign malevolent races, and everything Jiang Yun had done was regarded as the very purpose of his life. For the past few months, he had been seeking guidance from Jiang Yun, who, in his heart, had become a mentor and friend. "All right, I shall await you at the pinnacle," Jiang Yun remarked with a smile, looking at Qin Tian, the future leader of the Grand Thousand Palace. It remained uncertain whether, after this encounter, the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor and others would still harbor their plans, or if the Heart Demon clan would still lay their hidden traps for Qin Tian. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Qin Tian solemnly nodded. He never doubted the other's capability nor his own. "Then let us meet again at the summit." Jiang Yun smiled and cupped his hands in a gesture of farewell, and in the blink of an eye, he began to dissolve from the sight of the crowd. In this vast and boundless Grand Thousand world, countless continents lay scattered, the majority of which remained obscure, while a select few shimmered like dim stars, possessing some renown. Among these was the North Song Continent, its brilliance emanating from the North Song Spirit Academy nestled within. Originally just one of the top spirit academies within the Grand Thousand World's educational system, the North Song Spirit Academy had surged to prominence in recent years, ousting one of the original 5 major spirit academies and attaining the esteemed rank among the 5 leading academies of the spirit system. The Grand Thousand World is overwhelmingly expansive, home to many ancient races and formidable powers. Yet, even geniuses emerging from such realms often choose to refine their skills at the 5 major academies. This illustrates the unique allure of the Spirit Academy system. Otherwise, how could those born of noble lineage, the favored children of destiny, forsake their own clan's cultivation to traverse vast distances across numerous continents to study at the 5 major academies? Though the North Song Spirit Academy currently ranks last among the 5, it does not diminish its illustrious reputation, which, in turn, casts the North Song Continent in a brilliant light. Within the North Song Continent, the North Song Spirit Academy maintains an exalted and independent status. While the continent itself is home to countless factions, both large and small, truly a realm where dragons lie concealed and tigers crouch. Of course, this is all relative. For Jiang Yun, not only was the North Song Continent unimposing, but even the Tian Luo Continent among the 10 supercontinents was of average strength. However, this place was a crucial stop on the path of the Son of Destiny, and the opportunities it harbored were worth Jiang Yun's visit. North Song City, situated at the heart of the North Song Continent, serves as a grand city beyond the North Song Spirit Academy. While the Academy stands in a transcendent position, it still requires an external interface, embodied by North Song City. This city is renowned throughout the North Song Continent. It serves as the first line of defense for the Academy, and is also the site of the teleportation array connecting the North Song Continent to other realms. In the plaza of the teleportation array, Jiang Yun, adorned in the attire of a wealthy young master, stepped out of the spatial array and began to survey his surroundings. Jiang Yun's gaze pierced through the surrounding array, capturing the entirety of the North Song Spirit Academy. After discerning nothing of particular interest, he gradually made his way into the city, intent on uncovering the locations of several secret realms. The following day, in the western region of the North Song Continent, Jiang Yun's silhouette materialized. Observing the scenery not far ahead, his spiritual awareness began to extend outward. This locale was the famed White Dragon Hill, notorious throughout the North Song Continent. Legend has it that several centuries prior, this ground had been a battlefield where numerous formidable warriors met their demise. Among the fallen, there were even whispers of supreme-level beings. After their remains were interred here, countless spiritual treasures were left behind, attracting treasure seekers who have tirelessly scoured the White Dragon Hill over the years. Jiang Yun was not drawn here by the allure of supreme spiritual treasures. Rather, he sought the planes associated with the White Dragon Sovereign. The White Dragon Sovereign hailed from a lower plane, which too had suffered an invasion by otherworldly malevolence. However, not every continent produces a hero capable of reversing such calamity during times of crisis. After all, there was only one martial ancestor, Lindong. His own plane lacked such fortune, and following their defeat, their homeland was overtaken, with only a remnant escaping to the vast world through a magical array, the White Dragon Sovereign being among them. To transcend to the heavenly sovereign level, utilizing the essence of the plane is the most optimal choice. This is not solely due to the rapid advancement it facilitates, but also because the baptism of the plane's primordial energy fortifies one's foundation, allowing for a smoother journey ahead. This is why the essence of the plane is so highly coveted in the vast world. Even within the boundless cosmos, planes that can produce such essence are exceedingly rare. Naturally, Jiang Yun had no need for this plane's essence himself, but he had to consider Zi Yin and the others. Among the women, Zi Yin possessed the greatest potential, being one of the last remaining supreme dragon phoenixes in the vast universe. destined to ascend to sanctity, and perhaps even to go further. Jiang Yun sensed a spatial node, channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in an attempt to resonate with the white dragon's spiritual treasure, urging it to manifest prematurely. Suddenly, as threads of celestial energy surged into the lake where the white dragon's treasure lay, it erupted in a spectacular display of light. The brilliance seeped from the waters, coalescing into a delicate mist upon the surface. The spiritual energy in this realm stirred violently, rapidly converging upon the lake, with intense energy fluctuations emerging. In the domain of the white dragon's spiritual treasure, the lake shimmered, and a faint silhouette materialized upon its surface. Clad in a white robe, the figure appeared somewhat indistinct. Yet the robe bore the vivid image of a white dragon coiling majestically, with a resounding roar that echoed across the heavens and earth. The appearance of the silhouette caused the lake to tremble, and the swirling mist coalesced into a white dragon, spiraling around the ethereal figure. Upon the pristine surface of the lake, light coalesced, and with the emergence of an ethereal shadow entwined by a white dragon, the surrounding energy fluctuations became remarkably intense. Observing the dazed countenance of the apparition, Jiang Yun raised his hand and swept his sleeve, only to witness the white dragon circling around him roar forth, unleashing a myriad of radiant beams. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Among these myriad beams, 5 stood out as the most resplendent, swiftly darting towards the 5 towering peaks that pierced the heavens. As these 5 beams pierced the cascading Milky Way waterfall tumbling from the mountain, the waterfall was abruptly severed, and the brilliance illuminated the steep cliffs behind it, causing the mountain to tremble. With the sound of cracking, the cliffs began to shed, enormous boulders cascading down in succession. Upon the cliffside appeared 5 gigantic sigils, as if they were living entities, detaching from the rock face and ultimately coalescing in the air above the lake. Roar. Chapter 273, Coordinates of the Realm. Roar. As the 5 runes converged, the white dragon also let out a thunderous roar, soaring into the midst of the runes. And in that instant, a brilliant light erupted. The space surrounding the energy vortex began to warp, eventually transforming into a colossal vortex of light, dozens of feet in diameter. A towering beam of light surged forth from the vortex, ascending into the clouds. Within this column of light, one could almost perceive a gigantic white dragon soaring, its roars resonating for miles, a spectacle so grand that it was visible even from the entirety of the White Dragon Hill. Having seized the opportunities of this continent, it is only fitting to offer a portion back to its inhabitants. Observing the commotion in the sky, Jiang Yun murmured, aware that the disturbance would soon attract attention, thus serving as his gift to the people of this land, especially since he had taken the most precious treasure from it. His unintentional actions did not trouble Jiang Yun. He merely shook his head and transformed into a streak of rainbow light, shooting into the vast vortex of radiance. As the surrounding light and shadows shifted, accompanied by chaotic spatial fluctuations, the scenery before him altered. When the brightness returned, he found himself in an entirely different realm. The spatial mastery of the White Dragon Sovereign is indeed commendable, Jiang Yun remarked casually as he sensed the surrounding space. Before him lay an immensely vast lake of fiery red lava, and at that moment, he stood upon a gigantic stone platform amidst the molten expanse. The Great Thousand World is a convergence of myriad realms, with stability beyond imagination. In the Dou Qi Continent, even a dozone can manipulate spatial power. However, in the Great Thousand World, even those at the celestial ascendance level would find it impossible to affect space in the slightest. Only those above the 8th rank sovereign could begin to engage with the path of space, capable of tearing through it. Although the White Dragon Sovereign was a top-tier powerhouse in its own realm during its lifetime, upon ascending to the Great Thousand, it likely fell short of the 8th rank sovereign. Yet, to open up this space with a cultivation below that rank clearly indicated the impressive spatial prowess of the entity. However, these sights merely prompted Jiang Yun to cast a fleeting glance, unperturbed by the spiritual entities surrounding him as he gradually ventured deeper into the sanctum of the spirit repository. The landscape began to transform, revealing clusters of stone palaces and corridors, indicating proximity to the heart of the spiritual cache. Yet, this was not Jiang Yun's destination. Soon, he arrived at a desolate expanse of sparse vegetation and gravel. At the center of this wasteland lay a vast black basin, approximately 10,000 feet in diameter, where massive black stone pillars stood majestically, each soaring to a height of 1,000 feet. Faint patterns could be discerned on the pillars, though they appeared somewhat blurred due to the passage of time. An inexplicable aura permeated this immense basin, under which the very spiritual energy of the realm seemed to settle into tranquility, as if compelled by the oppressive weight of that presence. This was the aura of the White Dragon Sovereign, embodying the majesty of supremacy. Gazing at the towering black pillars within the basin, Jiang Yun suddenly waved his hand, releasing a cascade of spiritual light. In response, the mysterious black stone pillars began to emit a soft glow. With a resonant hum, the atmosphere grew dim, and the spiritual energy that filled the realm became chaotic. A delicate mist began to swirl, drawing the energies of heaven and earth towards this direction. Within the expansive black basin, the colossal pillars radiated points of light, and as these glimmers emerged, intricate luminous patterns appeared upon the pillars. The patterns seemed to come alive, undulating upon the stone, as beams of light shot forth from the pillars, intertwining and delineating within the vastness of the black basin, gradually enveloping it in layers of brilliance. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, as spiritual energy surged wildly into the black basin. Amidst the spreading light, a colossal supernal screen, several thousand feet in height, emerged, enveloping the black basin. The surface of this screen rippled with layers of waves, the bright luminescence coalescing into a blurred silhouette. As the silhouette grew clearer, it revealed a tall figure clad in a white robe, with long flowing white hair, appearing remarkably youthful and handsome. His eyes, devoid of any black, were strikingly peculiar. This figure sat serenely at the center of the luminous screen, with light gathering around him, akin to a white dragon swirling and roaring. This was the remnant spirit left behind by the White Dragon Sovereign, the very target of Jiang Yun's expedition. The figure slowly lifted his gaze, his white eyes locking onto Jiang Yun, momentarily filled with bewilderment, before he solemnly spoke. With your esteemed prowess, you must surely find little value in my spirit repository. Pray tell, what brings you here? The supreme white dragon was left with only a few remnants of spirit, unable to sense any aura emanating from Jiang Yun. However, given his arrival in this place, he was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. His strength likely surpassed even that of his former self, perhaps making him a legendary Earth Supreme. Naturally, such a formidable being would disdain his spiritual repository, while also being unable to resolve the issues plaguing his homeland, which left the supreme white dragon feeling somewhat despondent. Jiang Yun gazed at the remnant spirit of the supreme white dragon and spoke calmly. I seek the great Demon Pillar and a way to your homeland. In truth, the spatial coordinates of the White Dragon realm were known not only to the Supreme White Dragon, but also to the Black Dragon Supreme of the Dragon Demon Palace. However, he had chosen the Supreme White Dragon for the sake of a valuable artifact still present in this location. The Great Demon Pillar was a formidable weapon forged from the collective power of the entire White Dragon realm, holding immense value. In the future, once Mu Chun transcended to the level of the Great Sovereign, he could still utilize it to craft a weapon of that caliber, highlighting its potential. Given its exquisite nature, Jiang Yun would certainly not overlook such a remarkable raw material. Since the esteemed elder desires it, I, as a junior, have no reason to decline. Upon hearing this, the Supreme White Dragon did not deliberate long, for he felt he had no grounds to refuse. With a silent sigh, he waved his hand, dispersing a stream of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual light surged into the basin, causing the earth to tremble slightly. This tremor quickly intensified, leading to the collapse and shattering of numerous stone pillars. Amidst the destruction, one slightly damaged black stone pillar remained standing, its surface adorned with faint crimson patterns, exuding a hint of bloodthirsty malice. Stimulated by the spiritual energy, this black demon pillar erupted in a torrent of blood-red light, soaring into the heavens like condensed blood. The crimson radiance expanded across the sky, forming a vast sea of blood that unleashed a formidable and malevolent aura. The blood sea spread throughout the space, causing a distortion that hinted at an impending rupture of reality. Truly, as an artifact embodying the power of an entire realm, its ferocity was unparalleled, rivaling even that of sacred objects. Jiang Yun could not help but exclaim in awe at the sight, recognizing the profound essence of the Great Demon Pillar. The inhabitants of the White Dragon realm had not fully harnessed its potential. Should it fall into the hands of a grandmaster of artifact refinement in the vast universe, another unparalleled sacred object would emerge, a weapon of slaughter. With a thunderous roar, the distorted space reached its limit, shattering like a mirror that had fallen, erupting into chaos. Violent spatial waves surged forth, and whirlpools of space manifested. A cataclysmic force shattered the heavens and earth, as bloodlight spread across the realm. With the source of this malevolence being a pitch-black demon pillar, the once sacred artifact of the Holy Dragon sect, now transformed into the ancient and fearsome Great Demon Pillar through the blood of countless beings. Senior, I beseech you to treat this object with kindness. Should you, in the future, ascend to the fabled pinnacle of existence, perhaps you might rescue the myriad beings of my native realm. As the Great Demon Pillar revealed its true form, the White Dragon Sovereign seemed to approach the end of his life. His remnants began to dissipate slowly. A pristine spirit pearl merged into the great Sumru demon pillar, which, once radiating boundless ferocity, appeared somewhat subdued, as the tumultuous sea of blood and malevolence gradually became sealed. Every action is predetermined. Though my quest is for the essence of this realm, the denizens of the White Dragon realm shall also find salvation, thus fulfilling the original intent behind the creation of the great Sumru demon pillar. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Yun summoned the great Sumru demon pillar into his grasp, then spoke softly, casting his gaze beyond the confines of space. In the next moment, he transformed into a beam of radiant light, vanishing from sight. The White Dragon Hill has revealed a spirit treasure. Brethren, hasten forth. Within this treasure trove lie extraordinary wonders. It is truly a land of riches. Spare not your musings. Make haste to seize the moment. Those swift of hand shall prosper, while the sluggish shall miss out. Cease your attempts. All of this belongs to me. Do not covet. At that moment, outside the supreme spirit treasure, numerous adventurers, stirred by the commotion, rushed to enter through the unstable spatial gateway. Inside the treasure, only the great Sumru demon pillar and the coordinates of the White Dragon realm drew his interest. He remained unmoved by everything else. A supreme spirit treasure, indeed, enough to entice countless souls to vie for its bounty. Upon a desolate mountain, Jiang Yun held a glimmering orb of white light in his palm. This object radiated a soft glow, and within its smooth, rounded form, a white dragon spiraled and roared, its deep, resonant voice sending tremors through the air. This is the White Dragon Spirit Pearl, a legacy left by the White Dragon Sovereign, containing seals that imprison remnants of his spirit, alongside the coveted coordinates of the White Dragon realm. Jiang Yun's immense spiritual force penetrated the orb, effortlessly breaking the seals. In an instant, brilliant white light burst forth, transforming the surrounding landscape as wisps of white mist dispersed, revealing mountains and rivers, as if conjuring an immense, unfamiliar world. At that moment, Jiang Yun felt as though he stood atop the heavens, gazing down upon this strange realm. Suddenly, a tide of crimson surged from the world's edge, carrying an overwhelming chill, devouring countless beings in its wake. Even the various energies of the universe were obliterated by the undulating crimson. In front of this torrent, numerous figures soared into the air, exerting every ounce of their strength to halt its advance. Yet their efforts seemed as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. They could not alter the course of fate. Despairing cries echoed throughout the world as the heavens and earth descended into a terrifying apocalypse. The crimson tide engulfed this unfamiliar realm, consuming countless beings and polluting the very fabric of existence. A world once teeming with life was thus obliterated. Amidst the sanguine tide, the crimson light coalesced, and ethereal phantoms adorned with blood-red scales emerged. They resembled bloodthirsty demonic deities, manifesting with the most malevolent aura upon this earth. This is my homeland, a territory besieged by the malevolent tribes from beyond the realms. I hope that, should you have the opportunity, you may rescue the billions of souls from my hometown. A gentle voice echoed, and in the distance, the spectral figure of the White Dragon Supreme radiated a luminous white glow. As the light danced, it ultimately transformed into diminutive white dragon patterns, each the size of a thumb. One of these dragon patterns floated in midair, gently twisting as it approached Jiang Yun's hand. With the influx of spiritual energy, the white dragon pattern seemed to come alive. Its head began to rotate, like a compass, accurately pointing towards a specific direction. To the southwest, Jiang Yun cast a brief glance in that direction, murmuring softly. He then took one last look at the White Dragon Spirit Repository before his figure gradually vanished into the void, as if he had never set foot on the North Song continent. In the far north of the vast world, many millennia ago, during the great battle between realms, despite the efforts of the immortal emperor and the concessions of the celestial evil god, the vast world managed to stem the tide of the invading malevolent tribes. Nonetheless, these invaders seized half of the vast world and corrupted it with demonic energy, transforming it into a demonic domain. The four poles of the vast world formed a barrier, isolating the two realms. The powerful demon emperor could tear through this barrier, occasionally launching assaults on the vast world to deplete its strength. Conversely, the vast world could also strike back at the demonic domain. Yet, for various reasons, it has always remained on the defensive. The western extremity features the ancient Sacred Abyss, a long-standing frontline battlefield guarded by the Dacian Palace's branch, the Dacian Tower. In the east, in recent years, a sword saint clad in blue has established the sword domain, serving as a steadfast bulwark in the east. Presently, in the north and south directions, there exists no top-tier power to act as the arm of the vast world, safeguarding its denizens. In contrast to the extreme south, the northernmost region of the Red Flame continent, one of the 10 supercontinents of the vast world, has been chosen by Jiang Yun. Furthermore, compared to the south, the north lies in closer proximity to the evil spirit tribe's sinister continent, facilitating subsequent maneuvers. Chapter 274, Celestial Artifact. Above the crimson sky, clouds resembling flames spread across the horizon, and scorching spiritual energy permeated the universe. This land, once the largest volcano in the vast world, has endured relentless eruptions for tens of thousands of years. After a prolonged period of turmoil, it eventually calmed. And through countless years of transformation, it became one of the 10 supercontinents, the Red Flame continent. Here lies a paradise for fire attribute cultivators, surpassing even the fire spirit tribe's fire spirit continent. Were it not for the incessant disturbances from the malevolent tribes, this place would undoubtedly be the holy land for fire attribute cultivators in the vast world. In the central region of the Red Flame continent, there exists a vast volcanic range, where the climatic conditions render it uninhabitable for mortals, save for a unique race known as the Flame-Eating Tribe, which has established its roots upon this continent. However, this region is not devoid of outsiders, as the volcanic cluster known as the Fire Rain has rendered the area's fire attribute spiritual energy exceptionally abundant, resembling a natural gathering array for spiritual essence. The rich fire attribute spiritual energy, coupled with frequent volcanic eruptions that spew forth fire attribute ores and an abundance of fire attribute spiritual plants, constitutes a veritable treasure trove for practitioners of the fire element. Such myriad opportunities have led this continent to attract numerous fire attribute cultivators, either seeking to refine their skills or to gather various precious resources related to fire. This vast volcanic range is referred to as the Crimson Flame Mountain Range, giving the continent its name, Crimson Flame. The number of volcanoes here is unparalleled in the vast world, with preliminary counts revealing no fewer than 10,000 active volcanoes that frequently erupt violently, unleashing tumultuous and rampant fire energy across the entire continent. The harsh environment, combined with the threat of external malevolent races, has resulted in this supercontinent lacking any significant power establishing a foothold for a long time. It has become a sanctum for wandering fire attribute cultivators seeking enlightenment. Legend has it that the peculiar conditions of the Crimson Flame mountain range stem from the depths of its magma, where lies a terrifying divine fire known as the Annihilation Flame. This fire is said to possess world-destroying capabilities. Even the exalted heavenly sovereigns who sought to subdue it ultimately met with failure, falling victim to its wrath. While the once mighty Emperor of 10,000 Flames roamed here for an extended period, only to leave empty-handed. Nevertheless, the tale of the Annihilation Flame has persisted through the ages, prompting countless practitioners to venture into its depths in search of this miraculous fire, including many of the heavenly sovereign tier. Yet none have ever truly obtained or even glimpsed this extraordinary flame. Deep within the Crimson Flame mountain range, dense clouds of black and gray volcanic ash continuously billow into the sky, while flames sporadically erupt from the ground, creating an illusion of an ocean of fire, reminiscent of a hellish landscape. Amidst this vast sea of flames, silhouettes dart about. Many of these are the forms of mystical fire attribute beasts that inhabit the volcanic continent. Yet, among them are also human figures, distinguished by their fiery red hair and skin, seemingly enveloped in flames. This is the unique tribe of the Flame Devourers, rumored to possess inherently robust physiques, capable of consuming magma and flames to hone their bodies and expedite their cultivation. The Flame Devourers have thrived here for countless millennia, having long adapted to this volcanic region. As the foremost ethnic power of the Crimson Flame mountain range, their strength is formidable, with many formidable warriors exceeding the sovereign level. High above the Crimson Flame mountain range, the figure of Jiang Yun gradually appears as he gazes down at the land beneath him. Every few thousand miles, he can observe a volcano belching thick smoke, indicating that these are all active volcanoes, ready to erupt at any moment. It is indeed a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Upon beholding the scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic vision from a bygone era, Jiang Yun could not help but murmur to himself. However, such sights no longer affected him. His immediate concern was to locate a volcano and ascend to the celestial realm, for this place indeed offered an excellent sanctuary for meditation. With his gaze withdrawn, he commenced his search for a suitable location to enter seclusion. Having traversed a great distance, his internal spiritual energy was already at its peak, merely a step away from a breakthrough. The Qian mountain range, it seemed, was a promising site for this endeavor. Before long, a towering volcano, undulating like a colossal fire dragon, emerged within Jiang Yun's line of sight, its height reaching several tens of thousands of feet. Billowing clouds of thick smoke ascended skyward, accompanied by an unending torrent of volatile fire-based spiritual energy erupting from the crater. Suspended above the volcano, Jiang Yun gazed down at the churning maw of fire. And within him, the reincarnation demon flame stirred slightly, causing him to cast a sidelong glance at the volcano below. In the next moment, flames enveloped Jiang Yun's eyes. And in a fleeting daze, the landscape before him transformed. Beneath the boundless expanse of crimson lava lay a cluster of golden-red flames, silently floating beneath the volcano. This flickering flame resembled the sun, emanating an intense heat and blinding radiance. Sensing the aura of this flame, which rivaled that of a quasi-supreme being, Jiang Yun could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, this is the Qi Continent, the realm of the densest fire attributes in the vast universe. Every volcano here may conceal divine flames that could match the Emperor's fire. I wonder what heights I might reach if I were to excavate the entirety of the Qi mountain range." Such towering volcanoes were not merely a handful in the Qi mountain range. There were thousands. Even with a mere 1% chance of uncovering a quasi-supreme level flame, that would still amount to nearly 100 formidable flames. How terrifying that prospect was. Observing the scattered members of the flame-devouring clan across the mountains, he noted they harbored ambitions to refine these divine flames. However, seeing that not even a single Earth Supreme resided within, Jiang Yun chuckled softly and shook his head. The Qi mountain range was vast, with countless volcanoes. Even the flame-devouring clan, who lived here, had no knowledge of which volcano birthed the powerful divine flames. Relying solely on fate, once a divine flame was detected, they would guard the news fiercely for their own paths. Thus, as he journeyed, Jiang Yun discovered that the members of the flame-devouring clan were exceedingly dispersed, resembling tribes scattered like stars across the innumerable corners of the Qi mountain range. With his gaze returned, Jiang Yun hesitated no longer. His figure transformed into a streak of light as he swiftly darted toward the volcano's mouth. Deep within the expansive subterranean realm, a vivid crimson landscape unfolded, with flames swirling around him, intertwining with his internal spiritual energy. Deeper still, a different resonance beckoned, continuously descending. Jiang Yun plummeted an unknown distance, the surrounding temperature becoming alarmingly high. Here, the spatial fabric had long been thrown into chaos. Without the might of an Earth Supreme, one could scarcely hope to survive. Following the direction of the persistent resonance, Jiang Yun finally arrived at the depths of a vibrant, fiery world. Within this extraordinary realm of flames, the once molten lava has vanished entirely. The temperature here is so elevated that even the magma has been consumed, leaving only the resplendent red-golden flame that Jiang Yun had recently observed, quietly flickering in this place. An infinite power of fire envelopes him, forming a peculiar fire lotus around his being, with the essence of the flame concealed within. Soon, Jiang Yun finds a suitable spot to sit cross-legged, and then summons the enigmatic reincarnation magic flame. Sensing the terrifying aura of this flame, the crimson fire in front begins to dance restlessly, while the surrounding energies of heaven and earth grow chaotic. Observing this scene, Jiang Yun chuckles softly and then alters his hand seals, transforming the reincarnation magic flame into a dragon shadow that darts towards the red flame. Buzz! Detecting the impending danger, the crimson flame emits a series of ominous hums as the formless energies of the cosmos begin to surge violently. Yet, just as it stirs, it is swallowed whole by the magic dragon birthed from the reincarnation magic flame, which swiftly returns to Jiang Yun's body. With his eyes firmly shut, Jiang Yun begins to manipulate the reincarnation magic flame within him to refine both it and the ancestral flame of the fire spirit clan. In an instant, boundless fire attribute spiritual energy surges forth from the depths of the earth's magma into Jiang Yun's being, almost frenzied in its influx. Internally, flames burst forth in overwhelming splendor, permeating Jiang Yun's soul, corporeal form, and, from the outside, Jiang Yun sits amidst the magma, enveloped in a layer of flames, yet his countenance reveals no trace of agony. The essence of the divine fire is consumed, a reservoir of fire attribute spiritual energy accumulated over millennia, now fully unleashed within Jiang Yun, becoming the catalyst for his breakthrough. Time flows slowly, the unchanging subterranean magma cradling a figure whose existence is unknown, motionless and still, appearing almost lifeless if not for the rise and fall of its chest. Until a certain moment, when Jiang Yun's corporeal form, spiritual energy, and soul reach a pinnacle of refinement, akin to breaking some form of limitation. He radiates countless beams of light, commencing an ultimate transformation. An extremely terrifying life force, accompanied by an incredibly intense and violent wave of spiritual energy, expands outward from Jiang Yun, creating ripples that reverberate through the surroundings, drawing forth boundless energies of heaven and earth, extending 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, and several 100,000 feet away. The distinction between spiritual and celestial realms lies in the nature of the spiritual body. After the ultimate sublimation of the spiritual body, it can accommodate a greater amount of cosmic energy, thus wielding a more formidable power. Of course, should a celestial realm supreme possess a sufficiently deep accumulation. This disparity is not insurmountable. Just as with Zhang Yun, the quality and quantity of his spiritual energy far exceed that of ordinary celestial beings. Coupled with the unparalleled ability of invulnerability, he can contend against numerous demon emperors. At this moment, following his breakthrough and comprehensive sublimation, his strength will become even more formidable. Bang! A sound that seemingly did not exist resonated from within Zhang Yun's body. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, his figure appearing as if it had teleported, standing tall and unwavering in the void, surrounded by flickering flames that danced like ethereal spirits. Zhang Yun's reincarnation demon flame had once again evolved. The flames enveloping him were potent enough to incinerate an ordinary spirit-level heavenly sovereign. He moved his fingers, tracing through the emptiness, feeling the surge of power within him. At this moment, bolstered by prior accumulation, he had decisively transcended into the mid-stage of the immortal rank. With a spirit energy several times more abundant than before, Zhang Yun was confident that he could annihilate the 10 or so demon emperors before the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor without needing Qin Tian and the others to divert his attention. Even if the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor fought with all his might, Zhang Yun firmly believed that he would emerge victorious in the end. It could be said that at this juncture, Zhang Yun had truly acquired the power to slay those of the sacred rank. If I possess such strength at the immortal level, one can only wonder what formidable power I shall wield upon further breakthroughs to the sacred rank. Suddenly, a fanciful thought crossed Zhang Yun's mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. I should be invincible in the world, truly achieving a state of invulnerability after countless battles. With the breakthrough complete, it was time to unify the Qi Continent. Zhang Yun lazily stretched, his form dissipating into specks of starlight at the base of the volcano. It was rather peculiar. Recently, the fire attribute's spiritual energy in this area had begun to wane. How strange indeed. Do you feel it too? When I was here before, the flames within me would often stir with vigor, but now that sensation has weakened significantly, completely vanishing today. Could it be that the divine fire within the volcano has been subdued by someone? No, that cannot be. According to our clan's estimates, this fire is at least of the Earth's sovereign level, and no one within the clan could have quietly subdued it. What could this possibly mean? At that moment, at the foot of the volcano where Zhang Yun stood, numerous powerful members of the fire-devouring clan gathered, discussing the recent anomalies. Lately, the fire attribute energy in this region had gradually become subdued, and even the divine fire hidden within seemed to have been tamed, raising the vigilance of many powerful members of the clan, leading to the current scene. Could it be an outsider? Just as the crowd was at a loss, a young man hesitantly spoke up. If that were the case, it would be dire indeed. Upon hearing the youth's words, the expressions of the gathered individuals darkened. If this were true, the strength of this individual must be terrifying, for otherwise, they could not have evaded the scrutiny of the clan's experts. This was an exceedingly grim outcome for them. Though the Qian mountain range is vast, with innumerable volcanic craters, only a scant few could nurture divine fire. In comparison to the overwhelming numbers of the fire-devouring clan and countless fire attribute practitioners from the myriad worlds, such treasures are exceedingly rare. Indeed, it is a case of many monks, but few morsels. At this moment, a voice erupted from the crowd, expressing indignation as they gazed upon the middle-aged man at the forefront, the clan elder. These outsiders were utterly detestable, having already usurped our dwelling. They now sought to seize our opportunities as well. If this continues, our clan's strength will undoubtedly wane. Why do we not drive them away? Yet, driving them out is far from simple. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man sighed softly, observing the visibly agitated clansmen behind him, and spoke with a hint of futility. Unlike the impetuous youth, he understood that the reason the flame-devouring clan could establish itself on the Qian continent was not due to overwhelming strength, but rather their remarkable adaptability. The 275th chapter, The Demon Emperor Strikes. The flame-devouring clan's occupancy of this supercontinent was not a matter of their might, but of their ability to acclimate to the harsh environment, thriving amidst the barren and searing landscape of the Qian Mountains' volcanic craters. Their strength was insignificant in the grand tapestry of the world. They lacked even a single celestial sovereign, rendering them feeble compared to the formidable beings of the vast realm. The middle-aged man was acutely aware of this reality, yet the younger generation within their clan still had room for growth. Should they merely allow these intruders to trespass upon their ancestral lands and seize what rightfully belonged to them? Upon hearing the elder's words, many youths displayed expressions of discontent. This necessitates a collective effort to strengthen our clan, Only through power can we command authority. At this, the elder chuckled lightly, patting the young man's shoulder, his eyes brimming with hope. Just then, in the desolate borderlands where the Qi Continent met the demon domain, a tremendous sound erupted accompanied by a dense black mist, as if some unparalleled being sought to shake the very foundations of the continent. This is dire. The foreign malevolent clan is launching an assault on the Qi Continent. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily addressed the crowd. All clansmen above the sovereign rank, follow me to support the border. We must not allow these rabble to ravage our homeland. Yes, the crowd responded with fervent roars, and soon the middle-aged man, leading the throng, transformed into a streak of light racing towards the heart of the Qi Mountains. The aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of a Earth's sovereign. He aimed to rendezvous with the clan before leveraging the power of the Great Thousand Palaces branch on the Qi Continent to reach the border, for with their own strength, they could not fathom how long it would take to arrive at the battlefield. As the crowd departed, a flame flickered in the very spot they had just vacated. As the light gradually dissipated, Jiang Yin slowly revealed his true form, gazing intently towards the border as he murmured, "What fortuitous timing to encounter the large-scale invasion of the foreign malevolent clan. I wonder which clan's ally is so generous. I have just broken through and am eager to test my own strength." The voice seemed to harbor ill intentions, and in the next moment, Jiang Yun's figure gradually dissipated into the surroundings. Before him lay an expansive Gobi desert, boundless and desolate, with yellow sands swirling in the air. A blood-red sun hung ominously in the sky, colossal and foreboding, while a river of blood coursed through the desert, relentless in its flow. The ground was littered with bleached bones, partially buried beneath the sands, occasionally revealed by the wind, rendering this vast desert a scene of desolation and eternity. Suddenly, on this day, a dense black mist emerged from the depths of the desert, within which rows of bloodthirsty creatures gazed ahead, densely packed, arrayed at the desert's edge, emanating a chilling aura that was nothing short of earth-shattering. The forces of the Outer Evil clan. On the other side stood a massive city, towering majestically. Within its walls, countless beings from myriad realms gathered, their eyes fixated on the approaching Outer Evil clan. As of yet, the Demon Emperor had not been detected. Atop the city walls, 5 transcendent figures silently observed the advancing army of evil, one of whom withdrew his gaze and spoke solemnly. The evil clan is cunning. Their grand incursion will not be so easily thwarted. Mo Feng, has the headquarters of the Great Thousand Palace sent word? When will reinforcements arrive? The resolute middle-aged man among them, Lin Jingtian, the strongest of the 5 and the master of the Great Thousand Tower, inquired gravely. Mo Feng nodded in affirmation, his expression serious, but just then, a tremendous commotion erupted from the distance. Boom! From the black mist, a colossal hand emerged, exuding a terrifying aura, its surface entwined with dark demonic flames, as if capable of seizing the sun and moon or extinguishing all life. It tore through the barriers of the 2 realms and descended upon the city with crushing force. What is that? Someone exclaimed in horror, unable to restrain themselves, collapsing to their knees under the oppressive pressure. In an instant, the entire city was engulfed, its inhabitants seemingly ensnared by a spell, rendered immobile, forced to watch helplessly as the great hand descended. Impudent! At that moment, an angry roar erupted from Lin Jingtian. Boom! The next instant, a resplendent beam of sword light fell from the heavens, shaking the very fabric of space. The sword light radiated with unmatched brilliance, slicing through the earth and severing the space itself, simultaneously shattering the descending hand. Those who had survived the calamity within the city looked up, their gazes drawn to the figure that had appeared outside the walls, erupting in fervent cheers. It is Master Lin. The Master has intervened. We shall not perish. Long live the Master. Long live the Great Thousand Palace. In stark contrast to the jubilant cries of the crowd, Lin Jingtian's expression remained grave as he scrutinized the army of the Outer Evil clan. Though he had successfully thwarted the attack with his blade, his heart was laden with a deeper sense of foreboding. The fiendish emperor, emerging from the realms of 2 worlds, despite being suppressed by the will of the vast universe, still manages to unleash a power akin to that of an immortal being. It is likely that his true strength has ascended to the late stages of immortality, perhaps even reaching the divine tier. What an astonishing strike it is. Should a branch lord of the Grand Thousand Palace fall, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest of chaos. A raucous laughter echoed, and amidst the army of the Outer Evil clan, demonic energy surged forth, transforming into black skulls that slowly floated away. Each skull bore a demonic silhouette, exuding terrifying waves of malevolence that spread like a storm. Upon closer inspection, there stood no less than 15 demon emperors, their bloodthirsty gazes fixated on the 5 celestial sovereigns ahead. As they beheld these 15 demonic figures, despair resonated throughout the city. Even the countenance of the celestial sovereigns turned grim. This is troublesome. It is indeed the celestial demon emperor. Meanwhile, Lin Jingtian remained oblivious to the number of demon emperors present. His focus was riveted on the leading demon emperor, and his heart plummeted into despair. Warriors, follow your king and slay. With a resounding roar, the celestial demon emperor struck first, unleashing a devastating punch that shattered the barriers between realms, unleashing an unprecedented wave of evil energy. Instantly, a fierce response erupted from the Grand Thousand World, as vast amounts of spiritual power converged towards the site, transforming into a storm that ravaged the heavens and earth, vehemently repelling the horrific malevolence. The celestial demon emperor remained unperturbed, instead entering the fray, his form morphing into a towering shadow of darkness, absorbing the entirety of the repelling force directed at him. He intended to serve as bait, allowing the numerous evil clan armies to unleash their full might within the Grand Thousand World. Kill. The situation clearly had been meticulously orchestrated in advance. Before the inhabitants of the Grand Thousand World could react, the remaining 14 demon emperors surged forth with their armies, charging towards them. Within the Grand Thousand World, as the sky tore apart, a torrent of demonic energy engulfed the land like a harbinger of doom, followed by a cacophony of demonic howls echoing through the cosmos. As countless demonic shadows descended upon them, boom! The moment the outer evil clan appeared, the city resonated with the mournful tolling of countless bells, followed by figures soaring into the sky, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, glaring at the oncoming shadows. Slay them. Let the rivers of the Grand Thousand World run red with blood. The cruel howls of the demons reverberated as they descended like a swarm of locusts. Block their path. Signal for reinforcements. The city erupted with shouts of defiance, as all the powerful beings within surged into action, their spiritual power radiating fiercely. In this dire moment, various factions across the continent set aside their past grievances and united against the encroaching threat. Boom! The titanic clash of forces erupted, unleashing violent waves of energy that detonated across the battlefield. At this moment, chaos reigned throughout the city. Kill. At this moment, the war between the celestial sovereigns and the demon emperors erupted. Among the remaining 14 demon emperors, 6 had decisively targeted Lin Jingtian. Of these 5, his prowess was the most formidable, posing a genuine threat to them. Without a moment's hesitation, the 6 disregarded martial ethics and unleashed their attacks simultaneously. 6 ruthless strikes aimed mercilessly at Lin Jingtian. Faced with the onslaught of 6 demon emperors, Lin Jingtian's expression darkened. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light erupted from his body, and a figure wielding a colossal sword appeared behind him, radiating an overwhelming crimson sword aura, as if it could tear apart the very fabric of the heavens. This was the Soul Pursuit sword body, ranked 33rd on the Supreme Manifestation list. With a flick of his sleeve, the colossal sword wielded by his Supreme Manifestation soared skyward. As the sword light flickered, it transformed into a streak of brilliance, piercing through the heavens, and, in the blink of an eye, materialized before the 6 demon emperors. Descending with ferocity. Bold one, do you dare to challenge 6 alone? Do you think you are Jiangyun? Today, your head shall serve as a blood offering for our fallen demon emperors. Kill. Upon hearing the furious roar from the demon emperor ahead, Lin Jingtian's gaze flickered. Jiang Yun's name had resounded across the realms. It was well known that he, as a celestial sovereign of spiritual quality, had defied numerous demon emperors, becoming an idol for many in the vast world, while also attaining a status akin to a taboo within the demon domain. Jiang Yun had now been marked for assassination by the malevolent forces beyond the realms. Lin Jingtian understood that he could not compare to Jiang Yun, yet he was undeterred. In the next moment, his eyes sharpened, and he unleashed the full extent of his spiritual power. Radiant sword lights swept through the space, colliding fiercely with the 6 incoming attacks. Boom! The entire world seemed to tremble as the 2 terrifying forces intertwined. However, the magnificent sword light ultimately struggled to withstand the onslaught of 6, and was eventually torn apart by their overwhelming might. The residual force struck Lin Jingtian's body from afar. Bang! Lin Jingtian staggered, his garments shredded, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth, his vitality severely diminished, leaving him gravely injured. Master Lin, witnessing Lin Jingtian's dire condition, countless powerful beings within the city erupted into cries of despair, their expressions shifting to terror and hopelessness. Who could have anticipated that the malevolent forces would audaciously dispatch 15 demon emperors, including a celestial demon emperor, to assault the Red Flame continent? For tens of thousands of years, both sides had maintained a standoff here, with even a single demon emperor being a rare sight, for they were immensely powerful. Their incursions into this realm provoked targeted reprisals from the vast world, significantly diminishing their strength and carrying the risk of demise. Thus, restraint had been the norm. Now, such an unprecedented occurrence defied all logic. The remaining 4 celestial sovereigns, witnessing the chaos, felt a surge of urgency to rush to Lin Jingtian's aid. However, they found themselves entangled with 2 demon emperors each, making escape nearly impossible, with their own situations perilously precarious. Execute the demon extermination sword array, arise. Lin Jingtian, blood spilling from his lips, gazed at the 6 demon emperors hovering above and bellowed with fervor. Suddenly, an endless chorus of sword sounds reverberated throughout the entire city. A colossal spiritual formation rose from the ground in an instant, with boundless sword energies swirling within it, each radiating an aura of sharpness that, while perilous, also instilled a sense of security among the onlookers. Lin Jingtian, not only a supreme celestial being, but also a grandmaster of spiritual formations, commanded this array, which was renowned within the Great Thousand Palace for its terrifying lethality. Although it was merely a formation that a grandmaster of spiritual artifacts could establish, its potency was sufficient to pose a threat even to supreme celestial beings. With Lin Jingtian as its focal point, its power ascended to an even higher echelon, capable of annihilating peak celestial beings. Indeed, it was an impressive formation. However, under the might of our demonic swords, it remained as fragile as a clay chicken, easily crushed. As the sword formation materialized before them, the 6 demon emperors displayed expressions of astonishment, which quickly morphed into scornful sneers. Slaughtering life, demonic sword. In an instant, the 6 demon emperors acted in unison, conjuring tumultuous waves of demonic energy that transformed into 6 demonic swords radiating immense power, aimed directly at Lin Jingtian. Boom! A violent clash of sword energies erupted, sending ripples through the air as the formation's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Crack! Under the despairing gazes of the onlookers, the grand formation could only withstand 3 breaths before it exploded in a cataclysmic burst, leaving countless horrified eyes in its wake. Puff! As the array was shattered, Lin Jingtian, the focal point, was severely injured, his visage ashen and his breath nearly extinguished. Let us finish him off at once. While the reinforcements from the Great Thousand have yet to arrive, we must hasten to push the demonic energy to that location. We must remember that Lord Yinma has urgent matters to attend to. If this operation fails, we will not fare well. Observing Lin Jingtian, who was bereft of the strength to continue, one of the demon emperors glanced past the others, directing his gaze deeper into the Crimson Flame continent, and spoke solemnly. His words sent shivers through the remaining 5 demon emperors, as they seemed to recall something dreadful, their expressions swiftly turning grave. Chapter 276. Jiang Yun takes action. Let us act. The 6 demon emperors, upon seeing the situation, let out a collective roar, their demonic energy surging forth like a horde of roaring beasts, charging towards the city. Had the reinforcements from the Great Thousand not yet arrived? Feeling the oncoming assault, the inhabitants within the city, glancing at the fallen Lin Jingtian, could not help but feel a surge of despair. Meanwhile, in a certain subterranean depth of the Crimson Flame continent, an unremarkable golden flame suddenly began to radiate with intense energy. Countless flames, birthed from the Crimson Flame mountain range, trembled and bowed towards it, as if in the presence of their sovereign. The golden flame unleashed a heat akin to a blazing sun, seemingly poised to incinerate the heavens. Yet, in the next moment, as if sensing something, the golden flame quivered and reverted to its original unremarkable state, with everything fading quietly away, as if the preceding events had merely been an illusion. Boom! As despair enveloped the crowd, and the ominous aura threatened to descend upon the city, a colossal rift suddenly tore open in the sky. From within, a slender hand emerged, plunging into the earth below, initiating an upward surge. It was an unforgettable scene. The hand was not grand in size. At least when compared to the towering form of the demon emperor, it appeared pitifully small. Yet, at this moment, the very continent trembled, shifting from a light quake to a violent upheaval, accompanied by a thunderous roar that rendered everyone speechless. Rise! With a commanding shout echoing from the rift, the onlookers beheld the veins on the arm, resembling those of a coiling dragon, manifesting prominently. As the arm lifted with all its might, it seemed to possess boundless divine strength, raising the entire border, poised to shake the world. The earth heaved tumultuously, soaring skyward, as countless boulders quivered and cascaded down, sending ripples through the dust and stones across the continent. A resounding crash reverberated, causing the entire frontier to shudder, the black mist dissipating to reveal a vast abyss left in the wake of the upheaval. Who dares? The 6 demon emperors, taken aback, turned their gazes towards the immense rift with a sudden shift in expression. The furious roar of the Demon Emperor jolted the stunned crowd back to reality. Their eyes filled with hope as they looked towards the rift, yearning for a savior to emerge. You fools truly never learn your lesson. Just moments ago, over a dozen Demon Emperors fell in the Holy Abyss, and now you come to stir trouble in the northern border. Do you find yourselves with too many Demon Emperors and seek to deliver some warmth to me? A gentle voice resonated, yet it sent a chill down the spines of the onlookers. A figure cloaked in black gradually stepped forth from the rift, gazing calmly at the opposing Demon Emperors and the legion of demonic forces. It's you. How did you arrive in the northern border? Damn it. It's that executioner Jiang Yun. He is here in the northern border, not in the Holy Abyss. The countenance of the Demon Emperors shifted dramatically upon recognizing the newcomer. For a while, Jiang Yun had garnered unparalleled notoriety in the realms, though the malevolent forces from beyond longed for his demise. Indeed, it is the Demon Slayer, Lord Jiang Yun. In stark contrast to the horror felt by the malevolent beings from beyond, the forces of the Dacian were overwhelmed with joy. Jiang Yun's reputation soared. Legends spoke of him possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of effortlessly slaying even the heavenly Demon Emperor. With such formidable support, their salvation was finally at hand. Yet, among the crowd, Lin Jingtian, possessing a deeper understanding of the circumstances, was struck by a profound sense of awe upon witnessing the true form of Jiang Yun for the first time. He appeared astonishingly youthful, far too young, at that age. Lin had toiled over achieving the status of Earth Sovereign, while Jiang Yun had already ascended to the pinnacle of the Dacian world. The disparity was truly disheartening. However, in that moment, Lin fervently wished for Jiang Yun to be even stronger. Rumors were merely rumors, after all, and he faced the heavenly Demon Emperor. He remained uncertain whether Jiang Yun truly possessed the strength to withstand such a formidable adversary. At this moment, he found himself unable to continue the battle, merely hoping that Jiang Yun's achievements were not mere fabrications. Having encountered this situation, and with his demon-slaying points depleted, it was indeed time to replenish them. Jiang Yun gazed calmly at the astonished crowd and spoke in an unassuming tone. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. In his eyes, it seemed as effortless to slay a Demon Emperor as it would be to kill a chicken. A sense of urgency surged among the Demon Emperors as they processed Jiang Yun's declaration. Kill. A simple yet resonant command erupted from Jiang Yun's lips, and vibrant flames erupted from his being, akin to an immeasurable ocean, surging forth with overwhelming might. Each flickering flame appeared as a fearsome divine power, consuming time and shattering the void, with countless flames coalescing into monstrous waves that surged forward, evoking a scene of terror. This was an unforgettable spectacle. The sea of fire was domineering, as Jiang Yun traversed the space and plunged into the ranks of the extraterrestrial evil clan, where bodies were sent flying in all directions. Audacious. After the initial shock, a Demon Emperor bellowed. Although Jiang Yun's display of strength was indeed extraordinary, they had the backing of the celestial Demon Emperor and were themselves forged from the crucible of blood and battle, quickly regaining their composure. Form ranks. Subdue this wretch. While fear gripped their hearts, an exhilaration began to swell within them. Slaying Jiang Yun would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement, surpassing even the glory of defeating a supreme being of the highest order. Thunderous roars echoed as a formation was cleaved asunder by a single sword strike. The might of the heavenly emperor's sword was unstoppable. With each slash, the essence of reincarnation surged forth, imbued with vitality. Surrounding him was the aura of life and death, transforming into an eternal diagram, brimming with boundless murderous intent. Kill. A furious demon emperor roared, and behind him, his towering demon emperor avatar materialized, wielding a colossal demonic blade aimed at Jiang Yun. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy howled through the heavens and shattered the earth for miles around. The ground trembled violently, sending countless individuals flying. The power of the demon emperor was terrifying. His full-force strike could rend a continent asunder. Yet, astonishingly, Jiang Yun met that dreadful blow with a single hand. Having undergone numerous trials, Jiang Yun's physique was formidable beyond measure, and with his immunity to all divine powers, he now stood with one hand raised to the heavens, grasping the immense demonic blade, while his other hand wielded the heavenly emperor's sword, executing a horizontal slash. Boom. The body of the demon emperor was cleaved in two, and the boundless energies of life and death ruptured his form, extinguishing his soul in an instant. His vitality dissipated into ash, scattering across the area. This impactful kill caused the eyes of the onlookers to widen in shock. However, the remaining 13 demon emperors would not let this opportunity slip by. Indeed, there were 13, as the moment Jiang Yun made his appearance. The 8 demon emperors who had just been besieging the 4 supreme beings of the Grand Thousand Palace joined the fray to encircle Jiang Yun. At this moment, the 13 demon emperors united their forces, accompanied by the vast army of the demon realm, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of divine abilities upon Jiang Yun. Yet, he stood undaunted, for he was impervious to all forms of attack. Countless divine techniques sought to engulf him, but he surged forth, tearing apart one of the demon emperors who was caught off guard, splattering demon blood around him, transforming him into a nightmarish deity. Around him, order disintegrated, and divine abilities waned, achieving the true state of emptiness. None could approach him. How could this be possible? Such power truly existed? Was it conceivable that such a divine ability had emerged from the vast world? Could this be the final resurgence of the will of the great thousand world? Was he indeed the fabled child of fortune? It seemed so, for in a realm that rendered divine abilities ineffective, he had become invincible. If he were to venture into our realm, the consequences would be unfathomable. Before witnessing Jiang Yun's true mastery of the void, many held skeptical views. But upon experiencing it firsthand, they could not help but voice their speculations. These ancient beings, some of whom had survived since the era of the eternal emperors, possessed extraordinary insight and understanding of many secrets, including the will of the great thousand world and the existence of the child of fortune. At this moment, they were inclined to believe that Jiang Yun was indeed the prophesied child of fortune, born to defy calamity and representative of the final resistance of the great thousand world. Jiang Yun, however, was uninterested in their conjectures. As his reincarnation body materialized behind him, he raised a hand, emanating boundless radiance from his palm, akin to a sun erupting in brilliance. Instantly, countless beams of light surged forth, each one searingly hot, capable of piercing through the void. "Retreat," they cried. "This child is invincible. We must lure him into our realm and summon the heavenly demon emperor to encircle him." It was a breathtaking scene. After easily dispatching 2 demon emperors, the remaining 12, having lost their will to fight, hastily retreated. Boom! Jiang Yun, undeterred, expanded his impervious aura. Flames swirled around him, transforming into majestic forms of divine beasts, true dragons, phoenixes, sky-swallowing pythons, and 9-headed celestial serpents, forming a protective barrier. At the center, he was enveloped by the energies of life and death, manifesting the power of reincarnation. In that moment, his might was unparalleled, as he charged into the ranks of the extra-mundane evil beings, causing the very heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, with the cacophony of wails echoing around him, rendering all spectators speechless in awe. The inhabitants of the great thousand world beheld Jiang Yun as he penetrated the enemy formation with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep, effortlessly slaying 4 more demon emperors in the process, causing the celestial beings to twitch at the corners of their eyes. It appeared as though the once invincible demon emperors were reduced to mere ants, easily crushed beneath his might. Such audacity! Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from the distant 2-realm passage, as the malevolent energy of the cosmos surged wildly, erupting uncontrollably. Boom! As the voice resonated, an immense pale hand materialized from the swirling demonic miasma above, descending with great force to strike at Jiang Yun, lord of the flame demons. Upon witnessing their esteemed leader take action, the members of the extraterritorial malevolent clan collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Jiang Yun was indeed terrifying, akin to an unstoppable force, effortlessly mowing down his adversaries. The arrival of their own heavenly demon emperor instilled a sense of calm among them. The heavenly emperor's sword cleaved through evil and vanquished gods. Facing the oncoming pale hand, Jiang Yun remained unperturbed, sweeping the heavenly emperor's sword before him, unleashing a radiant sword light that seemed poised to sever the very fabric of the cosmos, illuminating eternity and restoring order to the realm. This unparalleled sacred artifact, the heavenly emperor's sword, had been nurtured by Jiang Yun since its acquisition, enhanced with exquisite treasures within the Grand Thousand Tower. Now, it had regained its majestic splendor as a supreme relic. As the sword light swept through, the colossal hand faced no resistance and was swiftly severed, causing the army of the extraterritorial malevolent clan to fall like harvested wheat, one after another. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I shall slay you. The heavenly demon emperor, witnessing the demise of so many adversaries at his own hands, was consumed by fury. Though not the foremost expert of his clan, he was the second in command. Possessing formidable strength at the early stage of the heavenly demon emperor, he had sensed a terrifying flame on the scarlet flame continent of the Grand Thousand World. Should he consume it, he would undoubtedly break through to the later stage of the heavenly demon emperor and surpass the current strongest of the flame demon clan, officially earning the title of flame heavenly demon emperor. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until Jiang Yun unexpectedly intervened. Now, the bright future he envisioned seemed to slip away, along with the loss of so many troops, and upon returning, he would likely face punishment. His anger momentarily overshadowed the restrictions imposed upon the heavenly demon emperor by the Grand Thousand World. Boom! A terrifying spear, engulfed in black flames, erupted from the horizon where the two realms converged, exploding forth in a bloody spectacle. Its scorching fire radiating for thousands of miles and shattering vast expanses of void upon its mere appearance. Upon witnessing this dreadful scene, Lin Jingtian and others, who had previously held unwavering confidence in Jiang Yun, felt a sudden chill in their hearts. The heavenly demon emperor was indeed extraordinary. Even a casual strike from him could obliterate an ordinary celestial supreme, let alone in his current state of wrath. Lin Jingtian was uncertain if he could withstand this onslaught. With a flick of his finger, Jiang Yun summoned a colossal black and white bell that appeared before the flickering light, successfully blocking the attack. This technique was derived from his understanding of the immortal divine patterns of the undying golden body, which could transform in myriad ways. The undying golden body possessed 3 innate divine abilities, one of which, the immortal divine pattern, could adapt and was indestructible, its sharpness rivaling that of true sacred artifacts. Although Jiang Yun did not cultivate the undying golden body, his reincarnation qi, in terms of its turtle shell attributes, was comparable to the immortal essence of the undying golden body. The reincarnation immortal bell was a manifestation of his comprehension, boasting defensive capabilities that rivaled sacred artifacts while also possessing formidable offensive power. Seeing his attack thwarted, the flame demon glared at Jiang Yun, bitterly exclaiming, "Damn it! Were it not for the laws of the Grand Thousand World obstructing me, I would surely claim your head today." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's gaze flickered, and a cold smile emerged. "The weak always seek excuses. I shall come forth and slay you, so you may comprehend what true strength is." The reactions of the crowd varied. De Qian Yifeng looked at Jiang Yun with concern. To venture into the demon domain? How foreign a notion. It is akin to courting death. In stark contrast, the outer evil clan could not conceal their ecstatic delight at Jiang Yun's audacity. Chapter 277, The Hall of 10,000 Demons. No. As Jiang Yun prepared to breach the demon domain, Lin Jingtian was instantly roused, shouting towards the heavens. Throughout history, no one has ever penetrated the demon domain. We are all cultivators of spiritual power. Entering the realm of the outer evil clan is no different from walking into a den of tigers. As Jiang Yun entered the domain alone, it was likely that the outer evil clan was bewildered, wondering who had delivered such a daring challenge. After several recent skirmishes, Lin Jingtian had profoundly recognized Jiang Yun's potential. The latter was destined to become a figure akin to the ancient 9 emperors, a pillar for the future of the great Qian world. Should he fall to a moment of recklessness in the outer evil clan, the loss to the great Qian would be catastrophic. Regrettably, Lin Jingtian's attempts to deter him proved futile. The moment his words fell, Jiang Yun transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the army of the outer evil clan, plunging into the depths of the demon domain. This is dire. The demon slayer is far too impulsive. Historically, none have emerged alive from the demon domain. Lin Luzhu. What shall we do? If the demon slayer perishes within, the ramifications for our great Qian are immense. You 4, ensure the safety of the city's populace, and re-establish contact with the Great Qian Palace for reinforcements. I shall go to support Jiang Yun, the demon slayer, even if it costs me my life. I must ensure his safe return. The Great Qian world can survive without Lin Jingtian, but it cannot thrive without Jiang Yun, the demon slayer. Upon hearing Lin Jingtian's orders, the others exchanged glances. Although such a stance may seem cowardly, in the face of life and death, they rationally suppressed their impulses. Nodding to the group, Lin Jingtian consumed a blood-red elixir, instantly exuding a terrifying aura, transforming into a beam of sword light that pursued Jiang Yun's departing figure. Within the demon domain, boundless demonic energy swirled about, dense as a sea of clouds. To the outer evil clan, demonic energy was akin to spiritual energy, differing only in form. Upon entering the demon domain, individuals from the Great Qian world would be tainted by the demonic energy, becoming frenzied and losing their sanity. However, Jiang Yun remained unaffected. Once he entered the demon domain, the overwhelming demonic energy ignited a fervor within his bloodlines. Akin to a fish returning to the ocean after years in fresh water, a long-lost sensation that invigorated him profoundly. You truly dare to come. Kill him. Upon witnessing Jiang Yun's audacious incursion into the demonic realm, the infernal demon emperor and the remaining demon emperors were engulfed in a tempest of rage and astonishment. They had not anticipated that a heavenly supreme being would dare to penetrate their domain, brazenly proclaiming intentions to eliminate them. With a cacophony of furious roars, an overwhelming tide of malevolence surged forth toward Jiang Yun. I vow to slay you, and I shall not renege on my word, even if it leads me to the ends of the earth, Jiang Yun declared, brandishing the Heavenly Emperor's sword, his gaze icy as it bore into the infernal demon emperor. In an instant, he activated the immutable laws, transforming into a streak of luminescent energy racing toward his adversary. Boom! Within the demonic realm, a boundless wave of malevolence wreaked havoc, manifesting as a tempest capable of tainting all it touched. Winds, rains, and thunder cascaded from the heavens above. The anguished cries of battle echoed through the cosmos, as blood rained upon the earth, and severed limbs danced through the air. Even amidst the turmoil of the demonic domain, Jiang Yun stood undaunted, as if the oppressive forces of this world were rendered void in his presence. Advancing with his sword, the terrifying radiance of his blade wrought vengeance upon countless demon kings. With every strike, innumerable demon generals were reduced to ashes. Preposterous! The infernal demon emperor seethed, witnessing Jiang Yun's unrestrained prowess as he felled a multitude of the demonic army. In a fit of fury, the demon emperor summoned his ethereal form, wielding a blood-stained spear that pierced through the void, intent on obliterating all in its path. This spear, steeped in the blood of the sacred, bore an unmatched ferocity. And now, wielded by a demon emperor, its might was unparalleled in this sacred ground, free from the accursed suppression. The strike was ferocious, a crimson glare descending from above, accompanied by a sea of sanguine waves, aiming to pierce Jiang Yun's very being. A phoenix, enwrapped in an inferno of unending flames, unfurled its wings and ascended to meet the challenge, collapsing the heavens above, igniting a blaze of destruction that reached immeasurable heights. At that moment, it appeared as though two suns had emerged in the sky, one of which rapidly expanded, unleashing a terrifying heat upon the earth. You dare to exert your might upon our territory, the infernal demon bellowed, igniting the spear in his grasp with demonic flames, unleashing a staggering assault as the crimson blade surged forth, cleaving the very fabric of reality. I have proclaimed that only the weak lament their circumstances, Jiang Yun retorted, striking forth with an outstretched palm, manifesting a duality of black and white light that transformed into a yin-yang symbol, descending with crushing force. With a single motion, he shattered the space and obliterated the oncoming blade of light, simultaneously triggering a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 12, leveling all peaks upon the land and extinguishing countless lives in an instant. Ah, you are truly deserving of death, the infernal demon roared, recognizing his inability to suppress his foe. Stepping forward with murderous intent, he declared, "Today, I shall end you. You, demon emperor, may possess eloquence, but your skills remain untested. To slay me? It is beyond your capabilities." A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed as boundless flames swirled through the heavens. A myriad of vibrant hues ignited the surroundings, the brilliance of the fire surpassing even the sun of the vast world. In the next moment, an endless inferno congealed into a fiery phoenix, soaring towards the demon emperor of the sky. Boom! The searing firebird collided with the body of the flame demon, and in that fleeting moment of impact, the world seemed to fall into a silence, followed by an explosion akin to the end of days, unleashing a terrifying force of annihilation. Rumbling. The already ravaged dark continent crumbled in an instant, reduced to a wasteland of powder within mere moments. Endless clouds of dust enveloped the heavens and the earth. The ground blazed with a vivid crimson as magma erupted from all directions. The vast expanse of the sky shattered as if it were a glass window struck by an explosion, countless shards of space splintering and scattering, revealing an ever-expanding abyss of darkness before all eyes. Lord Demon Emperor, in the horrified gazes of the extraterrestrial evil race, their invincible demon emperor was reduced to nothingness by a single strike from Jiang Yun, a tragic irony as the flame demon emperor fell amidst the flames. In a realm of profound darkness, a shadowy grand hall loomed, pulsating with an aura of malevolence, the air thick with a sinister vitality that seemed capable of devouring all. Within the hall, layers of black stone seats stretched back, each occupied by a figure shrouded in darkness, exuding an air of wickedness that caused the space to tremble slightly. Suddenly, countless pairs of shadowy eyes opened, gazing into the distant void. There, amidst the darkened sky, glimmers of light flickered into existence, emanating a potent and vigorous force. The sworn enemy of demonic power, an entity they loathed above all. The spiritual energy of the vast world has appeared within our demonic realm. A voice of confusion emerged from one of the demonic shadows. A significant presence has arrived, creating such a commotion. Soon after, a voice filled with intrigue echoed, laced with a sharpness that sent ripples through the surrounding space. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld a fiery phoenix rising like a sun from the pitch-black sky, radiating boundless light and heat that poured down upon the land. Under this overwhelming spiritual illumination, millions of demons found themselves enveloped in a torrent of demonic energy, their anguished cries filling the air. Countless powerful demons sensed the impending threat, soaring into the sky with intentions to retaliate. Yet, before they could approach the phoenix, the intensifying fire energy ignited their demonic forms, sending them plummeting to the ground amidst their screams. Such audacity, to dare inflict such slaughter upon my kin. Upon witnessing this scene, a chorus of voices filled with fury resonated throughout the grand hall. Those seated upon the demonic thrones bore eyes that glimmered with a sinister light, emanating an aura of chilling dread. It is he. At that moment, a voice, laden with wrath, echoed in the hall. The assembly turned towards the source and beheld a figure, enshrouded in terrifying corpse energy, rising from the 32nd demonic throne, glaring fiercely into the distance. Black Corpse. Do you recognize the intruder? Which celestial sovereign could it be? That aura intertwines the paths of fire and life and death. Could it be that old fellow from the Tomb Guardian clan? No, he would never leave the northern wasteland. Is it a member of the Maha-Ancient clan? Do those brutes dare to intrude upon our territory? Observing the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, beside him stood a figure cloaked in a black robe, who slowly raised their head, revealing a pallid face and a pair of swirling black demonic eyes, gazing in confusion at the scene. It's that little ghost from the sacred abyss. Upon hearing the Dark Heaven Demon Emperor's inquiry, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor spoke with venomous disdain. A few months prior, the battle at the sacred abyss had marked a profound humiliation in his life. Now that the principal was before him, how could he not be enraged? The corpse energy around him surged violently, seemingly revealing countless shadows of corpses. It is indeed him. You speak so highly of him. I wonder if he can withstand the edge of my blade. From another demonic throne, another figure spoke, their long fingers adorned with dark nails that, upon a gentle swipe, could effortlessly rend space itself, exuding an aura of terrifying sharpness. This figure was the leader of the Blade Demon clan, the Slashing Heaven Demon Emperor, whose strength was formidable. Reputed to be the second most powerful after the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor, none shall compete with me. I shall transform him into a corpse puppet, condemned to eternal unrest. In the next moment, a black streak of light shot across the demon hall, at the center of which stood the enraged figure of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor. Interesting. That little fellow seems rather peculiar. Who among you will assist Black Corpse? Just as the Black Corpse Demon Emperor prepared to unleash his wrath, the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor, seated at the pinnacle, retracted his probing gaze, lightly tapping his fingers as he surveyed the surrounding figures. Oh, even you find this troublesome? The words of the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor caused a ripple of unease among the myriad demon figures in the hall. Even the colossal shadows behind the 30-odd major demon figures stirred in response. Let me take this. It will be an excellent opportunity to test his peculiar abilities. After a lengthy pause, the Slashing Heaven Demon Emperor gradually rose, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his face. After slaying the Flame Demon Clan's Demon Emperor, Jiang Yun stood poised in midair, observing the remaining 4 Demon Emperors below, alongside tens of thousands of troops. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, he delivered a single palm strike. An immense surge of spiritual energy converged abruptly, forming a colossal imprint of spiritual power, which then thundered down upon the assembly. Flee! At this moment, the crowd, having lost all confidence after being slaughtered by Jiang Yun, had no thoughts of resistance upon witnessing his renewed assault. In a state of utter disarray, they fled in all directions. Even the notoriously brutal extraterrestrial evil clans felt a sense of dread when confronted with an existence capable of slaying a heavenly demon emperor. Just then, a furious roar echoed from the distant horizon, and an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from the sky. Within this miasma lurked a palpable, chilling aura of death. Subsequently, a colossal white shadow materialized, towering at an astonishing size of several thousand zhong, with 3 heads and 6 arms exuding an oppressive atmosphere of death. In an instant, the giant shadow extended 6 pale, massive hands, descending from the heavens to strike Jiang Yun, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. The hands radiated a deathly aura. Should they connect, all spiritual energy would be eroded, leading to the cessation of life itself. The Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor clearly harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yun, launching an all-out assault from the very beginning. Facing this formidable attack, Jiang Yun pointed with a single finger, invoking the reincarnation finger. Instantly, a colossal black and white finger, thousands of zhong in size, took shape in the high heavens, descending rapidly with an exceptionally terrifying force. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble violently. as large expanses of the surrounding void began to collapse, with countless fragments of space plummeting like rain. As the first strike was deflected, the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor had already approached Jiang Yun. His face twisted into a grimace as he clasped his hands, gathering boundless death energy that ultimately transformed into a black demonic banner. Corpse Demon Banner. He howled, and as the banner swayed, it unleashed billions of spectral figures that converged to form a roaring black river of death. Within this river, countless corpses floated, continuously shrieking. The death river surged forth like a colossal dragon, sweeping towards Jiang Yun, causing the space around it to collapse and the atmosphere to become suffused with deathly energy. This attack was so formidable that even beings of divine stature would hesitate to confront it directly, fearing contamination. As the death river loomed closer, Jiang Yun raised his gaze, a light smile gracing his handsome face. "Ah, it's you again, Black Corpse. How many demon-slaying points do you intend to bestow upon me this time?" With a leisurely gesture, he extended his finger and lightly tapped the air. Imperial Lotus of Purification. An endless sea of flames erupted in the sky, igniting the vast ocean of spiritual energy. At the center of this inferno, a magnificent, multicolored fire lotus ascended, towering to a height of 10,000 zhang. This fire lotus radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors, each hue representing a unique flame, embodying terrifying power. An indescribable wave of energy emanated from the lotus, causing countless powerful beings to pall in fear. Amidst the myriad astonished gazes, the immense fire lotus gradually soared into the sky. With a push from Jiang Yun, the 10,000 zhang fire lotus shot forth, rapidly approaching the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor, continuously blooming and unleashing overwhelming waves of destruction. With a thunderous clash, the river and fire lotus collided in the heavens, causing the space around them to collapse incessantly. As the clash ensued, the expression of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor shifted dramatically, for he sensed that no matter how his nether river encroached, the terrifying destructive force unleashed by the fire lotus could extinguish it. Conversely, the horrifying, purifying power of the fire lotus began to unravel his nether river, causing countless corpses within to emit piercing screams as they decayed. Boom! The violent shockwave expanded, and within a mere span of a few breaths, the entirety of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's nether river collapsed. Cursed be it! The Black Corpse Demon Emperor's visage darkened as he glared at Jiang Yun. Upon regaining a semblance of composure, he realized that Jiang Yun had ascended to the realm of the immortals. Unlike their previous encounter, Jiang Yun's divine abilities had now reached an unparalleled zenith. Reluctantly, he had to concede that Jiang Yun had acquired the strength to stand toe-to-toe with him. The notion that a mere ant of the immortal realm could rival a formidable demon emperor incited both fury and dread within him. A fear of Jiang Yun's prodigious talent and the potential of his future accomplishments. "No, this cannot be. I refuse to accept it." Suddenly, as a thread of fear arose within him, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's countenance shifted, and he unleashed a furious roar. Heavenly Corpse Divine Demon Image. In the next instant, his hands embraced the sun and moon, and with a forceful tremor, boundless demonic energy surged forth, gradually coalescing behind him into a towering, colossal demon image. This image, shrouded in deathly aura, bore countless grotesque faces, their shrieks resonating through the heavens and earth. The sheer sound was enough to provoke a backlash of spiritual energy from within, threatening to cause one's flesh to explode. An unfathomable demonic might emanated slowly, causing the very land beneath to tremble. The fact that the Black Corpse had resorted to such a move indicated that Jiang Yun was indeed a formidable adversary. The distant but slightly delayed slaying Heaven Demon Emperor sensed the tremors ahead and revealed a look of astonishment, promptly transforming into a streak of light and racing towards the battlefield. The Black Corpse Demon Emperor glared menacingly at Jiang Yun, his body gradually rising and merging with the Heavenly Corpse Divine Demon Image. Buzz! The massive eyes of the demon image suddenly opened, demonic light shooting forth, as if to rend the world asunder, its roar brimming with boundless murderous intent echoing throughout the cosmos. "Jiang Yun, today, you shall undoubtedly perish." In response to the Black Corpse Demon Emperor's bellow, Jiang Yun raised his gaze to meet the formidable demon image, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, Lord Black Corpse is formidable. I am no match for you. I must take my leave for now, but we shall meet again." As his words fell, Jiang Yun transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the fabric of space towards the vastness behind him. His decisive retreat left the Black Corpse Demon Emperor momentarily stunned. He had envisioned countless outcomes, yet had never anticipated Jiang Yun would flee. It was akin to preparing for battle only to be told that the opponent lacked the desire to engage, a truly infuriating revelation. Scoundrel! At that moment, The Black Corpse Demon Emperor was evidently seething with rage, feeling as though he had been played for a fool by Jiang Yun, an affront he deemed the utmost humiliation. Boom. The vast demonic energy surged, and from the colossal eyes of the demonic statue towering between heaven and earth, a chilling demonic light erupted. The statue's mighty hand formed a seal, solidifying into an eerie symbol, and instantly, a torrent of demonic energy converged. On that monstrous hand, countless grotesque and sinister patterns emerged, each radiating a terrifying wave of power capable of instilling fear in the hearts of even the most formidable holy beings. The Celestial Corpse Demon Seal. An ominous voice echoed throughout the realm as the Celestial Corpse Demon statue formed a fist imprint, which then violently struck toward Jiang Yun's fleeing silhouette. Howling. As the fist imprint manifested, it conjured billions of spectral figures, shrieking sharply as they soared around the imprint, an endless chill spreading forth, causing the earth itself to be cloaked in a frost of despair. All vitality was stripped away beneath that icy aura. This blow resembled the seal of death, isolating life from the abyss. Alas, Jiang Yun's speed was astonishingly swift, and the fist imprint ultimately failed to catch up with his retreating figure, crashing instead onto a continent below, its terrifying force shattering the land into fragments. Kik. Do you think the demon realm is a place you can enter and exit at will? Just as Jiang Yun was about to cross the barrier between realms, a demonic blade severed his path forward, accompanied by a piercing laughter. The blade hovered before Jiang Yun, its potency unfathomable, exuding an aura of lethal intent that reverberated across the heavens and earth. In the next instant, the long knife slashed forth, its edge sharp and terrifying, a torrent of bloodlight surging towards the skies, as if the wails of myriad races echoed around it, the fabric of space collapsing under the weight of obliteration. This strike, even Jiang Yun found himself momentarily taken aback. The assailant was no ordinary foe. The visions he had envisioned were undeniably true. The adversary had indeed forged this blade using the essence of numerous lower realms, creating this formidable weapon of slaughter. Coupled with the adversary's terrifying strength, this single blow possessed the capacity to slay any holy tier supreme being. However, no matter your myriad techniques, I shall remain unyielding. As the domain of invulnerability unfolded, Jiang Yun swiftly traversed through space, crossing the barrier between realms, the horrific blade light failing to impede his advance for even a moment. Boom. As the blade light struck the continent below, the heavens and earth trembled violently. Countless beings caught in the aftermath cried out in despair, space shattered, and a tempest of chaos surged forth, as if everything were destined for annihilation. In the next moment, the figure of the Celestial Demon Emperor gradually materialized. Gazing down at the devastation, a look of uncertainty crossing his face as he recalled the fleeting golden light. In that instant, he felt as if everything were on the verge of dissolution. It was an unreasonable power, impervious to any mystical arts. This divine ability is indeed formidable. It seems I must confer with the sacred heavens, for that young one must not be allowed to grow any further. After personally experiencing the situation today, the Demon Emperor of Heaven's Slaughter quickly concluded that to eliminate Jiang Yun, one must employ a physically formidable individual to bludgeon him to death, or wait until he exhausts his spiritual power and perishes from fatigue. A furious roar echoed from afar, prompting the Demon Emperor of Heaven's Slaughter to turn and behold the enraged Black Corpse Demon Emperor racing towards him. He vowed he had never seen Black Corpse so incensed. Unfortunately, Jiang Yun had already fled. Even if they pursued him, it would be futile. Upon just crossing the barrier between realms, a gasp of astonishment arose ahead as Lin Jingtian looked at Jiang Yun, who had returned from the demon realm, with delight. Without a moment to exchange words, Jiang Yun seized Lin Jingtian by the shoulder and dashed towards the branch of the Daqian Palace on the Qi Continent, rendering Lin Jingtian utterly powerless to resist. Like a chick in the grasp of a hawk, he was acutely aware of Jiang Yun's terrifying strength, realizing he had no means to resist in the presence of such power, which explained how Jiang Yun had managed to escape from the demon realm. In no time, Jiang Yun arrived at the city on the border with Lin Jingtian in tow, where he was soon surrounded by numerous celestial sovereigns. "We have witnessed the demon slayer," they exclaimed. "Fortunately, your majesty has returned safely from the demon realm. Otherwise, our Daqian would have suffered greatly." The demon slayer had come to the aid of the Qi Continent, rescuing countless souls, truly a blessing for our Daqian. The celestial sovereigns, who had come to support, greeted Jiang Yun. They had already learned of the astonishing feats he had accomplished within the city and could not help but acknowledge that he now stood on equal footing with the supreme celestial sovereigns. This young man, in his 30s, had become an object of admiration for many. Observing the dozen or so celestial sovereigns around him, Jiang Yun nodded. Though he did not recognize any of these unfamiliar figures, it was evident from their auras that none were of the supreme rank. He stepped into the main hall of the Dacian Palace's branch and slowly took his place in the central seat. Strangely, no one perceived anything amiss. We pay our respects to the Demon Slayer. At the moment Jiang Yun settled into his seat, the celestial sovereigns bowed in deference. Jiang Yun, as the Demon Slayer of the Dacian Palace, held a status comparable to that of some supreme beings. Moreover, his astounding accomplishments warranted immense respect, even if his strength had yet to reach the supreme level. At this moment, within the Dacian Palace, Jiang Yun's prestige surpassed that of several elders, subtly hinting at a trend towards him being the foremost figure. This was a world governed by strength. Those with the might to back their claims garnered the trust of others. Undoubtedly, Jiang Yun's achievements had enabled him to amass formidable renown in such a brief span. Why have no supreme beings from the Dacian Palace come? Jiang Yun waved his hand, a gentle surge of spiritual power lifting everyone, and spoke softly. After the supreme being of the heavens rose, a sense of apprehension and tension enveloped him. The display of power exhibited by Jiang Yun had indeed been astonishing, leaving them utterly defenseless as they were effortlessly lifted. At this moment, upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, an unexpected silence fell over the crowd, none daring to respond. Just as Jiang Yun furrowed his brows, an elder stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and spoke. In response to the Demon Slayer King, since the battle at Shenyuan, to prevent any disturbances from the alien evil clans, the sanctified forces of the Grand Thousand Palace have been dispatched to various border fronts. In haste, only we have arrived here first. Moreover, the northern frontier possesses unique characteristics, naturally safeguarded by a formidable presence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun nodded. The existence of that flame on the Qi Continent undoubtedly provided sufficient assurance for the safety of the northern border of the Grand Thousand. Without the 5 demon emperors, it would be nearly impossible to breach this territory. Thus, it was understandable that this place was not deemed a primary concern for the Grand Thousand Palace. Contemplating this, Jiang Yun's gaze flickered. He had initially intended to seek out this legendary flame, but the actions of the demon emperor of the Flame Demon clan rendered that unnecessary. Although the Grand Thousand suffered considerable losses during the incursion from the demon realm, they had also managed to slay a demon emperor and several other demon sovereigns, honoring the bravery of the fallen heroes. Upon hearing Jiang Yun calmly recount the slaying of a demon emperor, the crowd involuntarily trembled, waves of admiration rising in chorus. The siege from the demon realm was unpredictable. Thankfully, the timely support from the Demon Slayer King spared our northern border from the scourge of the evil clans. War inevitably entails sacrifice. The Grand Thousand and the evil clans have long been irreconcilable. Casualties in engagements with these malevolent beings are hardly surprising. Indeed, while we have endured losses this time, the Demon Slayer King has vanquished several demon sovereigns, including a demon emperor, marking the most significant triumph in millennia. No one doubted the veracity of Jiang Yun's claims. A being of his caliber would not speak lightly, for to do so would be to betray his own integrity. Moreover, the overwhelming aura of bloodshed that enveloped him upon his return could not be feigned. In ancient times, when the alien evil clans invaded the Grand Thousand world, they were met with the formidable presence of the heavenly evil god, while the myriad powerful figures of the Grand Thousand were scattered and disorganized, retreating in the face of the demonic horde. Just as the world teetered on the brink of being engulfed by the demon realm, the undying emperor emerged as the first to be inscribed on the celestial rankings, leading the Grand Thousand in a struggle against the alien evil clans. Ultimately, he confronted the heavenly evil god on the northern wasteland, sacrificing his life to seal the entity, thus restoring a semblance of balance between the forces of the Grand Thousand and the alien evil clans. For over 40,000 years, countless conflicts have erupted between the Grand Thousand world and the alien evil clans, each ending in a mutual wariness. Subtly, the Grand Thousand has remained in a disadvantageous position, perpetually on the defensive, awaiting attacks from the alien evil clans. This sentiment was utterly stifling. However, they had dared not venture into the demon realm, until now. With Jiang Yun's bold actions, he not only emerged unscathed from the realm of demons, but also vanquished a formidable demon emperor. A feat so impressive that it inspired a deep yearning in the hearts of many. The gazes directed at Jiang Yun were imbued with a hint of admiration. Particularly, the 5 celestial sovereigns of the city, who had witnessed Jiang Yun's magnificent prowess firsthand, were profoundly moved, especially given that he had saved their lives. Their hearts had long since yielded to his greatness. I aspire to establish a power base in this branch of the Grand Thousand Palace, unifying the Red Flame continent, creating a stronghold to thwart the encroachment of the malevolent entities from beyond. Chapter 279, Divine Fire. As soon as Jiang Yun's words fell, An unusual silence enveloped the gathering. The numerous celestial sovereigns momentarily at a loss for words, completely taken aback by Jiang Yun's bold vision. The Demon Slayer King had such aspirations, and Lin Jingtian was willing to act on them with singular determination. Before long, the first voice of support emerged. Lin Jingtian, with a resolute expression, gazed intently at Jiang Yun, his eyes brimming with anticipation and fervor. Jiang Yun's previous actions had thoroughly won over this branch leader of the Grand Thousand Palace. And considering Jiang Yun's status as the Demon Slayer King, he held a nobility far exceeding that of a mere branch leader. Was there any fault in obeying the command of a superior? I too am willing, echoed the four celestial sovereigns who had originally been stationed here and had been rescued by Jiang Yun, each clasping their hands in agreement. Observing this scene, the remaining celestial sovereigns who had come to assist felt somewhat awkward. With the Red Flame continent still not unified, none could claim Jiang Yun's actions were erroneous. Furthermore, as the Demon Slayer King, he indeed possessed the authority to mobilize this branch. Yet, why did they feel a sense of incongruity? The Demon Slayer King's intentions are noble. But should we not consult the headquarters regarding this matter? After a considerable pause, the elder who had spoken earlier sighed and remarked slowly, I will convey the situation to the Grand Thousand Palace headquarters. However, the circumstances in the northern region remain unclear, and we cannot ascertain whether the external malevolent entities will retaliate. During this time of impending war, I hope for a singular voice across the Red Flame continent. Jiang Yun cast a sidelong glance at those who had remained silent, expressing no dissent. Many among them were not members of the Grand Thousand Palace, but merely affiliated individuals, each with their own factions. It was only due to their misguided fervor that they had joined Jiang Yun's nascent power. Indeed, Jiang Yun's reasoning was not without merit, and the others, having no further objections, nodded in agreement. With the backing of the Grand Thousand Palace, the Red Flame continent soon resonated with a unified voice. The forces within the Red Flame continent had always been sparse, lacking even a single celestial sovereign. Once Jiang Yun summoned the might of the Grand Thousand Palace, he easily unified the Red Flame continent, for the Grand Thousand Palace inherently possessed the ability to command the multitude in times of war. Now, the Red Flame continent lay shrouded in the ominous clouds of conflict, leaving no room for dissent against Jiang Yun. Should anyone harbor objections, they could inquire whether his fists would grant consent. In just 3 short days, the events unfolding on the Crimson Flame continent swept across the vast world like a tempest. No one anticipated that, within these few months, following the Holy Abyss War, the northern front of the Great Thousand would be besieged once more by the invasion of the Celestial Demon Emperor. Fortunately, the Demon Slayer King, Jiang Yun, happened to be in the northern territories, intervening to rescue countless souls, and even slaying a Celestial Demon Emperor. Had the malevolent forces from beyond breached the northern defenses, the consequences would have been dire. This remarkable victory elevated Jiang Yun's reputation to new heights. Previously, he had merely contended with a Celestial Demon Emperor, yet now he had vanquished one in its prime. This astonishing achievement led to discussions placing his name alongside that of many venerable saints. However, even more shocking news soon emerged. Jiang Yun, the Demon Slayer King, intended to establish a power on the Crimson Flame continent. What manner of place is the Crimson Flame continent? It is a key battleground in the northern reaches of the Great Thousand, embroiled in conflict with the malevolent forces from beyond. When war erupts, the entire continent falls within the range of their assaults. With flames of war igniting and demonic energy rampant, it is hardly a desirable location. Furthermore, the volatile spiritual energy of the Crimson Flame continent renders it inhospitable for ordinary beings, making it an unlikely choice for formidable powers. If it were otherwise, the many superpowers of the Great Thousand would not overlook this coveted land. Only the Great Thousand Palace has established fortresses there, stationing several heavenly sovereigns for protection. Historically, the strong of the Great Thousand have treated the Flame continent solely as a battlefield. Should an ordinary person express a desire to settle on the Crimson Flame continent, they would be viewed as a mere jest by the various factions. Yet, Jiang Yun is different, this unparalleled prodigy, who rose to prominence through his discourse with the Fire Spirit clan, has achieved monumental feats in a remarkably short span of time. This in itself is a miracle. Now, with Jiang Yun aiming to unify the Crimson Flame continent and personally oversee the northern territories, the initial shock has given way to widespread admiration for his integrity and selflessness. Simultaneously, numerous factions have dispatched individuals to the Crimson Flame continent to ascertain Jiang Yun's true intentions. Amidst the chorus of praise, a few discordant voices have emerged, disparaging him as pretentious and ostentatious. As the Great Thousand world swirled with upheaval, and the 5 heavenly sovereigns, led by Lin Jingtian, managed affairs on the Crimson Flame continent, Jiang Yun quietly approached a volcano. Gazing at the seemingly insignificant volcanic crater, merely 1,000 feet in diameter, he inwardly scoffed. Who could have imagined that this unassuming little volcano concealed the most terrifying divine fire in the great thousand world? In truth, had it not been for the unusual movements of the celestial demon emperor of the Flame Demon clan, this world-destroying flame, dormant in this location, would never have made its presence known. Even Jiang Yun, at one point, nearly lost track of its aura, underscoring the depth of its concealment. Descending along the volcanic crater, a cavern soon emerges, illuminated by a glaring crimson glow from the depths below. Channels carved by flowing lava are shrouded in sulfurous black smoke, with flickering flames dancing amidst them, while the surrounding temperature steadily escalates. This passage leads deep underground, where the predominant hue is a searing red. A vast lake of molten lava undulates slowly, the fiery magma coursing through it, occasionally erupting with colossal bubbles that burst forth, accompanied by subtle sounds. These bubbles explode with a resounding pop, releasing scorching lava that erupts like a vibrant firework. In the boundless depths of the magma, a peculiar flickering flame manifests as a surreal figure, reminiscent of a lively being, yet strangely insubstantial, exuding an aura of the bizarre. At last, I have found you. Though the journey has not been easy, Jiang Yun remarked with a smile as he gazed upon the flames. Suddenly, as if sensing his arrival, the world-extinguishing flame quivered violently. Deep within the molten depths, a thunderous explosion rang out as torrents of lava surged forth, a towering column of magma shattering the rock layer above. A terrifying pillar of fire shooting skyward, connecting heaven and earth. With a resounding roar, a fiery magma column ascended, akin to a warrior's sword piercing the heavens, casting a crimson hue upon the sky. The dreadful explosions continued unabated, as columns of molten fire erupted like towering spires, transforming the heavens above the Scarlet Flame continent into a sea of red, with plumes of ash swirling in every direction, the pungent scent of sulfur assailing the senses. The eruption of these magma columns was a manifestation of the tremendous forces inherent within nature, enveloping the world in a searing breath. What has transpired? An eruption of this magnitude occurs but once in a century. Could it be that the Scarlet Flame continent is truly a cursed land, with an external malevolent force looming, and such a terrifying volcanic eruption following? As the world-extinguishing flame stirred, countless volcanoes across the Scarlet Flame continent seemed to react in a chain reaction, erupting successively. At this moment, the entire Scarlet Flame mountain range trembled, felt even by those at the distant borders, including Lin Jingtian and his companions. The relentless eruption of towering magma columns sent shockwaves through the continent, startling innumerable powerful beings present on the Scarlet Flame continent. Yet, this was not the end. As the eruption subsided, the wild and vibrant fire elemental energy converged in the sky. High above, the resonance of fire energy harmonized with the forces of nature, coalescing into a magnificent display of fiery radiance, which stood out vividly against the deepening night sky. What tumultuous experiences must the world-extinguishing flame have endured to become so volatile? At that moment, Jiang Yun observed a humanoid giant stepping forth from the flames, feeling the commotion outside, and with a slight grimace, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. From the essence emanating from the other party, he could distinctly sense that this divine fire truly lived up to its title as the foremost in the universe. The sensation it imparted was comparable, if not superior, to that of the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, already akin to a pinnacle celestial sovereign of sacred rank. However, as he observed the fiery figure advancing towards him, Jiang Yun could not help but internally mutter, "Is this a tad too reactive?" A ferocious roar erupted from the fiery figure, sending waves of intense heat surging forth. In the lake of molten lava, columns of fiery red magma erupted violently, causing the ever-expanding lake to churn restlessly. Eruptions of magma shot skyward, pulling an abundance of fire attribute spiritual energy into the atmosphere, creating a breathtaking spectacle of crimson clouds. Jiang Yun raised his hand, dispersing the columns of magma with a forceful strike. The explosive magma scattered, sending shards and plumes of smoke into the air, causing the lake below to churn once more. "Damn humans, leave this place." A faint voice echoed in Jiang Yun's mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The world-destroying flame had indeed developed sentience. For any elemental being, the more profound the origin, the more challenging it was to coalesce into intelligent form. The Bodhi ancient tree and the 9 Xian golden thunder exemplified this. The sentience of the world-destroying flame would undoubtedly surpass that of both, and he was astonished that it had already surpassed them. "I harbor no ill intent. I can assist you in consolidating your intelligence. In exchange, I seek only the vast energy you have accumulated over thousands of years." Jiang Yun gazed at the world-destroying flame, speaking slowly, wishing to employ the same tactic he had used with the 9 Xian Golden Thunder. All elemental beings shared a common dilemma. Jiang Yun's gaze pierced through the scalding crimson magma, where he glimpsed a flickering flame pulsating within the heart of the fiery figure, containing a power that moved him deeply. However, upon his utterance, it seemed he had inadvertently touched upon an unpleasant memory, as the figure bellowed, "Humans cannot be trusted." With a thunderous roar, the fiery being unleashed torrents of magma towards Jiang Yun. At that moment, half of its form was submerged in the lava, with molten rock continuously flowing beneath it, an acrid sulfurous smoke rising all around. Standing upon the earth, it appeared as though it had become the sovereign of the entire continent, with the fire attribute energy within the entire Crimson Flame mountain range violently converging around it. The ground erupted with magma, and scorching streams crisscrossed throughout the mountains, as an abundance of fire attribute energy gathered around it, awakening the vast expanse of the Crimson Flame mountain range. The surging magma relentlessly ascended to the surface of the mountains, while the air was thick with restless, deep red flames, saturated with toxic gases, rendering the entire mountain range enveloped in a fiery shroud. This hellish inferno was undoubtedly a realm of death. It appeared that negotiations had reached an impasse. Seeing the situation, Jiang Yun could only let out a regretful sigh. In the next moment, a terrifying torrent of cyclical infernal flames surged forth from his very being, inexorably spreading in all directions, enveloping everything in an apocalyptic blaze. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun's hands remained in motion. With a mere gesture, millions of spiritual seals danced forth from his palms, shimmering like countless stars in the vast expanse of the night sky, boundless and infinite. With a wave of his hand, these myriad seals merged into the void, and a colossal spiritual array unfurled, rapidly enveloping the realm in mere moments. As the spiritual array emerged, the extraordinary phenomena in the outer sky began to gradually dissipate, ultimately confined to a radius of 10,000 feet. At this moment, the inside and outside of the array felt like two disparate worlds. This spiritual array constituted its own realm, and once ensnared within it, escape was impossible unless the array itself was shattered. Boom! With the eruption of the apocalyptic flames, the world within the spiritual array trembled violently, waves of destruction radiating outward, causing the molten lava beneath the surface to convulse, as if heralding a resurgence of existential peril. It was unfathomable to imagine the terror one would face if caught within. The cycle of rebirth was relentless. Jiang Yun stood suspended in the air, his expression grave, his hands forming intricate seals as he commanded with a cold voice. Buzzing. In the following moment, an endless stream of life and death energy coalesced into a grand black and white, grinding mill in the skies above the spiritual array, exuding an immense aura of reincarnation as it descended slowly toward the fiery silhouette below. Hiss! The terrifying flames scorched the mill of life and death, yet it seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious force, perpetually tugging between destruction and rebirth. Rumbling. The fiery giant, gathering the elemental fire energy from the heavens and earth, unleashed countless torrents of searing heat in all directions, as if the energy were inexhaustible, rampantly released. Meanwhile, the array laid by Jiang Yun continued to ripple with spiritual light. Ultimately, however, Jiang Yun's power of life and death reincarnation proved to be more tenacious, successfully thwarting wave after wave of the adversary's onslaught. These entities of heaven and earth, though formidable, lacked sufficient intelligence. Even with their boundless strength, they could not unleash their full potential. Witnessing the temporary halt of the opponent's advances, Jiang Yun couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 280, named Crimson Flame. After temporarily suppressing his foe, Jiang Yun chose a relatively safe spot to sit cross-legged, gradually absorbing the energy released by the adversary. The essence of the apocalyptic flames was overwhelmingly potent, further amplified by the opponent's ability to connect with the entire undercurrents of the Crimson Flame continent, rendering their power virtually limitless. Even Jiang Yun could not consume it all at once. Thus, he opted for a methodical approach to subdue it. However, it seemed I might have to remain here for quite some time. Having refined a small fragment of the apocalyptic flames, Jiang Yun felt the power within him rise. Estimating the time required for complete refinement, he realized it would take quite a while. Even at full capacity, it would demand a decade's time. The time had long surpassed his agreement with Xian and the others. Moreover, Jiang Yun had established plans in both the Tianluo continent and the Qian continent. He could not afford to vanish for an extended period right at the outset. Additionally, his father-in-law had ventured to the True Dragon clan, and he was uncertain about the circumstances there. He needed to gather information. After all, there were numerous matters to attend to, and it was not yet the time for him to enter seclusion. Thus, he resolved to proceed as such. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun's gaze flickered, and he spoke slowly. In the next instant, he raised his hand and formed a seal that emanated an ancient charm. As the seal was completed, a peculiar sound wave resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, spreading forth. The one Qi transforms into 3 purities. Jiang Yun's voice carried an inexplicable cadence, and then, a stream of spiritual light erupted from the crown of his head, swirling before him and subtly coalescing into an ethereal blade. This blade was extraordinarily mystical. It appeared to exist, yet exuded an elusive, intangible quality, as if it were merely a figment of imagination. The long blade quivered lightly, slicing diagonally downward. The blade's radiance permeated Jiang Yun's body, causing 2 orbs of light, one black and one white, to separate from within him. These orbs wriggled before gradually transforming into 2 slender figures. One figure donned a black robe, while the other wore white. Both possessed dark, enigmatic eyes and strikingly handsome features. More importantly, their bodies radiated an aura and formidable spiritual power that mirrored Jiang Yun's own. However, one figure's eyes reflected a cold, desolate indifference, while the other exuded warmth, emanating an aura akin to the gentle caress of spring. The one Qi transforms into 3 purities was an unparalleled divine ability created by the heavenly emperor based on the immortal golden body. Although Jiang Yun had not cultivated the immortal golden body, this divine ability, through his own deductions, had evolved into his unique version based on his reincarnation body and the path of life and death. These 2 figures were manifestations of Jiang Yun. Yet they also existed as independent entities, capable of cultivating their own celestial bodies like Mu Chun in the future, thereby granting Jiang Yun even more formidable power. Jiang Yun had already conceived their destinies. He had initially intended to wait, yet this unforeseen incident had precipitated their emergence. I shall refine the annihilation flame here. The matters of the Qi Continent and Tianluo Continent will be entrusted to you, Jiang Yun said softly, gazing at the 2 avatars. The primary distinction between an avatar and the main body is that the death of an avatar does not affect the main body, whereas if the main body perishes, so too does the avatar. Thus, the avatar will never betray the main body. Leave it to us. The 2 replied with a nod, and then, under Jiang Yun's watchful gaze, they gradually vanished into the subterranean realm of magma. Having arranged the necessary matters, Jiang Yun turned to the annihilation flame, chuckling softly. Here, let us ascend to the sacred grate. Since the unification of the Crimson Flame continent, a month has passed, and the landscape is ablaze with fervor and vitality. Countless supreme beings have manifested their exalted forms, swiftly shaping the nascent outlines of cities, as towering edifices rise majestically from the earth. At the heart of the Crimson Flame continent stands an immense city, spanning tens of thousands of miles, like a fearsome beast poised upon the vast plains. Expansive streets and grand squares define the urban expanse. Dressed in black, Jiang Yun strolls along the streets, observing the orderly scenes around him, his heart devoid of joy or sorrow. In the next moment, he vanishes, reappearing at the city's center. Before him rises a colossal palace, with a vast square of white jade standing before it, already thronged with a dense crowd. At the corners of the square, high drums resonate with a thunderous rhythm, their sounds cascading outward into the realms beyond. On the main thoroughfares, akin to mighty dragons, the crowd surges toward the white jade square, the atmosphere of excitement escalating with each passing moment. At the end of the myriad stone steps leading up to the square, powerful figures stand solemnly. Once regarded as esteemed celestial beings, they now occupy the periphery, not the spotlight of today's event. Today marks the day Jiang Yun has designated for establishing his dominion. As forces from across the vast realms await in silence, including the likes of the Grand Celestial Palace, the Sword Domain, the Ancient Primal Grasslands, the Stupa Ancient Clan, and the Tai Ling Ancient Clan, superior forces from the vast world. As the appointed hour approaches, the protagonist Jiang Yun has yet to make his appearance, leaving many representatives of various factions exchanging glances, while Lin Jingtian grows increasingly anxious. Recalling the recent disturbances on the Crimson Flame continent, he cannot help but feel apprehensive. Surely, Jiang Yun would not miss this auspicious occasion. If so, it would surely invite ridicule. As time progresses, the sun, suspended in the sky, finally ascends directly above the gathering. With a resonant chime echoing through the air, the crowd instinctively lifts their gazes, and a slender figure materializes beneath the radiant sun. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Jingtian exhales in relief, while the onlookers cease their murmurs, collectively focusing on the figure descending with purposeful strides. As he descends, an endless wave of crimson flames appears in the sky, creating a staircase of fire that extends wherever he treads. Ultimately, as Jiang Yun gracefully settles into the central seat, His gaze, profound and penetrating, surveys those below. A mysterious aura emanates subtly from his brow. In this moment, countless eyes within the city fixate on Jiang Yun's form, their expressions ablaze with fervent anticipation. Under the gaze of millions, imbued with intricate emotions, Jiang Yun spoke calmly, his voice as serene as still water, as if discussing the most mundane matters. Today, the Crimson Flame continent is unified. The Crimson Flame Temple shall rise. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of colossal flames emerging from the sun, a sea of fire stretching for 1,000,000 miles. This immense inferno cast its shadow over the entire Crimson Flame city, rapidly expanding into the distance, almost instantaneously engulfing a considerable portion of the sky above this supercontinent. Countless beings on the Crimson Flame continent watched in exhilaration, realizing that they too had a formidable power, no longer needing to fear for their lives due to the encroachment of the malevolent outer tribes. They believed that Jiang Yun, the fearsome demon slayer king, would surely protect them. Salutations to the Lord of the Temple, the native inhabitants of Crimson Flame City fervently proclaimed in unison. The Crimson Flame Temple, yet another superpower, was rising. The strength of this demon slayer king was indeed as terrifying as rumored, although merely a celestial grade supreme. He conveyed an aura that rivaled even that of the sacred grade. With the demon slayer king safeguarding the northern borders, there should be no cause for concern. However, there was an unsettling feeling about him, as if something were amiss. The surrounding factions, gathered to extend their congratulations, felt the aura emanating from Jiang Yun, their expressions shifting as they murmured amongst themselves. The establishment of the Crimson Flame Temple had been completed, marking Jiang Yun's official presence in the vast realm. Yet, due to the nascent state of his power, there were numerous deficiencies that could only be rectified in the future when Jiang Yun would summon figures like Xian and Medusa from the Fighting Spirit continent. At this moment, he was engaged in discussions with various visiting factions. Jiang Yun discerned that many among them had ulterior motives, yet he feigned ignorance during their conversations. After an exchange of cordial congratulations, the Celestial Supreme of the Floating Ancient Clan could no longer contain himself. He spoke up, "Lord Jiang, we have come not only to congratulate the establishment of the Crimson Flame Temple, but also to seek clarification on certain matters." "Speak," Jiang Yun replied with a detached demeanor, his words few and measured. The Celestial Supreme, known as Xianzun, was a significant figure within the Floating Ancient Clan. Never had he been treated with such indifference. His expression darkened, and had it not been for his need for Jiang Yun, he might have lost his composure entirely. "I have heard that the Demon Slayer King once journeyed to the ancient Holy Abyss?" Xianzun inquired, observing Jiang Yun's nonchalant expression, which only fueled his irritation. Rising from his seat, he coldly addressed Jiang Yun. "I shall not beat about the bush any longer. Within the ancient sacred abyss lies the 4 holy towers, where the ancestor of my Floating Pagoda clan met their demise. For ages, our clan has been devoted to reclaiming the legacy of our revered ancestor. Following the recent battle in the sacred abyss, the 4 holy towers have vanished. As the last to have encountered these towers, we beseech the Demon King to return the legacy of our ancestor, should it be in their possession. Our clan shall be eternally grateful." Upon hearing these words from Xianzun, all present turned their gazes towards Jiang Yun. The purpose of the Tai Ling ancient clan's visit mirrored that of the Floating Pagoda clan, albeit with less fervor. They intended to engage in private negotiations. However, Jiang Yun's possession of the legacy remained merely conjecture. Should the Floating Pagoda clan confirm this with Jiang Yun first, the Tai Ling ancient clan would undoubtedly welcome the development. "Indeed, I do possess the legacy of the Floating Pagoda ancestor." Yet Jiang Yun regarded Xianzun with an indifferent gaze and retorted coldly, "What reason do I have to grant you this unparalleled divine skill? What do you offer in exchange? Your endless radiance body, perhaps?" Xianzun, who had previously shown excitement upon hearing Jiang Yun's acknowledgement, now glared at him with unbridled fury, sneering, "Jiang Yun, do not overestimate yourself. My clan is not the Fire Spirit clan for you to toy with at will. Even if you are the Demon King of the Great Thousand Palace, my clan possesses formidable saints and a revered clan tower. Do not deceive yourself." "Huh." Upon hearing Xianzun's threat, Jiang Yun let out a cold laugh. Slowly rising to his feet, his indifferent gaze fixed on Xianzun, his commanding voice echoing, "Let the Floating Pagoda, Xian, bring your ancestral tower to my Qian Divine Hall." Boom. As Jiang Yun's words echoed, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted, transforming into an immense storm that spiraled violently within the hall, seemingly capable of obliterating all in its path. The void trembled and distorted violently. "Jiang Yun, you dare to offend the Floating Pagoda clan." Xianzun's expression shifted dramatically as he realized Jiang Yun's readiness to engage. He exclaimed in alarm. The members of the Tai Ling ancient clan also paled. astonished that Jiang Yun displayed such indifference to the repercussions from this premier clan. Such a domineering demeanor would undoubtedly complicate matters for Tai Ling. In a corner, an elderly man clad in simple garb and wielding a cane furrowed his brow in contemplation. Jiang Yun, with a mocking smile, pressed down with his palm towards Xianzun, causing the spatial energies within the hall to fluctuate violently. From his palm erupted boundless spiritual light, coalescing into a realm as dark as a black hole. Swiftly enveloping Xianzun. Attempting to confine me? You shall not succeed. Feeling the immediate confinement surrounding him, Xianzun was seized by a profound sense of peril. His expression shifted as he bellowed in defiance. Boom! Xianzun began to bring his hands together slowly, and in that instant, his once stooped form suddenly straightened. His grayish-white hair transforming into long black locks at an observable rate, while his aged visage morphed into that of a fierce middle-aged man radiating an aura of ferocity. Buzz! As the vast spiritual radiance erupted in a magnificent display, the physical form of the Supreme being transformed instantaneously into a resplendent spiritual entity. This ethereal form, unique to the Supreme of the Celestial Realm, exemplified the prowess of the esteemed Xuanzuan, a product of the ancient Buddhist lineage. From a distance, his spiritual body resembled a jewel forged from the finest materials, exuding an indomitable strength that seemed utterly unassailable. The surface of this gem-like figure was inscribed with countless azure runes, resembling droplets of water, seemingly diminutive, yet imparting a weighty sensation akin to that of towering mountains. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The great Xianin Dharma body, with a resounding roar, an immense surge of spiritual light emanated from Xuanzuan's being, coalescing into a colossal shadow, an imposing black figure wrought from pure essence. Surrounding this shadow were spiraling black dragons, enhancing its formidable presence threefold. The great Xianin Dharma body ranked 23rd on the esteemed list of 99 supreme Dharma bodies, surpassing even the clan-defining Dharma body of the fire spirit lineage. The mere fact that a venerable elder of the Xuanzuan lineage possessed such a Dharma body speaks volumes of the profound heritage of these superlative powers, steeped in tradition for millennia. Chapter 281. Conditions. After summoning his Dharma body, Xuanzuan still felt a sense of insecurity. He directed a beam of light from the crown of his head, from which emerged a black Buddhist tower, swaying with dark luminescence, aimed at the descending colossal hand that sought to suppress him. Crack! However, the ancient tower, upon which Xuanzuan had pinned his hopes, was shattered into fragments by the surging spatial force emanating from Jiang Yun's palm. No, I am an elder of the Xuanzuan lineage. You cannot treat me this way. Xuanzuan cried out in terror, his eyes darting around the grand hall, desperately seeking assistance from the other powers present. Regrettably, those within the hall remained oblivious to his plight. The demon slayer king of the Dacian palace, possessing saintly prowess, was far too formidable to offend in comparison to a mere celestial being of the Buddhist lineage. Observing this, Xuanzuan's expression darkened, and in the next moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. His body began to levitate, and ancient black light patterns emerged upon his surface, subtly coalescing into 7 distinct black lines. 7 divine veins. It appeared that Xuanzuan possessed such elevated divine veins, indicating he was prepared to unleash his spiritual pulse powers. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers in the hall finally displayed expressions of astonishment. Apart from the legendary 9 divine veins, 7 and 8 divine veins were already considered the pinnacle of worldly potential, embodying the promise of saintly prowess. It was astonishing that an elder of the Xuanzuan lineage could possess such latent capability. A desperate struggle. Observing this, Jiang Yun's gaze flickered, and a cold smile graced his lips. 7 divine veins. He bore 9 divine veins, with only Mu Chun's 8 or 9 divine veins rivaling his own. However, should an exchange be proposed, Jiang Yun would never acquiesce. His invincible essence rendered all other powers insignificant in his eyes. 7 divine veins, the Xianin River of Silence. As the deep voice of the Xianzun resonated, he abruptly raised both hands, and in the next instant, it was as if a chilling black river surged forth from within him, threatening to freeze the entire hall. Boom! Yet it was in vain. Jiang Yun's colossal hand swept across the hall, and the figure of the Xianzun vanished from sight. In his grasp, a silhouette lay quietly. Indeed, it was the Xianzun. Return and inform the floating pagoda Xian that if he desires the 8 parts of the floating pagoda, he must negotiate himself. Jiang Yun coldly addressed the trembling members of the floating pagoda ancient clan after dealing with the Xianzun. Nervously nodding, they dared not utter another word and hurriedly fled the hall. Does anyone else have matters to discuss? After sending the floating pagoda ancient clan away, Jiang Yun turned to the others in the hall and spoke in a solemn tone. Having effortlessly dealt with a celestial grade supreme being, The spectators now had a vivid perception of Jiang Yun's formidable strength, which rivaled that of a saint-grade supreme being. Instantly, many minds began to churn. It seemed their attitudes towards the Crimson Flame Temple would need to shift. In the vast world, forces led by celestial supremes are regarded as superpowers, categorized into various tiers, with those at the pinnacle being the saint-grade superpowers. Jiang Yun's recent display was sufficient to garner the attention of the 5 great ancient clans, and notably, he was still quite young, possessing saint-grade strength now. What might he achieve in 10 or 20 years? No one could fathom the limits of his potential. Jianghao Master. I am from the Tai Ling ancient clan. The words of the Crimson Flame Elder were abruptly interrupted by Jiang Yun, who waved his hand and declared, "The Tai Ling Tong Tian Light is in my possession. What price will your Tai Ling ancient clan offer in exchange?" Jiang Yun had no particular desire for the Tai Ling ancient clan, among the 5 great ancient clans original. He was solely intrigued by the endless radiance body of the Floating Pagoda ancient clan and the Night God ancient body of the Black Heaven ancient clan. These 2 original, one light and one dark, one offensive and one defensive, stood in opposition, yet complemented each other, aligning perfectly with his cultivation of the cycle of life and death. Should he cultivate the of life and death, these 2 bodies, the endless radiance body and the Night God ancient body, would undoubtedly support his ascendance to that realm. He even harbored some interest in the undying of the undying Lord, a master of life and death who had lived for countless years, with whom Jiang Yun wished to engage in philosophical discourse. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the Crimson Flame Elder's breath quickened, but he soon regained his composure. This matter was beyond his sole determination, especially given the recent fate of the Xianzun. He needed to consult with the higher-ups of his clan. Gratefully clasping his hands towards Jiang Yun, he acknowledged that regardless of the outcome, Jiang Yun had brought forth the legacy of the Tai Ling ancestor, granting them an opportunity to fulfill their long-held aspirations, a favor the Tai Ling ancient clan would honor. The Crimson Flame Elder did not linger, having received the answer he sought. He hastily departed. "Do any of you have further instructions?" After bidding farewell to the ancient clans of the Floating Pagoda and the Supreme Spirit, Jiang Yun turned his indifferent gaze towards the remaining individuals in the Grand Hall. Not at all. The Demon Slayer King's vigilance in guarding the northern frontier is truly commendable. I, of the Dan God clan, feel inadequate in comparison. However, we too harbor a sincere desire to serve our nation. Should the northern territory require medicinal herbs in the future, the Dan God clan would be delighted to provide assistance. The speaker was an elegant middle-aged man clad in a white robe, with a tall stature and a countenance reminiscent of jade. He wore a white scholar's cap and an ancient jade pendant hung from his waist, exuding a refined and gentlemanly aura. Notably, a mysterious pattern adorned his brow, a unique insignia of the Dan God clan. As one of the 2 foremost alchemical factions in the vast universe, the Dan God clan was unwilling to relinquish the lucrative northern territory. It was foreseeable that with Jiang Yun's leadership, the Crimson Flame Continent would transform into another battleground against the extraterrestrial evil clans, rivaling the Holy Abyss continent as a gathering place for formidable warriors. Battles inevitably bring forth casualties, and with peril comes the demand for medicinal potions. Thus, the Dan God clan sought to establish their market before the ancient 10,000 grasslands. However, specific matters can be discussed with Elder Lin. Jiang Yun nodded. Despite his outstanding alchemical prowess, he understood that in forming alliances, the more, the merrier. The Dan God clan shall not disappoint the Demon Slayer King. The middle-aged man's expression brightened, and he excitedly clasped his hands in respect towards Jiang Yun, secretly contemplating that this Demon Slayer King was not as difficult to converse with as he had presumed. Subsequently, Jiang Yun exchanged pleasantries with representatives from several other factions. 3 days later, the affairs of the Crimson Flame Temple reached a conclusion, and as numerous guests returned, stories of Jiang Yun's exploits continued to spread throughout the vast universe. In the eastern expanse of the universe, within the Sword Domain, the Sword Saint in a blue robe, resembling a sharp blade, listened to his subordinate's report. He turned, gazing northward, his brow slightly furrowed as he sighed. Indeed, the Lord of the Temple is no ordinary individual, ascending from a lower realm. He has slain over 20 demon emperors in just 3 years, and now stands guard over the northern frontier of the vast universe. The blue robe falls short in comparison. Lord, there is no need for self-deprecation. While the Demon Slayer King is formidable, he may not surpass you. He has simply been fortunate enough to seize opportunities to slay demon emperors, which is why he has gained fame across the universe, the subordinate replied, feeling somewhat unconvinced. While Jiang Yun was indeed impressive, their Sword Domain leader was not to be underestimated. In his heart, the Sword Saint in blue was an invincible presence. Upon hearing this, the Sword Saint chuckled lightly, choosing not to refute. He would not belittle himself. Even while admiring Jiang Yun, he remained confident in his own strength. In the next moment, he turned his gaze towards the distorted void in the eastern expanse of the continent, where a tempest of demonic energy surged forth, as if countless eyes brimming with slaughter and greed were fixated upon him. Even if I cannot meet him, I shall not allow Brother Jiang to bask in glory alone. Dispatch orders for the sword domain to enter a state of high alert. All heavenly sovereigns should be on standby at any moment. Buzz. As the voice fell, the sword saint in azure robes summoned a colossal sword radiating a resplendent azure light. This giant sword trembled, emanating a formidable sword aura capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth. This was the azure sword of transcendental understanding, ranked 10th on the prestigious list of the 99 Supreme. At this moment, the aura surrounding him had reached the pinnacle of celestial quality. If Jiang Yun were present, he would realize that the sharpness of the Sword Saint's presence was indeed comparable to that of the Demon Emperor of the Flame Demon clan. In the western expanse of the vast world, amidst the borderlands, Qin Tian was originally engaged in vanquishing the malevolent beings from beyond the realms. Suddenly hearing news of Jiang Yun, his admiration for Jiang Yun grew even more profound. Were it not for the instability at the borders, he too would have desired to journey to the Crimson Flame continent to witness Jiang Yun's prowess. The Tianluo continent, since the fall of the ancient celestial palace in antiquity, has long been mired in chaos due to the contention among various formidable forces. Numerous superpowers have staked their claims on the Tianluo continent. In the northern domain of Tianluo, the three dominant powers, Ziyun Sect, Golden Eagle Manor, and Thundersound Mountain, have vied for supremacy for countless years. Meanwhile, in the intricate northern boundary of the northern domain, 7 major forces are entangled in a complex web of rivalry. However, a few years ago, the situation in the northern boundary underwent a dramatic transformation. The domain lord of the Daluo heavenly domain, Monchaluo, originally a low-tier Earth Supreme, unexpectedly seized an opportunity that allowed her to break through to the pinnacle of Earth Supreme in a brief period. She traversed the Tianluo continent, arriving at the southern region and the Holy Demon Palace. In a public display, she slayed the palace lord, Lu Hong, a renowned powerhouse of the southern region, thereby establishing Manchaluo's reputation across the Tianluo continent. As a top-tier force, the Daluo heavenly domain surged to prominence due to her status as a pinnacle Earth Supreme. Under the pressure exerted by the Daluo heavenly domain, the remaining 6 forces of the northern boundary, which had been quietly competing against one another, swiftly entered into a comprehensive cooperative development. This news drew the attention of several transcendent top forces on the Tianluo continent. The Northern Boundary Alliance, comprised of 6 forces, boasted 6 low-tier Earth Supremes and 1 high-tier Earth Supreme. Such strength should not be underestimated across the entire Tianluo continent. Everyone was aware of the Northern Boundary Alliance's target. However, following the assassination of Lu Hong, the Daluo heavenly domain fell into a profound silence, and its domain lord, the newly ascended Pinnacle Earth Supreme Monchaluo, vanished from public view, leaving many puzzled. Spanning the entirety of the Tianluo continent, and slaying the palace lord Lu Hong was indeed a display of formidable power. Within the palace of Monchaluo in the Daluo heavenly domain, the famed Monchaluo stood respectfully beside Jiang Yun, who sat in her former position, gazing at her with a gentle demeanor. Yet, Monchaluo sensed a hint of playful mockery in his warm gaze, causing her heart to flutter shyly, as if she were wielding a great blade before the legendary Guan Yu. After all, compared to Jiang Yun's illustrious deeds, her own minor accomplishments seemed rather trivial. It is likely that those outside are currently speculating and remaining vigilant about your next move. Witnessing Manjaro rendered speechless by her own playful banter, Jiang Yun retracted his gaze and casually lifted the fragrant tea before him, remarking nonchalantly. Indeed, once Jiang Yun averted his eyes, the shyness within Manjaro dissipated significantly, and her gaze softened as she looked at him. Unlike their previous encounter, this time Jiang Yun appeared exceedingly gentle, exuding an aura that made her feel inexplicably close to him. Yet, she was keenly aware of the formidable nature of this gentle youth. Having repelled the Maha ancient clan and slain the Demon Emperor, this young man, a descendant of the Celestial Emperor who had once offered her assistance, had undeniably matured into one of the preeminent powers of the vast world. Such acts are mere bravado of the weak. In this realm, strength is paramount, and no amount of vigilance holds weight in the face of absolute power. After a moment of hesitation, Manjaro cautiously spoke. So, you have been in seclusion for the past 2 years, paying no heed to the external perceptions of the Daluo heavenly domain? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun set down his tea and regarded Manjaro with a smile. Her strength surpassed even that of a perfected supreme, subtly hinting at the essence of a heavenly supreme. Within 10 years, she would undoubtedly ascend to that revered status. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Manjaro's expression faltered. Realizing that Jiang Yun had advised her to diligently manage the Dou heavenly domain, yet she had seemingly been somewhat neglectful over the past 2 years, resulting in no noticeable progress compared to 2 years prior. I meant no reproach. Your approach was indeed correct, for strength is the foundation of all, Jiang Yun reassured her. However, moving forward, I need you to unleash your full potential. Seeing Manjaro's expression, Jiang Yun could not help but smile and continued. What do you mean? Manjaro asked, unable to suppress her excitement as she lifted her gaze to Jiang Yun. Indeed, the ancient heavenly palace has remained dormant for far too long. It is time to resurrect its former glory. Before that, I must cleanse the hidden malevolence lurking within the Dou continent, and I require your assistance. Acknowledging Jiang Yun's affirmation, Manjaro nodded eagerly. If she harbored any unfulfilled aspirations in this lifetime, it would be the ancient heavenly palace. Now that Jiang Yun wished to restore it to the world, she pledged her unwavering support without reservation. To the end, with no regrets. Chapter 282, The Scheme, Dou Heaven. Today was initially destined to be an ordinary day, however. Following the delivery of a special envelope to the 6 major forces of the Northern Alliance yesterday, this day became somewhat extraordinary. The space above the main city of the Dou heavenly domain warped, and a figure gradually materialized, accompanied by a voice that resonated through the heavens. Manjaro, you summoned us to discuss important matters. Why do you not present yourself? Before them stood a man clad in white robes, whose appearance was strikingly unremarkable, save for his pair of fiery red eyes, reminiscent of flames burning fiercely. The master of the divine pavilion. Sensing the presence of newcomers, the 3 sovereigns of the Dou heavenly domain swiftly materialized in the air, gazing in astonishment at the visitors. The divine pavilion is the most ancient force within the northern realm, having endured multiple grand hunting conflicts while continuously inheriting and flourishing. Among the leaders of the numerous top powers in the northern realm, the reputation of the divine pavilion's master stands unparalleled, rendering him the de facto king without a crown in this realm. Moreover, the master of the divine pavilion is reputed to be the superlative powerhouse most likely to ascend to the esteemed status of a supreme being within the northern realm of the Dou continent. Although the rumor of Manjushri attaining the pinnacle of supreme status has since been debunked, it cannot be denied that this individual holds a position of immense significance in the northern realm. The sudden arrival of such a formidable figure, claiming to be invited by Manjushri, is indeed astonishing. Before the sleep monarch and others could fully digest their surprise, a resounding laugh echoed from the heavens. Ha! The Lord of Manjushri is indeed the foremost powerhouse of our northern realm. A certain level of pretension is not unwarranted. The laughter reverberated through the cosmos, infused with an endless aura of malevolence, causing the temperature of the surroundings to plummet. In the northwestern skies, a middle-aged man clad in black stood suspended in the air, emanating a chilling aura. His eyes swirled with black mist, and a dark line adorned his brow, as if concealing an eye within, exuding an eerie charm. Yiming Tianzuan. Upon witnessing yet another leader from a major northern realm power, the hearts of the sleep monarch and his companions sank even lower. Ha ha ha, you two have arrived quite early. I hope I am not late. The void rippled once more, revealing a figure whose aura of spiritual light receded. This was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his gaze profound as the starry sky, radiating an overwhelming pressure with every gesture. He was Lu Tiandao, the master of the heavenly profound hall in the northern realm, a renowned top-tier powerhouse on the Dou continent. To the east, an elder garbed in a robe of starry white stood with a white jade staff. He was the ancestral master of Wanqing Mountain, a colossal figure, shrouded in black armor and exuding an aura of demonic energy, stood suspended in the air, his peculiar visage and purple eyes casting a shadow over the realm. He was the demon emperor of the demon sect. The sound of hissing serpents filled the air as an elder in green robes, wielding a serpent staff, emerged riding a massive python. As the serpent writhed, toxic fumes enveloped the area, forming a noxious cloud. He was the master of the serpent god pavilion, the celestial serpent Old Ghost. With the appearance of the 6 supreme beings of the Northern Realm Alliance, the energy in the sky grew exceedingly tumultuous. Each of these figures represented the pinnacle of power within the Northern Realm, rarely seen by ordinary folk, yet now they all stood revealed. The sight of these 6 individuals immediately tightened the hearts of the sleep monarch and his companions. Although their domain master was a consummate supreme being, there were 6 supreme beings present at this moment. Could their master prevail? All present, including the leaders of the 6 great powers, remained oblivious to the terrifying nature of a consummate supreme being. Otherwise, they would not have naively assumed that the arrival of 6 would render them unafraid of Manjushri. Of utmost importance is the allure of the matters spoken of by Manzaluyuo. Since we have arrived, let us engage in discourse. At that moment, a faint voice resonated, and the heavens erupted with a golden radiance. A delicate fragrance of blossoms enveloped the earth, as if petals were gracefully descending from the celestial realm. The void began to distort unexpectedly, and an overwhelming aura, more formidable than any present, surged forth, causing the onlookers to feel as though their vision had blurred. In the midst of the air, a golden silhouette emerged, cloaked in a resplendent golden mantle, obscuring its precise form from view. The lord of the great Luo domain. Observing Manzhuo, Lu Tiandao, and the others furrowed their brows, sensing that the situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. They had assumed that even if the 6 of them could not contend with Manzhuo, their combined strength would suffice. Yet, upon encountering the vastness of her presence, a weighty dread settled within their hearts, causing them to feel apprehensive. Proceed as usual, Manzhuo stated calmly, casting a glance at the 3 emperors beneath her, before her gaze swept over the 6. In an instant, she transformed into a multitude of starlight and vanished from their sight. The earlier apparition had merely been an energy doppelganger. Upon witnessing this display, Lu Tiandao and his companions exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. The fact that none of them had detected any anomaly indicated that Manzhuo's prowess exceeded their understanding. To them, the great Luo Golden Palace now loomed like a beast poised to devour its prey, stirring a sense of unease within. Let us go, since she has invited us. There must be matters to discuss. Otherwise, the one who delivered the message would not have been a sovereign, but rather the forces of the great Luo heavenly domain. The leader of the divine pavilion remarked, taking a deep breath to steady his demeanor. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic in his words. Now that they had arrived, they could only take one step at a time. Upon entering the grand hall and beholding the scene within, their pupils constricted sharply, and they felt a chill run down their spines, their minds momentarily blank. What they witnessed was a young man seated in the place that rightfully belonged to Manzhuo, dressed in a flowing azure robe. His face, as resplendent as jade and subtly aglow, bore a pair of obsidian eyes that flickered with a hint of brilliance. Exuding an aura of warmth and depth, the tall figure, quietly seated upon the throne, emitted no trace of battle energy, resembling an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts. However, Lu Tiandao and his companions were not naive. They had observed that Manzhuo was reverently positioned behind the young man, suggesting that he possessed an extraordinary background. Just then, Zhang Yun cast his gaze upon the 6, and in the next moment, they felt an intense heat surge within them, only to be alarmed as they discovered that their spiritual energy was beginning to boil, signaling signs of combustion. Heavens, heavens, heavens! The Supreme Sovereign! The 6 individuals were utterly paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground in a daze, stammering as they gazed at Zhang Yun. In this moment, they finally comprehended why Manjushri had inexplicably attained the pinnacle of Earth's sovereign, and why she had remained steadfastly hidden after her breakthrough. She must have received directives from this heavenly sovereign. Suddenly, a realization struck them all. Why would the De Luo Tian domain, under the watchful eye of the heavenly sovereign, go to such lengths to await their arrival? There surely lay a grander scheme at play. Contemplating this, they could not help but let out a wry smile. Having unwittingly become entangled in the vortex of the heavenly sovereign's conflict, one misstep could lead to their utter destruction, yet they likely had no right to refuse. I trust you have already discerned the purpose of my summons. Zhang Yun's calm voice reverberated throughout the hall, causing the 6 to shudder. Unbeknownst to the heavenly sovereign, we shall exert our utmost efforts. Upon hearing Zhang's command, the 6 scrambled to their feet, bowing respectfully before him. Not entirely foolish, Zhang Yun remarked, nodding as he observed their humble demeanor, relieved that they had not indulged in the anticipated defiance. Hearing Zhang's assessment, the 6 trembled inwardly, fully aware that any deviation in their response would summon the formidable power of the heavenly sovereign. The matters mentioned in Manjushri's correspondence regarding the ancient celestial palace were no mere fabrications. I have acquired the means to access it, and I have also inherited the legacy of the celestial emperor. I intend to resurrect the ancient celestial palace within the realm of Tian Luo. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, a flicker of fervor ignited within their hearts. As forces of the Tian Luo continent, they understood all too well the immense value of the ancient celestial palace. Should they gain entry to cultivate within, their efforts would undoubtedly yield exponential rewards. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily gathered by Manjushri. Their intentions were clearly to covet the treasures of the ancient celestial palace. We shall undoubtedly spare no effort to assist the heavenly sovereign in restoring the glory of the celestial palace. The 6 quickly assumed their roles. Gazing at Zhang Yun with grave expressions, one might mistake them for loyal subjects of the ancient celestial palace. Although being so swiftly subdued by Zhang Yun and finding themselves under the authority of a true sovereign, was somewhat disheartening for these former leaders of their own realms. This fleeting hesitation was soon quelled. After all, Zhang Yun was none other than the heavenly sovereign, who had also received the legacy of the ancient celestial emperor. Aiding him in reopening the celestial palace would be akin to achieving a monumental feat in the future. It was not inconceivable that they could ascend to the realm of Earth's sovereign, much like Manjushri had. Manjushri observed her former rivals capitulating so readily and could not help but roll her eyes. How had she failed to notice the modicum of acting talent they possessed in the past? In the future, you shall heed the summons of Manjaro. As for the tasks that lie ahead, your current capabilities are somewhat lacking. At this juncture, Zhang Yun abruptly paused, raising his hand to cast forth 6 jade vials, declaring, "This elixir will assist you in transcending to the upper Earth sovereign. Once you achieve this breakthrough, you will barely meet my expectations." The 6 individuals gazed at the jade vials with exhilaration. Upon hearing the effects of the elixirs, they eagerly accepted them, cautiously opening the vials. The fragrance of the medicine enveloped them, bringing a sense of comfort as the stagnated spiritual energy within them began to stir. With faces alight with excitement, they looked at Zhang Yun and expressed, "Thank you for your profound generosity, Celestial Sovereign. We are eternally grateful." Listening to their fervent declarations of loyalty, Zhang Yun waved his hand, and the group, understanding his intent, gradually retreated. They were set to transcend to the upper Earth sovereign, and upon their success, they would return to pledge their allegiance to Zhang Yun with renewed vigor. In that moment, the last vestige of doubt within them dissipated. Such an exceptional leader was indeed rare to find. Moreover, he had mentioned the possibility of them achieving the pinnacle of Earth sovereign, and with this initial elevation, the ultimate goal seemed within reach. Once they achieved their breakthroughs, they would be poised to unify the northern region under Zhang Yun's command. After departing, Zhang Yun turned to Manjaro and spoke softly, "The 3 great overlords of the northern region are no trifling matter." Hearing his words, Manjaro contemplated for a moment before responding solemnly. She was not intimidated by these so-called overlords. The 3 formidable powers, Xian Sect, Thundersound Mountain, and Golden Eagle Manor, were led by individuals who had merely attained the pinnacle of Earth sovereign. As an ancient wonder, the mandala flower, comparable to a true dragon, Manjaro was confident that few could rival her within the same tier. The leaders of these 3 factions were hardly worth her consideration. Moreover, in recent years, her strength had already reached the zenith of perfection, brushing against the realm of Celestial Sovereign. Even facing one of these factions single-handedly would pose no challenge for her. However, the waters of Tianluo Continent ran deep, with emergent forces like the Daxia dynasty and the Sacred Demon Palace being merely nascent local powers. Though they held some renown, they were still dwarfed by the long-established overlord factions that lurked in the shadows. The true sovereign forces of Tianluo Continent were predominantly backed by formidable affiliations, which was where her concerns lay, with the celestial sovereigns that resided beyond the continent. The tumultuous state of affairs in Tianluo Continent was a consequence of these celestial sovereigns mutually restraining one another. "I require you to draw out all the celestial sovereigns lurking behind Tianluo Continent," Zhang Yun stated, his tone unruffled as he gazed at Manjaro. Many coveted this lucrative territory, and he had no desire to laboriously visit each one. Rather, he preferred a more efficient method, drawing them all out at once, and then dealing with them collectively. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, Manjaro was initially taken aback, but as she met his calm gaze, the realization dawned upon her. Zhang Yun was indeed the first demon slayer of the vast world, a being capable of vanquishing even the celestial demon emperor. His strength had already begun to rival that of the heavenly emperor from days of yore. Undoubtedly, a few celestial sovereigns would not pose a threat to him. The mesmerizing mandala, whose expression shifted with intrigue, was met by Zhang Yun's swift motion of his sleeve, launching a beam of black light towards her. With a gentle breath, mandala suspended the black light before her, revealing its true form, a long, thorny black whip. "What is this?" she gasped, taken aback by the sight of the whip. Before exclaiming in astonishment, could it be a quasi-peerless sacred object forged from the branches of the ancient mandala flower? Being of the same essence as the ancient mandala flower, she could sense that the prowess of the whip's former master had undoubtedly ascended to the realm of the Heavenly Supreme. This artifact was not merely a weapon to her. The profound principles embedded within it would aid her in her own ascension to the Heavenly Supreme. Chapter 283, The Unique Scripture Repository. The black whip was adorned with spikes, shimmering with a chilling luminescence. Each segment of the whip appeared to be inscribed with ancient runes, writhing in a manner that evoked an uncanny sensation. This was the Binding God Whip, crafted from the branches of an ancient mandala flower of heavenly supreme caliber, a quasi-peerless sacred object he had exchanged for with the demon-slaying points at the Grand Thousand Pavilion. Holding immense value, in Mandala's hands, it was certain to unleash its most formidable potential. Jiang Yun had never been one to withhold from his own, especially given Mandala's extraordinary potential, which warranted investment. Aware of the whip's exceptional nature, Mandala hesitated. A quasi-peerless sacred object, if auctioned, would certainly command a price in the hundreds of millions of supreme spiritual liquids. Moreover, given her intrinsic connection to it, she felt a pang of unearned fortune. Take it. The Purple Sun sect possesses formidable strength, with numerous at the pinnacle of the Earth's supreme realm, and you will need to contribute subsequently. Consider this your reward. Jiang Yun said with a gentle smile as he gazed at Mandala. All right. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, a smile graced Mandala's delicate features as she accepted the binding god whip, clearly satisfied with her newfound weapon. After organizing everything and allowing Mandala to refine the whip, Jiang Yun's figure suddenly vanished. As the space around him shifted, he found himself enveloped in a vast expanse of starlit sky, where countless meteors streaked across, leaving behind brilliant trails. Through the celestial display, Jiang Yun discerned concealed, high-tier divine abilities, techniques, or supreme. You summoned me. Surely, it cannot be merely to show me this? Jiang Yun withdrew his gaze, surveying the surrounding space as he spoke slowly. Earlier, he had sensed the call of the scripture repository from the ancient heavenly palace, which had drawn him here to investigate. This repository was of exceedingly high rank, possessing considerable intelligence, and typically remained concealed within the ancient palace, revealing itself only to those deemed worthy by fate. Previously, after receiving the emperor's legacy, Jiang Yun had been too rushed to visit the repository, yet unexpectedly. This time it had sought him out. Just as Jiang Yun's words faded, the void before him twisted, and ancient characters began to materialize from the depths. Within you lies a power I have yet to possess. So what do you desire? Do you wish for me to reveal it for your collection? Observing the ancient text, Jiang Yun chuckled and shook his head, wondering if this scripture repository was afflicted with a collecting obsession. Nonetheless, he harbored numerous formidable abilities. Beyond the myriad legacies of the Dou Qi Continent, upon arriving in the vast universe, he acquired an impressive collection of powerful inheritances, including 4 unparalleled divine techniques and various spoils of war, rendering him quite affluent. As for collecting, the ancient characters before him shifted once more. Indeed, I possess a multitude of divine techniques, even 36 unrivaled ones. However, what do you offer in exchange? You must understand that these 36 extraordinary abilities are not inferior to the technique of transforming into the 3 pure ones. Their worth is incalculable. This scripture repository is quite enigmatic. Jiang Yun did not resent the entity's desire to gather divine techniques. Instead, he sought the opportunity to discern whether he could refine it. Even as a descendant of the heavenly emperor, one cannot manipulate this repository. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the scripture repository fell into silence. After a brief moment, the ancient text twisted again, ultimately reshaping itself. I can offer you an unparalleled divine technique in exchange. An unparalleled divine technique? Jiang Yun chuckled at this statement. Recognizing that an unparalleled divine technique and the 36 extraordinary techniques were 2 distinct entities, do not attempt to deceive me. In response, the scripture repository fell silent once more. Soon, the text re-emerged. I can provide you with insights from the second realm of the technique of transforming into the 3 pure ones. As for the technique of transforming into the 3 pure ones, I have already attained its highest level. The second realm's insights are of no use to me. Jiang Yun shook his head again. Before the entity could speak further, Jiang Yun curiously inquired, what purpose does your desire to collect powerful techniques serve? Surely, it cannot merely be a hobby? This time, Jiang Yun did not have to wait long for an answer, as the scripture repository promptly responded, advancement. Advancement? Jiang Yun, intrigued, asked, does the scripture repository, currently a high-grade holy artifact, truly possess the capacity to evolve into an unparalleled holy artifact after gathering divine techniques? My material is unique. The profound essence contained within powerful techniques can serve as a catalyst for my growth. This time, the scripture repository formed a more extensive text, seemingly concerned that Jiang Yun might doubt its claims. It even conjured an image depicting the repository's transition from a mid-tier holy artifact to a high-tier holy artifact. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yun felt a tinge of astonishment. Indeed, the vast universe is replete with wonders, including such an extraordinary means of advancement. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun perceived that the entity's path to advancement was limited, unless it could amass every divine technique within the vast universe, thus possibly ascending to an unparalleled holy artifact. But is that even feasible? I can offer you my techniques, but you must agree to a condition. I am about to reopen the heavenly palace, and as a venerable elder of the palace, you should contribute to its future. If you agree, I shall gather even more techniques for you to aid in your ascension. As Jiang Yun's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Half an hour later, a single character gradually materialized before him. Upon seeing it, a satisfied smile graced Jiang Yun's face. Not long after, Jiang Yun departed from the scripture repository in high spirits. A month later, with Lu Tiandao and others emerging from their secluded training, they successfully ascended to the esteemed position of the Heavenly Sovereign. Consequently, the 7 major powers of the northern domain of the Tianluo continent swiftly formed the Northern Alliance, a colossal entity that emerged in the northern region. Before the myriad forces of the Tianluo continent could fully absorb the shock of this staggering news, it appeared that the alliance did not require any period of acclimatization. On the very next day, they commenced their military campaigns, expanding their territory with unyielding momentum. Within merely 2 days, the situation in the northern domain underwent a dramatic transformation. The Daluo Heavenly Domain and its surrounding forces, including the 100 Battle Domain, served as buffer entities. However, these smaller factions, struggling to survive in the interstices, were utterly powerless against the alliance forces. In the span of a single day, the unification of the northern domain was accomplished. Surprisingly, after this unification, the alliance did not pause. Instead, they began a fervent expansion into the remaining regions of the northern domain, igniting a tumultuous upheaval. In just 3 days, vast tracts of territory changed hands, with the Ziyun sect, Thundersound Mountain, and Golden Eagle Mansion relinquishing substantial domains. Within a fortnight, a quarter of the northern domain was consumed by the Northern Alliance, drastically altering the entire landscape of the northern domain. Change was imminent. As news spread, countless factions within the northern domain lamented their plight, prompting them to leverage their connections in an attempt to uncover the secrets of the Northern Alliance. How could they exhibit such audacity, simultaneously offending 3 major powers? It was well known that the 3 major forces were backed by the Heavenly Sovereigns. Could it be that the enigmatic Duo Domain Lord not only achieved the pinnacle of earthly sovereign, but also swiftly ascended to Heavenly Sovereign status? Otherwise, how could the Northern Alliance possess such boldness? As one of the 5 domains of the Tianluo continent, the Northern Domain's upheaval could not evade the attention of other dominant forces across the continent. The Tianluo continent is a supercontinent, vast in expanse and rich in cultivation resources, naturally attracting the covetous eyes of numerous powerful factions from the myriad worlds. However, due to the multitude of predators watching, few dared to act hastily. Thus, an unwritten rule emerged. The Heavenly Sovereigns seldom intervened in the conflicts of the Tianluo continent, allowing matters to unfold naturally. When turmoil erupted in the northern domain, the dominant forces from other regions were, of course, observing in the shadows, assessing whether any other superpowers would take action. At this moment, the shifting tides of the northern domain tugged at the heartstrings of countless individuals across the Tianluo continent. In the northern domain, at the Ziyun sect, within a grand hall, a man with a complexion as pale as jade sat at the center, gazing down at 4 pallid-faced men below him, clad in a purple robe. His eyes mirrored the hue of amethyst, emanating a formidable aura that caused the very space around him to tremble. At this moment, he bore a somewhat grim expression. With a cold snort, he uttered, "What a mandala! I previously underestimated her. Her actions are indeed exceedingly domineering." Upon hearing these words, the 4 individuals below seemed to recall something, their pallid faces growing even more ashen. They spoke, "Master, that mandala has already reached the pinnacle of celestial supremacy. And coupled with the quasi-peerless sacred artifact she has acquired from an unknown source, her current strength is formidable, indeed." Noticing the cautious gazes of the elders under him, the true monarch of Ziyun's expression darkened like water, and he replied coolly, "Are you implying that I am not her match?" At this, the 4 fell into a moment of silence, unable to meet the true monarch's gaze, yet their actions betrayed their thoughts. After a prolonged pause, one of them looked up and spoke coldly, "Master, that mandala is exceedingly tyrannical. She now leads the so-called Northern Alliance, marching across the northern domain, attempting to seize control and stand alongside our Ziyun sect." Seeing this, the true monarch's brows knitted slightly, his eyes narrowing as he scoffed. What a delusion. The northern domain is essentially divided among the Ziyun sect, Thundersound Mountain, and Golden Eagle Manor. For the Northern Alliance to ascend to a position of dominance, they must wrest some territory from these 3 factions. Clearly, none of the 3 would welcome such an endeavor. Mandala's mistake lies in her decision to confront all 3 factions simultaneously. While her personal strength may be considerable, she cannot stand alone against us. As long as none of them break through to celestial supremacy, our 3 families can join forces. Even a true dragon would have to bow before us. Contemplating this, a glimmer of purple light shone in the true monarch's eyes as he declared, "Since the Northern Alliance harbors such ambitions, I shall facilitate their desires." Inform Thunder Sound Mountain and Golden Eagle Manor that a new power is emerging in the northern domain that merits celebration. I intend to initiate the contest for supremacy in advance, inviting the Northern Alliance to partake. Upon hearing the true monarch's words, all present shuddered. In past contests for dominance in the northern domain, countless factions had been obliterated. Now, the still immature Northern Alliance was entering the fray, likely facing annihilation. Yet, this was precisely what they wished to witness. Ha ha ha. In the southwestern part of the northern domain, known as the Northern Origin, lies a region famous throughout the northern domain. This area is situated at the confluence of the three dominant forces, Ziyun Sect, Thunder Sound Mountain, and Golden Eagle Manor. Facing it in the opposite direction is where the Northern Alliance resides. This territory has long been a place where no faction dared to establish a stronghold. Serving as a buffer zone between the three major powers, a battleground for the generations of strife over dominance in the northern domain. Recently, due to the joint declaration from Ziyun Sect, Thunder Sound Mountain, and Golden Eagle Manor to convene the contest for supremacy in the northern domain and invite the Northern Alliance to participate, the popularity of Northern Origin has surged to its zenith. Nearly 80% of the forces in the northern domain have gathered here with numerous powerful warriors in tow. The overwhelming spiritual energy, resplendent in its myriad colors, filled the heavens, and the sheer magnitude of the spiritual fluctuations was enough to leave any first-time visitor utterly astonished. So many formidable warriors. In the Northern Alliance, the Lord of the Divine Pavilion gazed upon the vast plains, perceiving an endless flicker of spiritual energy, akin to the stars in the sky, leaving him momentarily astounded. It seemed that 7 or 8 of the formidable beings from the northern domain had gathered here. The celestial sovereign of the nether realm, with a stern expression, surveyed the magnificent scene and remarked indifferently. The Northern Domain Conference pertains to the contest for supremacy within the Northern Domain, a paramount event that nearly all factions would not dare to miss. Lu Tiandao withdrew his gaze, a faint smile gracing his face as he slowly spoke. However, it is likely that many are merely waiting to witness our misfortune. They shall surely be disappointed, with a great one among us. It remains uncertain who will be the subject of ridicule. The Demon Emperor retorted with a cold grin. Upon hearing his words, the crowd displayed expressions of pride, as if envisioning the astonished looks of others in the aftermath. Very well. As long as the individuals behind them do not reveal themselves, the Palace Master will refrain from intervening. To draw out those individuals, we must rely on our own efforts. Mandala stated coldly as she turned around. At her words, the crowd composed themselves, nodding solemnly. According to the customs of the Northern Domain, if a newly emerging faction wishes to demonstrate their strength to contend with the three dominant powers, they must penetrate the fringes of the Northern Domain and advance inward. Only by reaching the depths of the Northern Domain, the battleground of the three hegemonic forces, can this newly ascendant faction qualify to compete. In the annals of history, 2 previously powerful factions had once emerged in the Northern Domain, yet they ultimately met with failure. Upon entering the Northern Domain, they vanished without a trace, becoming an obscure chapter of history. If they had once harbored concerns due to their significant disparity in strength compared to these established factions, they now felt bolstered by their enhanced powers and the treasures bestowed by Jiang Yun, believing they could breach the Northern Domain. Chapter 284. The Invincible Mandala. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Mandala chose not to elaborate further. With a wave of her hand, she turned first and soared low into the Northern Domain. The 6 supreme beings followed suit without hesitation. Behind them, the strong warriors of the Northern Alliance trailed closely, their numbers dwarfed by those of the 3 dominant factions. Yet they possessed their own source of confidence. Whoosh! The army of the Northern Alliance swept low into the Northern Domain, and at the moment of their entrance, numerous sharp gazes converged upon the surrounding plains. So this is the so-called Northern Alliance? Huh! Truly unaware of their own limitations. Daring to venture into the Northern Domain with such a meager force, even if they were to expend all their strength, they likely could not penetrate the depths of the Northern Domain. The foremost figure must surely be the fabled sovereign of the Daluo Heavenly Domain. What a pity for this stunning beauty, who shall become but a skeleton in the Northern Domain after today. Meanwhile, deep within the Northern Domain, 3 figures observed the situation at the periphery, whispering among themselves. At the far left stands a middle-aged man, draped in a flowing white robe, exuding an aura of otherworldliness. However, his pair of violet eyes emanates an unsettling allure, commanding a profound respect. In the center is a bald man with notably large ears, clad in a loose gray robe that seems to envelop the cosmos itself, subtly pulsating with spatial fluctuations. His round face bears a benevolent smile. Yet only those with extraordinary perception can discern the chilling indifference lurking within his seemingly amiable gaze. To the right is a man adorned in golden robes, his countenance stern. With a hooked nose and eyes shimmering in pale gold, sharp as a blade. Merely gazing upon him instills a sense of dread, as if 1,000 swords pierce the heart, rendering one hesitant to meet his gaze. The identities of these three are unmistakable. They are the representatives of the three great powers, the Purple Cloud True Monarch, the Thunder Sound Venerable, and the Golden Eagle Emperor. Each of them radiates a formidable energy that causes the very fabric of space to tremble. The once tumultuous spiritual energy surrounding them falls silent as it approaches. Like docile lambs before their presence, merely standing there, they seem to merge with the cosmos, instilling an ethereal sense of unity between heaven and man. The sensation is akin to attacking them, as if one were assaulting the very heavens themselves. This is a manifestation of the nascent realm of the celestial sovereign, a level that Mandala has recently attained. In comparison to them, the average perfected beings appear as mere fireflies against the brilliance of the full moon. It has been a considerable time since the last assembly. I remember the days when we celebrated together, unaware that in the blink of an eye, new dominions would soon arise, a truly joyous occasion. Ha ha ha. Whether they are indeed the new overlords remains to be seen. I merely hope they can endure longer, lest our goodwill be in vain. I harbor some interest in the Lord of the Great Luo heavenly domain. I wonder what fortuitous circumstances led to such rapid ascension from a mid-tier celestial sovereign to a perfected celestial sovereign. Truly a marvel. Let us hope she can sustain her newfound strength for a while longer. As the strong from the Northern Alliance venture into the Northern Domain, whispers of speculation ripple through the air, their gazes laced with pity and mockery, clearly dismissing the Northern Alliance as a serious contender. After all, such challenges to the authority of the three great powers have occurred before, and those who dared to confront them ultimately became mere fertilizer for the Northern Domain. Additionally, compared to previous forces, the Northern Alliance, aside from Mandala, possesses members whose strengths are rather lacking, insufficient to shake the foundations of the three overlords. To penetrate the depths of the Northern Domain, one must first overcome our challenge. At that moment, a sharp voice resonated through the air ahead of the Northern Alliance, and in the next instant, dozens of figures soared into the sky, blocking their path. Each of these figures emanated a formidable wave of spiritual energy, their arms adorned with purple bands, clearly representing the various factions under the banner of the Purple Cloud sect. Dozens of figures launched their attacks simultaneously, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy that surged through the void like a river descending from the heavens, their target unmistakably the Mandala, enveloped in resplendent golden light. Among these individuals, nearly half possessed the strength of upper-tier deities, with the foremost two being paragons of perfection. Yet, in the face of such a formidable blockade, Mandala remained unfazed, her speed unwavering. A group of useless fools dares to obstruct me? Begone! Mandala exclaimed coldly, and with a mere wave of her hand, an ancient and wondrous mandala flower materialized in the void, slowly rotating as it began to bloom. The petals unfurled, emanating a dark and mysterious light that devoured all illumination in its path. Upon contact, the torrent of spiritual energy amassed by the Purple Cloud sect silently dissipated into nothingness. The overwhelmingly powerful dark light continued to expand, causing the expressions of the Purple Cloud sect members to darken considerably. This was the ancient mandala divine flower, said to transform upon reaching full bloom and capable of directly ascending to the realm of celestial supremacy, its potential rivaling that of the most extraordinary divine beasts. To discover that the domain lord of the great Luo heavenly realm was associated with such a miraculous flower was astonishing. I recall a legend that spoke of an ancient celestial emperor who cherished a unique bloom. Could it be that Mandala is indeed this ancient mandala flower? Otherwise, what a remarkable coincidence it would be for it to appear in the Tianluo continent. The dark light of the ancient mandala flower is reputed to dissolve all attacks, truly unmatched in its dominance. In the northern region, countless top-tier experts gazed in awe at Mandala's display, unable to restrain their discussions. The ancient mandala flower is exceedingly rare throughout the vast world, and those who can cultivate it to such a level are even scarcer. Recent rumors on the Tianluo continent suggest that this mandala flower is the very one nurtured by the ancient celestial emperor. Dark radiance continuously emanated from the mandala flower, and Mandala's figure appeared to grow ethereal. An overwhelming aura enveloped the heavens and the earth as a colossal dark light, stretching tens of thousands of zhang, surged towards the crowd. The terrifying spiritual energy erupted, releasing an indescribable sense of oppression. In the space between heaven and earth, it seemed as if a celestial chant echoed from the void. The enchanting flower released countless petals that danced joyfully in the air, and with each flutter, the very fabric of the realm quivered gently. Screams of horror echoed in rapid succession, in the span of mere moments. The batch of purple cloud sect experts who attempted to block her crumbled under the weight of Mandala's terrifying divine light, all meeting their demise. Having dealt with this wave of opposition, Mandala continued her advance amidst the astonished gazes, her eyes fixed on the depths of the northern region. For only there could she sense a hint of threat. Bang! In the fervent atmosphere of the northern region, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted into the sky, followed closely by a dozen figures being sent flying from the air, blood spraying forth as they crashed heavily to the ground. This was the seventh wave. The Lord of the Divine Pavilion gazed at the wretched individuals before him, weariness etched upon his face as he sighed heavily. Since their arrival in the northern domain, this marked the eighth wave of forces attempting to thwart their progress. Each of these contingents boasted formidable strength, with every wave featuring beings of supreme prowess. Had it not been for the overwhelming might of Mandala, who consistently shattered the pinnacle of their adversaries with ease, they likely would have been obliterated in the very first assault. At this moment, they profoundly grasped the terrifying origins of the three dominant powers in the northern domain. No wonder that throughout the ages, any forces daring to challenge them had met with failure. In this battlefield, the strength of the Northern Alliance, apart from the 6 exalted supreme beings among them, was evidently of little consequence, serving merely to bolster their morale. Why do they not make their move? Lu Tiandao inquired, his voice resonating as he peered into the depths of the northern domain. This was a war of attrition. They lacked the confidence to confront Mandala directly, opting instead to pressure her into revealing signs of fatigue. Should her momentum falter, the ravenous forces lurking nearby would undoubtedly pounce. Could Mandala withstand such pressure? At that moment, anxious gazes fell upon her graceful silhouette. Thus far, she had absorbed at least 90% of the onslaught, singularly shouldering the burden and leading them to this juncture. The magnitude of the strain she endured was unfathomable. Yet, contrary to the concerns of those around her, Mandala was far from faltering. In fact, she was in remarkably fine condition. Before her departure, Zhang Yun had implanted a seed of life within her, providing a continuous source of energy and a means to rejuvenate her weary body. It was precisely because of this enhancement that, despite bearing the brunt of the pressure, Mandala appeared more vibrant than anyone else. Mandala, annihilate the heavens. A soft command resonated from the void. Suddenly, an enchanting black divine flower manifested in the heavens. As Mandala's cold voice echoed, the ancient patterns upon the flower's petals grew increasingly luminous, as if resurrected, coalescing toward the heart of the blossom. Consequently, profound purple light points began to gather at the flower's core. The heavens had inexplicably darkened, with only the heart of the ancient flower radiating the brightest light, creating an illusion that the very source of illumination in the universe had been drawn into its center. With a sudden tremor, the ancient divine flower erupted, unleashing a dark purple radiance akin to a volcanic eruption. The purple beams did not carry the destructive force that could devastate the world, yet as they traversed the void, all present seemed to hear the sound of space fracturing. Wherever the beams passed, all vitality was extinguished, instilling a profound chill deep within their hearts. Advance directly into the depths. I wish to see how many lives they can expend. With a single strike, the formidable army that obstructed the crowd was vanquished. Mandala's icy voice resonated as she gazed into the depths ahead, her hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of tranquility, seemingly indifferent to the countless eyes fixed upon her. Upon hearing Mandala's frigid pronouncement, the powerful entities from various factions across the northern plains felt a chill of trepidation, no longer daring to act as recklessly as before. The numerous skirmishes had solidified Mandala's invincible stance, although the Northern Alliance appeared feeble in their eyes. Mandala's terrifying prowess was undeniable. Without the Heavenly Sovereign's emergence, who could withstand her? Regardless of how many dared to confront her, it would merely lead to their demise. Indeed, Mandala was a figure of dread, truly deserving of being the ancient divine flower, a rare treasure nurtured by the Heavenly Emperor himself. Presently, her strength seemed formidable enough that even the combined efforts of the 3 prominent figures might not suffice against her. Yet, one could not dismiss the fact that these 3 had also brushed against the realm of the Heavenly Sovereign, and their methods were beyond our reckoning. Ultimately, if Mandala were to be subdued, the northern domain's struggle for supremacy would surely conclude. However, that prospect was daunting. Within the northern plains, myriad factions observed as Mandala led the forces of the Northern Alliance into the fray, engaging in hushed discussions. With Mandala at the forefront, the Northern Alliance swept across the low skies of the northern plains. Their pace was not swift, yet wherever they traversed, the obstructing forces retreated like a receding tide. The unparalleled ferocity Mandala had previously displayed rendered them mute with fear. To charge recklessly would likely result in the same grim fate as those unfortunate souls before them. Suddenly, Mandala's forward march faltered, her expression gradually shifting to one of solemnity. Before her loomed 9 figures, standing resolutely in their path, their gazes icy and piercing. Surrounding these 9 individuals were formidable waves of spiritual energy, causing the very air to tremble. These 9 were, without a doubt, pinnacle Earth sovereigns at the zenith of their power, their assembly here evoking considerable shock. These individuals hailed from the Ziyun sect, the Thundersound Mountain, and the Golden Eagle Manor, and it seemed they could no longer restrain themselves from intervening. A grave voice emerged beside Mandala, acknowledging the situation. Previously, those who had engaged were merely vassals of the 3 dominant powers, yet now, true strength had stepped forth. Mandala nodded, her expression unchanging. The weaklings holed up in the northern realm dared to dream of dominance, oblivious to their impending doom. The gazes of the 9 top-tier Earth sovereigns pierced through the air like lightning, their cold shouts following suit. Quickly roll out of the northern plains. This place is not suited for your kind. We've heard you are the Mandala divine flower planted by the ancient heavenly emperor. Your rapid ascension in power during this time must be due to the inheritance from the ancient heavenly palace. Surrender the ancient heavenly palace's legacy, or we shall extract your soul and incinerate it with the flames of your spirit, leaving you eternally lost. Their cheers resonated like thunder, echoing across the heavens and the earth, drawing the gaze of countless powers. Upon encountering the 9 figures blocking their path, they could not help but click their tongues in awe, for they recognized that these 9 individuals were, in the present North region, second only in strength to the 3 sovereigns. Chapter 285, Penetrating the Depths. Upon hearing the words of the 9, Mandala revealed a cold smile. With a graceful gesture, her delicate hand clenched, summoning a black thorned whip, emanating a formidable surge of spiritual energy. Arrogance. The 9 perfected beings felt a chill as they beheld Mandala's audacity to confront them alone. 3 of the foremost perfected beings could no longer restrain themselves and burst into derisive laughter. With a powerful stride, they surged forward like phantoms, channeling immense spiritual force directly towards Mandala. Boom! 3 colossal, almost tangible punches of spiritual energy erupted from their fists, hurtling towards Mandala's form. Do you wish to sever my soul? I shall see if you possess the capability. In response, Mandala flicked her whip, unleashing the might of the quasi-peerless sacred object refined from the heavenly Mandala flower. Bang! The ground trembled, and space distorted as the quasi-peerless sacred object revealed its lethal edge, transforming the expressions of the 3 foremost perfected beings in an instant. In that fleeting moment of their change in countenance, Mandala's figure appeared before them like a specter. Her obsidian pupils gleamed as the black whip suddenly elongated, encircling them and sealing off all space around them. Her expression remained indifferent as she extended her palm, where ethereal light coalesced into a resplendent Mandala flower, radiating an overwhelming aura of menace. The dark flower swayed gracefully, blooming with countless strands of shadowy light, and a thunderous rumble, akin to a distant storm, resonated through the air. Ethereal bolts of dark lightning cascaded from the heavens, descending into the magnificent flower. Boom! The Mandala flower emanated a powerful wave of spiritual energy, pulsing with brilliance as it transformed into a streak of flowing light. The 3 foremost perfected beings could only emit a piercing scream of rage, witnessing the dark Mandala flower expand, its ominous glow engulfing their entire world. Bang! 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 The 3 perfected beings were consumed by the dark radiance, their chests caving in, blood and flesh erupting from their backs. What had once been a lively scene in the North region fell into a profound silence. The eyes of the surrounding powerful beings widened in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. No one had anticipated that the 3 sovereigns of perfected beings would fall so effortlessly at the hands of Mandala, unable to withstand even a single exchange. A chilling wind swept across the North region, sending shivers through the spines of countless strong individuals. Yet, as their gazes converged upon the distant, enchanting figure, the chill reached its zenith, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. In the earlier confrontation, the adversary had yet to unleash their full potential. They possessed hidden cards yet to be revealed. The 3 supreme beings at the pinnacle of their realm could not withstand even a single round, their vitality extinguished in an instant, leaving them with no time to escape. A near-legendary artifact. The remaining 6 supreme beings swallowed hard, their voices dry as they spoke. Such unparalleled artifacts are rare and elusive, with many supreme beings not owning one, still relying on lesser artifacts. Thus, witnessing the near-legendary artifact in Mandala's hands elicited their astonishment. This was something beyond their own resources. At that moment, Mandala raised her dark, emotionless gaze, sweeping over the 6 top-tier supreme beings whose faces were etched in shock. Her voice, tinged with an unsettling chill, resonated throughout the area. Now, it is your turn. Upon hearing Mandala's words, the six supreme beings snapped back to reality, a wave of dread washing over them, as if they were prey under the watchful eyes of a ferocious beast. Without further ado, Mandala vanished once more, her silhouette seemingly a blurred shadow piercing through the fabric of space. Attack together, the six exclaimed in horror, their earlier arrogance dissipating. They understood that only through unity could they hope to resist her. Boom, boom, boom. The six wasted no time in summoning their supreme forms, and instantly, colossal figures emerged, their overwhelming spiritual power raging like a tempest across the heavens. Yet, it proved futile. Mandala appeared before one of the supreme forms, her expression indifferent, raising her binding whip high, transforming it into a bolt of lightning that descended upon her foe. The terrifying force erupted forth, freezing the massive supreme form in place. Mandala's erosion power, at the level of a celestial supreme, penetrated its interior, causing its once mighty spiritual energy to dim at an astonishing rate. Bang! The immense supreme form shattered instantly, its internal energy depleted, unable to sustain its manifestation. As the supreme form collapsed, a disheveled figure was violently propelled back from the radiant spiritual light, staring at the descending whip with disbelief and terror etched across their face. No, please. Bang! The black whip sliced through the void, its horrifying power tearing open spatial rifts, and beyond them, a torrential rain of blood fell. This otherworldly scene sent chills through all who witnessed it. A supreme being had once again been obliterated by Mandala's whip, and the visual impact of this devastation would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. Another formidable opponent was vanquished, yet Mandala offered not a glance, her form flickering as she deftly avoided several surging waves of spiritual energy, once again darting like a specter towards another supreme divine body. The air was rent with explosive sounds as the ferocious spiritual energy rampaged through the heavens and the earth, leaving the ground in disarray. The terrified cries of the remaining 5 Earth Supremes echoed in the atmosphere, as a shadowy figure, resembling a wraith, wielded a thorn-laden long whip. Each strike of the whip unleashed torrents of spiritual light, shattering the forms of the 5, blood spilling profusely. The thunderous roars of spiritual power resounded incessantly, while the myriad forces surrounding them fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of swallowed breaths. No one had anticipated such an outcome. The combined might of 9 Earth Supremes was utterly insufficient against Mandala. The black whip in her grasp seemed tailor-made for her, radiating the brilliance of a near-legendary sacred artifact. As a fellow Mandala flower, she appeared capable of invoking the remnants of the heavenly supreme laws, amplifying the whip's formidable power. Without such an advantage, achieving this scenario would have been far from effortless. In a mere minute, 2 more Earth Supremes fell, leaving only 3 on the battlefield. At some point, 2 had been obliterated by Mandala's strikes. In that moment, the remaining trio was engulfed by sheer horror and dread. Flee, their fighting spirit extinguished. The 3 peak great perfections instinctively retreated, fully aware that to continue the battle would likely seal their fates. Could they escape? Observing the retreating figures, Mandala smiled faintly, devoid of warmth. In the next instant, she vanished, pursuing the 3 colossal shadows with ghostly swiftness, the dark light in her palm re-emerging as the ancient Mandala flower manifested, ready to unleash her boundless might. Sensing the terrifying energy radiating from behind, the 3 great perfections turned pale, crying out in desperation, "Master, save us." Their pleas, enveloped by spiritual energy, reverberated through the cosmos. Upon hearing their cries for help, Mandala smiled indifferently, accelerating her speed as the Mandala flower in her palm blossomed brilliantly, hurling itself towards the trio. In that moment of audacity, just as the dark divine light was about to envelop the 3 figures, 3 thunderous voices erupted like a storm from the heavens. Simultaneously, 3 beams of spiritual light pierced through space, descending from above. With a resounding crash, the space in front of the 3 suddenly warped, and countless gazes trembled as the 3 figures gradually materialized in the sky. They stood motionless in the void, exuding an overwhelming oppressive aura that far surpassed the peak great perfections. They bore the essence of the heavenly supremes. At last, have you mustered the courage to emerge? At this moment, Mandala's gaze was fixed upon the 3 silhouettes, who were the ostensible masters of the 3 great powers, the true Lord of Purple Clouds, the venerable Thunder Sound, and the Golden Eagle Monarch. With the arrival of these 3 figures, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire realm. As all formidable beings lowered their gaze slightly, fear etched upon their faces. However, do you believe that merely showing up will save them? Mandala cast a cold smile at the trio, her delicate hand gesturing dismissively. In response, the true Lord of Purple Clouds and his companions seemed to sense something amiss. Their expressions changed dramatically as they turned to look behind them. There, the three supreme beings they had previously rescued were now covered in eerie black runes, their vitality gradually eroding under the runes' insidious influence. The three masters sensed the abnormality in their own bodies and gazed at the true Lord of Purple Clouds in horror, extending their hands in a desperate attempt to grasp at a sliver of hope. Yet, as they beheld the strange runes, their expressions shifted in alarm, and they recoiled instinctively. For they felt a power emanating from the runes that transcended their understanding, an unparalleled realm they had long coveted. It was the legendary artifact. The trio turned their gaze towards Mandala, ultimately fixing their eyes upon the divine binding whip in her grasp, their eyes betraying a profound apprehension. As anguished cries erupted from behind, the three supreme beings, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, were helplessly consumed by the bizarre black runes, transforming into withered forms that plummeted towards the earth beneath them. Such ruthlessness! Hearing the screams behind them, the true Lord of Purple Clouds, the venerable thunder sound, and the golden eagle monarch fixed their stares upon Mandala, a flicker of murderous intent simmering within their depths. The loss of their most formidable 9 pinnacle beings at Mandala's hand struck a painful chord within them, a cost that resonated even with their stalwart hearts. Furthermore, they had underestimated her capabilities. After their intervention, Mandala had still managed to resolve the situation before their very eyes, amplifying their losses and tarnishing their pride. The true Lord of Purple Cloud's expression darkened as he glared coldly at Mandala, slowly uttering, how delightful. My sect, the Purple Cloud sect, has not suffered such a significant loss in many years. You are indeed remarkable. Since you have come to partake in the Northern Domain-'s strife, some sacrifices are inevitable. And surely, the true Lord of Purple Clouds understands this? Mandala responded in a calm tone while meeting his chilling gaze. With a frigid glare, the true Lord of Purple Clouds retorted, "Do not presume that a mere stroke of fortune places you on equal footing with us. The depths of this world are far more profound than you can imagine. I have witnessed the vast oceans. How could I concern myself with shallow marshes?" Mandala slowly shook her head, her voice dripping with disdain. In the face of the true Lord of Purple Cloud's menacing intent, Mandala exhibited not a trace of retreat. Instead, she stood resolute, an unwavering challenge to the storm that brewed before her. In the Northern Domain, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings as countless formidable forces observed the tense standoff between Mandala and the Purple Cloud true monarch, rendered utterly speechless. Brother Purple Cloud. The Alliance leader is a person of great experience, far removed from the likes of us mere frogs in a well. Yet, the tides of this world have shifted, and it is time for the Alliance leader to understand that the grandeur of antiquity cannot simply be flaunted in this era. At that moment, the booming laughter of the thunder sound venerable echoed from the side. The Golden Eagle Emperor regarded Mandala with an icy demeanor, having nearly confirmed that she was indeed the ancient Mandala nurtured by the Heavenly Emperor. She must have acquired the means to enter the ancient Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, how could she have achieved successive breakthroughs in such a short span, and even obtained a quasi-peerless sacred artifact? The thought of the ancient Heavenly Palace's legacy ignited a fervor within the three, for they were acutely aware of the treasure trove that it represented. Their presence in the Dou Qi Continent was solely to pursue its inheritance, and now, with the prospect of the Heavenly Palace's legacy within reach, how could they not feel exhilarated? The Purple Cloud true monarch fixed his violet eyes unwaveringly on Mandala, a cruel and sinister smile creeping across his lips. Mandala, surrender the legacy of the ancient Heavenly Palace, or the Northern Realm shall be transformed into a sea of blood under my wrath. In that event, you will be deemed a criminal of the Northern Realm. Undeterred by the palpable murderous intent emanating from the three, Mandala maintained her composure and replied softly, "Such noise, if words were of any use. Your Purple Cloud sect would have long since unified the Dou Qi Continent. You." The Purple Cloud true monarch momentarily found himself at a loss for words, his fury threatening to erupt. The surrounding space trembled under the weight of his wrath, fissures appearing in the air. Countless powerful figures nearby felt their lips twitch at the sight. This domain lord was not only ruthless in his methods but, it seemed, equally formidable in his verbal prowess. Did they not see how incensed the Purple Cloud true monarch had become? Chapter 286, Victory. What a sharp-tongued individual he is. As the fury and murderous intent within him reached a crescendo, the Purple Cloud true monarch gradually regained his composure, yet that tranquility resembled the ominous calm preceding a storm. After speaking, he turned away from Mandala and addressed the Thunder Sound Venerable and the Golden Eagle Emperor with a serene demeanor. The Mandala Domain Lord has indeed acquired the grand techniques of the Heavenly Palace. This is a rare opportunity to witness the divine might of the ancient Heavenly Palace. Shall we join forces? The purple cloud, true monarch's words struck like thunder, stirring a monumental wave in the northern domain. The powerful figures from various factions gazed at Mandala in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Clearly, no one had anticipated that the three overlords of the northern domain would need to unite against Mandala. Exchanging knowing glances, the thunder sound venerable and the golden eagle emperor responded with smiles. I have long admired the heavenly emperor's techniques. We hope the Mandala domain lord will fulfill our expectations. Why waste breath on such trivialities? Do they truly believe that their combined efforts will alter the outcome? Aside from saving me some effort, the conclusion shall remain unchanged. Mandala gazed calmly at the three individuals before her, her dark eyes revealing no hint of retreat. With a sharp tongue and a cold smile, the true monarch of purple clouds wore a grim expression. He drew a deep breath and stamped his foot, causing a purple glow to envelop him as a colossal purple shadow emerged behind him. Star-plucking finger of the purple emperor. With a low shout, his palm shifted as his fingers curved, suddenly pointing into the air. The immense purple shadow behind him mirrored his action, its fingers also extending. The purple light swirling around them as if transforming into a violet starry sky, ready to pluck the stars from the heavens. However, in the face of this fierce assault, Mandala's gaze flickered. Behind her, a magnificent ancient mandala flower quietly blossomed. Boom! The enormous finger imprint collided with the mandala flower, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. As the purple light dissipated, countless gazes fell upon the swaying mandala flower in the void, their pupils contracting sharply. For within the heart of that flower, Mandala remained poised, observing the true monarch of purple clouds and his companions, seemingly untouched by the earlier ferocious strike. Indeed, she had achieved the unity of heaven and man. In stark contrast to the astonished crowd, the three individuals appeared to have anticipated this moment. Their eyes exchanged a fleeting glance, and they murmured softly, deeper than we have tread. It was said that those who reached the heavenly sovereign realm could merge themselves with a realm of existence, forming an immensely powerful protective force. Any attack that struck their body would have most of its power dispersed into the realm they were intertwined with. This was the essence of the unity of heaven and man. As individuals who had also reached this level, they understood the intricacies involved. They recognized that they could not match Mandala's ease. Her realm was evidently more profound, indicating a formidable adversary. The three exchanged glances and nodded slightly, a palpable killing intent emanating from their depths. Kill! A thunderous roar echoed as the three unleashed their spiritual powers, transforming into three streaks of light darting towards Mandala. Suddenly, boundless golden light surged forth from the golden eagle emperor, coalescing into a golden feathered cloak that radiated unusual waves of energy behind him. The overwhelming spiritual fluctuations erupted like a tempest, sweeping outwards from the golden eagle emperor, enveloping the entire realm in an oppressive aura. The revered thunder sound stirred his sleeves, slowly rising into the air, while an immense force of spiritual energy surged behind him, hinting at the presence of a colossal light and shadow. Without hesitation, the true monarch of purple clouds summoned his spiritual power, purple energy billowing up towards the heavens. As the three sovereigns struck simultaneously, their overwhelming spiritual pressure enveloped the entire northern region, causing countless powerful beings to tremble in fear, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Under such pressure, even those at the pinnacle of completion would likely lose all fighting spirit. Mandala gazed indifferently at the unfolding scene. Behind her, the ancient Mandala divine flower emerged from the shadows, wielding a divine binding whip crafted from the supreme Mandala branch, her piercing gaze fixed upon the three assailants. Boom! The true monarch of purple cloud struck first, his expression frigid as he directly targeted Mandala, unleashing a torrent of purple mist that engulfed her entirely. The Golden Eagle Emperor and the Thunder Sound Elder were equally resolute. The trio surrounded Mandala from three distinct directions, sealing all avenues of escape and initiating a lethal assault. In the face of the combined might of the three sovereigns, Mandala remained unperturbed, brandishing the binding whip like a goddess of war, the long whip in her palm resembling a venomous dragon as it soared toward the trio. Thunderous roars reverberated. Above, a tempest of spiritual energy surged violently, tearing the sky apart, while below, the earth cracked open, fissures spreading wide. The entire northern domain was shrouded in the aftermath of the fierce battle, the waves of destruction rendering countless powerful beings pale with fear. In the heavens, three colossal supreme avatars loomed, emanating a terrifying spiritual pressure, their energies swirling like winds and mists. Boom! The supreme avatars struck without hesitation, their colossal fists gathering destructive force, causing the very fabric of space to collapse. At the center of the three, an extraordinary mandala divine flower radiated an immortal light, steadfastly resisting the relentless barrage of attacks. Suddenly, the previously passive mandala let out a delicate cry, raising her palm to summon the binding whip. Mysterious black runes crawled up her arm, and in that moment, her aura surged dramatically, as if she had reached some extraordinary threshold. With a frigid gaze fixed upon the trio, the immense mandala divine flower behind her glowed with a dark purple luminescence, revealing ancient patterns that flickered faintly, accompanied by harmonious resonances that soothed the mind. In the next instant, Mandala's expression turned solemn as she sensed the rapidly depleting spiritual energy within the supreme realm and the tremors in her bloodline. Locking her gaze onto the three, she formed a seal with her fingers and pointed decisively. Buzzing. At that moment, the ancient flower's petals glowed brighter. The archaic patterns seemingly revived, writhing and converging towards the heart of the flower. As the mandala flower trembled violently, the dark purple brilliance erupted forth like a volcano, hurtling towards the trio. The violet beams, while lacking the catastrophic force expected, caused the space around them to collapse, as if even the spiritual energy was being annihilated utterly. As the domineering violet light surged forth, the trio's expressions shifted dramatically, fear etched in their eyes, indicating their acute awareness of the impending mortal peril. Strike together. They roared in alarm, their composure shattered. Purple cloud shield, indestructible Vajra bell, golden feather divine armor. At the same moment, three supreme manifestations converged, unleashing a vast torrent of spiritual energy that formed a colossal triple-layered shield above them. The first layer, a swirling purple cloud, resembled an ethereal violet dome adorned with intricate arcane patterns. Beneath it lay a magnificent golden bell, beneath which golden feathers coalesced into an imposing armor. In the face of rays that seemed to breach some forbidden realm, the three, led by the venerable Xion, joined forces without hesitation to summon their most formidable defense. With a swift motion, as the tri-layered protective barrier solidified, three beams of purple light surged forward, striking the violet dome with unrelenting force. To their astonishment, the impact did not resonate with a colossal sound. Instead, the trio watched in horror as the purple shield appeared utterly ineffective, allowing the beams to pierce through effortlessly. The golden bell emitted a desperate wail before fracturing into myriad cracks, ultimately shattering into pieces. As the bell disintegrated, dark rays of light illuminated the golden armor, spreading like a corrosive tide. In mere moments, the once mighty golden plating transformed into a viscous black liquid, cascading downwards. Alarmed, and without time to ponder, the speed of the penetrating purple beams suddenly escalated. In the blink of an eye, before Xion and his companions could regain their composure, the three destructive rays struck the towering supreme manifestations. Wherever the black light touched, it spread with astonishing rapidity, eroding the very essence of the supreme forms beneath them. The trio watched in terror as their manifestations began to crumble, the sinister black light threatening to infiltrate and corrupt their very beings. Despite their fervent attempts to channel their spiritual energy for resistance, the dark divine radiance proved insurmountable. Instantly, the faces of Xion and his companions turned ashen. They had never anticipated that the situation they believed was under control would spiral into a dire crisis. Quickly, self-destruct the manifestations, or we shall face dire consequences ourselves. Realizing their forms were on the brink of collapse, they saw the relentless black rays approaching them like a virulent plague. Exchanging resolute glances, they gritted their teeth, knowing that the time had come for a drastic measure. If they were to be consumed by the black light, they would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic injuries. With a resounding determination, they simultaneously unleashed a cataclysmic burst of spiritual light from their manifestations, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the encroaching onslaught of Mandala. However, before they could revel in their brief respite, an ominous sound of tearing air pierced the atmosphere. Suddenly, a multitude of thorn-laden whips descended from the skies, mercilessly lashing out towards them with terrifying force, ripping apart the very fabric of the surrounding space. Upon witnessing the scene, the pupils of the three figures, the true monarch of Purple Cloud and his companions, abruptly constricted. At this moment, they were gravely injured due to the shattering of their corporeal forms, their internal spiritual energy dwindling to a mere trickle, leaving them devoid of any means to resist. They could only stand helplessly as the fierce whip descended upon them. Boom! The sharp sound of slicing wind echoed from the heavens, and in the next instant, countless onlookers beheld three streaks of light plummeting from the sky, ultimately crashing down into the depths of the northern domain like meteorites. The impact caused the entire northern domain to tremble, as gaping fissures, akin to vast abysses, erupted from those depths, tearing the land asunder. Numerous powerful beings gazed in astonishment at that direction, and upon recognizing the figures of the true monarch of Purple Cloud, The revered thunder sound, and the golden eagle sovereign lying within the three massive craters, their eyes widened in sheer disbelief, horror washing over their faces. A tumultuous uproar erupted, filling the air with astonishment, as many powerful figures under the three sects turned pale with fear, appearing as though they had seen a ghost. The sect leader had actually been defeated. With the clamor subsiding, the enchanting figure of Mandala slowly emerged from the skies, her expression calm as she gazed upon the three craters. Although she exuded no overwhelming spiritual energy at that moment, an oppressive aura emanated from her being, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld her. Under this almost imperceptible pressure, the northern domain fell into profound silence. Despite many factions being affiliated with the Purple Cloud sect, the Thunder Sound Mountain, and the Golden Eagle Manor, all eyes turned toward that exquisite figure with newfound reverence. Disregarding the multitude of gazes surrounding her, Mandala stood high above, surveying the three deep pits. After a moment, she spoke with measured calm. From this day forth, the Northern Domain shall honor our Northern Alliance. You have 7 days to withdraw from the Northern Domain. Otherwise, do not expect leniency next time. Her voice resonated across the realm, yet the Northern Domain remained enveloped in silence, as various factions dared not utter a sound, their bewildered gazes persistently darting toward the three craters. The Northern Alliance had triumphed, regardless of the means. The reality was that these factions now faced two choices: either submit to the Northern Alliance or depart. For a time, the major factions found themselves in a state of confusion, uncertain of their path forward. After a brief silence, movement finally emerged from the depths of the three craters. From the black smoke, three staggered figures slowly ascended under the watchful eyes of countless witnesses. Now, the three individuals appeared disheveled, their once formidable spiritual energy now severely diminished. Their bodies bore grotesque wounds, flesh swelling and bursting forth, blood cascading down. It was evident that they had sustained grievous injuries. However, even after sustaining such devastating blows, the three of them, led by the esteemed Ziyun, remained undeterred, fixing their gaze upon Mandala with cold resolve. Mandala, even if you were to vanquish us, it would merely grant you the right to enter the Northern Domain. To dream of dominating a realm is sheer folly. Chapter 287. The Xianlong Army takes action. Having spoken, they disregarded Mandala, channeling the last vestiges of their spiritual energy to bow towards the distant horizon, murmuring incantations. In the void, a mysterious wave surged forth into the distance. Witnessing this scene, all present in the Northern Domain could not help but shudder in trepidation. Only the legendary Celestial Sovereign could compel Ziyun, Lane, and the Golden Eagle Emperor to assume such a posture. The mere thought of the Celestial Sovereign's descent sent chills down their spines. For if such a being were to intervene, the Northern Domain would likely face annihilation, instilling a profound sense of dread among them. The members of the Northern Alliance also felt a chill, yet upon recalling that they too had a Celestial Sovereign backing them, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that all would be well. Mandala, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. After reciting the incantation, Ziyun's gaze towards Mandala was imbued with a frigid aura. In their hearts, Mandala was already a doomed soul. I extend this sentiment to you as well. Understanding their intent, Mandala remained unperturbed. After all, this was their aim. She regarded the three with a mocking smile, her beautiful eyes brimming with derision. May the ancestor descend. Their voices, intertwined with the flow of spiritual energy, resonated towards an unknown void, instantly sending shivers through all present, as if some primordial beast had turned its gaze upon them. The diminutive Mandala flower dared to aspire to dominate the Northern Domain. Such hubris was truly laughable. In the next moment, a resounding voice echoed throughout the Northern Domain, its grandeur nonchalantly asserting itself, seemingly dismissing Mandala as one would a mere insect beneath their heel. Concurrently, from the distant horizon, an overwhelming pressure descended, enveloping an expanse of millions of miles, causing countless powerful beings within the Northern Domain to tremble in fear. Such might could only belong to a genuine celestial sovereign. This commotion captivated countless formidable entities, who instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. There, in the distance, 3 beams of light descended, ultimately transforming into 3 imposing figures suspended in the air. The figures stood firm in the void, their presence as profound as an abyss, causing the very heavens to tremble. Purple Qi Spirit Cave, the Purple Qi Realizer. Thunder Sound Great Temple, the Thunder Sovereign. Dragon Eagle Cave, the Dragon Eagle Emperor. Upon seeing the newcomers, all present gasped in astonishment. Celestial sovereigns were rarely seen, and to witness 3 simultaneously was an unprecedented occurrence in the 100 years of Tianluo continent. The 3 representatives embody the formidable forces of the vast universe. According to the established rules of the Tianluo continent, The Heavenly Sovereign is forbidden from intervening in the power struggles of this land. However, Mandala's audacious actions have evidently pushed the three supreme forces to the brink of tolerance. Though the source of Mandala's audacity to claim dominion over the northern domain remains a mystery, should she succeed, the alliances they have painstakingly nurtured over the years would crumble. Ancestors. The trio of Ziyun Jinjuan displayed unrestrained joy upon the arrival of the three heavenly sovereigns. With their intervention, the situation was bound to shift, and most importantly, their lives would be spared. High above, Mandala regarded the approaching heavenly sovereigns with an unwavering demeanor, her voice icy as she proclaimed, "According to the customs of the northern domain, this victory belongs to my northern alliance, and thus, the northern domain shall rightfully belong to us. Moreover, per the laws of the Tianluo continent, the heavenly sovereigns are not to meddle in the strife of the realm. Do you intend to breach this sacred boundary?" In her final words, none noticed the cunning glint hidden deep within Mandala's gaze. Rules? Ziki Jinren scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Power itself is the rule. Even if I were to slay you here today, who could dare oppose me? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from his being like a tempest. Simultaneously, the two flanking figures, Lei Zun and Long Jiao Dadi, cast cold, piercing gazes toward Mandala. Silence enveloped the heavens. The intensity of the lethal energy emanating from the three heavenly sovereigns was palpable. Why waste words? A mere earth sovereign has no right to converse with us. Long Jiao Dadi stated ominously, his temperament fierce. As his words fell, the opposing party smirked coldly, showing no courtesy as they unleashed a powerful strike. A torrent of spiritual energy tearing through the void, mercilessly aiming towards Mandala and the Northern Alliance. Yet, Mandala did not even flinch. Her dark eyes remained fixed on the three, devoid of fear, as she calmly stated, "Since you have disregarded the rules, we shall have no reservations." At her words, a chill gripped the hearts of Ziki Jinren and his companions, their brows furrowing with an unsettling premonition. Roaring with ferocity, Mandala extended her hand, delicately brushing over a ring upon her finger. In an instant, an infinite stream of profound light surged forth, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, brimming with unquenchable battle spirit. As the ethereal light swept across the heavens, an eerie silence fell, the gazes of countless powerful beings fixed in awe upon the sky. Behind Mandala, a meticulously organized army clad in dark armor materialized, creating an uncanny spectacle. The emergence of this silent legion brought forth an indescribable aura of terror, rippling through the very fabric of existence and causing the world to tremble. A meticulously organized army stood silently behind the Mandala, as still as sculptures. Yet within this silence lingered a palpable, terrifying aura that coalesced above them. In the northern domain, numerous formidable beings and factions gazed in astonishment at this suddenly manifested army, the oppressive sensation emanating from them far surpassing that of the three heavenly sovereigns. This army was the Qianlong Legion, which Jiang Yun had summoned from the ancient sacred abyss. Under Jiang Yun's nurturing, the Qianlong Legion had regained the prowess sufficient to wield the combat strength of a celestial-grade heavenly sovereign, making it one of Jiang Yun's assurances to draw out the hidden forces behind the Tianluo continent through the Mandala. Boom. In the face of the spiritual energy torrent unleashed by the dragon sculpture emperor, the Qianlong Legion effortlessly shattered it merely by exuding their terrifying combat intent. The eyes of the three Ziki realms narrowed slightly, clearly sensing the intense threat emanating from the former. To their astonishment, they had not anticipated such hidden prowess. Though surprised, the trio did not flinch. While they were unfamiliar with the intricacies of battle formations, they had witnessed many. Despite the Qianlong Legion being the most terrifying army they had ever encountered, they did not believe that the Mandala could harness its full potential. Bring forth your backers, or do not blame us for obliterating you three, the Ziki realms declared coldly, directing their gaze at the Qianlong Legion and the Mandala. At this juncture, if they believed that the Mandala lacked external support, they were utterly mistaken. Not to mention the opponent's rapidly ascending cultivation. This elite Qianlong Legion was clearly beyond the Mandala's control. You three are mere trifles, unworthy of our master's intervention, Mandala retorted, retreating behind the Qianlong Legion, disregarding the trio. Instead, standing at the forefront of the Qianlong Legion, Jiang Long cast a cold, indifferent glance at them. Impudence. Hearing Jiang Long's merciless contempt, the Ziki realm's expressions darkened. Since ascending to the heavenly sovereign rank, none had dared to speak to them in such a manner. Today marks the emergence of my Qianlong Legion. We shall use the three heavenly sovereigns as a stepping stone, thus honoring the illustrious name of our legion. Jiang Long gazed at the trio with fierce combat intent, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. The warriors of the Qianlong Legion trembled slightly, their eyes glimmering with fervor. In their former master's service, They had vanquished countless demons, with innumerable demon emperors falling before their might. Now awakened by Zhang Yun, their first battle against 3 heavenly sovereigns would indeed be worthy of their renown. Unleash the battle intent. Zhang Long roared, and in the next instant, the 10,000 warriors of the Qianlong Legion erupted in a chorus of roars, their voices imbued with the resonance of dragon roars. Following this, an overwhelming wave of combat intent spread forth, transforming above the Qianlong Legion into an ocean of formidable battle intent. Within this ocean, the tides of combat intent surged, producing a sound akin to crashing waves, a testament to the terrifying concentration of their resolve, causing even the very fabric of space to quiver. In the void, the 3 celestial sovereigns of the purple Qi gazed upon the vast ocean of battle intent, their expressions dark and solemn, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared gravity. Arrogance. Let us strike together, vanquish them, and make them aware of the consequences of offending us. In unison, they exchanged glances, and in the next instant, 3 terrifying waves of spiritual energy surged skyward, transforming into 5 resplendent beams of gem-like light that tore through the void at an astonishing speed, crashing toward the ocean of battle intent with ferocity. As celestial sovereigns, their extraordinary perception allowed them to recognize the weaknesses of warfare. Should they obliterate the ocean of battle intent, the Xianyuan army would collapse without resistance. The combined might of the 3 celestial sovereigns was indeed earth-shattering, sending shivers down the spines of countless powerful beings in the northern domain. Even with a formidable army, if not guided by a battle array master, its strength would not be fully realized. However, at this moment, the Xianyuan army defied all logic. Facing the 3 gem-like beams of light hurtling toward them, Zhang Long extended a finger and flicked it. Boom! The vast ocean of battle intent surged violently, a towering wave roaring upward, transforming into a celestial canopy under Zhang Long's command. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this wave was composed of droplets of battle intent water, each seemingly housing a minuscule dragon shadow that roared with a deep growl. Thunderous roars echoed as the 2 forces clashed violently in the skies, and in that instant, countless points of light erupted in a dazzling display, yet they continued to surge forth unceasingly. Amidst this torrential consumption, the 3 beams of gem-like light were ultimately exhausted, shattering into a myriad of glowing particles. As they beheld the resplendent shower of light in the sky, innumerable powerful beings were profoundly shaken. Indeed, the clash at the level of celestial sovereigns was terrifying. Should they be swept into the fray, they would surely be reduced to nothingness, obliterated in the first round. Supreme legal manifestation. Unyielding after their initial failure, the 3 celestial sovereigns summoned their supreme legal manifestations without hesitation. 3 colossal figures loomed between heaven and earth, their spiritual energy swirling like a tempest, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Zhang Long, observing the immense figures standing tall in the celestial realm, squinted slightly before releasing a mighty roar, causing the vast ocean of battle intent to churn. A thunderous dragon's roar resonated throughout the expanse. Countless spectators witnessed a gigantic form coiling within the ocean of battle intent, ultimately breaking free. It was a colossal dragon, its scales glistening with a dazzling sheen, each scale etched with battle inscriptions. Upon its emergence, a fierce wave of energy surged through the heavens and the earth. Gazing upon this spirit of battle intent, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Zhang Long's eyes. In its prime, the Xianyuan army was formidable enough to rival the peak of the immortal realm, nearly unmatched save for the saintly class. Although Zhang Yun's techniques allowed the Xianyuan army to unleash its power temporarily without the guidance of a battle array master, a disparity still remained. Now, the spirit of battle emanated by the Qianlong army corresponds only to the mid-tier of the celestial grade, far from its pinnacle, yet sufficiently formidable. Boom! As the colossal dragon of battle took shape, the hearts of the dragon-carving emperor and his companions sank. The combat prowess of the Qianlong army exceeded their expectations. However, they found themselves with no path of retreat. What significance does celestial grade hold? Without hesitation, the 3 unleashed a fierce onslaught. 3 supreme manifestations wielded their massive fists, shattering the void with boundless might, piercing through space, and ruthlessly charging toward the dragon of battle. The 3 immense supreme manifestations tore through the air, while the dragon of battle let out a resounding roar, its tail sweeping violently as it boldly faced the enemy. The dragon's claws struck out, obscuring the heavens, and clashed head-on with the supreme manifestation of the dragon-carving emperor. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, as if the very fabric of space was collapsing at that moment. Yet, to the astonishment of countless onlookers, in this direct confrontation, the supreme manifestation of the dragon-carving emperor was overpowered and sent flying by the dragon's claws. This turn of events left many in utter shock. The Celestial Supremes held a lofty status, and ordinary people were oblivious to the distinctions among them, unaware that even Celestial Supremes could be categorized into Spirit Grade, Celestial Grade, and Saint Grade. Celestial Grade Celestial Supremes could easily crush Spirit Grade Celestial Supremes. And unfortunately for them, the three seemingly invincible Celestial Supremes were merely of Spirit Grade, while the might of the Qianlong army was sufficient to rival that of Celestial Grade. Damn it! The dragon-carving emperor, standing on the shoulder of the supreme manifestation, wore a grim expression and bellowed, "Attack together. I refuse to believe they can maintain Celestial Grade combat power indefinitely. We must wear them down to exhaustion." Chapter 288. Jiang Yun sets the net. Boom. The three supreme manifestations soared into the sky, surrounding the dragon of battle, unleashing terrifying waves of assaults aimed at ripping it apart. However, in the face of this siege, the dragon of battle remained unfazed, its tail thrashing and claws slicing through the air, each strike directly suppressing the three supreme manifestations. The might of the dragon of battle was sufficient to match a mid-tier Celestial Grade Celestial Supreme, while the three, being Spirit Grade Celestial Supremes, could not withstand even when joining forces. Thunderous roars echoed. High above, the battle raged fiercely, with three gigantic shadows resembling blazing suns, radiating dazzling light. As the unleashed spiritual energy storm brimmed with a sense of destruction. Yet, to the astonishment of the gathered crowd in the northern region, the immense dragon of battle at the center displayed no signs of waning under the assault of the three supreme manifestations. On the contrary, it retaliated ferociously, its formidable battle intent shattering the void and continually pushing back the three supreme manifestations, firmly seizing the upper hand. You three are utterly useless. You are far inferior to the demonic emperors of the extraterritorial evil clans. After the dragon's tail sent the three reeling, Zhang Long glared at them coldly and declared, "I shall end you with a single strike. Battle markings, manifest." As Zhang Long's voice fell, the battle intent from the Qianlong army surged into the sky, continuously pouring into the body of the dragon of battle. As the formidable spirit of battle surged forth, the mighty battle intent dragon let out a resounding roar. Its already colossal form expanded at an astonishing rate, and what was most striking was the myriad of battle markings that began to erupt across its vast body. 10 million, 30 million, 40 million. The markings on the battle intent dragon were indicative of the immense power it could unleash. Generally speaking, reaching a count of 10 million could rival that of a Celestial Supreme. Now, having amassed a staggering 40 million battle markings, it was more than a match for even the Celestial Supreme of the divine tier. This was not the zenith of the Qianlong army's capabilities, yet it was more than sufficient to confront the three Celestial Supremes of the Purple Qi. At this moment, the warriors of the Qianlong army unleashed their battle intent without reservation. With a thunderous roar, the colossal form of the battle intent dragon transformed into a streak of gray light, hurtling towards the supreme manifestations of the three Celestial Supremes amidst countless astonished gazes. The divine dragon roared, its cry reverberating through the heavens. "This is bad. Unleash everything." The three Celestial Supremes of Purple Qi, sensing the overwhelming might emanating from the battle intent dragon, instantly changed their countenance and bellowed in response. Both the Dragon Emperor and the Thunder Sovereign understood that the moment to determine the victor had arrived, and they dared not delay. In an instant, three indescribable forces erupted from the supreme manifestations of the three, crashing towards the oncoming battle intent dragon. Whoosh! In the sky, the battle intent dragon, carrying boundless power, crushed the void as it collided with the three immense forces unleashed by the trio. At the moment of impact, the cosmos seemed to fall silent. In the next heartbeat, the heavens appeared to begin collapsing, as an indescribable shockwave swept through the air, shattering space as if it were being torn asunder. Ultimately, high above, a massive, dark void formed, spanning hundreds of thousands of feet. With countless witnesses bearing witness, the battle intent dragon suddenly erupted with a thunderous dragon's roar. In the next instant, it fiercely opened its enormous maw, swallowing the three terrifying attacks whole. Boom, 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 as it consumed the assaults. Violent explosions echoed from within the body of the battle intent dragon. However, the 40 million battle markings on its body simultaneously radiated brilliance, desperately suppressing the surging spiritual energy within. The deep explosions continued for a moment until the attacks were finally quelled, and the massive form of the battle intent dragon rapidly shrank. Nevertheless, its emanating power remained fearsome, and with another resounding roar, it continued its advance towards the pale-faced Celestial Supremes of Purple Qi. Feeling the weakness surging within and the impending threat of the terrifying dragon claws, the three Celestial Supremes took a deep breath, their voices echoing through the skies. If you do not act now, our northern region shall serve as a cautionary tale for you all. Hearing the shouts of the three, Mandala and Jiang Long exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with anticipation. After a prolonged wait, was the moment finally at hand? Whoosh! The Tianluo continent was not to be dictated by a mere earth sovereign. A resounding voice, imbued with an aura of celestial might, descended from the heavens, accompanied by a vast energy torrent that pierced through space, crashing towards the slowly descending dragon of battle intent. Boom! The surging battle-patterned dragon breath collided with the seemingly insignificant energy torrent. Despite the apparent disparity in size, upon impact, the powerful battle-patterned dragon breath began to disintegrate at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, 5 figures, resembling phantoms, approached the scene. In the blink of an eye, they stood beside the 3 individuals, who bore expressions of having narrowly escaped disaster, surveying Mandala and the Xianlong army with piercing gazes. Though no energy circulated around them, an overwhelming sense of oppression emanated, distorting the surrounding space. These 5 were the leaders of the 5 superpowers fixated on the Tianluo continent, the esteemed Danyang ancestor, the enigmatic city lord of Yuxian, the respected Zilei, the White Tiger King, and the Ghost Emperor. Their strength vastly exceeded that of the 3, all reaching the pinnacle of the late spirit grade, with the Ghost Emperor rumored to have ascended to the immortal grade, standing as the strongest among them. Though this claim remained unverified, at last, you have arrived. The 3, upon witnessing their emergence, felt a wave of relief wash over them, expressing their lingering trepidation. Humph, truly useless, unable to manage even a force devoid of a celestial sovereign. I foresee that you shall never be worthy of sharing the Tianluo continent with us, retorted Zilei, his words laced with scorn. As a fellow spirit-grade celestial sovereign, the mockery from Zilei left the faces of the 3 flush with indignation. Enough. Do not bicker any longer. Let us first resolve the matter at hand. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, causing the temperature in the atmosphere to plummet. Upon hearing this voice, the likes of the purple Qi real person and Zilei halted, casting wary glances towards the center of the gathering at the Ghost Emperor. Dressed in a dark robe, the Ghost Emperor emanated an eerie aura, his pale complexion and sunken eyes exuding a sense of foreboding, his gray-white gaze reminiscent of death itself, sending shivers down one's spine. His power had already reached the initial stage of the immortal grade, making him the strongest among the 8. After scanning the gathering with his ashen eyes, he fixed his gaze upon Mandala and Jiang Long, speaking in a frigid tone. I am aware that you have support from someone behind you. Summon them forth. A person with such formidable abilities must be a great figure. If they wish to intervene in the affairs of the Tianluo continent, we can sit down and discuss it. Humph. Upon hearing the Ghost Emperor's words, Jiang Long scoffed disdainfully, replying, Do you think you wretched lot are worthy of equal discourse with our master? I advise you to withdraw from the Tianluo continent swiftly, lest you invite calamity upon yourselves. The audacity of this young fool is astonishing. While I concede that your Xianlong army possesses certain capabilities, you remain merely a local sovereign. How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Upon hearing Jiang Long's words, the esteemed Purple Thunder Master could no longer contain his indignation and exclaimed with ire, You refuse to emerge? Then I shall compel you to reveal yourself. With a mocking gaze fixed upon Jiang Long and Mandala, the Purple Thunder Master flexed his fingers, producing a series of ominous cracks, and smiled wickedly. 9 heavens, thunder manifestation, thunder god body. As a bolt of violet lightning streaked across the sky, a thunderous roar erupted. And in an instant, a colossal manifestation towering over 10,000 zhong was summoned by the Purple Thunder Master. A myriad of purple lightning crackled around him, the thunderstorm roaring like a raging dragon. In an unexpected turn of events, Jiang Long and Mandala did not make any attempt to resist this terrifying assault. Instead, they stood silently as the onlookers gaped in astonishment, watching the torrent of lightning descend upon the members of the North Realm Alliance. Just as the tempest was about to engulf the crowd, Mandala suddenly hurled a radiant beam of light. Under the illumination of the lightning, the spectators were momentarily blinded, unable to discern its nature. A low hum resonated, and as the light was cast forth, everyone felt the temperature in the atmosphere subtly rise. Subsequently, vibrant flames erupted from the beam, and under the onslaught of these flames, the torrential lightning began to melt away at an astonishing pace. The sudden turn of events caused the Purple Thunder Master to pale, his voice rising in disbelief. How is this possible? Unlike the Purple Thunder Master, the gazes of the onlookers were drawn to the golden beam suspended in midair. Once they discerned the object within the light, a wave of trepidation washed over them. There floated a golden token, upon which the words Demon Extermination Order glimmered in brilliant gold. Beneath this inscription, Three scarlet characters radiating an aura of unmatched malevolence emerged into view. Demon Exterminator King. The resplendent flames emanated from this very token. As the Demon Emperor and others beheld the ominous inscription, a chill coursed through their spines, leaving them unnerved. In that moment, they finally grasped the identity of the formidable figure behind Mandala and Zhonglong. There are only two Demon Exterminator Kings in the vast world, one renowned as Qin Tian, and the other, the recent sensation Zhang Yun. Among them, Zhang Yun is particularly notable as a master of the fire element, having once compelled the Fire Spirit clan to surrender their ancestral divine fire. Thus, it became evident who stood behind Mandala and her companions. Zhang Yun, the terrifying Demon Exterminator King whose hands are stained with the demise of countless demon emperors, has recently gained notoriety, reportedly disregarding even the esteemed Floating Pagoda and Moh ancient clan. His power stands shoulder to shoulder with the sacred. Yet, was he not in the Northern Realm? How has he suddenly appeared on this Tianluo continent? At this moment, the esteemed Purple Thunder Elder also discerned the Demon Extermination Order in the void. However, he seemed momentarily taken aback, a cold smile gracing his features as he gazed at Mandala and declared, "The Demon Extermination Order? In our vast realm, we have but two Demon Extermination Kings. Among them, Qin Tian, the Demon Extermination King, is stationed at the ancient Sacred Abyss, combating the malevolent forces from beyond, while Zhang Yun, the other, established the Crimson Flame Divine Hall in the Northern Territory, guarding the northern frontiers. They are both miles away. And yet you dare to forge the Demon Extermination Order? Such an offense is worthy of death 1,000 times over." Mandala, unfazed by the Purple Thunder Elder's tirade, retrieved the Demon Extermination Order, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, emanating an overwhelming aura of might. I wonder if my presence as the Demon Extermination King can earn your respect? Suddenly, a low chuckle resonated in the void, drawing countless gazes toward its source, which astonishingly emerged from above them. A majestic throne of flames suspended in midair, where a tall figure reclined with ease. His youthful visage bore an air of tranquility, yet he radiated an intense pressure. "Master." As Zhang Yun materialized, the Northern Alliance, Mandala, and the Xianlong army promptly gathered behind him, bowing in reverence. Simultaneously, the moment Zhang Yun appeared, the oppressive aura from the 8 heavenly sovereigns, which had previously enveloped the surroundings, began to dissipate at an astonishing pace. The realization of this shift caused countless powerful beings to feel a jolt of alarm. For even the dimmest of minds understood that only another heavenly sovereign could withstand such pressure. Moreover, as long as one's ears were functioning properly, everyone recognized this individual, Zhang Yun, the fabled and terrifying Demon Extermination King. With a gentle smile adorning his handsome face, Zhang Yun gazed down upon the 8 heavenly sovereigns, his calm eyes instilling a profound sense of dread. "I have fortuitously visited the Tianluo continent in the past, and was fortunate enough to enter the ancient heavenly palace, where I encountered the ancient heavenly emperor. The remnants of the heavenly demon emperor, who once challenged the heavenly emperor, still linger within the ancient heavenly palace. Thankfully, the indomitable will of the heavenly emperor suppressed him, preventing his escape until I fortuitously encountered and vanquished him. Had he not been defeated, the Tianluo continent would have faced unspeakable devastation. The esteemed heavenly emperor, embodying great righteousness, imparted to me profound teachings. Since I have inherited the heavenly emperor's great laws, I cannot bear to see the ancient heavenly palace descend into ruin. I aspire to reopen the heavenly palace on the Tianluo continent, allowing sentient beings to cultivate anew. I humbly request your cooperation in this endeavor." Zhang Yun's calm voice resonated across the heavens, causing a wave of trepidation among those present. It dawned upon them that the heavenly demon emperor, whom the ancient heavenly emperor had contended with, had not yet been completely vanquished. It was revealed that Zhang Yun had obtained the heavenly emperor's legacy and intended to resurrect the heavenly palace, restoring its former glory. While the multitude felt an inexplicable shock at this revelation, the likes of the Ghost Emperor and other heavenly sovereigns began to curse inwardly. What did it mean to facilitate his plans? Reopening the ancient heavenly palace essentially meant they would have to abandon the Tianluo continent entirely. Such a precious land could not simply be relinquished at whim. Was the Demon Extermination King's ambition not excessively tyrannical? 8 individuals exchanged glances, an unspoken connection forming among them as they warily observed Zhang Yun. The Ghost Emperor inhaled deeply, fixing a grave gaze upon Zhang Yun, and spoke slowly. Chapter 289, An Effortless Overwhelm. As the Ghost Emperor's words lingered in the air, the Elder of Danyang stepped forward, clasping his hands together with a jovial demeanor. "We hold you in high regard as the Demon Exterminator and harbor no intentions of enmity. However, concerning the matters of the Tianluo continent, might we deliberate further?" He paused momentarily, then continued earnestly. The demon exterminator may already be aware that our factions have invested countless efforts in the Tianluo continent for many years. Now, as you aspire to unify it, we too are inclined to set aside past grievances and bring an end to the persistent strife that has plagued this land. Therefore, we hope that, for the sake of peace in the Tianluo continent, you might consider sheathing your weapons. Upon the elder's utterance, a palpable silence enveloped the realm, with countless individuals nervously gazing at Jiang Yun. If a celestial being of such caliber were to act, the very heavens might crumble, and none present could guarantee their safety. Moreover, the elder's words reflected a notably humble posture, scarcely stipulating conditions, merely advocating for a cessation of hostilities and a dialogue, almost as if they were conceding entirely. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Jiang Yun, momentarily taken aback, let his gaze sweep across the 8 celestial beings, and after a resonating chuckle that echoed through the air, he slowly shook his head, responding in a calm tone, for the sake of tranquility in the Tianluo continent. I grant you one day as time to take your people and depart from this land. At his declaration, the atmosphere fell into an immediate stillness, with many formidable figures wiping beads of sweat from their brows. No one anticipated that the 8 celestial beings, led by the Ghost Emperor, would show signs of yielding. Only for Jiang Yun to respond with such forcefulness, leaving them no semblance of dignity and shattering any pretense of diplomacy with a single phrase. With these words, the possibility of negotiation was effectively extinguished. The celestial beings present, including the Xianlong army, numbered over 10 in combat prowess, should conflict arise. The northern domain would likely face immediate devastation. Jiang Yun's voice resounded throughout the northern domain, and at that moment, countless onlookers held their breath, astonished that he would adopt such a domineering stance, exhibiting no hesitation in the face of their concession, opting instead for the most resolute approach. Before Jiang Yun, the expressions of the Ghost Emperor, Elder of Danyang, and the other celestial beings darkened slightly, their eyes reflecting a flicker of indignation. Jiang Yun, you have gone too far. Upon hearing their furious shouts, Jiang Yun gradually rose from his throne, offering them a gentle smile. Yet, an icy dread surged within their hearts. In the next moment, Jiang Yun's figure abruptly vanished from their sight. The space before the purple thunder sovereign warped, and a hand emerged, gently pressing against the sovereign's chest. Boom! Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the purple thunder sovereign appeared to suffer a tremendous blow, his chest caving in as he transformed into a streak of light, crashing down upon the earth and fracturing the ground into immense fissures. Ugh! The esteemed Lord of Purple Thunder collapsed upon the earth, emitting a low, anguished roar from his throat, his visage transformed into a ghastly shade of purplish red. At that moment, he felt his entire reservoir of spiritual power shattered, leaving him bereft of any combat capability. Were it not for the immense vitality bestowed upon him by the Heavenly Sovereign, he would have already departed this world. Across the North Domain plains, all eyes were fixated upon this scene, their tension palpable. From the instant Jiang Yun made his move to the moment Lord Purple Thunder lost his fighting ability, mere seconds elapsed, leaving everyone utterly astounded. It was well known that Jiang Yun was formidable. After all, one does not ascend to the status of Demon Slayer King without possessing great strength. Yet, none could have anticipated that he would be so overwhelmingly powerful. The Heavenly Sovereign, a being of spiritual excellence, seemed as insignificant as an ant beneath his hand. The Ghost Emperor, with his ashen eyes, regarded Jiang Yun with trepidation. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed, "Jiang Yun, we bear you no ill will. Yet you have unjustly instigated conflict upon the Tianluo continent, ruthlessly targeting Lord Purple Thunder. Is such behavior not excessively arrogant and tyrannical?" As his words faded, a surge of grayish spiritual energy erupted from his being, rapidly transforming his form into a gem-like spiritual entity. The flickering light within his eyes stirred the void, casting an overwhelming pressure of spiritual might over the North Domain plains. Simultaneously, the startled figures of the Elder Danyang and the White Tiger King summoned their own heavenly sovereign forms, creating a formidable atmosphere as 7 heavenly sovereigns united their power. The spectacle was truly earth-shattering. Yet, in the face of such terrifying opposition, Jiang Yun maintained an air of calm, observing the 7 as they gathered their strength, his countenance betraying not a hint of concern. "Jiang Yun, your actions are excessive, leaving us no avenue for retreat. Let us then test the mettle of the Demon Slayer King." With that, the 7 invoked their heavenly sovereign forms, unleashing a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy that surged skyward. Brilliant beams of light tore through the void, converging into a spiritual tide that rushed toward Jiang Yun. He slowly lifted his gaze to behold the fearsome light beam capable of obliterating the North Domain plains, his expression remaining tranquil and unperturbed. As the radiant beam descended with a deafening crash, the brilliance erupted, prompting all to avert their eyes. You seem to possess a greater mastery of words than of power. I have overestimated you. With such strength, you would only meet your demise upon the northern battlefield. Jiang Yun's voice resonated through the north domain, drawing the attention of the onlookers once more. In the heart of the dazzling light, a glimmer of milky white radiance rapidly expanded. In the next moment, a sharp lance of light cleaved through the spiritual beam. A white, fiery spear surged towards the seven, its keen tip enveloped in flames, adorned with ancient engravings along its shaft. Perceiving the terrifying sharpness of the spear, the Ghost Emperor, being of celestial caliber, instinctively reacted. From behind him, a colossal Dharma form, towering tens of thousands of feet, manifested in the realm, clad in regal Emperor-S attire and crowned with a majestic diadem. Yama Dharma form. Slay the Ghost Emperor-S sword. The visage of the Yama King, with his fierce and penetrating gaze, instills an overwhelming sense of dread. His aura, shrouded in darkness, manifests as an immense sword of ethereal energy, slicing through the void with a ferocious force. Upon the collision of the spear's tip and the sword's edge, a cataclysmic eruption of their accumulated might ensues, fracturing the very fabric of space, as waves of spiritual energy surge outward in all directions. At that moment, upon sensing the searing heat emanating from the spear, the Ghost Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically, prompting him to urgently declare, "Quickly, we must all unleash our full strength, or we shall perish." Just as his words echoed, the white spear's radiance shattered the sword, continuing its relentless trajectory towards the seven. Witnessing this alarming spectacle, the 6 elders of Danyang hastily summoned their supreme manifestations, their expressions wrought with fear. The Ghost Emperor, too, bore a grave expression as he clenched his palm, revealing a grayish-white bone mirror that materialized in his grasp. This bone mirror, with its smooth surface, was inscribed with ancient runes along its edges, exuding an astonishing wave of spiritual energy. As this ancient mirror appeared, Jiang Yun perceived its emergence, casting a cold gaze upon the Ghost Emperor wielding it, his thoughts reflecting on the unfortunate waste of such a celestial and unparalleled treasure in his possession. The emanating aura of this bone mirror was formidable, even among the rarest of celestial artifacts, and most powerful beings in the vast world struggled to acquire divine objects commensurate with their cultivation levels. With many heavenly sovereigns unable to obtain such extraordinary treasures, let alone celestial ones. Remarkably, the Ghost Emperor had only recently ascended to the celestial tier, ranking among the weaker echelon, yet he had managed to acquire such a precious celestial artifact, which was indeed unexpected. It was precisely because of this unparalleled celestial object that the Ghost Emperor, upon discovering Jiang Yun's connection to the mandala, resolved to make one final stand. With the bone mirror manifesting, a sinister expression crossed the Ghost Emperor's face. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, and the bone mirror transformed into a brilliant white light ascending into the sky, swelling in size until it became an enormous mirror, hovering majestically above. Everyone, join forces against him. The Ghost Emperor commanded the 6 heavenly sovereigns, who understood that this bone mirror represented their last glimmer of hope. They nodded fiercely, swiftly taking to the skies to form seals, unleashing 7 awe-inspiring pillars of light that shot toward the colossal bone mirror. As the 7 pillars, imbued with boundless spiritual energy, surged into the mirror, ripples danced across its surface, compressing an indescribable wave of power. The surrounding space began to exhibit signs of collapse, unable to withstand the intensity of the spiritual energy. Though the paths of cultivation among the 7 varied greatly, leading to potential conflicts and depletion of their energies, this extraordinary bone mirror possessed the remarkable ability to unify and compress the spiritual energies of the 5 Ghost Emperor's allies, showcasing its formidable prowess. At this moment, the formidable power emanating from the bone mirror commanded the utmost attention, even from the pinnacle of celestial beings. In the northern domain, the numerous powerful onlookers wore expressions of gravity, fully aware that this move was clearly a trump card from an esteemed powerhouse of the Tianluo continent. Following the reveal of such a card, the moment of reckoning for today's battle was nigh. With a thunderous roar, boundless spiritual energy coalesced above the bone mirror, ultimately transforming into a tempest of spiritual thunder, perpetually flickering and booming, radiating waves of destruction. The Ghost Emperor stood beneath the bone mirror, feeling an overwhelming spiritual force that even sent chills down his spine. A cold intensity etched deeper into his visage as he cast a distant gaze at Jiang Yun, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he waved his hand lightly. "Jiang Yun, let us see how you fare against the might of this ancient harmonizing mirror. Today, you shall learn the lesson that countless ants can indeed bring down an elephant." No sooner had his words faded than the bone mirror trembled violently. Its reflective surface glowed ominously, as if piercing through space itself, locking onto Jiang Yun from afar. In the next instant, the brilliant spiritual light atop the bone mirror shrank dramatically, the once thousands of feet tall beam condensing into a mere silver ray, no larger than a palm. Though the volume of this beam had been compressed to an infinitesimal size, the moment it shot forth, the very fabric of the heavens and earth seemed to tear asunder. As the beam passed, all that it touched appeared to succumb to obliteration, emanating waves of darkness akin to a terrifying black hole. Countless ants bring down an elephant? Jiang Yun scoffed with a cold mirth, his gaze remaining unperturbed. In the next moment, he enveloped his hand in white flames, unleashing a torrent of unending spiritual light. It seemed as though a realm of darkness, reminiscent of a black hole, formed within his palm, colliding with the silver light. Anticipated explosions did not ensue. Instead, the silver beam, once capable of rending space, obediently hovered within Jiang Yun's grasp, flitting about like a headless fly. A discerning expert in spatial manipulation would have recognized that Jiang Yun had banished the silver beam to another dimension. This is impossible. The Ghost Emperor, master of the bone mirror, erupted in disbelief. The attack he had regarded as his trump card had been effortlessly nullified by Jiang Yun, causing no harm whatsoever. A chilling dread crept up from the depths of his being, shared by the likes of the Dan Yang ancestor and others behind him. Retreat. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yun flashed a mysterious smile at the 7 individuals, flicking his fingers. The silver beam, gathered in his palm, ricocheted instantaneously, deftly evading the incoming beam with perfect arc. Howling past the mirror and hurtling towards the Ghost Emperor and his cohort, who were channeling their spiritual energy. Not good, flee. Despite being celestial beings, the Ghost Emperor and his companions reacted swiftly, retreating with urgency. Yet, just as they turned, the silver light erupted in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The silvery light resembled a blazing sun, instantaneously unleashing boundless radiance and warmth. Amidst the eruption of luminescence, deep, thundering sounds echoed across the heavens, accompanied by the tremors of the earth. As the brilliance gradually faded, the crowd hurriedly approached, only to discover, deep within the earth, beside the esteemed purple thunder sovereign, 7 profound pits had emerged. The 7 colossal figures within these pits bore severe wounds, their appearances lamentably tragic. The once formidable heavenly sovereign had been effortlessly vanquished by Jiang Yun in the blink of an eye, prompting a newfound recognition of the formidable demon slayer king among the onlookers. The 7, aided by the unparalleled divine artifact, the harmonizing mirror, gathered their spiritual energies to launch a considerable attack, rivaling the pinnacle of celestial craftsmanship. However, to Jiang Yun, this strike was still feeble. He effortlessly received it and even rebounded it back. Furthermore, the attack emanating from the bone mirror was one that could only be unleashed, not retracted. Consequently, after the explosion of their peak celestial attacks, they found themselves utterly powerless in resistance, falling before Jiang Yun without a trace of defiance. This divine artifact was indeed commendable, serving well as a foundation for the heavenly palace. In the skies above, Jiang Yun reached out to summon the harmonizing bone mirror that had descended from the heavens. After a careful examination, he stored it away. The master exuded majesty. The alliance leader was invincible. Witnessing Jiang Yun's triumph, the Xianlong army and the Northern Realm Alliance erupted in endless cheers, their gazes fervently fixed upon Jiang Yun. In this moment, they clearly comprehended the terrifying existence they had chosen to follow. Mandala's eyes also sparkled with excitement. She had never imagined that the ancient heavenly palace would re-emerge so close at hand. Chapter 290. The Heavenly Palace, the Heavenly Emperor. After storing the artifact, Jiang Yun walked forward slowly. The 8 heavenly sovereigns within the profound pits were now too weak to rise. As they heard Jiang Yun's approaching footsteps and the shouts from around them, their hearts were laden with trepidation. Upon seeing Jiang Yun's figure appear above the pits, the Ghost Emperor's complexion turned pale, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. The Demon Slayer King is indeed extraordinary. Today, you have triumphed. From this day forth, I shall no longer interfere with the Tianluo continent. Indeed, from now on, we shall withdraw from the Tianluo continent, murmured Dan Yang's ancestor and the others, their heads bowed, daring not to meet Jiang Yun's gaze. After hearing the Ghost Emperor's words, they too expressed their intention to quickly retreat from the Tianluo continent. Huh? Do you truly believe that matters will be so easily resolved, given you are all several centuries old? Jiang Yun's gaze was gentle as he regarded them, yet his tone was chillingly frosty. The earlier demand for your withdrawal from the Tianluo continent was a precondition before the battle. Now that you have been defeated, you are all my captives. What right do you have to negotiate terms with me? Jiang Yun's icy words caused their faces to darken abruptly. and they soon heard his voice continue to resonate. If I were to allow you to depart unscathed, would it not embolden every insignificant creature to provoke me in the future? The White Tiger King gritted his teeth and retorted, do not overstep your bounds. Though you have triumphed, we are not to be easily bullied. If you push us too far, you shall not fare well either. You truly possess audacity. You have long since self-destructed and would not be clinging to life in this manner. Jiang Yun cast a disdainful glance at a few individuals, finding little merit in the so-called heaven sovereigns of the vast world. Their demeanor revealed why formidable beings of similar caliber in the great thousand world could not contend against the malevolent entities from beyond. Jiang Yun's words rendered the once pallid faces of the group flushed with indignation. The elder Danyang, feigning bravado, retorted, we are the heaven sovereigns of the great thousand, bound by the covenant of the great thousand palace, which forbids unwarranted conflict and killing among heaven sovereigns. We have contributed to the Tianluo continent. Even if you are the demon slayer of the great thousand palace, should you slay us, you would have much to answer for. At what point did I declare my intent to kill you? Though somewhat inept, you still possess the prowess of a heaven sovereign. With the reopening of my heavenly palace, I am in dire need of strong allies, and the powers backing you would perfectly fill the void. Jiang Yun observed the group with a semblance of a smile, a glimmer of otherworldly intrigue dancing in his eyes. Upon realizing something, their expressions shifted dramatically. You intend to enslave us. In the next moment, they beheld Jiang Yun extend a leisurely finger, and an intense heat surged within them, an uncanny force rushing towards their spiritual seas. A sense of dread gripped them. They instinctively understood that should their spiritual seas be breached, they might cease to be their former selves. However, in their current state of grievous injury, they were in no condition to resist the encroachment of the undying sacred flame. Within mere breaths, their gazes transitioned from struggle and reluctance to bewilderment, ultimately igniting with fervor as they gazed upon Jiang Yun, their once trembling bodies gradually calming. Shortly thereafter, the eight emerged from the pit, their expressions fervent as they reverently proclaimed, we pay homage to our master. With a nod of satisfaction, Jiang Yun acknowledged the acquisition of 8 heaven sovereign warriors, deeming his calculations worthwhile. As for any potential repercussions, he remained unfazed. He could now refine them from the depths of their souls, and a mere examination of their spiritual seas would reveal no discrepancies. Furthermore, living heaven sovereigns are far more valuable than their deceased counterparts. I seek to re-establish the ancient heavenly palace. From this day forth, address me as Emperor of Heaven, Jiang Yun softly declared, observing the group, as the immense vitality of the undying sacred flame began to mend their injuries. Yes, Your Majesty. The 8 acquiesced readily, their fervor for Jiang Yun unwavering. After concluding matters with them, Jiang Yun leapt from the pit, hovering in midair while the 8 heaven sovereigns stood reverently behind him. Jiang Yun lowered his gaze, his black and tranquil eyes sweeping over the elite forces. From this day forward, the ancient heavenly palace shall once again descend, reclaiming dominion over the Tianluo continent. All factions must bow before the heavenly palace. Those unwilling may depart from Tianluo. His words echoed through the heavens and the earth, though delivered in a calm tone. They carried an undeniable aura of supremacy and dominion. In the northern domain, the words of Jiang Yun stirred considerable unrest among the various top-tier powers, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Once exalted and unchallenged within the Tianluo continent, they now found themselves overshadowed by a higher authority. Yet, none dared to voice dissent. The sight of the previously arrogant 8 celestial sovereigns now standing respectfully behind Jiang Yun, their faces adorned with admiration, rendered any notion of defiance obsolete. Having witnessed their former leader yield, what further hesitations could they harbor? It was merely a change of leadership. We pay homage to the celestial emperor. After a brief silence, led by the 8 celestial sovereigns, the multitude of elite warriors and factions within the northern domain bowed and clasped their fists in respect, their voices resonating across the continent. Mandala, Jianglong, and the master of the divine pavilion looked on, their hearts swelling with emotion, faces alight with excitement. Nodding calmly, Jiang Yun ascended into the sky, and as he did, an anticipatory hush fell over the crowd. They sensed his impending actions, which fueled their exhilaration and trepidation. Commence. The spectacle of a saint-level celestial sovereign in action was nothing short of magnificent. Though Jiang Yun had not yet truly reached that pinnacle, his strength was already on par with many saints, making it fitting to regard him as one. Suspended in the air, Jiang Yun swept his hand, causing the fabric of space to warp dramatically. The assembled multitude beheld in awe as the heavens twisted and ultimately tore open a vast chasm, revealing glimpses of mountains and rivers within the newly exposed realm. Boom! As the rift materialized, an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, reminiscent of roaring ocean waves, flooding into the world. Sensing the energy's inclination to escape, Jiang Yun raised his hand to cast a sealing spell. In his vision, the celestial palace was destined to hover in the skies above the Tianluo continent, accumulating spiritual energy amassed over millennia, and it could not be allowed to disperse. The ancient celestial palace's potent spiritual energy stirred the onlookers, their gazes ablaze with fervor as they whispered amongst themselves, unable to contain their excitement. Is that the ancient celestial palace? To cultivate within such a paradise would yield unparalleled results. With this foundation, the revival of the ancient celestial palace's glory is surely just around the corner. No, the current celestial palace may even rival the era of the ancient celestial emperor. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the almost divine Jiang Yun and the 8 celestial sovereigns behind him. Though their numbers did not match the zenith of the ancient celestial palace, once the powers of the celestial sovereigns were absorbed, the palace would undoubtedly reclaim its former splendor in a short time, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, the ancient celestial palace has no supreme beings worthy of mention aside from the ancient celestial emperor. Henceforth, all disciples of the celestial palace shall have the opportunity to enter the palace for cultivation. Those of exceptional talent, favored by the scripture repository, will have access to numerous supreme law bodies and divine abilities. Even the most formidable techniques shall be at their discretion. At this moment, Jiang Yun's clear voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing his words, numerous factions gazed at him with ecstatic expressions. Their hearts stirred with desire. Such grand techniques would captivate not only ordinary mortals, but even the Earth Supremes would find themselves enraptured. Subsequently, with a grand sweep of his hand, a streak of luminous energy surged forth from the ancient celestial palace, ultimately descending upon a mountain peak and transforming into a colossal stone gate. This is the Dragon Gate. Henceforth, anyone wishing to join my celestial palace must first pass through this gate's trial to become a disciple. As the people beheld the towering celestial palace suspended high above the Tianluo continent, cascading down millions of radiant waterfalls, they felt the essence of the sun and moon from beyond illuminating their beings. Standing amidst the chaos, it seemed to suppress the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, as if to stabilize the vast universe. The ancient celestial palace, the undisputed sovereign of the Tianluo continent through the ages, traverses the river of time, reversing the flow of years. Countless individuals felt their hearts surge with excitement, yearning to join and glimpse a higher vista. After completing the preliminary arrangements, Jiang Yun entrusted the affairs of the celestial palace to Mandala for the time being. As for Mandala's expression of distress, Jiang Yun chose to ignore it, for his capable managerial talent still resided in the Dou Qi Continent. However, it was indeed time to summon them. As the crowd dispersed, news of these events rapidly spread across the Tianluo continent and even to distant lands. With the unification of the Tianluo continent and Jiang Yun's re-establishment of the ancient celestial palace, subduing 8 supreme beings in a single battle, this series of events ignited a tremendous wave throughout the vast world. People were still reveling in Jiang Yun's magnificent defense against external foes at the Qiyin Shrine in the northern border when he created such a significant stir in the Tianluo continent. In the eyes of the masses, the celestial palace, now endowed with numerous supreme beings and the unified Tianluo continent, had already become a top-tier superpower. Even without a single saint-level supreme being among them, it was widely acknowledged that Jiang Yun possessed combat prowess equivalent to that of a saint, thus birthing another top-tier force in the vast world. However, as news continued to circulate, a small question arose within the minds of the people. How could Jiang Yun, clearly seen stationed at the northern border of the Qiyin continent, suddenly appear in the Tianluo continent? Oh, the Demon King acquired the ancient celestial emperor's legacy and achieved the unity of the 3 pure ones. The figure in the Qiyin Shrine must have been but a projection. As realization dawned upon them, they understood that Jiang Yun monopolized 2 supercontinents, commanding 2 top-tier forces, and already boasted more than a handful of supreme beings under his command, truly formidable. In just a few short years, Jiang Yun had forged a faction capable of rivaling the 5 ancient clans. The vast world, Maha continent, Maha realm. Deep within the vast expanse of the Maha realm, amidst the unending rugged mountain ranges, a colossal pillar of spiritual energy soared into the heavens. A tempest of black and white spiritual forces raged, and at the heart of this maelstrom, a figure sat firmly, as steadfast as a rock. Will my elder brother succeed in this breakthrough? Maha Yu pondered aloud, gazing at the towering vortex of spiritual energy from the mountain's periphery. At the center of the storm was Maha Tian, the current patriarch of the Maha ancient clan, who had now received the clan's most vital inheritance, striving to transcend to the pinnacle of the vast world, the saint-grade heavenly sovereign. Rest assured, Tian's compatibility with the inheritance is exceedingly high. He is bound to succeed in this endeavor. When that moment arrives, it will also be time for him to assume the role of clan leader, remarked an elderly man beside Maha-Yu, the clan's Grand Elder and another Saint-grade heavenly sovereign of the Maha-Ancient clan. Subsequently, the Grand Elder withdrew his gaze from Maha-Tian and turned to Maha-Yu, who was filled with anticipation. Tian is on the verge of success. You two must diligently cultivate your immortal golden body. When the eternal conference commences and you inherit the eternal immortal body, the two of you shall join forces, and our clan will truly reach its zenith. When the union between Tian and the floating ancient clan is facilitated, no rival will remain against the Maha-Ancient clan in the vast world. We shall ascend to greatness. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's ambitious vision for the future, Maha-Yu instinctively nodded, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he declared, "My elder brother will undoubtedly succeed, and I too shall prevail." Although he had suffered a total defeat in the competition for the Patriarch's position, losing the opportunity for his own ascension to the Saint Grade, he possessed his own fortuitous path. In the future, upon inheriting the eternal immortal body, he might yet become a second immortal emperor. By the way, I have heard that a powerful ascendant from the lower realms has recently caused quite a stir in the vast world. Noticing the fighting spirit in Maha-Yu's eyes, the Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction. Within the Maha-Ancient clan, ambition was welcomed. What was feared was complacency. Fortunately, the two pillars of their clan's future were both ambitious individuals. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's inquiry, Maha-Yu's expression suddenly shifted, darkening as he realized whom the Grand Elder referred to. The memory of his previous defeat was still vivid. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yun had achieved so much during this time, now monopolizing 2 supercontinents with an astonishing rise that left little room for reaction. Taking a deep breath, Maha-Yu recounted the grievances and enmities with Jiang Yun, as well as the latter's recent exploits in the vast world. After listening to Maha-Yu's account, the Grand Elder could not help but let out a cold laugh, saying, "What an arrogant young man. Daring to occupy 2 supercontinents before even ascending to the Saint Grade. Does he not fear being overwhelmed by his own ambitions? I recall that our clan has also made arrangements in the Tianluo continent, correct? Indeed, not only does my clan share ties with the forces of the Tianluo continent, but the 5 ancient clans are, to varying extents, interconnected with them as well." Mo-Yu nodded slowly and spoke, yet a look of confusion appeared upon his countenance. It was curious, however, that the Ghost Emperor, who had ties with our clan, had not responded to us since his defeat at the hands of Jiang Yun, and had nearly drawn his blade against those we sent. How perplexing. They are but a bunch of opportunists, swaying to whichever side holds power. The Grand Elder remarked disdainfully, shaking his head. Once Tian breaks through to the saint rank, he will need a stepping stone. Since Jiang Yun bears a grudge against our clan, and his reputation is so grand, let us choose him. It will serve to demonstrate to the people of Dakian that the prodigy of the Mo-Ancient clan is indeed the strongest. The Grand Elder spoke with an air of arrogance, gazing towards the secluded chamber of Mo-Tian. "Understood, I shall heed the Grand Elder's command," Mo-Yu replied, his heart filled with unease as he envisioned that invincible figure. Nevertheless, he considered that with Mo-Tian on the brink of advancing to the saint rank, alongside the formidable Mo-Wuliang and a multitude of strategies, defeating a mere immortal rank Jiang Yun seemed highly probable. Even though Jiang Yun's recent achievements were formidable, having slain the celestial demon emperor, he believed that his elder brother, Mo-Tian, could likewise attain such feats upon his ascension to the saint rank. Thus, the advantage lay with us. Boom, as the two conversed, an abrupt thunderous sound erupted, akin to the shattering of a barrier, as a tempest of black and white spiritual energy surged through the clouds, unleashing a terrifying spectacle across the heavens. In that instant, feeling the overwhelming pressure, Mo-Yu nearly fell to his knees. Whoosh, the dreadful aura appeared swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, accompanied by a faint whistling wind. A shadow of black and white emerged before Mo-Yu and the Grand Elder, as the figure seated within this luminous apparition slowly opened his eyes. Those were eyes that seemed to have witnessed the passage of countless eons, etched with the weight of worldly experience, and his presence flowed like a river, deep and eternal. Is this the might of a saint-tier heavenly sovereign? Truly terrifying. At the moment Mo-Yu met those eyes, he instinctively lowered his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He felt that with just a glance, Mo-Tian could reduce him to ashes. Congratulations, elder brother, on breaking through to the saint rank. Regaining his composure, Mo-Yu quickly expressed his joy, bowing respectfully, while the Grand Elder, also a saint-tier heavenly sovereign, gazed at Mo-Tian with evident satisfaction, his smile causing his wrinkles to deepen. Observing this, Mo-Tian raised his hand to support Mo-Yu from afar and said slowly, "There is no need for such formalities. Tell me, how long have I been in seclusion, And what is the current state of affairs in Dakian? What movements has Jiang Yun made? Elder brother, it has been quite a tumultuous time in the Dakian world, and during this period, Jiang Yun has stirred the winds and clouds. Mo Hu nodded, his expression serious as he began to report to Mo Tian in detail. As I listened to Mo Hu recount the recent significant events in the vast world, I reflected on how, since the ancient battle of the Sacred Abyss, occurrences that have shaken the realm have often involved Jiang Yun. He extended aid across thousands of miles to the Northern Territory, repelled the demonic calamity, and single-handedly infiltrated the demon domain, slaying the celestial demon emperor and departing unscathed. He unified the Crimson Flame continent, established the Crimson Flame Sanctuary as a bastion in the north, unified the Tianlu continent, and restored the ancient heavenly palace. Each of these feats, remarkable in its own right, is astonishingly attributed to Jiang Yun alone. Listening to the tales of his exploits, Mo Tian furrowed his brow deeply, contemplating before declaring, I never imagined Jiang Yun could accomplish so much. Slaying the celestial demon emperor is an achievement not seen for millennia. Brother, why elevate another's prestige? You have already surpassed the sacred rank, and with the boundless might of Mo, alongside various divine abilities, I believe you could achieve similar feats, Mo Hu retorted, somewhat displeased by Mo Tian's praise for Jiang Yun. In response, Mo Tian nodded in agreement, refraining from contradiction. While acknowledging Jiang Yun's exceptional capabilities, he remained confident in his own strength, believing that if Jiang Yun could accomplish such feats, he too could succeed. Brother, what virtue does Jiang Yun possess to monopolize 2 supercontinents? Moreover, he disregards our clan's reputation on the Tianlu continent, having eradicated all our covert influences there, Mo Hu remarked, recalling the elder's earlier suggestion as he gazed at Mo Tian. Haha, Tianer, Mo Hu is correct. The prestige of our Mo ancient clan is not easily diminished. Now that you have broken through to the sacred rank, it is time to proclaim our clan's strength to the world. Jiang Yun is indeed a worthy candidate. The elder chimed in at that moment. Indeed, Jiang Yun's methods are excessively domineering. Even though he is the demon slayer of the Great Thousand Palace, he remains merely a celestial sovereign. What merit does he possess to monopolize 2 supercontinents? Mo Hu, send a message to the forces involved in the Tianlu continent, stating that I, Mo Tian, seek an explanation from Jiang Yun and invite all to join me. Inspired by their dialogue, Mo Tian felt a surge of boldness and declared with pride, of course, confidence aside, Jiang Yun currently commands over a dozen celestial sovereigns. If our Mo ancient clan intervenes, even if victorious, it would come at a great cost. However, if we unite with other factions eyeing the Tianlu continent, it would be far more advantageous. In a strategic alliance, Mo Tian was not merely a reckless brute. The floating pagoda continent, one of the supercontinents within the Great Thousand World, should have been teeming with numerous powers. Yet, on this vast expanse, there exists but a single force, the floating pagoda ancient clan, naming the continent after themselves. It is evident that the floating pagoda ancient clan regards this boundless territory as their own, and such audacity has not drawn any discontent. As they belong to the ancient lineage of the Buddhist sect, one of the most venerable superpowers in the vast world, their strength is unquestionable. Moreover, this is not an isolated incident. All 5 ancient clans share this attribute. In the heart of the Buddhist continent stands a magnificent city, known as the City of Buddhism, which serves as the very epicenter of this realm. As the central city of the Buddhist continent, the City of Buddhism has never lacked in popularity. However, in recent times, its fame has reached an unprecedented peak over the past decade. This surge in prominence coincides with the decennial martial assembly of the ancient Buddhist clan, drawing various superpowers to converge upon the City of Buddhism. Above the city, a colossal portal of space shimmers with light, leading to the Buddhist realm, which is also the abode of the ancient clans. At this moment, within the Elder Council of the Buddhist clan, 19 esteemed elders have gathered, seemingly embroiled in a heated debate. That Jiang Yun is truly insufferable, having seized our clan's heritage and refusing to return it. Such behavior, even if he is the demon king of the Grand Palace, is utterly unacceptable. What face will our clan have in the future? Exclaimed an elder with hair of both black and white, his powerful aura emanating an overwhelming pressure, indicative of his formidable status as a celestial supreme. Indeed, he is but a fortunate ascendant from a lesser realm. By what right does he dare to lay claim to 2 supercontinents and audaciously demand the return of our heritage, insisting that the Grand Elder personally engage in negotiations? It is utterly preposterous, retorted another elder, whose white hair and fierce demeanor exuded a commanding presence. Our arrangements on the Tian Luo continent have been completely dismantled by him. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. I have heard that Mo He Tian of the Mo He clan has emerged from seclusion, having broken through to the sacred rank. and is intent on an alliance with Qin Yanjing to unite various forces against Jiangyun. This presents us with an opportunity. At this juncture, Elder Xianguang, the leader of the Xian lineage, opened his eyes and surveyed the room casually. Upon hearing Xianguang's words, the leader of the Mo lineage also quietly opened his eyes, and an eerie silence enveloped the Elder Council. Qin Yanjing, the most formidable talent of the current generation in the Buddhist clan, possesses not only terrifying cultivation aptitude, having broken through to the Earth Supreme at a tender age, but also an extraordinary talent for formations, coupled with her possession of the most fearsome 8 divine meridians. She stands as the most likely candidate among her generation to ascend to the Celestial Supreme. In the vast world, the primary cultivation system revolves around spiritual power, and a key factor engaging an individual's aptitude for spiritual power is their internal spiritual meridians. The higher the level of one's meridians, the faster their cultivation speed compared to others, and when they eventually break through to the Celestial Supreme, the power unleashed by their meridians becomes even more formidable. In this realm, possessing more than 7 meridians is regarded as having divine meridians, with those who hold such a distinction being exceedingly rare. Most are merely of the 7 divine meridians, while those with 8 divine meridians are even fewer, and the legendary 9 divine meridians are scarcely found. Had the esteemed patriarch of the ancient Futu clan still been alive, none would have dared to harbor ambitions towards Qinjianjing. However, with the patriarch gravely injured and in a state of unconsciousness, the status of the Qing lineage has been challenged, and the Futu clan's prestige has undeniably waned. It is precisely at this juncture that they require the formidable influence of the Mo clan to safeguard their standing. Moreover, the prodigious talents of the Qing lineage should concern neither the Mo nor the Xian lineages. This maneuver not only addresses the decline of the Futu clan, but also undermines the strength of the Qing lineage, thus garnering the full support of the Xian and Mo clans. Consequently, even if the Qing lineage were to voice opposition, they would find themselves silenced by the shifting sentiments of the majority of elders. Should we not inform the Grand Elder of this situation? At that moment, an elder from the Qing lineage hesitantly inquired. The assembly turned their gazes toward the remaining 4 elders of the Qing lineage, finally leading Xuanguang to respond solemnly. The Grand Elder is currently utilizing the Ancestral Tower's power to heal the Patriarch, and there are numerous matters awaiting his attention, including the upcoming martial assembly of the clans. It would be best not to trouble him with trivialities. Let us first reach an agreement with the Mo clan before reporting to him. Indeed. Observing the unanimous agreement from the elders of the Mo and Xian lineages, the 4 elders of the Qing lineage could only sigh in resignation. Within the secluded and tranquil confines of the Futu realm, a strikingly beautiful woman with luminous eyes and pearly teeth stood at the center of a garden. In her delicate hands, she held a jade water pot, from which not ordinary water flowed, but rather a spirit-infused liquid, emanating faint waves of spiritual energy. As it fell amidst the flora, it was swiftly absorbed by the roots of the plants, causing the blossoms above to bloom more vibrantly, releasing an enchanting fragrance. Ethereal butterflies flitted about the flowers, their dazzling colors surrounding the woman in a mesmerizing dance. Everything appeared in perfect harmony with nature. At that moment, another exquisite woman hurried into the courtyard. The woman in the garden, sensing her arrival, turned with a gentle and radiant smile, though a lingering aura of melancholy shadowed her brow. "Sister, you have arrived." The woman in the garden was none other than Qinjianjing, while the newly arrived lady was her sister, Qingxian. Qingxian, observing the gentle and serene Qinjianjing, approached the garden slowly and spoke softly. "The clan will soon host a martial assembly, and numerous forces from the vast world are sending representatives. It has been quite some time since the Futu realm has witnessed such liveliness. Do you not wish to see the exceptional talents of the outside world, dear sister?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of light ignited in Qinjianjing's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished as the sorrow etched upon her features deepened. "How I long to witness the grand events of our Futu clan. Yet, with our father in such a dire state, his health deteriorating, what other thoughts can occupy my mind?" With a sigh, Qinjianjing gracefully turned, her skirt swirling like a beautiful spirit butterfly as she navigated through the blossoms. Upon hearing these words, Qingxian let out a soft sigh, then forced a smile and remarked, "It is not good to remain gloomy all the time. Recently, many prodigies have emerged from the great Qian, and several of them have come to the Buddha realm. For instance, there is an individual from the Western Heaven continent who has obtained the legacy of the ancient War Emperor and has cultivated the War Emperor's divine form. Now known as the War Sovereign of the Western Heaven, he has already attained the pinnacle of earthly sovereignty, subduing various forces of the Western Heaven continent. It is rumored that a heavenly sovereign has predicted that he will undoubtedly have a place among the heavenly sovereigns in the future. Moreover, the green-robed sword saint of the sword domain has single-handedly slain numerous demon emperors, and now there are whispers that he may become the next Demon Slayer King. Then there is the Shura's spear, Yi Qing, from the Shiming Palace, and the Guardian Vajra, Shi Luo, from the Great Spirit Mountain. Listening to Qing Xian's incessant recounting of the talents from various factions, Qing Yanjing suddenly halted her steps, a flicker of intrigue passing through her beautiful eyes. She turned to gaze intently at Qing Xian and said, "They are indeed the outstanding figures of our time, yet I harbor no interest in them. Why mention them so suddenly?" The more Qing Yanjing pondered, the more uneasy she felt. Qing Xian was not one to indulge in gossip. She would never have spoken of such matters in the past. What was different today? Chapter 292, Within the Ancient Buddha Clan. As her unease deepened, Qing Yanjing fixed her gaze on Qing Xian, as if attempting to peer into her sister's heart through her eyes. A hint of panic flashed in Qing Xian's eyes. She was unsure how to broach a certain matter with Qing Yanjing. Mentioning these individuals was merely an attempt to prepare her sister psychologically. At that moment, she inadvertently revealed too much due to her nerves, alerting her sister's suspicion. "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought about how so many prodigies have come to our ancient Buddha clan. I wonder who will emerge victorious?" Qing Xian chuckled, shifting her tone to one of curiosity. "By the way, it seems there is someone who has stirred the great Qian multiple times recently, even within our clan. I have heard whispers of him." It appeared that Qing Xian's words had reminded Qing Yanjing, as she paused her gardening, an unusual glimmer flashing in her calm eyes, and she chuckled softly. "Who is it?" Seeing the unusual gleam in Qing Yanjing's eyes, an ominous premonition gripped Qing Xian's heart. Her sister typically showed indifference towards others, but this time seemed distinctly different. The Demon Slayer King of the Great Qin Palace. Jiang Yun. As Qing Yanjing gently uttered Jiang Yun's name, Qing Xian froze, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she murmured, "It's him." Indeed. Upon hearing Qing Xian's soft murmur, Qing Yanjing nodded with a smile. Someone like Jiang Yun is indeed a top figure of this era. It is said that he has repelled the invasions of the extraterrestrial evil clans multiple times, saving countless lives in the northern region from peril. He has even stood as a barrier in the north, a feat that rivals the ancient emperors throughout the Great Qian. Yes, he is truly a legend. Qing Xian couldn't help but nod in agreement, admiration evident on her face as she sighed in appreciation. The exploits of Jiang Yun, even for disciples of the ancient clan like them, inspired a profound sense of reverence. What has stirred your heart? Alas, the love of freedom is not a luxury we can aspire to. Our kin value only bloodlines. Observing the unique brilliance in Qing Xuan's eyes, Qing Yan couldn't help but chuckle playfully, though a flicker of shadow passed through her gaze. To the multitude of beings, we may appear as unattainable beauties of the ancient clan. Yet in the eyes of such figures, we are likely no different from ordinary women. With a bitter smile, Qing Xian shook her head and spoke softly. "By the way, sister, will Jiang Yun be coming to our clan for the upcoming martial arts assembly?" Nodding non-committally, Qing Yan looked at Qing Xian with curiosity. "No." Qing Xian, observing the anticipation in Qing Yan's eyes, sighed internally and shook her head with a hint of regret. What a pity, to think such a prodigy cannot be encountered. Seeing this, Qing Yan offered a disappointed smile and shook her head in lament. Qing Xian nodded in agreement. She too wished to meet the formidable Demon Slayer King, yet she mused. Wasn't I here to gauge Mo Tian's stance regarding my sister? How did we end up extolling Jiang Yun instead? After a moment of reflection, Qing Xian composed herself and said to Qing Yan, though the Demon Slayer King Jiang Yun is indeed legendary, our 5 ancient clans boast numerous talented youths. For instance, Mo Tian of the Mo clan, who is said to have ascended to the status of a saint and assumed the role of clan leader, a remarkable figure in his own right, not to be overshadowed by Jiang Yun. Qing Yan continued her watering, shaking her head slightly, a glimmer of derision in her eyes as she responded. The Mo clan harbors grand ambitions, and Mo Tian is hardly a simple character. It is said that Jiang Yun once had friction with the Mo clan. Yet upon witnessing Jiang Yun's meteoric rise, they did not seek an explanation. Such a cowardly disposition, one that preys on the weak, is hardly worthy of comparison to the Demon Slayer King. Upon hearing Qing Yan's words, Qing Xian understood immediately. In Qing Yan's eyes, Mo Tian was likely not held in high regard. Realizing Qing Yan's personality, Qing Xian felt a wave of concern wash over her. If this were the case, the elder's hopes might be difficult to realize. At that moment, Qing Yan, who had been observing Qing Xian closely, sensed the worry in her sister's eyes. Coupled with her sister's unusual behavior today, and recalling the brief rumors that had circulated within the clan, a sense of foreboding arose in her heart. She gazed at Qing Xian and inquired, "Sister, your visit today surely involves more than merely discussing the heroes of the world with me?" Recognizing the peculiar tone in Qing Yan's voice, Qing Xian looked up and noticed the expression in her sister's eyes. With a sigh, she replied, "You remain as astute as ever." The elders have informed me that the clan has tentatively agreed to that proposal, to form a marriage alliance with the Mo clan, and the chosen one is you, dear sister. To wed Mo Tian. Qingyan paused her watering, then smiled gently, shaking her head as she softly proclaimed, I do not consent. I shall never submit to Mo Tian. In that instant, despite her usual gentleness, Qingyan displayed a remarkable stubbornness, revealing her distinctive brilliance. Thud, thud, thud. The melodious chime of the bell reverberated throughout the entire realm of the Buddha, and at the moment the sound resonated, countless gusts of wind surged forth from every direction. Beams of light shot skyward, racing toward the depths of the towering mountains. An atmosphere of fervor enveloped the world as the grand event of the Buddha ancient clan. The martial gathering of various sects was about to commence. At this moment, within the Buddha realm, a majestic peak rose dramatically, piercing the clouds like a colossal pillar, exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon this central peak, numerous grand platforms of white jade were meticulously arranged, distinct in their levels and harmoniously placed. A sharp energy subtly emanated from these platforms. Surrounding the main peak were numerous other mountains, each having been designated with seating arrangements. Occasionally, ethereal figures descended from the sky, landing gracefully among the seats. Within mere minutes, the once tranquil mountain range became a cacophony of excitement. The bell's toll echoed between the peaks, prompting all powerful beings to instinctively raise their heads. At the apex of the towering main peak, an explosion of spiritual light burst forth, revealing myriad ethereal figures. Each figure radiated a palpable aura of spiritual pressure, sending a shiver of awe through the hearts of the assembled superpowers. As the largest beam of spiritual light dissipated, 20 figures emerged at the summit of the main peak. Among them, 19 figures stood apart, respectfully positioned behind one solitary figure. This figure was an elderly man with white hair, his appearance frail and his gaze clouded. In stark contrast to the imposing presence of the 19 figures brimming with spiritual might, he exuded no such power, appearing to be an ordinary elder, unremarkable at first glance. Yet, the numerous powerful beings present could not help but focus their gaze upon the old man, their expressions turning solemn with reverence. The words Saintly Supreme echoed in their minds. This elder was none other than the singular Saintly Supreme of the Buddha ancient clan, Buddha Xian. Many gazes shifted to the 19 figures standing behind Buddha Xian, each surrounded by a radiant aura of spiritual light and a terrifying pressure that surged through the atmosphere. These were indeed genuine Saintly Supremes. Witnessing this spectacle, the majority of the superpowers could not suppress their admiration, for in this vast world, the simplest way to assess the foundation of a superpower was to consider the number of Saintly Supremes it possessed. A force with a Saintly Supreme at its helm is deemed a superpower, and the distinction among superpowers often lies in the quantity of their Saintly Supremes. Thus, the Buddha ancient clan, boasting 20 visible Saintly Supremes, naturally drew the attention and intrigue of all. Welcome, great elder. As the venerable white-haired man made his appearance, countless members of the Buddha ancient clan bowed in deference, including even the Saintly Supreme elders of the clan, who wore expressions of awe. As the sole supreme being of the sacred bloodline and the steadfast anchor of the clan, no one in the ancient Buddhist clan can dispute the qualifications and achievements of the venerable Xianchao. At the summit of the main peak, under the gaze of countless onlookers, a hint of a smile graced the aged and solemn visage of Xianchao as he surveyed the surroundings. His voice, imbued with the weight of age, reverberated through the mountains. Today marks a grand occasion for our ancient Buddhist clan, and I sincerely thank all of you for gracing us with your presence. Xuanko's courteous words elicited reciprocation from the leaders of numerous formidable factions, for he is undoubtedly among the most elite of the vast world, standing atop the pinnacle of power. After his polite remarks, he turned to take his seat upon the elevated platform, directing his gaze toward the 19 remarkable figures below. With an air of gravity, he proclaimed, "The martial assembly of the clans begins now. If you wish to retain your positions, you must showcase your abilities. Otherwise, these spots shall be claimed by other diligent practitioners." As his words fell, the 19 distinguished figures responded in unison, and in the next moment, they transformed into beams of light, soaring forth to land upon the jade platforms atop the main peak. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted throughout the realm. The martial assembly of the clans had officially commenced. Although the strength of the ancient Buddhist clan is commendable, it pales in comparison to my Maha clan, murmured Mahayu, casting a disdainful glance over the ancient Buddhist clan strongholds. The patriarch of the ancient Buddhist clan has suffered grievous wounds in battles against external malevolent forces, and indeed, their current strength is significantly diminished. However, as long as the Buddhist tower and Xianchao remain, the ancient Buddhist clan must not be underestimated, replied Mahatian, responding to Mahayu's comment. Among these ancient races, who does not harbor hidden cards that inspire apprehension? The Buddhist tower serves as their greatest support, having previously quelled 3 demon emperors, beings equivalent to supreme beings. The Buddhist tower is akin to the nuclear weapon of the ancient Buddhist clan. As long as it endures, the clan will remain steadfast at the pinnacle of the vast world. Nodding solemnly, Mahayu then scanned the younger generation of the ancient Buddhist clan. Glancing at his elder brother, he remarked, "Brother, it seems that Qinyan Jing is absent. It is indeed peculiar for her not to attend such a grand event of the ancient Buddhist clan." In response, Maha Tian surveyed the gathering of the younger generation of the ancient Buddhist clan, his expression betraying no emotion. He replied coolly, "It matters not. The primary purpose of this gathering is to leverage the martial assembly of the ancient Buddhist clan to unite the difficult-to-gather factions and deliberate on a joint offensive against the Tianluo continent. Qinyan Jing's absence is but a trivial matter. In his view, the prospect of an alliance between the two clans was nearly assured, warranting little of his attention, while the coalition of various powers to assault Tianluo was of paramount importance. After all, no matter how displeasing one might find Jiang Yun, he remains the formidable demon king of the Grand Palace. To accuse a demon king of his crimes is unprecedented in history, and it is only natural that some may feel daunted and hesitant to act. Thus, meticulous planning is essential. Observing the fierce battles in the arena, it appeared as though dragons and tigers were clashing relentlessly. However, the outcomes of these contests typically favored the defenders, with no elder positions being usurped. The primary competitors in the martial gathering were undoubtedly the 3 principal factions of the ancient Buddha clan, which engaged in several life-and-death duels, aiming to incapacitate their opponents, resulting in casualties on all sides. This indicates that internal strife within the ancient Buddha clan is rife, yet has yet to erupt. On one hand, the 3 main factions possess comparable strength, mutually restraining one another. On the other hand, the suppression by Elder Futu Xian plays a significant role. Nonetheless, if this situation persists, the tensions will inevitably escalate, and when they finally explode, the repercussions will affect the entire ancient Buddha clan. With a flash of insight, Mo He Tian deduced the circumstances of the ancient Buddha clan and turned to his companion, Mo He Yu, saying, "Let us depart. There is nothing of interest here. It is time to meet the representatives of the various clans." As Mo He Tian and Mo He Yu rose to leave, they captured the attention of many. After being escorted away by several elders of the ancient Buddha clan, curiosity lingered in the hearts of onlookers, yet none dared to inquire further. In this place, it is said that curiosity killed the cat is not merely a saying. On the Tianluo continent, within the ancient heavenly palace, the river of spiritual energy surged and foamed, releasing an immense and pure spiritual force that coalesced into mist, enveloping the surroundings in a refreshing and ethereal atmosphere. On the stone platforms flanking the river of spiritual energy, numerous young figures sat in silence, absorbing the celestial energy to refine themselves. Further afield, figures dashed about, accompanied by resonant shouts, indicating a place of martial practice. With Jiang Yun's revival of the ancient heavenly palace, many forces from the Tianluo continent were integrated within its domain. After a mere 6 months of diligent coordination, the once silent palace blossomed with vitality. With countless heroes coming forth to join, the heavenly palace radiated a renewed vigor, rivaling even the grandeur of its ancient heyday. In ancient times, the heavenly palace thrived solely due to the illustrious reputation of the ancient heavenly emperor. Under his reign, although the lords of various halls were exceptional talents, they faced the onslaught of foreign evil clans before they could fully mature, lacking a true heavenly sovereign among them. A significant regret. Chapter 293, The True Dragon Emperor Meets Zhu Kuan. Now, with Jiang Yun's reopening of the heavenly palace, he has incorporated 8 superpowers possessing heavenly sovereigns. With 8 formidable heavenly sovereigns and countless earthly sovereigns under his command, the might of the heavenly palace now approaches that of ancient times. Not long ago, Jiang Yun even refined a heavenly sovereign pill, equivalent to the imperial pill of the Dou Qi Continent, capable of assisting individuals in breaking through to the realm of heavenly sovereign. The mandala was on the verge of a breakthrough. During the previous great battle, it had frequently employed the binding divine whip, which activated the heavenly supreme laws within, deepening its comprehension of the heavenly supreme realm. Furthermore, after the venerable Dan Yang pledged allegiance to Jiang Yun, he acquired the remnants of an ancient mandala flower of celestial quality, which was of paramount importance to the mandala. Now, with the elixirs concocted by Jiang Yun, combined with the remnants of this celestial mandala flower, the mandala had entered seclusion to transcend into the heavenly supreme realm. Soon, the celestial palace would welcome its 9th heavenly supreme. In the celestial palace, Jiang Yun sat high above in the heavens, his aura as profound as the ocean. Suddenly, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he slowly opened his radiant eyes, akin to sparkling stars. His murmurs echoed throughout the grand hall. With matters now stable, it was time to summon Xian and the others. However, since his father-in-law ventured into the Beast clan, there had been no news for quite some time. He felt compelled to confirm his whereabouts. Otherwise, he would be unable to face Xian's inquiries. As he contemplated this, just as Jiang Yun was about to make a move, a profound sensation surged from within him, causing him to pause momentarily. He mused aloud, "How unfortunate. My main body has actually broken through, which has inadvertently unshackled my own realm's constraints. I suppose these trivial matters can be left for him to handle." As his words fell, an inexhaustible stream of spiritual energy surged towards Jiang Yun within the celestial palace. His body transformed into an abyss, voraciously absorbing the incoming energy. In the depths of the Qian mountain range, within the fiery space underground, boundless flames converged towards Jiang Yun's location. He sensed subtle advancements in his internal power, drawing him closer to the legendary sacred heavenly supreme. At this moment, it felt as though he could simply extend his hand to shatter the sacred barrier and ascend to the pinnacle of the vast world. The primal force of the annihilation flame exceeded Jiang Yun's expectations. Having refined only a small portion, he had already surpassed the late stage of celestial quality, reaching the peak, and was on the cusp of the sacred realm. Yet, Jiang Yun ultimately restrained himself from succumbing to this tremendous temptation and did not enter seclusion to break through to the sacred heavenly supreme. Firstly, the time agreed upon with Xian and the others was drawing near, and should he achieve the breakthrough, he could not fathom how long it would take. If he missed the timing, Xian and the others might grow anxious for their safety and venture forth on their own, leading to unforeseen circumstances that he would regret for a lifetime. Secondly, while he was indeed powerful, he still lacked the crucial final step in his planned path. His two death avatars had yet to cultivate the supreme law body, creating a disconnect with his main body. Originally, he had envisioned his two avatar supreme law bodies to be the endless radiance body of the ancient stupas and the night god ancient body of the Black Heaven clan, one representing light and the other darkness. In stark contrast, yet mutually dependent, aligning harmoniously with his cyclical path of life and death. However, upon deep reflection, he realized that such cultivation would completely forsake his fundamental strength. He belongs to the evil spirit clan, a fusion of bloodlines from the vast world and the malevolent tribes beyond its borders, capable of cultivating both sinister and spiritual energies. Presently, all three of his supreme incarnations are aligned with the path of spiritual energy. Does this not signify a relinquishment of his inherent advantages? Thus, he aspires to simultaneously cultivate the primordial incarnations of the vast world and the demonic manifestations of the evil tribes beyond, merging the strengths of these two paths in order to further his journey along the Tao. The primordial incarnation of the vast world symbolizes vitality, and he still opts for the endless radiance body, while the incarnation that represents death leads Jiang Yun to contemplate the cultivation of sinister energy. Serendipitously, the counterpart resides in the Northern Territory, constantly engaging with the malevolent tribes from beyond. Once his primary self concludes its affairs, he can conveniently seek an audience with the holy heavenly demon emperor in the demon domain. There is no rush for this matter. He shall first visit the divine beast clan to inquire about his father-in-law's condition. Additionally, he must retrieve Ziyin and the others, and also ask his father-in-law if he wishes to return with them. Shaking his head to dispel chaotic thoughts, Jiang Yun gazed at the now tranquil flames of annihilation and softly murmured, "During this period, he has not been without gains. This fire is a manifestation of the primordial power of the vast world, serving as a barrier of the Northern Territory, its destined role. Thus, for many years, those who sought to refine it have returned empty-handed. However, Jiang Yun is different. Benefiting from his own strength in safeguarding the Northern Territory, he has, to some extent, fulfilled its duty, transforming its initial resistance into a current closeness. Jiang Yun has now grasped the requirements for refining it. Not only must one possess formidable strength to withstand its scorching intensity, but one must also assume its responsibilities, becoming the barrier of the Northern Territory to have a chance at subduing it. You shall remain here for now. I will return to visit you in the future," Jiang Yun stated, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the crimson flames. Buzz, as if comprehending Jiang Yun's words, the crimson flames flickered suddenly, exuding a sense of reluctance. Jiang Yun chuckled softly, beckoning with his hand to retract the array he had set up around them, as it was no longer necessary. After completing these actions, Jiang Yun waved farewell to the flames and vanished from that space. Divine Beast Continent. It stands as the largest and most formidable supercontinent among all the supercontinents in the vast world, and even after the ravages of the Great War 50,000 years ago, The Divine Beast Continent remains the most expansive and powerful. This continent serves as the sanctuary for countless divine beast families, housing colossal beings such as the Dragon and Phoenix clans, undoubtedly making it the mightiest of all continents, far surpassing others like the Dou Qi Continent, Futua Continent, and Mo Continent. The Divine Beast Continent is several times more vast than the Dou Qi Continent, existing as a supercontinent in the eastern part of the vast world. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding the Divine Beast clan, this supercontinent remains aloof, impervious to the interventions of the Grand Palace. In the realm of divine beasts, a significant proportion of the illustrious super-divine beast families reside here. Aside from the colossal entities such as dragons and phoenixes, there exist other divine beast clans that boast super-divine beasts rivaling the pinnacle of the sacred class. The Dragon Clan, renowned for its profound heritage, inhabits the deepest recesses of the Dragon Valley on the Divine Beast Continent. This valley, located in the central western region of the continent, may appear modest in size, yet it is the very heart of the continent's geological core, representing its most exquisite locale. Within the Dragon Valley, the scenery is enchanting, featuring towering cliffs, serene valleys, and cascading waterfalls. As the famed ancestral grounds of the Dragon Clan, it naturally attracts numerous human cultivators who venture here, seeking enlightenment and fortuity, even hoping for the bounteous gifts of the true dragons. The true dragon, the foremost divine beast of the vast world, holds the top position on the divine beast ranking. A single drop of true dragon blood can transform a person entirely. Over time, a magnificent dragon city has risen at the periphery of the valley, serving as the gateway to Dragon Valley and a hub for exchanges among various clans. At the heart of Dragon City stands an immense teleportation spirit array, bustling with countless figures traversing its expanse. Amidst this throng, a young man clad in black robes emerges, gazing at the vibrant and prosperous city before him. With a light chuckle, Jiang Yun remarks, "This truly is a treasure trove." Although the number of visitors may not rival that of the floating pagoda city, the caliber of practitioners here is remarkably high. His spiritual senses sweep over the surrounding cultivators, noting that none fall below the supreme realm. Indeed, as expected on the Divine Beast Continent, one must possess considerable cultivation to even be aware of its existence. Just then, an elderly voice resonates in Jiang Yun's ear. "Young friend, your audacity within the city borders on impoliteness." Responding to the voice, Jiang Yun's eyes glimmer as he smiles enigmatically, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanishes from sight. "Where did that person just go?" one bystander inquires. "Person? What person? You must be imagining things." Another retorts, "Am I hallucinating? There was clearly a young man in black robes just now. What does it matter? This is the territory of the true Dragon Clan. Who would dare cause a ruckus here? Come, come. I hear the Phoenix clan has come to pay a visit. Perhaps there will be some excitement to witness." As the chatter intensifies, those who had expressed doubt earlier no longer linger on the matter, instead making their way toward the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun appears atop a mountain peak outside Dragon City, standing before a middle-aged man clad in a purple-gold robe, who stands with his hands clasped behind his back. The man's rugged visage and golden eyes exude an overwhelming aura of power. The elder's prowess has reached the apex of the sacred class, within the true Dragon Clan. Perhaps only the true Dragon Emperor possesses such strength, Jiang Yun observes calmly, his tone unperturbed. The true Dragon Emperor, the esteemed elder of the true Dragon Clan, has indeed attained the pinnacle of the sacred class. As a supreme divine beast, his lifespan is nearly eternal, akin to that of the immortal sovereign, a relic of the cataclysmic battle from 50 millennia ago, possessing unfathomable power. In the vast expanse of the present world, only the immortal sovereign can stand alongside him. Even among the outer demonic clan, he would be regarded as a superlative powerhouse, ranking among the top 10 of the celestial demon emperor. "Oh, my young friend possesses an impressive perceptive ability. I fear that my meager strength may only be deemed adequate in your eyes." The true Dragon Emperor turned around, his face, usually stern, now adorned with a mischievous smile. If even one of such caliber as a senior is disregarded, then the journey of the younger generation shall end here. Jiang Yun shook his head. Although he was confident in his strength, he understood the importance of respecting the formidable. Every individual who has ascended to this level possesses unique merits, and he would never belittle anyone. Ha ha ha, indeed. It is admirable to possess such strength at a tender age while remaining humble. No wonder you have reached such heights. In you, I see the shadow of the eternal emperor. Perhaps, in the future, you may indeed attain that realm. The true Dragon Emperor chuckled heartily, expressing his admiration. Yet Jiang Yun discerned a flicker of melancholy in his eyes. As one of the mightiest beings in the vast world, he had long since reached the apex of the sacred level and had been ensnared in this realm for countless years. having witnessed loftier vistas. Yet being trapped in this state for an eternity was a sentiment bordering on madness. After his laughter subsided, the countenance of the true Dragon Emperor shifted to one of gravity, as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yun and intoned solemnly, "Our idle chatter has concluded. May I inquire about the intentions of the Demon Slayer King from the Grand Celestial Palace in visiting my True Dragon clan? A formidable warrior of sacred caliber arriving quietly at our doorstep cannot be taken lightly, even with the deep-rooted legacy of the Dragon clan." Had he not detected Jiang Yun's presence with his keen senses, they might have remained unaware of the hidden visitor for an extended period. "My esteemed elder, please do not misunderstand. I hail from a lower realm. Upon my ascension to the Grand Celestial, I was accompanied by my father-in-law, the Dragon Emperor of my realm. After our ascent, we parted ways, and now, having achieved a modest degree of success, I have come specifically to visit my venerable father-in-law." Jiang Yun noted the vigilance in the true Dragon Emperor's eyes and offered a calm smile. Upon hearing this, the expression of the true Dragon Emperor shifted, his demeanor reflecting astonishment as he regarded Jiang Yun. "Is that so? It has come to my attention that in recent years, a fellow clansman from a lower realm has arrived, possessing commendable prowess, and his bloodline is quite respectable. He has already transcended to the heavenly sovereign and is named Dou Qi. Is he your father-in-law? The Grand Celestial world is vast and boundless, with innumerable lower realms. Not every clansman who ascends to the Grand Celestial is known to the true Dragon Emperor, for he does not possess the leisure to monitor every member of the Dragon clan. However, Dou Qi is a notable exception. Upon locating the Dragon clan, he was already an Upper Earth sovereign with considerable bloodline power. He rapidly ascended to the heavenly sovereign rank and assumed the position of an elder within the Dragon clan, which is why he came to the attention of the true Dragon Emperor. Who could have imagined that the other party, surprisingly, hails from the same realm as Jiang Yun and is, in fact, his father-in-law? This revelation is indeed a delightful surprise. Upon seeing Jiang Yun nod, the true Dragon Emperor smacked his lips, feeling the whimsical nature of fate. He immediately sent forth a dragon seal towards the Dragon Valley, simultaneously feeling a significant decrease in his wariness towards Jiang Yun. With a mighty roar, a colossal purple-gold dragon, spanning 10,000 feet, materialized in the void. Its immense dragon eyes gazed upon the unexpectedly appeared Jiang Yun, a glimmer of joy surfacing within them. In the next moment, a flash of purple-gold light revealed the figure of Dou Qi before the two. "Grand Elder." Dou Qi saluted the true Dragon Emperor and turned to Jiang Yun with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Yun. I never expected you to still shine so brilliantly upon arriving in the Great Thousand. Even within the Dragon clan, I often hear of your renown. You truly bring honor to our Dou Qi Continent." Chapter 294, Reunion. "Indeed, my father-in-law has made commendable progress, having broken through to the mid-stage of the spirit grade. That is truly a cause for celebration. Among life's 4 great joys, encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land, seeing Dou Qi safe and thriving, naturally filled Jiang Yun with immense joy. Not as remarkable as you." Dou Qi chuckled, shaking his head. His eyes, filled with pride as he looked at Jiang Yun, conveyed a sense of warmth. "What does it matter if you are stronger? You still have to call me father." The true Dragon Emperor, observing the two reminisce, finally set aside the last remnant of his caution and smiled at them. "Elder Dou Qi, since Jiang Yun is your son-in-law, he is naturally also a son-in-law of our Dragon clan. Please treat him well. I shall not interrupt your familial reunion." With those words, the true Dragon Emperor, under the watchful gaze of Jiang Yun and Dou Qi, suddenly dispersed into a shower of light. "Since you have come to find me, I presume you are well prepared?" After the true Dragon Emperor departed, Dou Qi looked at Jiang Yun earnestly and inquired, "I have heard that you accomplished quite a lot on the Tianluo continent and the Qian continent. Indeed, I have established a foundation in the Great Thousand and can summon Xian and the others. Moreover, we have been in the Great Thousand for 7 years now. They must be quite anxious." Jiang Yun nodded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Yes, it is time to return." Both Jiang Yun and Dou Qi were not ones to procrastinate. Once they reached a decision, they promptly bid farewell to the true Dragon Emperor and set off together towards the Dou Qi Continent. In the minor Western Heaven Realm, Jiang Yun and Dou Qi returned to the site of their initial descent, diligently searching for the spatial nodes. Without the coordinates of the realm, they could only retrace their steps, which was not difficult for those of considerable strength and expertise in spatial matters. In the depths of the outer starry sky, the space-warping wind seemed to rend everything asunder. Even the fabric of space appeared fragmented before them. Amidst such a perilous tempest, a glimmer of spiritual light was continuously moving. At last they found it. Deep within the tempest of space, a flicker of ethereal light glimmered intermittently, revealing an unusual spatial fluctuation. Within the luminous shield, Jiang Yun and Zhu Kuan gazed at this spatial node, emanating a familiar aura, their eyes betraying a flicker of excitement. Steady. Zhu Kuan's inner energy surged, as countless energies from heaven and earth converged, gradually dissipating the chaotic currents of space and stabilizing the environment. Once the spatial storm was quelled, Jiang Yun cautiously extended his hand towards the spatial node. A slender beam of spiritual light emanated from his palm, absorbed by the spatial node, seemingly rendering it even more stable. I shall stabilize the space. You may take care of the journey, dear father-in-law, Jiang Yun said, turning to Zhu Kuan. I understand. Why not let me stabilize the space? Is it not merely an attempt to shirk responsibility? Zhu Kuan retorted impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. Isn't this more convenient? A smile danced in Jiang Yun's eyes as he spoke gently. Humph. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuan's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he transformed into a colossal dragon. Radiating purple light, Jiang Yun slowly seated himself atop the dragon's head, maintaining the stability of the spatial passage, his demeanor cheerful. Let us depart. With a resounding dragon roar, the immense dragon surged forward, transforming into a streak of light that raced towards the terminus of the spatial passage. In the vastness of the myriad worlds, beyond the reach of spiritual energy, lay countless lower realms, each a world unto itself. The Dou Qi Continent was one such realm, an ancient land whose existence far predates many lower realms and smaller continents in the myriad worlds. As they traversed the void, the raging storms and hidden currents were shattered by Zhu Kuan's formidable presence, annihilating all turbulence in their wake. Within this ethereal expanse, the concept of time became nebulous. Nevertheless, they discerned that their return to the Dou Qi Continent had been achieved in less than half the time compared to their initial journey to the myriad worlds. Gazing at the vast, radiant orb before them, enveloped in a hazy glow, Zhu Kuan could scarcely contain his exhilaration, almost letting out a long howl. Yet, reason prevailed. He was no longer the emperor of Dou Qi but a true heavenly sovereign, possessing the power to sink an entire continent. Although the Dou Qi Continent, with its profound heritage, would not suffer catastrophic damage like other realms, it would inevitably incur some harm. Reflecting on the matter now, the Dou Qi Continent seemed rather extraordinary. Once composed, Zhu Kuan scrutinized the Dou Qi Continent, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes as he spoke solemnly. He was no longer a stranger to this world. After becoming the revered elder of the true dragon clan, he had perused the clan's ancient texts, gaining knowledge of countless lower realms. Yet, according to the clan's teachings, few realms could match the caliber of the Dou Qi Continent. In ancient times, the Dou Qi Continent was indeed revered as a sacred battlefield. Although the slumber of the dimensional fetus severed the flow of cosmic spiritual energy, diminishing the cultivation environment drastically, its profound heritage remains intact. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back atop the dragon's head of Zhu Kuan, Jiang Yun gazed at the Dou Qi Continent and chuckled softly. The Dou Qi Continent, once a sacred battleground, could not withstand the trials of the divine without a robust foundation. In the past, the demise of powerful beings in the vast world led to the sealing of the malevolent energy lingering on the Dou Qi Continent, causing the spirit of the dimension to fall into a deep slumber and thus isolating the continent from the cosmic energies. This resulted in a steady decline in the strength of the continent's cultivators. The number of Dou Di increasingly dwindled due to the lack of incoming source energy, leading to a millennium without the emergence of a Dou Di, and even the pinnacle of Dou Sheng and the alchemists of the golden core variety became exceedingly rare. Fortunately, a few years prior, Jiang Yun ascended to Dou Di, reopening the dimensional passage and allowing the influx of cosmic energy, which gradually restored the Dou Qi Continent to its former glory. The land now flourishes with spiritual plants, and the overall cultivation levels of its practitioners are steadily rising. I wonder, after these few years, have Ziyin and Medusa made breakthroughs to Dou Di? Lost in thought, Jiang Yun sensed a faint yet familiar aura of closeness. It was the dimensional fetus. As the master of the dimension, his return was naturally felt by it. Father-in-law, the power of the heavenly supreme is overwhelming. Let us temper our presence, lest the spirit of the dimension forbids our entry. After soothing the dimension's spirit, Jiang Yun turned to Zhu Kuan with a smile, nodding in agreement. Zhu Kuan remained cautious regarding their ancestral home, the sacred ground of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Once they restrained their auras, the spirit of the dimension no longer sensed a threat and welcomed Jiang Yun and Zhu Kuan into the Dou Qi Continent with joy. In the Void Dragon Island, the stronghold of the Taishu ancient dragons, a remarkable transformation took place since Jiang Yun and Zhu Kuan ascended to the throne 7 years ago. The island had become the most formidable location in the entire continent, marked by the ascension of the Dragon Emperor from the Taishu ancient dragon clan. which brought about a terrifying augmentation of power. However, today, two familiar yet unfamiliar figures arrived on the island. In the silence of the void, Jiang Yun and Zhu Qin observed the dragon island below, a glimmer of excitement flashing in their eyes. It appeared that Quming and the others had not been idle. The current strength of the island surpassed even its peak. Though Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming thrill, Zhu Qin maintained a demeanor of calm indifference. However, his trembling form betrayed the inner turmoil. My father-in-law is striving hard for the future of the ancient dragon clan. Naturally, Quming and the others would not allow him to toil alone. Jiang Yun decided to overlook Zhu Qin's moment of pride and spoke with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qin nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the seemingly transcendent Jiang Yun, his brow furrowing. Returning to Dragon Island is akin to returning home. There is no need for pretenses. Do you not miss Ziyan? Of course I do. Upon hearing those words, a softness emerged in Jiang Yun's gaze. He then lifted his head toward the direction of Dragon Island, revealing an unprecedented gentle smile. However, it is still not enough. Suddenly, a familiar and excited delicate voice echoed through the void, and with a burst, a beam of purple light pierced through the emptiness, colliding fiercely with Jiang Yun. The tremendous force sent him flying 1,000 zhang away, transforming him into a streak of flowing light in the void. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Qin felt a twinge of envy. Ziyan had never shown such affection toward him. He shook his head, refraining from intruding upon the long reunited pair. In the distance, Ziyan gazed at Jiang Yun with fervor, her head nuzzling against his chest, as if attempting to leave her scent upon him. Her delicate arms tightly embraced Jiang Yun's formidable waist, seemingly unwilling to part from him ever again. Jiang Yun, too, felt a stirring within, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and tenderly gazing at the girl in his embrace. He was certain that neither he nor Zhu Qin had revealed the slightest trace of their presence, yet Ziyan had astutely sensed his return. Their unspoken understanding required no words. Jiang Yun, I have missed you so much. After a while, Ziyan looked up at him, her gaze filled with longing. I have missed you too. Jiang Yun buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her familiar fragrance, his tone softer than ever before. After some time, he lifted his gaze, observing the distance where the little medical sage stood clad in a dark robe, her smile radiant. After 7 years apart, she had become increasingly gentle and graceful, her warmth enveloping him like a soothing balm, evoking a sense of deep enchantment. I have returned. Embracing Ziyan, Jiang Yun reached out an arm toward the little medical sage. She understood his gesture and gracefully floated into his embrace, her ethereal voice chiming. Welcome home. After a moment of tenderness, Jiang Yun and Zhu Qin formally returned to Dragon Island. From their earlier conversation, Jiang Yun learned that Medusa and Qing Lin were in seclusion at the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, a realm more conducive to their cultivation. He also gathered information about the current cultivation levels of the women. Ziyan, peak of 9-star Dou Saint, Emperor-level soul. Medusa, peak of 9-star Dou Saint, Emperor-level soul. Qing Lin, mid-stage of 9-star Dou Saint, Emperor-level soul. Surprisingly, the most formidable among them was the little medical sage, who had approached the threshold of Dou Emperor, reaching the semi-emperor realm. Had Jiang Yun delayed his return any longer, she would have likely broken through to Dou Emperor. This level of strength was both unexpected and expected, for the little medical sage had gained the recognition of the Bodhi ancient tree, which paved her path to becoming a Dou Emperor with remarkable ease. In the days that followed, Jiang Yun ventured to the 9 Nether Yellow Springs to bring back Medusa and Qing Lin. After their reunion, there was naturally a flurry of affectionate moments. The 4 of them joined forces, nearly overwhelming even Jiang Yun, whose divine skills were on the verge of completion. The formidable powers of the ancient void dragon and the 9-colored sky-devouring python are indeed not to be underestimated. The little medical fairy has successfully refined the Bodhi ancient tree, exuding an unending vitality. Even the weakest among them, the azure scales, is not to be trifled with, as the bloodline of the 9-headed celestial serpent within begins to awaken, proving challenging for any ordinary individual to subdue. 3 months later, on ancient Dragon Island, 4 immense auras surged into the sky, gathering boundless energy from all directions, akin to 4 colossal tornadoes wreaking havoc across the heavens and the earth. The energies of the world were nearly boiling. This terrifying presence spread directly towards the entire central region and beyond, prompting numerous powerful beings to emerge from their secluded cultivation. After a moment of careful perception, countless formidable figures in the realm expressed their sentiments, lamenting, indeed, it is no surprise that 2 Dou Emperors have emerged from this lineage. Now, with the addition of 4 more, I wonder when it will be my turn. The individuals on Dragon Island who had broken through to the Dou Emperor rank were indeed the most promising candidates. Their breakthroughs were entirely reasonable. Yet, why did I feel such envy? Let us not waste any more words. With a new emperor born, we must naturally go to offer our congratulations. Perhaps we may gain some insights. Thus, many from various corners of the continent began to traverse the void, eager to witness the birth of the new emperor. Meanwhile, within Dragon Island, numerous powerful beings from the ancient Dragon Clan and the Beast Clan gathered around Jiang Yun and Zhu Kuan, their gazes fixed upon the four spiraling tornadoes in the depths of the void. The source of these energy storms was none other than Ziyin, Medusa, the little medical fairy, and Azure Scales. Each of them, possessing extraordinary talents, stood at the pinnacle of the nine-star Dou Saint realm. Upon Jiang Yun's return, a wealth of resources had been bestowed upon them, enabling these four to smoothly commence their breakthroughs to the Dou Emperor realm. As time progressed, the four were on the brink of their ascension to the Dou Emperor rank. At this moment, a new phenomenon appeared in the sky. A colossal purple-gold dragon, a massive nine-colored sky-devouring python, and a nine-headed serpent emerged, accompanied by a towering green ancient tree resembling a pillar reaching for the heavens. Their appearances unleashed earth-shattering roars amidst the swirling storms, as a wild energy radiated from their forms. All three were ancient ferocious beasts, embodying the most archaic bloodlines of the Dou Qi Continent, while the potential of the Bodhi ancient tree is beyond measure. The roars reverberated through the world, and the terrifying energy fluctuations ravaged the surroundings, its overwhelming presence gradually surpassing the limits of the half-emperor realm, approaching another extraordinary level. Once the essence of the emperor coalesces, they shall attain a new realm of Dou Emperor. Chapter 295, The Plain Channel. 5 days later, a majestic imperial aura spread far and wide. In the sky, an ancient void dragon spiraled upward, its body stretching an impressive length of several thousand zhong, its sinuous purple-gold form radiating an unfathomable power. As its scales opened and closed, ripples surged through the void, as if existing in another realm altogether. Any attack intending to strike the dragon-esque corporeal form would have to penetrate through layers of ripples and into a different spatial domain. Behind the Taishu ancient dragon lies a pair of majestic wings, reaching nearly 100,000 zhong in breadth. As these wings flutter gently, they emit a dazzling sharpness that exudes an aura of extreme ferocity. This dragon phoenix form, while somewhat fearsome and grim, nevertheless reveals a profound beauty in its violent grace. Following closely, a colossal nine-colored pillar of light ascends skyward, at its center materializing a gigantic nine-colored sky-devouring python. Its vast form radiates an air of desolation, instilling an immediate sense of the terrifying power it possesses. At this moment, the aura emanating from the nine-colored python is no less formidable than that of the supreme dragon phoenix nearby. Boom! Before the crowd could fully comprehend the spectacle, an ancient celestial serpent loomed across the sky, exuding a fierce and violent malevolence as it claimed a space amidst the heavens already dominated by the nine-colored python and the supreme dragon phoenix. The sky above the ancient serpent was bathed in a blood-red hue. Its massive serpentine body bore 9 heads, each adorned with exceptionally sharp ivory fangs, presenting a truly terrifying sight. Yet, most bizarrely, within the 9 pairs of serpentine eyes, 3 verdant flowers formed an eerie pattern. As this pattern swirled, it seemed capable of ensnaring even the soul, evoking an unsettling chill. As the spectators marveled at the 3 ancient beasts, Jiang Yun's gaze drifted to another side, where a petite figure in white, the little medical fairy, stood poised, her back against a towering Bodhi tree that rustled softly. Although her aura could not compare to that of Ziyin and her companions, the power contained within all 4 of them was undeniably equal, each having reached the realm of the Dou Emperor or quasi-celestial sovereign. The presence of the 3 formidable ancient beasts left the crowd momentarily dazed. Yet Jiang Yun and Zhu Kuan discerned that despite the apparent differences in their auras, the pressure radiating from the supreme dragon phoenix was the most potent. What rank do you think Ziyin's bloodline power holds among the true dragon clan? Jiang Yun inquired softly, glancing at Ziyin and addressing Zhu Kuan. Having encountered the true dragon emperor before, he had yet to engage in battle with such a powerful being. These extraordinary individuals had long transcended the mundane, and without direct confrontation, Jiang Yun found it challenging to gauge their true capabilities. Zhu Kuan, upon hearing the question, regarded Ziyin with a serious expression. After a brief pause, he gravely responded, "Although Ziyin has acquired the essence fruit of the dragon phoenix and has become a postnatal supreme dragon phoenix, the Taishu ancient dragon, while the most formidable beast in the Dou Qi Continent, cannot be deemed weak in the vast universe, yet it still pales in comparison to the genuinely top-tier true dragon bloodlines. I surmise the same applies to the ancient heavenly phoenix. Presently, although Ziyin is the sole dragon phoenix in the vast cosmos, I believe she still does not rival the elite bloodlines of the true dragon clan. I cannot ascertain the strength of the true dragon emperor's bloodline, But the bloodline pressure exerted by the current leader of the True Dragon Clan surpasses that of Xian. The True Dragon Emperor, revered as the elder of the Dragon Clan, is an antique who has lived through the cataclysmic battles of 50 millennia ago. He is not the current leader of the dragon lineage. That title now belongs to a formidable true dragon of the early sacred rank. Upon receiving the answer, Jiang Yun remained undeterred, nodding with a light chuckle. It appears that Ziyuan's bloodline power ranks among the elite within the True Dragon Clan, suggesting, according to certain interpretations, that she possesses the potential of a sacred being. However, Jiang Yun, merely being sacred is far from sufficient. Zhu Tuan's expression was grave, his tone imbued with an unspoken weight. At this, Jiang Yun's gaze flickered, a trace of coldness passing through his eyes. He was well aware of what the Supreme Dragon Phoenix represented, not only in the realm of combat, but also in the broader expanse of the Great Thousand World, where legends of dragon phoenixes have persisted for eons. Yet, for millennia, the existence of a dragon phoenix in the Great Thousand World has remained a subject of speculation, though the myth continues to be recounted. The True Dragon and True Phoenix stand among the top 3 divine beasts in the Great Thousand World, epitomizing the pinnacle of power. The fusion of their bloodlines into a dragon phoenix is undoubtedly a terrifying force, capable of stirring profound reverberations within the divine beast clans of the Great Thousand. Should Ziyuan's identity as a dragon phoenix be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a tumultuous wave of interest among the myriad sacred beasts trapped at the peak of the sacred rank, who would be compelled to uncover the mysteries of the dragon phoenix. If Ziyuan lacks overwhelming strength, countless unseen entities would pursue her relentlessly until she fully matures. Most concerning is the notion that within the divine beast clans, bloodlines reign supreme. It remains uncertain whether Ziyuan's dragon phoenix power could indeed rival the true dragon emperor. Zhu Tuan worried that if Ziyuan did not ascend to that height, she would be ensnared in a perpetual state of awkwardness throughout her life. Fear not, for I am here. The reassuring voice of Jiang Yun calmed Zhu Tuan's previously anxious heart. Indeed, there was Jiang Yun, his son-in-law, a formidable character. In just 7 years, he had traversed from the west to the north, then from the north to Tianluo, igniting sparks of brilliance along the way. Not only had he ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial realm in that short time, but he had also vanquished more than 10 demon emperors. Furthermore, the celestial beings he had defeated, including those from the Mo ancient clan, were of no concern to him, guaranteeing his ability to protect Ziyuan. At that moment, in the distant sky, the breakthroughs of the 4 individuals approached their culmination. Amidst the radiance, their beastly forms gradually diminished until they transformed into several human silhouettes, their aura now more concentrated, exuding an air of authority that seemed to transcend the very heavens and earth. As the light dissipated, under the watchful gaze of countless awed spectators, 2 stunningly beautiful figures emerged, Ziyuan, Medusa, Qinglin, and the little medical sage. In a mere flicker, the 4 maidens vanished before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Witnessing this, Jiang Yun turned his gaze towards the distant void, where several old friends stood, their expressions still lingering in shock at the sight of the 4 maidens' breakthrough. Among them, Jiang Yun recognized the figures of Gu Yuan, Xiao Yan, and the patriarch of the Dan Tower. The journey towards the ascension to the Dou Emperor through self-cultivation is an arduous and protracted endeavor. One need only recall the ancient emperor Dou Qi, who, after vanquishing the pure lotus demon fire and the void-devouring flame, required a millennium of seclusion to achieve such a breakthrough. Although Jiang Yun has released the seal of the spatial realm, the time required for Gu Yuan to independently transcend remains uncertain. As his gaze swept over familiar figures, he noted their advancements in cultivation. However, the most astonishing revelation was Xiao Yan, who had inexplicably ascended to the rank of a 3-star Dou Saint. It was unexpected that, in the absence of various rare flames, Xiao Yan continued to radiate his unique brilliance on the Dou Qi Continent. After retracting his gaze, Jiang Yun ceased to focus on the others and, alongside Zhu Tuan, turned back towards the interior of Long Island. With 4 new Dou emperors on Dragon Island, he couldn't help but wonder when he would achieve his own breakthrough. Gu Yuan observed the departure of the 4 women, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. Despite his recent progress in cultivation, he felt it was far too slow. Brother Xiao Yan, Gu Sun softly called, noticing Xiao Yan lost in thought. Ah, Sunner. Coming back to reality, Xiao Yan looked at his wife, affectionately touching his nose, his face brimming with tenderness. What are you gazing at? Gu Sun teased, casting a playful glance at him. It seems I caught a glimpse of Jiang Yun, Xiao Yan replied, uncertainty lacing his words. What, little Yun? I have broken through to Dou Emperor. The newly ascended Ziyin exclaimed, rushing into Jiang Yun's embrace with uncontained excitement. The trio of Medusa observed from the side, smiling at the heartwarming scene rather than joining in. Congratulations, Zian, Jiang Yun said, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, feeling her joy resonate within him. Little Yun, I have become a Dou Emperor. From now on, wherever you go, I shall accompany you. You cannot leave me behind. Zian clung tightly to Jiang Yun, burying her face in his chest, greedily inhaling his familiar scent. Her voice, filled with unwavering affection, resonated against his heart. We feel the same, simultaneously declared Medusa, Qing Lin, and Xiao Yixian, their voices brimming with determination. Gazing into the resolute eyes of the women, Jiang Yun smiled warmly, offering reassurance. This time will be different. I have laid a foundation in the vast world. We shall embark on our journey together to the Great Thousand in 7 days. For now, let me assist you in stabilizing your newfound realm. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. With Jiang Yun's guidance, the 4 women successfully solidified their recent breakthroughs to Dou Emperor. Meanwhile, a rumor of Jiang Yun's return swiftly circulated across the Dou Qi Continent, igniting a fervor among the populace. Though the information was not entirely accurate, astute individuals, upon reflecting on the coincidental breakthroughs of Zi Yin and the others, became increasingly convinced of Jiang Yun's return. In recent days, numerous old acquaintances have visited Dragon Island to see Jiang Yun, but all have been repelled by Zhu Kun. Explaining each case would be too tedious. Once Jiang Yun anchors the Dou Qi Continent to the Tianluo Continent and establishes a corridor between the two realms, any formidable being above the half-saint level will effortlessly traverse the void to the vast world, and everything will naturally become clear. On this day, in the heart of Dragon Island, the largest square is filled with nearly all the Dou saints of the island, with the emergence of 2 Dou emperors. Although there are few who share the bloodline of Zhu Kun and Zian, the legacy of the Dou emperors has greatly enhanced the strength of the ancient dragon clan. Today, the number of Dou saints on Dragon Island exceeds 100, marking the most prosperous period in millennia. At this moment, Zhu Kun surveyed the familiar faces among the Dou saints and laughed heartily. Ha, my young ones, I have already explored the Great Thousand world ahead of time. We have even carved out a substantial territory there. As I once proclaimed, I shall restore the glory of the ancient void dragons in the Great Thousand. Now, I have come to summon you. Let us forge a future of unparalleled brilliance for the ancient dragon clan in this vast world. Roars erupted from the ancient beings, their long-dormant blood igniting with fervor, as if returning to the days when Zhu Kun led them in their rampage. The ancient void dragon clan was ablaze with enthusiasm, their resounding dragon roars reverberating through the heavens and the earth, transcending layers of void to reach distant realms. Let us embark, Zhu Kun bellowed with glee, as he beheld the fervor on Dragon Island. A brilliant golden light radiated from him. The might of the celestial sovereign, previously restrained, now erupted with a cataclysmic force. The power of the celestial sovereign was beyond what the current Dou Qi Continent could bear. The void began to fracture, energies converging from all directions to form heavy clouds that blanketed the sky like lead. The womb of the realm protested in Jiang Yun's ear. Simultaneously, countless individuals across the Dou Qi Continent felt a terrifying pressure descend abruptly, making it difficult for many to breathe, as if they were sinking into a bottomless ocean, their bodies weighed down by unimaginable burdens. In that moment, myriad astonished gazes turned toward Dragon Island, a mix of fear and longing stirring within their hearts. All right, let me assist you. Jiang Yun chuckled in response to the realm's plaintive sentiments. As the black and white spiritual energy surged within him, he swept his hand through the void. Instantly, it felt as though an invisible hand caressed the Dou Qi Continent, the rifts in the void slowly beginning to mend, and the tumultuous energies gradually calming. At this moment, the power of Zhu Kun erupted as if a mighty sage of combat had unleashed his might. This terrifying spectacle left Ziyin, Medusa, and the other women in awe. In recent days, Jiang Yun had enlightened them about the hierarchy of the vast world and had conveyed the formidable prowess of both himself and Zhu Kun, revealing the immense strength of the Celestial Supreme and the Divine Supreme. For the first time, they gained a tangible understanding of such power. As emperors of battle, they felt as if they could be crushed at any moment, which was utterly terrifying. Once Zhu Kun witnessed Jiang Yun's intervention, he felt unburdened and suddenly unleashed the full force of a Celestial Supreme. In the next instant, he waved his sleeve, causing the space before him to distort and shatter. Jiang Yun had previously provided Zhu Kun with the coordinates of the Tianluo continent. Given the ancient dragon clan's innate spatial abilities, creating a spatial passage was well within Zhu Kun's capabilities, especially with Jiang Yun's support. As Zhu Kun continuously infused spiritual energy into the unstable spatial node, a stable spatial passage began to materialize, officially forming a conduit between the Dou Qi Continent and the Tianluo continent. Chapter 296, Seeking the Node. The Upper Realm. Sensing the unfamiliar aura emanating from the other end of the passage, Zhu Ming and the others gazed eagerly, their minds captivated by the vast world, as explained by Zhu Kuan. Observing the fully formed passage, Zhu Kuan looked at his kin and exclaimed joyfully, "Everyone, let us embark." With a resounding howl, a colossal dragon form emerged, and around Dragon Island, any being with strength reaching the semi-saint level also revealed their true forms. Under the watchful eyes of the many ancient dragons who did not meet the standards, Zhu Kuan and Zhu Ming swiftly entered the vortex of space above. "Let us depart." As numerous dragons began to leave, Jiang Yun gazed towards the mainland and raised his hand, sending forth a beam of spiritual light. He then turned to Ziyin, Medusa, and the other women, saying, "Let us go." As his words fell, the 5 of them were enveloped by Jiang Yun's spiritual light and proceeded towards the spatial passage. I truly wish to see the vast world. With everyone's departure, He Qing looked around the suddenly empty Dragon Island, speaking wistfully. Did His Majesty not say that once our clan is settled in the vast world, even the Dou Zun can traverse between the 2 realms? That time will not be far off. Zhu Huo remarked with a light chuckle at He Qing. Not all of the ancient dragon clan could be relocated to the vast world. A few Dou saints needed to remain on the Dou Qi Continent to oversee affairs. And Zhu Huo and He Qing were among the unfortunate choices. Such is the way of things. After venting his frustrations, He Qing, still understanding the gravity of the situation, shook his head with a sigh, wandering through the void beyond the heavens. The rampant spatial storms and terrifying dark currents could lead even the celestial supreme astray in the abyss of emptiness. At this moment, the newly ascended emperors of battle, Ziyin, Medusa, Shao Yixian, and Qing Lin, gazed upon this magnificent scene, equally astonished. However, the spatial passage forged by Jiang Yun and Zhu Kuan is remarkably resilient, allowing divine power to traverse the void, dispersing all turbulence in its wake. Under the protection of these 2, the journey for the others toward the vast expanse of the Great Thousand World is surprisingly effortless. Soon, they arrive at the outer void of the Great Thousand World, which is immensely vast, far surpassing the Dou Qi Continent in size, stretching endlessly before their eyes. Beyond the Great Thousand World, myriad spatial turbulence exists, serving as a form of protection for it. For those like the White Dragon Sovereign, who ascend for the first time and possess limited strength, encountering such spatial chaos could spell disaster. Even the likes of Shao Yin and Lin Dong, being emperor-level fighters and ancestors, struggle against the spatial turbulence, resulting in the loss of their wives, sisters, and fathers-in-law. The rampant spatial turbulence beyond the Great Thousand World consists purely of spatial energy, resembling a forest of blades and seas of swords, catching one off guard with the sensation of 1,000 cuts. "Stay close to me," the leading Zhu Kuan shouted, snapping the astonished crowd back to reality. With a roar, the awakened group followed Zhu Kuan's lead, plunging into the Great Thousand World. In the ancient heavenly palace of Tianluo Continent, Jiang Yun, seated high above in the 9 heavens, suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, the entire space seemed to pulse with boundless vitality. Mandala, who sat quietly beneath him, opened her eyes in confusion, gazing at Jiang Yun. Having already surpassed the heavenly sovereign level, Mandala noticed that being near Jiang Yun made her origin immensely vibrant, allowing her cultivation speed to outpace even the finest training grounds within the ancient heavenly palace. Thus, she had taken to staying by Jiang Yun's side to cultivate. Jiang Yun remained unfazed. This incarnation practiced the path of life, emanating an ethereal aura that held a deadly allure for any flora. "Heavenly Emperor?" Mandala queried, puzzled by Jiang Yun's sudden awakening. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a smile crept onto Jiang Yun's lips as he murmured, "They have arrived." In the next instant, a pure white flame flickered in his eyes, strands of spiritual power coalescing in his hand. He suddenly struck forth with a palm, unleashing a torrent of immense spiritual energy into a spatial node, causing a void passage to rapidly expand outside the hall at a visible pace. "Who goes there?" The unexpected phenomenon instantly roused the guardians of the heavenly palace, Danyang Old Ancestor and Ziqi Zhenren. With the ancient heavenly palace now unified over Tianluo Continent, many heavenly sovereigns have been dispatched to various locales for guardianship, leaving only Mandala, Danyang Old Ancestor, and Ziqi Zhenren within the palace. "No need for concern. It is merely my friends from the lower realms, arriving in Tianluo today." A gentle voice echoed in their ears before they could react, bringing clarity to their apprehension. Upon discovering the truth, the 2 could not help but exhale in relief. It was a comfort to know that there was no invasion. However, they soon sensed the emanating aura from within the expanding spatial node, and a hint of solemnity crept onto their faces. This lower realm was truly extraordinary. A plane capable of giving rise to a being of the caliber of a heavenly emperor could hardly be mundane. Indeed, after hearing Jiang Yun's explanation, Mandala and her companions ceased their tension, curiosity replacing it as they gazed at the spatial passageway. Even for them, it was the first encounter with a connection between the myriad worlds and this lower realm. As time progressed, the spatial passage, which had previously exhibited some turbulence, grew increasingly solid, and peculiar resonances began to emanate from within, as if a formidable entity were poised to breach the boundary into this world. Mandala and her companions felt a presence that rivaled her own, along with the emergence of hundreds of equally potent auras. Their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. So many formidable beings, and one even stronger than herself. Could the might of this lower realm possess such power? With a resounding roar that resonated throughout the heavens, a colossal, ethereal dragon emerged, its terrifying aura causing the three to tense instinctively, enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. This was a true dragon bloodline, purer than that of the dragon eagle. How could such a being exist in the lower realm? Mandala, now well-read, felt a shiver at the aura radiating from Dou Qi. Before the trio could fully process their astonishment, dragon silhouettes leaped forth, transforming into figures that landed upon the plaza, their bodies trembling as if in great agony. Do not resist. This is the assimilation of spiritual energy from the myriad worlds. Do not reject the influx of spiritual essence. Disperse your own fighting spirit first. Observing the pained expressions of many of his kin, Dou Qi cast a glance at Mandala and her companions, then nodded towards Jiang Yun above, communicating telepathically. With the commencement of the spiritual energy transformation, the auras of the assembled individuals shifted rapidly. The sense of weakness that followed the dispersal of their fighting spirit vanished in an instant. They felt a surge of perception, agility, spiritual will, and divine soul. The three realms of power swiftly restored their strength, rendering the preceding states inconsequential. It seems everyone is adapting well. Ziyin, you should also begin the transformation of your spiritual energy. At this moment, Jiang Yun stepped forth with Ziyin and her companions, emerging from the spatial passage. Xiao Yun. That is, however, at this moment, Ziyin and the other three did not rush to convert their spiritual energy. Under Jiang Yun's protective aura, they were not in immediate peril. They gazed at the sky where the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure of Jiang Yun hovered. A look of bewilderment on their faces as they turned to him with questions. That is my doppelganger. Casting a glance at one another, their thoughts intertwined. They exchanged smiles. The doppelganger of Jiang Yun transformed into a stream of pure energy, merging into Jiang Yun's brow, as he explained with a smile. This is a grand supernatural ability, the transformation of one into three, allowing the creation of two avatars that possess identical strength to the original self. While another doppelganger remained stationed in the Northern Territory, the four women suddenly realized, although somewhat unaccustomed, that there were indeed subtle distinctions between the true Jiang Yun and his doppelganger, which they could perceive as a singular entity of spiritual energy. Having come to this understanding, they no longer hesitated and immediately began to transform their spiritual power. With the addition of formidable warriors from the ancient dragon tribe of the Dou Qi Continent, the power of the heavenly palace was further augmented. Jiang Yun also established a teleportation array between the Tianluo continent and the Dou Qi Continent, effectively anchoring the latter within the former. As the dimensional passage opened, the inhabitants of the Dou Qi Continent realized that it was Jiang Yun who had forged the connection between the two realms, enabling them to ascend to loftier skies. Consequently, they were filled with excitement, and many who had achieved the rank of Dozun began to ascend to the vast world, most of whom, under the auspices of the Heavenly Palace, joined the ancient Heavenly Palace, significantly bolstering its strength. At this juncture, it had been 4 months since Ziyin and her companions had ascended to the vast world. Under the abundant resources available, the strength of Ziyin and the others had been restored to its zenith, reaching the realm of Quasi-Tianzun. Jiang Yun took Ziyin to retrieve the opportunity for breaking through to Tianzun that he had long prepared. In the vast world, there are numerous methods to achieve this breakthrough. One may consume elixirs or absorb legacies, but the universally acknowledged optimal method remains the refinement of the essence of the dimension. However, this essence is a rare treasure, attainable only by those of great fortune. Even Jiang Yun, after establishing the Qiyin Shrine and the ancient Heavenly Palace, and leveraging extensive connections, had yet to discover a second dimension that bore the essence. Among the four women, Ziyin possessed the greatest potential, and Jiang Yun only knew of the white dragon dimension where the essence could be obtained. Thus he decided to bestow it upon her. As for Medusa and the other two, should they remain unfound after some time, he had alternative means to facilitate their breakthrough, which would also rank among the most effective methods. In the southwestern expanse of the vast world, amidst the boundless void, spatial storms occasionally raged. and meteorites streaked across the sky, creating thunderous echoes that resonated throughout the cosmos. A streak of light traversed the emptiness, within which Jiang Yun embraced Xian, who quietly nestled in his arms, a smile gracing her cheeks as her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, finding everything in this unfamiliar world remarkably intriguing. Jiang Yun gazed ahead, where a white dragon emblem emanated a luminous glow, its dragon silhouette guiding their path. This was the dimensional coordinate he had once received from the White Dragon Sovereign. In recent days, following the guidance of the dragon emblem, they had been making their way toward the southwestern direction of the vast world, traversing countless large and small continents along the way. Now, as they journeyed, according to the dragon emblem's direction, the spatial node of the lower dimension from which the White Dragon Sovereign hailed should be located nearby. However, truly entering the homeland of the White Dragon Sovereign was not a simple endeavor. Although the vast world was interconnected with innumerable lower dimensions, one must locate a spatial node to transition from the vast world into a lower dimension. In the realm of spatial nodes, before they are traversed, some are as minuscule as specks of dust and nearly imperceptible. Thus, to seek out that elusive spatial node amidst the vast expanse is no trivial endeavor. Fortunately, Jiang Yun possesses considerable experience in this domain, and with the guidance of the White Dragon Mark, he swiftly discerned subtle fluctuations in a certain area of space. There, simultaneously, as a favored child of space and an enhanced version of the Supreme Dragon Phoenix, Xian also sensed the anomaly, her finger pointing towards the southwest. Noticing the identical location that matched her own perception, Jiang Yun smiled gently and, accompanied by Xian, materialized in the void 100 miles away. With a resonating hum, as Jiang Yun's spiritual energy emanated, it surged toward the spatial node, coalescing into a visible light ring. The commotion was evident to the naked eye. Yet within the realm of perception, it was merely a slight disturbance. Were it not for the duo's mastery over spatial forces, it might have taken an eternity to uncover the anomaly. Gazing at the spatial node, Jiang Yun turned to Xian in his embrace, lightly pecking her delicate red lips as he remarked, "This is the White Dragon Realm, a domain besieged by the invasion of malevolent extraterrestrial clans. From here on, your success in gaining the recognition of the realm's essence will rely solely on your own efforts. Rest assured, Xiao Yun, I shall surely succeed," Xian replied, her countenance turning serious as she spoke with determination. Nodding in affirmation, Jiang Yun trusted in Xian's capabilities. As he continued to channel his spiritual energy, the light ring grew increasingly refined. Deep within that light ring, amidst the surging spiritual radiance, a tiny black point of light, akin to a speck of dust, gradually emerged, flickering into visibility. An unusual spatial fluctuation emanated from this black point. This was the spatial node of the White Dragon's homeland. Once they breached this node, they would gain access to that lower realm. Having pinpointed the location, Jiang Yun hesitated no longer. With a deft flick of his finger, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted, striking the spatial node. In an instant, a resonant hum echoed, and the node twisted and expanded like a black hole. Soon, a dark spatial passage was formed. The White Dragon Spirit Pearl was retrieved, and as spiritual energy was invoked, a faint white light enveloped the two, significantly diminishing the repulsive force emanating from the black hole. They successfully entered within. After an interval within this black hole, it began to rotate once more. But this time it contracted. Rapidly, the original whirlpool of darkness vanished, and the spatial passage reverted to an indistinguishable spatial node, leaving the area enveloped in profound solitude.